YouTube stream, docs, custom browser docs, YouTube chat, paste it, apply, close it. God damn it, bro. God damn it, dude.
That is annoying. I really wish YouTube would just auto-create a new VOD.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, it was totally fine, yeah.
It was totally fine?
Oh, yeah, this one's posted. And then immediately, 20 seconds ago, very cool, thank you for the attention to detail from a titty bot. Very interesting and information video, thank you for the attention to detail from another titty bot. Ain't
That's
no
crazy.
way, bro.
The attention to detail on the subathon?
Instantly. Okay, well, that VOD saved, cool.
Perfect.
Now I gotta wait for like 4 hours while someone says, "Hey, wait." Sorry, guys. I had to reset it really quick. Oh, dude. Why is this food exiting me so fucking slow? Sorry, VOD sleepers. I know you just put the video on and I'm like, oh, I gotta poop. I know someone out there. I'm gonna guarantee most of my viewers are dudes, right? There's a dude out there whose girlfriend fucking hates my voice, but he's like, I gotta use them to fall asleep, guys. And now I'm just like, oh, I gotta fucking shit, guys. And then she's probably looking at him right now and be like, why'd you listen to this to fall asleep, bro? And he can't do nothing but laugh nervously. That I guarantee that's happening. That's gonna happen in the future. Because it's not a VOD right now, but sorry, ladies. I just keep it real, bro.
Sorry, ladies. Oh, wait, our killer threw in a cake offering. This might be a stream snipe.
Ain't no way.
Chat, if this is one of you, type it in the chat.
The Knight.
Chat if this is you.
Is this the one we fought before?
Knight. This is the first one we fought. I don't like the Knight because there's not a ton of counterplay that's like obvious. There is, but he's definitely very hard to counter. Oh, and this map kind of blows too.
We're cooked.
Is this? This map. I don't like this map. It has a freaking teleporter on it. The only map in the game that did that. I don't know why they need that. That green portal.
Ain't no way you just said neener to me, bro.
Ain't no way you got on my gen and blew it up, man.
I'm hiding. He just seen me. Ain't no way. He's coming.
What? We lost. No. I have deliverance. He can't kill me, Chad. I have deliverance.
I'm hopping back on that gen.
He's not allowed to, Chad. He's not allowed to. Chad, I don't know how to loop in here. Chad, I've never been in here. This is so stupid. This map is so stupid. There's no world where I should have ever been allowed to do that.
And this is what I gotta put on. Brick McWheatley, bro, I'm so sorry. Yo, to the missus of Brick McWheatley, you're the best. You're the best, okay?
Oh,
anyway, bro, hit that teleporter again.
Well, I put up a pretty valiant effort for the fact that I've legit never played Survivor on this map, chat. I main killer.
Bro's playing hooky.
Absolutely true. dude, and his heartbeat. I hear it so close, but he's not here. Yo, but we got a gen done though. It's the LilGasmask. Oh, never mind.
Dude, you had to jinx it, bro. I literally fucked up the last skill check.
Chat, don't clip it. That's wild, Gas. That's wild.
Is he taking me to the basement? Ain't no way.
Jet is 99. Blow it up. Get sent to basement. We lost.
It's over. That's why I grit these.
Alright, I'm coming over.
Okay, I could take another chance to unhook?
Yeah, but it takes out a significant chunk of your timer each time. You do it 3 times. There are some skills that give you a higher chance. Let's go finish that gen real quick. Because it's regressing right now.
I'm hiding.
Oh, man.
No, I'm not. I'm just gonna go for
it's
it.
not that bad. Don't miss the skill check this time.
Chat, do we miss the skill check? No.
Don't miss it. Don't miss it. Don't miss it. Don't miss it. Lean. You want me to heal you?
Yeah. Should we go hide? Oh, we're just doing it right in the open. Okay.
Might as well. Might as well. Oh. That's really bad. So we're exposed.
Do we run
guy's
through that
sent to the basement.
teleporting?
It wouldn't be a bad idea. Don't necessarily have to, but yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea. You go through there, I'll go around this way. You can only go for one of us, so. You can only go for one of us, I says as I'm fighting the knights. Nothing's will stop me, not even Killer, Dead by Daylight.
I was then stabbed 37 times.
I was then shot 58 times.
Give me another skill check, please. Thank you. They call me...
Dude, I feel like I hear this killer's terror radius around this whole map, dude.
Yeah, me too. Oh, there's a gen right here.
No, dude, this killer blows, man.
Well, I'm
Wait,
screwed.
he does blow. No! I got outplayed. One gen left, though. Only one gen. There's one right next to me. There's the one that you're on. Hey, do you see that green little portal thing?
Yeah.
If you interact with that, that's your challenge.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
He's right on me. Still. On the hook. It looks like no one's gonna get me.
Hold on, I'm hiding in basement. Okay. Should I try for you? He's got his aura. Did someone get you?
I was talking to someone. Alright, well, we clutch these up, I think. Chat, what do we think? Do we clutch these up? Someone's getting hooked right now.
This one's 50% done. Is that you?
This is, yeah. I'm a little worried because I am on death hook.
Okay.
And he did just lead them right to us. And he's running Dead Man Switch. So we're screwed.
Ain't no way, bro. Just let me commune with the glyph. That motherfucker on a hook. Do I go get that fucker? Oh, I see him over there.
Try?
He's coming towards me.
We're healing up down underground right now.
Okay.
If you were able to get them, that'd be great.
He's
They're
just.
definitely gonna hit.
Hold
They're
on.
definitely
He's.
gonna hit second hook phase, but that's fine. Can you get on?
Oh, how'd he know I was there, bro? Oh my god.
Oh, that
Why
would've
am
been
I
sick.
blind?
Teleport right
Why
in
did I
and
get
blind.
blinded?
I don't know. So,
Oh, he dropped me. He dropped me. Wait. Hide in the bush. Hide in the bush. Turn. Turn. He doesn't know I'm here. He doesn't know I'm here. He'll forget because I'm in the bush. He didn't forget, chat.
Bro, it was wiggling though.
Bro wiggled.
Oh, I wiggled? I didn't even realize I wiggled. I should have. I was drinking soda. How did I wiggle out of that?
Because you had wiggled a lot already, and then he dropped you, so you kept that wiggle progress.
Oh, is that my first hook? No, it's not.
Dude, we gotta find another gen other than this one to do.
Should we heal? I'm a heal right here.
Okay.
Just stab myself.
I need this gen to become unblocked.
Sometimes when I pass the like white part of the skill check, I'm like, I'll just go get it on the next go around. And then I'm like, ah, fuck.
Is there another gen
Oh
downstairs?
my
guys?
god.
It's already powered. Our gens are so bad right now, and we're all on 2 hooks.
No, 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 ain't no way. Oh my god, I didn't see him. Oh, there's a hole in the wall there. That makes so much more sense. Okay.
I'm suffering from blindness, so I can't even see where you got down.
Just go to the torch room in the tower. Bro did not forget about me. Damn it. Oh, I needed like 2 more bumps or something. Well, I'm dead. Oh, no, dude.
We 3-gened ourselves, which is why we're losing right now. Where all the gens that are remaining are like really close to one another.
Yeah.
There's actually a perk that makes that not happen pretty much.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, I'm still trying to escape. Is bro about a prestige?
Think so.
You disabled your challenge, apparently.
Oh. Did I? I meant to enable it.
Ah, bro, you didn't quite prestige. Just get on the gen, you noob. Alright, we
Select
completed
challenge.
the gens at least.
Oh, you're right. No, I'm so close.
No, I got down. This is rough. Do not bring us to this map, Obnoxious. You are banned. Alright. He's hooking me. We're getting out of this crap.
We were right there.
Level up, dude.
Ain't no way.
Double blood points, dude. There's a world where Jolts is a DVD streamer. Let that sink in, chat. That's crazy, bro.
Bro picks the same killer as you.
He probably would too.
It's so funny that every time you
I
start
love
around,
the-
someone else just...
Literally, it's
I'm
so
gonna do the same
annoying,
thing.
man.
Oh, was it Shotgun Krieg the first time?
Yeah. I was like, fine, I just won't even do Shotgun Krieg then. Fine. I'm amazed nobody else has done
Why
bingo
not
and already
LGM
played
has
it as
become on?
Ah.
Why not LGM has become on? What? Say again. Elaborate. Why not LGM has become one?
Become what, man? DVD streamer? He is right now. Look at him.
Excuse me. Teehee. Alright, whoever's
Knocks his dog
girlfriend
guitars.
has to deal with my voice and that ungodly Wendy's thing that just came out of me. I'm sorry. I'm not usually like this, okay?
Good night, Zawbear.
Good night, Zabear. I wonder how many dudes' girlfriends hate me. Like, genuinely.
don't know. My girl watches.
What the fuck? What do you mean? Wait, really? That ain't
Yeah.
no way.
Almost
Ain't
every
no way.
time I like call her, she mentions something you're doing on stream.
Wow. I didn't think chicks liked me, honestly. I thought I was gonna be stuck at 99% male audience forever. Shout out TX's miss.
Shout out.
She the 1%, bro.
She the 1%.
Actually, what are my statistics? I bet it's 95 dude, probably 3% user specified,
96.
and then 2% ladies. Let's see. Analytics, audience. I hope it's like 0.1% people under 18. It's 2%. God damn it. Not the children. 94.2 male. 3.9 female, and then 1.9 user specified. Gang, we got a variety, chat. What's the term when it's just when a group is just all dudes? What's that term that people use? Sausage party or something? Oh no. Is that what people say? We gotta get them numbers up. Hello, Scarlet Phoenix. How's it going?
Guys, if you know a girl, invite her to watch Gas.
Dude, if you guys know a girl, invite her to watch. Okay? I know I just ripped ass, and I definitely know my mic picked it up because I seen a green bar on my OBS, but I don't usually do that, okay? The Subathon's got me
What's funny is
acting
it
a
did
little
come through-
quirky.
It did come through Discord, but then I was like, let me rewind stream and see what they're talking about. Like, okay, that came through.
That's alright, it's 2 a.m. Come on. Anyway, yeah, ladies. Feel free to join. I know a bunch of stuff about ladies. Like, you guys don't poop. You guys just anytime you're just powdering your noses in there, right? That's what I've heard. No, I'm just joking.
We're with the same people.
So we're
Gotta give her
doomed.
that,
So we're gonna get
roasted.
3 gen.
Mr. Toxic. I mean, Lil Toxic Mask.
I hear the
It's
singing.
Huntress, but this one actually looks like she knows how to play the game. So you'll get to actually play against Huntress.
Bro has cloud kill ARL. Oh my god. Women aren't real. I don't know about that. Was that the missus telling me you were in a potty break? I wasn't sure, but I just assumed. I was like, how would they know he's pissing right now? TX right now is muted, and he's like, why did you tell him I was peeing?
Why did you tell me that?
Chat, I got down first. Does that make me a noob? Chat, we're on 3 different generators. This is amazing. Don't even go for me, bro.
I think she's coming to me.
Alright, someone will need to get me though.
Oh, I just got tomahawked.
Tomahawk shop is my death blow.
Oh, I didn't think she'd be able to tomahawk me again. Whatever.
Yes, she does. This is his first time playing.
Oh, womp, 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 womp. Why even try and wiggle?
It gets you blood points.
Chat, do I grit?
You do not grit.
Chat, do I prove TX wrong?
I've seen crazier things. It could happen. But that reduces our amount of time to save you by like 15 seconds or something. Hey, Undying, it's 4%, okay? Not that bad, unless they nerfed it. Hey, we got another gen done though. Almost. Just a few seconds left. Nah, bruh. Just drop that. She's smart, she breaks it. Okay, she's smart. Oh no, we're doomed. This is the worst dead zone I've ever seen in my entire life. There's literally nothing here.
Hello. Hello, Lil Milk. Not you, the guy on screen. Ain't no way Lil Milk clicked on a LilGasmask stream and was like, who's LilGasmask? Ain't no way.
No way she's running Surge, bro. If I would have known that, I would have gone for that right there.
Bro doesn't recognize him without the hat. Yeah, true.
I actually could have gone us a free gen there if I didn't play how I did.
I would have won that. Just saying.
Literally, you would have too. I wiggle off here.
They was bald like the hair of those cats. I am sometimes. Bro doesn't expect to get 2 gens out of the way right here. Watch this. Get ready.
I am on Death Hook. Alright, you're gonna have to clutch up and save us, because this other girl's not gonna. Oh, she's going for you. Never mind.
Can I do it? Can I do it? Oh.
Clutch, bro, clutch.
Chat, clutch up. Parry the platypus. Liberator, let's go. I hardly know her.
Alright. I will head over to you. Talk to you.
Ain't no way bro just said that.
Bro doesn't want healed, I guess.
Oh, sorry. Dude, I always forget healing exists. Oh.
We're going at it right now. Bro, just come heal with us, man. You're right.
Wait, can I heal? Can multiple people heal?
Yeah,
Oh.
it goes double speed.
Oh.
Oh. There she is.
Oh.
I guess we waited a little too long.
I'm the bait. I'm the bait. Oh.
Patrick
She's-
Raven. From Dead by Psycho. Dead by American Psycho. A little bit of a reference for you guys right there. Dude, literally all the gens are left on this side of the map. We actually screwed ourselves so bad.
I'm on Death Hook too. GG chat. GG.
Yeah, the only gens we did were on that side of the map, so literally the remaining 4 are right here. That is quite the issue. Oh, but watch me, dude, spectate, watch me loop.
I hit upgrade. I'm sorry.
Bro,
Oh, dude.
you're supposed to support me, man.
Dude, I'm sorry. I wanted a prestige to make you proud.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's fine.
It costs 20k to prestige.
Wait, turn in your chance. Turn in your chance. Turn in the liberator. Turn in liberator. Turn in liberator. Hey, easy. And I'm out of the game too.
Let's go. Prestige
Let's
speedrun world
freaking
record.
go. And now, if you press that red button in the middle, it just automatically fills out your character's blood web.
Oh, that's cool.
And you don't have to go through each one. But it goes for like the most cost effective, so it doesn't always go for the best items or anything. Sprint burst right there is broken. And adrenaline's really good. If you want, you can play as Dwight this game to earn some blood points to give to Meg.
Hold up, I'm looking at these.
Yeah, Al Minmin, this is like brand new to him.
Yeah. Try that.
Welcome, Chad. I got him to play it. Anyway,
Ugh.
yeah, you could play as Dwight, so you have 4 perks still, and then use the points you earn on Dwight to play. as Meg.
check out Fang Man. Perlith is a great perk. Alright, I'll look at him.
Eh?
Gia runner, she attracts now. That's what it sounds like. Yeah, okay.
Lithe is one of the best perks in the game as well. Pretty much all of the perks that cause exhaustion after using them are typically like the best. That's
Interesting.
Sprint Burst, Live, Dead Hard. Pretty much they just let you escape the killer.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was feeling with that, dude. I was like, once I get hit once, I'm like, yeah, unless there's a pallet, I'm like doomed.
Yeah, it's tough. You gotta really use the movement speed you get to just run in a straight line. The most powerful looping technique in this game is holding the W key at the right time and deciding to just keep running to make distance. Not really crazy. They've mostly balanced the game. a lot.
Borderlands 2 sent you a friend request
Like there is still
on
some
Discord.
perks that are a little broken, but nothing like in the past crazy. Even nothing like a year ago.
Holy crap, is that John Borderlands? Borderlands 2 sent me a friend request. Do I send them a DM saying, are you TVHM?
Yeah, you should.
Oh shit, are we in a game? Okay.
We're in lobby.
Wait, I need to change character. I want to try this one.
What perk are you putting on? I'd just probably
The
put on
heart one.
Sprint Burst. The heart one is only activates in endgame.
Oh.
It only activates once all gens are popped. It's really good,
Oh,
but
it's
it's
an OP.
really kind of niche.
It's only an OP levels. Okay.
Exactly. Try Sprint
Yeah.
Burst.
Okay, I'll try.
It's like
Sprint
her notorious perk. Yo, we're with
It's
a
like
GCP.
specking
Guys, we're with
expertise.
a big streamer.
Chat, lock in.
Guys, my toxic trait is that sometimes when I run into TTVs, I start recording on OBS in case I destroy them.
Dude, ain't no way. That's evil.
So now that you have sprint burst, when you first sprint, you sprint crazy fast.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes on cooldown for 60 seconds, but it won't come off cooldown while you're sprinting. So you have to be walking or doing a gen or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But it also means that if your gen is really close to done, normally you'd have to run off of it, but now you can commit to it and then sprint away.
Okay.
Or if the killer's headed towards you from like a little ways away, you can sprint the other direction and you'll just pretty much be safe. It's Huntress again, by the way.
Okay.
The only thing is, right off the bat, you sometimes don't want to immediately sprint, like if you're near a gen.
Yeah.
If you're not near a gen, just go for it. But and now you've got that heart icon on the. Ow. Okay, well, I'm dead. Not like dead, but like not in a good spot. Okay, I got her off me, please.
What's in the box?
Holy, dude, how do they have a gen almost done right now? What are they using, dude?
What's the toolbox do?
You can sabotage hooks and break them.
Oh.
Or you can right-click on a generator to just essentially repair it faster than normal.
Hmm.
No, she hits those. This girl's not bad. It's Huntress. Chat, this is a rip. No way. I look over at my other screen for your stream.
Okay, I was a frame off of that, dude. I was a
Always
pixel
just
away.
blow it up, man. Wait, you're kinda...
Looping. Oh, what?
That was good though.
Every time I think I'm just gonna get put on a hook, I forget and I start itching my nose. I have a weird itching nose habit, dude. If you hold your button while vaulting, you do it way faster. Oh.
That's only if you hold shift.
Hmm. Should I try and grit this?
Man, maybe you gotta level up Ace. He has a skill that lets you do that more often. But it's still like a chance-based thing. I don't think you do. But if you want. That's crazy. She's running Monster Shrine, people.
She's on me, bro.
I'm
Get
dead.
away.
I'm amazed she didn't just like follow down the TTV guy. Alright, after I get unhooked, I'm not getting hooked again the rest of the match. Watch
They
me,
go
bro.
for you?
Someone else probably will. Maybe not, though. Yeah, I might need healed. I definitely do. Both of those guys are getting chased right now, so.
Why do I hear her right now?
She's right below us. Bro.
Oh my God.
She hates us. Which one of you is it? Which one of you in chat is this?
Hello,
Tell me in the
man.
chat if this is you.
Yeah, who's stream sniping, Brody?
Well, this is our first game getting tunneled.
Anytime we've lost, it's because they're stream sniping. Right? Right,
Literally.
chat?
That is 100% real.
Right. We never lose these. They're literally just cheating. That's the only explanation.
Wait, there's no other way about that?
No other way.
Chat,
Ain't no way
chat,
she
I'm
just looked
actually
at
getting
me.
tunneled this match, and yet I'm destroying her.
Can they hear that explosion? Do they get like a ping?
Yeah,
that
especially
happens?
if they're on it. Or do you mean the killer?
Yeah.
Yeah, the killer gets a ping every time you miss a skill check. Bro, I'm right behind you. I'm right behind
Should we heal up?
you. Yeah, we're both on death hook. Alright, if you're stream sniping us, we're in this corner by Shaq. This dirty, dirty stream sniper, bro. Oh, never mind. They don't know.
I heal you.
Let's pull the ninja maneuver and report this guy 50 times.
I wasn't paying attention, bro. I can't. Yo, Issa, thank you for the raid. How's it going, homie? Issa, do you ever play Dead by Daylight? This is my first time.
Ain't no frickin' way. That's right, Eseth. I got him on.
I have actually. Oh shit.
Bro.
4K hours in this shit? Crazy. You guys want to see me miss my skill check again?
You
see her,
you see her, the killer's here. I'm about to loot this mother. Oh, you're new, brother.
Alright.
I mean, I'll put up as good of an effort as I can right now. Don't know that it'll quite be valiant.
She's near me, bro. She's in that hut.
Dude, I'm looping her.
Alright, I'm gonna try and find a different gen then.
Dirty, rotten huntress, man, bro.
How many gens are there total? 7?
Yeah.
But you
Right
need
now
5?
there's 4. Dude, I'm actually just looping the heck out of this guy. He actually stands no chance. Chat. This guy's not even bad either.
Sorry for your loss, Lamau. Alright, don't fuck up these skill checks. We don't fuck them up.
Chat, I'm looting the chest in the basement. I'm gonna get a med kit, just watch. I use said med kit, heal myself, keep this whole dream alive right now.
I'll probably regret it. You know, it took TX some convincing to get me into this, bro. But anytime I see TX on Discord, he's playing this shit. Oh, you know what's crazy? I'm about to finish this last gen.
Dude, I'm literally. I didn't.
Stop
even have
looking
the
at my
replay
screen,
that time.
bro.
I didn't
Stop
even
looking at
have
my
to that time. I was looking at the progress on the gen, and I was like, "How's it going down right now?"
Ain't no way bro's redeeming the heart rate monitor right now. Ain't no way. Alright.
I'm gonna open one of these gens, or one of these gates, and I'm going immediately. No, it's awful. There's not a Tokyo Ghoul game, but they added what's his face from Tokyo Ghoul into this game as a killer.
Fucking Kaneki?
Is that Tokyo Ghoul?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he's a killer. You wanna kill me? I'm right here. And then if we need to go back and save these guys, we can.
Yeah.
Yeah, he like flies around with his tentacles and stuff.
Yes, Kamala? Dude.
Oh, they're here. Let's just leave. I think the rest of our team escaped as well. I think this was a 4-man out. Well executed.
Yeah, yeah,
Even
I got
with
it.
the gen blowing up right there, that kind of made it more clutch.
Bro, autocorrect. Wait, why is Kaneki a killer? Wasn't Kaneki a good guy? Or kind of a good guy?
I don't watch it.
I don't know. I watched season 1. I was like, alright, this is I watched season 2, and it was just the entire. It was a big nothing burger, and then season 3 or something was just a totally revamped story that did nothing with season 1 and 2.
I'm spectating our homies. I think they're about to both escape. Yeah, Pluto. It's on PTB right now. It's literally Tokyo Ghoul. He looks really fun. He can like grappling hook essentially. A 4-man out. Let's go.
GG. I got paper cut on my thumb. I think I want to take a break. It might be.
Fair.
My fucking checks are fucking not doing it right now. Quebec, do you want those points back? I could put the heart rate monitor on, but I think I might be just chilling, and I don't want you to feel like, wow, look at that 60 BPM noob.
Why would you be a noob for being calm?
Sure, okay. I'll do that real quick.
Put on the heart rate monitor for just chatting.
For sleeping. You guys want to see my sleeping heart rate?
You know those videos where it's like people checking their like tracker, where it's like, oh, you snored at 3:01 a.m.
Yeah, and then it's just them ripping ass.
Yeah. Like you. About half an hour ago.
Yeah. Not my proudest moment.
Obnoxious. I've actually not used any of the
Reject,
Chucky perks, so I
return.
don't know. I didn't really care to ever buy Chucky, but I do main killer.
You had a visitor at 3:27. What? The no, not the Hat Man, bro.
That's crazy. That's crazy, chat. That's crazy.
Dave's triple delivery. All right, what to do now, chat? What to do now, chat? Should we try and hit the hay so we can wake up early tomorrow? Is there
I'm
anything?
about to hit the hay.
You're not allowed to hit the hay. It's my decision whether you go to sleep.
Your subathon, your
My
rules.
subathon, you slave. Wait, hold on.
Let me see what your sub goal is.
It's at 8:55.
That's pretty good.
Where's the meme I'm thinking of? Where's dude? There's like this like animation. Where it's like you will come home with me, and he just starts getting huge and purple.
Hmm.
No. Fucking Wendy's, bro.
These nuts.
Why? What's up? What? Why did I just get looked at like I'm a zoo animal? What were your thoughts? She's like, I want to see where your sub goal's at. 8:55. Sorry. I'll try and wake up to 900. What do you want me to do? No, I'm just kidding. Should I go to Wendy's right now? Ain't no way, bro. Dude, TX, did you see what I ate today?
No, I missed it.
3
I was on your
spicy
stream.
chicken sandwiches, 20-piece spicy chicken nugget, large fry.
And that's a queso meal.
That's the queso meal, and then a large Coke. And then Lucas and Alyssa didn't drink their Coke, so I drank their Cokes throughout the day. I am abusing the vessel. I am
Your body is a
bonded
temple,
to.
and you are vandalizing that temple heavily.
Yeah, pretty much. Exactly, honestly. Pretty much exactly.
Well, was DVD as bad as you thought it would be?
No, it was pretty fun.
I
It was
know.
pretty fun. Yeah, Chin, I know.
I knew you'd say that.
Please, marbles. All right, we'll get some marbles going for now, because I don't know what the fuck else to do.
Dude, this subathon has been only marbles. This is like tuning
I
into
know,
a mix stream
dude.
and saying it's another 25 times. Marbles is your 25 times, bro.
Marbles on stream, but all the
I can't
marbles
wait to
on
look at the.
randomize.
I can't wait to look at this VOD. And then see like 14 different times where this music's playing, and then I get copyright taken. Long deadly track, bro. World record got set. We put long deadly track an average time down. That's crazy. All right, Castle Siege is low-key baller. I remember this one.
That one's good.
Oh my god, dude. Oh no. Chat, don't do the queso Wendy's challenge. I don't mean to be gross, but dude, I'm getting gassy, bro. I'm a little gassy mask right now. Remember, if you're a sub, exclamation point play 2, and you get the piss ball.
Wait, really?
Yeah, if you already put plate though, it's too late.
Ah.
All right, we're gonna give it 3 minutes for everybody to join, and I'm gonna take a 3-minute bathroom break. Oh my god.
Chat, how's he gonna blow it out in 3 minutes? That's actually world record pace. You know, chat, my favorite part about marbles is it brings the lurkers out. Brings you lurkers out of hiding. It reminds us all that you're here and you're with us. You have your own ball. Well, you're special, bro. No, guys, Gas is already making DVD references. Guys, we got him. We freaking got him with it. Subaki, you a sub? No. Does play 2 work for you then? The toilet check was failed. I know, Pluto. I know. It's only a matter of time before I swap my channel to exclusively DBD. I'll make killer videos where I either bully new players or complain about the good ones and say how unbalanced the game is. Exclamation point plat, exclamation point play, exclamation point play 2. Chain of events I just watched from Just a Bean. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Chat, exclamation point play 2 is only for subs. If you're not a sub, you're going to need to do exclamation point play. Guys, who ate better though? Queso or Big Smoke? One in the chat for Queso, two in the chat for Big Smoke. I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda. A bubble pass order? I'll have the triple, the Dave's triple deluxe. Make it swim, fry it, flip it upside down, make it play marbles, and play DBD.
Oh my gosh, Digital Dion in the lead.
Chat, I can't see it, but I can see
Hi,
that
chat.
Zaxi Loves Me is in the lead.
Did Bruce yell at us because he's doing stuff?
I think so. Is he showering?
Hey, what up?
Oh.
He's probably getting that Wendy's out.
Chat,
Yeah, the Wendy's.
I was in 7th place for a second there,
Hi.
but Cat Burrito's clutching it up. Hi.
Oh, what's going on in this map? Whoa.
Castle stuff. Oh, LilGasmask catching
Why not?
up from
Is
the
that
bathroom.
explosive?
Up straight from the toilet into 5th place. This is crazy. Zoo 66 though, massive lead. Probably about to
Yeah,
get
what
world
the heck? Why
record.
couldn't we join? I didn't know he was doing marbles.
Winter
He needs to
patchwork.
level up his marbles.
Look at you up there.
So he can gamble again on here.
Chat, I'm way in the back.
I think he gets points every time he runs a race.
Oh. Wait,
So-
he wins? Or
Or just like in general, I think every time you run a race, you get points. And
Oh,
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 goodbye.
Homesick just got the
Next.
boost of his life out of his life, bro. B-Bun in the top
and
10.
there's Mr. TX.
Meet Maestro all the way in the front. There's TX. That's me. Look, Gary,
he was
that's
really close
me.
last time we checked though. Like he probably will get another like.
I'm about to
15,
clutch.
20
I'm
points,
about to
and then
clutch.
he'll get
Watch me
another
explode
free
down the
Oh,
highway,
okay.
dude.
So
Meet
he-
Maestro already
yeah,
with
I hope
the
it is
victory.
a skin.
Crazy
Can't get
stuff,
the
dude.
same one?
Maybe.
Huge
I
shout
guess.
out.
Hopefully it is a skin though, because I'm pretty sure you can get a card. Right?
Cowboy Dano, shout out.
I don't know. I don't want to do a boring customization.
I've been saying some rowdy stuff today, so I have to remember that I'm now live.
Chat, look at us. We're all fighting for second place. Hey, man, I just died. Oh, B-Bun. Oh.
Dang, everybody died.
Is anyone going to finish?
Is that the death wall?
Just
oh
a
no.
Bean TTV.
No,
Here it is.
no,
Just a Bean
no.
TTV. Just a Bean TTV.
I think that's your.
Whoa, look at me and Maestro's ball. That's actually pretty cool.
Whoa.
Shout out, Meet
Looks like
Maestro.
D20.
Yeah. Oh wait. I think he already leveled up. Right? I feel like it was more than that.
Oh my god, you're so right.
Yeah.
We can gamble.
Wait, let's go gambling.
Let's go gambling.
Let's go gambling.
Is that what they say?
Yeah.
Aw,
thingy.
dang
Let's
it.
go gambling.
Aw, dang it.
How?
Aw, dang it. Aw, dang
That's
it.
what they say.
Is
Shop.
Lucas wearing an ironic cat
What's in his
t-shirt?
shop?
He is wearing an ironic cat t-shirt. Yes, he is. It says, sorry
Aw,
for
dang
acting
it.
like that.
Aw, dang
I
it.
will do it
Aw,
again.
I
Yeah.
like it actually. It's really accurate.
Bro, I hate
You
Wendy's.
got it out of your system.
No, I got I'm gonna have.
I
I'm
love the
gonna
way
have to-
Lucas turns. He turns like an NPC.
Oh, look at this card, Bruce. You got Bigfoot.
Bigfoot. What? I love him.
He's cute, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if they have a bear card. Anyway,
How was it, Gas?
gamble. Let's go gambling.
Gamble time.
Let's go gambling.
Ugh, dude.
What we gonna get?
Let's go gambling.
Hopefully it's a good bar.
Aw,
I hope
dang
it's
it.
red.
Aw,
Yeah.
dang it. Aw, dang it.
Is that a lot of colors on your eyes?
No, it's the popping in my ears.
Ooh.
What
Those
did
look
that
really
Wendy's
look
do
on
to
the
you?
right.
It's.
Oh. What does it look like though?
Chad, it is all downhill from here. Hey, I had the crappy patty meal from Wendy's. It was good.
Ooh.
Nice.
Okay, wait, that's actually kind of cool. That's nice.
Here.
No more food challenge.
That's for everyone.
Fucking.
You go for
Yeah, I
your
would
new
agree.
Taco
no
Bell
food
speedrun
challenge
record.
fucking, that we can
Everybody. Non-subs have to have blue balls.
Yep.
Subs can piss it out.
Yep.
Crazy, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, can we test it out?
You guys got this. I can't zoom in, but now everybody can be special.
All right, chat. I get the yellow ball finally. After all this waiting,
Oh, fuck.
let's go marbling. Aw, dang it.
Let's go, Mark. Hey, yo.
I'm gonna have front row seat. That's
Are
why
they
I
just
paid
voids?
for.
Might just be a
Probably
vibe.
just the lighting.
Bro, we got
Mr.
the void
Texas.
balls.
Mr. Texas
Don't call me
Loki
that.
has like. Don't call you what?
Do not call me Mr. Texas. I'm not from Texas.
You don't like Mr. Texas? I'm
Do
sorry.
not call me Mr. Texas.
I feel like I've called you that like 80 times before and you haven't been angry. Are you actually? Or are you
Do
just
not call
clowning?
me Mr. Texas, bro. You can call me Mr. T-Rex. You can call me Mr. Tex from Red vs. Blue. But I draw the line at Mr. Texas.
I feel like I've called you that like 80 bajillion times and you've never
Okay,
said
Bruce.
You certainly said it.
that. Okay. No, I won't. I don't know if you want your real name doxed. I won't say it. I don't care. if my
Mr.
name is.
Texas 01 it is.
Well, your name isn't. I
What?
feel like TX's name probably isn't that original either.
I mean,
Yeah, it is. Gas,
Could you
1 out of
imagine if
10
Lucas was like,
originality.
"Hey,
How
you're
original
my
is my
name."
name?
I've known
Yeah, don't-
probably like 8 people with your name,
No way. I've known
Yeah.
2, dude.
including yourself. That's 3,
Chat.
chap.
Chat, if one of you can guess my name right now, I'll gift a sub.
You win any Dead by Daylight matches?
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Freaking stay
How
winning.
many?
I was looping people.
Oh,
I had
okay.
lupus, chat.
Is that rude to say that?
What is lupus?
Okay, I'm dying. You're
Lupus?
getting it.
Yeah.
I
You're
don't think
getting
it.
it.
I mean, it sucks. I'm pretty sure it's like a really like annoying disease to have.
Oh, I thought it was something that we cured, like the Black Plague
Is
or
it? I
something.
don't know. I thought it was like diabetes.
Oh, I'll stop saying
I
that
guess I don't
then.
know what lupus is, but to me, it's so. Can you?
Sorry, sorry if I was being offensive, guys. I did not
I
mean
mean,
it.
I don't
I
think
just
so,
sounded
so I
funny.
can't say
My
it.
bad.
I was
Sounds like
honestly
Lucas.
surprised you're going with it, but I was like, okay, he's talking about lupus, sure.
Spell lupus wrong.
Sure, I'll
It's
do it too.
L-U-P.
Oh.
It's
Hey,
not like looping.
Ain't no way, bro. Spelled
No,
L-O-O-P-I-S.
It's L-U-P-U.
Lucas spelling lupus, bro. Ain't no way.
An illness that
L-O-O-P-I-S-S.
healthy tissues and organs.
Lupus.
Yeah, it's like a long-lasting chronic illness
Oh,
or
dang.
disease. It's like really like hurts. Sucks.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat, dude. I didn't mean to make fun of anybody with lupus. I thought it was like some fucking 1800s disease.
It's like a genetic.
Dude, I'm
It's like
sorry.
very
Now
much-
I'm
it's
now
like
I'm
very
worse,
much a
dude.
thing.
And now I'm doing it worse. I pretty much should be like, Diabetes isn't real. That's pretty much what I'm saying,
You
isn't
really
it?
just said ain't lupus just like
Don't worry, bro.
scurvy or something?
200,000 cases a year. It's
Scurvy.
common. It's common according to Google, so it's practically the majority of people.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's an issue though.
All right, so none of you.
My
get
my
this, so-
viewer my viewer count dropping
Eagle?
by 1
Okay.
when I start making lupus jokes. Oh, no. I'm sorry.
Okay, this is fun now that we have a little bit more variety to the skin.
Yeah.
You could even get like more.
How
skin
much did
slots
Lucas
on.
spend on
You're
that?
really dramatic. Lucas.
How much how much did Lucas spend on that?
I think 100 for the trail.
$100 for the
No,
trail.
no.
Okay, you gotta say you gotta give us money numbers. Ain't nobody buying shit in this game. We don't know the conversion rates.
Yeah, no, Lucas is
Yeah, I spent $100 on a marble trail. Ain't no way.
That's not including us.
All right, Astolfo, you got that. Oh, never mind. Tubby, I mean. Tubby J. Canceled his own subathon. Crazy. Oh! Wait, does anyone dunk the hole? Does anyone dunk through the hole?
Oh shoot. Oh lord.
Anyone do the skip? Anyone doing the skip? Hold on.
Little cat jump. up
Okay,
skip, dude.
Droller. Droller did the skip.
So why are our names green?
You're a moderator.
Ah,
Pink is founder. Blue is sub.
found $100 to buy the trail.
Uh,
Damn, there's a lot of.
all right,
subs in
GG
chat.
Zach. GG.
We could lose this.
I wonder. Oh my
Whoa, he's gonna
god.
dunk it.
I knew it was gonna be
Oh.
Tubby, bro.
Who you call him, Toby?
The Tubby J13.
Ben Stroganoff. That's pretty good.
Ben Stroke.
What you?
I didn't even read his name. That's it spelled.
Did you say Ben Stroking it?
You're just
Oh,
gonna
my
say
God.
it.
Ben Stroganoff.
His name's Ben Stroganoff.
Oh, okay.
What if that's chat? What if that's his real name and y'all are making fun of him?
Well,
Like shit.
add that up with
Yeah.
lupus. That's things we're making fun of now.
The gas mask we're gonna Google gas mask situation tomorrow, and it's gonna be like, he's anti-lupus, guys. He actually hates anybody with lupus. That's what it's gonna be. Okay. Race menu.
Well, that's pretty
Who
cool.
sent me a
You got
friend
some more
request on
options?
Discord?
Check not IRL media. I bet it was Borderlands 2. No, I'm on.
Does it actually say that?
What?
Yeah. Chat. Can we get
Crazy.
the AI overview can we get it so if you Google who invented the Dave's triple, it says David triple. Can we get that to happen, chat? Gas or Bruce? Mr.
Oh, I think my
TX01's
favorite
real
part of
name.
this- My favorite part of this is the real name. My real name is LilGasmask, and the nickname is Bruce.
Watch out, chat. Actually, Frost, you're an art thief, actually, because you used AI overview from Google. Just saying.
Yeah, you're banned.
Yeah, you're banned.
You used the like non-optional Google
Yeah.
setting.
You Googled something? Art thief, bro. L
Ben
art thief.
Stroganoff, he died it.
What? Turns out Ben Stroganoff, that's his real name, and he has lupus.
But if you look it up, it says he's LilGasmask. So
Yeah, my hair is dyed black, Ben Stroganoff. I'm usually like a dirty blonde. This whole level has an intro cutscene, bro.
Crazy. It's like Mario Kart.
Oh my god. No, we dyed it for the subathon, and everyone's been calling me mean names.
Here we go. We're yellow now.
Dude, my chat's really.
Hey, guess
He makes fun of Lupus.
guy with black hair.
Yeah.
Hey, Gasmask,
You know what?
You look like this character with big eyebrows. Hey, Gasmask, you look like the red Angry Bird.
Hey, Gasmask, you look like Robert Downey Jr. That one time you wore a beanie.
Dude, and some of the comparisons. Dude, you look like Ezra Miller. What? It's literally just your
don't.
hair is black and you're
I
white.
don't.
Literally.
That's what I'm
Dude,
saying
you look
about
like-
Mr. Bean, bro.
Dude,
We just have
Mr.
black hair.
look, Gasmask, you look just like Edward Scissorhands.
Okay. Okay. There's some good ones, like Davis Pickle. That shit's funny. Fucking.
It,
Devlin the Gatekeeper. That shit was funny, okay?
yeah, I saw that.
That
one.
shit
That was
was funny, okay? Pickle, funny. Fucking. Fucking. When my hair was all greased back from the dye, Robbie Rotten, funny, okay? But, like, come on. Come on.
good. You look like Joe.
Oh,
Rogan
I'm
with
sorry.
black
We're
hair.
starting.
Jamie, pull that up.
Oh.
You ever
Oh
tried
my
marbles?
g- Oh my god. Ain't no way. Alright, Savage Magic, you got this.
Watch this. I'm about to steal first place. Guys, if I get first place, I
Ice
get
Wolf
the
got
sub.
this. Oh. Zubaki!
Bro, looks like the
Ain't
guy
no
from
way!
Uncharted.
Zubaki rip.
Aw.
Is that my phone playing the sound? I thought I heard my voice. But TX's stream. Or just echoing. Oh, yeah, guys. Oh, you guys, they don't know the skip chat.
The skip, dude. Oh, I did the skip, dude. Oh, never mind. I'm dead.
Dead again.
Well, this kind of looked like a tire.
Oh, wait,
Ooh,
hey,
this is
well,
a time loss. Yikes,
well,
major time loss.
I think
Quebec.
Quebec got the...
Unless
yeah,
Quebec just throws right here.
No, no, they got it. Honestly, the intro was cooler than the map, honestly. The bridge
that's
was kind of
cool.
cool when they fell.
You look like a marble if it had big eyebrows and black hair.
Ain't no way, shot. Ain't no way.
Guess you look like the blue marble if it was white and had black hair.
Gus, you kind of look like Gasmask if you dyed your hair black.
Guess you look like Jolt, dude.
Were you here when we were talking about... We made the fucking... The conspiracy theory that Jolts doesn't do a face cam because he just likes streaming butt ass naked.
Yeah, but I believe it. We've all been there.
No.
That's the biggest mistake since I've started doing face cam.
I think it was when we were waxing my armpits. Alyssa was like, I wonder why Jolts doesn't do a face cam now he's just like done a face reveal. I was like, I don't know. And I was like, maybe he just likes to stream butt ass naked.
Yeah, he doesn't really show his face much, but he did a face reveal first, like 8 years ago or something.
Yeah. Do not, guys, do not go to Joltz and ask if he streams butt ass naked. Seriously, don't do that.
Please don't do that.
Don't. His chat doesn't have that energy. Just don't do that, okay? That he'll fucking be like, oh, look at this gas mask chatter, and then you guys will look bad. Don't do that.
That's why he won't do a collab with you.
Yeah.
Are we in a meth lab?
I was thinking the same thing. Walter's.
Jesse, I've got these marbles.
You dye your marbles blue to look like mine.
Yeah. We need that blue marble. Jesse. Game Mr. White.
Mr. White, this is straight glass. Bitch.
That's the problem, Jesse. It's all straight. We need to make it.
Wait, what? Why is this why is this a Breaking Bad level? What's going on?
I don't know.
There's one singular one singular fly that just starts killing people. We have a contamination.
As a chemist. You look like Jesse Pinkman if his hair was black and not buzz cut. You look like Squidward Tentacles if he had hair and it was black and his nose was way smaller. And he was white instead of blue. Yeah, you look like Sheldon from Big Bang Theory. Bazinga.
Except stupider. Ain't no way. Oh, I keep forgetting to start
Okay,
it. I'm
wait.
sorry, guys.
Wait. Dave's Triple or the Bazinga Burger?
Ain't no way we just get cooked, right? What the fuck is happening? Femur breaker sounds.
You look like Slender Man with black hair. Got on first. Oh, look at me.
What are we looking
How am I
at?
way back there, bro?
You're in last. What the fuck are you talking about?
What the heck, dude? I get to skip.
I
these
was
things.
looking at the front because you sounded like you're fucking popping off. Alright, bad that guy.
I clutch up.
You think you do?
I know I do.
Chat.
That means
TX has to gift 5 if he dies.
No, that's not, you can't make the bets for me, dude. So I guess
My
I have to end
Subathon!
stream if I lose.
You're the fucking die.
Okay.
That's 5 gifted, chat. Bad that guy. It's Joey Wheeler. I knew it was a Yu-Gi-Oh reference. God damn it. It's Joey Wheeler for the profile picture that makes your name 10 times funnier.
Buster Cube.
Oh, there's the world record ball, chat.
We're about to beat it too.
Ricky Bobby beat the world record ball.
He might.
No, he didn't. No, the world record's done. Wait, that wasn't the world record ball. Who is this man?
That's just a random. That's a ghost ball.
Who is that?
Gotta watch out for that one. That's me. That's my ghost. Well,
What?
whoever it was-
Oh, dude. Sometimes I feel like I don't want to pose and self-diagnose, but sometimes I feel like I have like dyslexia because I didn't read Rose Walrus. I read Rose Wall Slurs. I was like, what? Dude, maybe I'm just tired. Sue66, let's go. You won. You got in the test tube first. Oh my
Aw,
god.
dang it.
Ah, dang it. Alright, let's see what other maps there are. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, Rose Walrus. I don't know why I read your name as slurs. Chat, Marbles Diner? Which one are we doing? Which one of these is good? This one is giving gambling core. Oh.
Dude, off the rails kind of looks crazy. It's a bunch of pipes. Rusty Remnant? That's like Dusty Divot.
The dojo. Waterfall? Alright, let's see the water. Let's see the waterfall.
Kind of a quick one. Chad, if you get world record, I'll gift.
Wow. These community maps pretty good.
So are you gonna have to make a map at 900?
Yeah, I'm making a map. It's gonna be a 1-to-1 scale of my digestive tract that the victory is like my toilet.
Good.
No, just kidding.
Oh, that's good, bro. That's good for you.
I was trying to
It's
hold
just big
back and be
pistons full of-
supportive. Uh, oh
make it,
my
make
god.
it just Pistons blend, but make it a 6-hour map somehow. The gas war map. Yeah, gas. Maybe it's best you don't do that.
Did someone say gas vor map? I swear to God. Ain't no way.
All right. If they've read it,
Ain't no
there's anything I've
Bros
read,
actually.
put it back.
Wait, they're actually just floating down the river? Oh my god.
I clutch up.
Yo,
'cause I
near
spawned
Pluto
people
with the
out.
dynamite? Oh shit. Wait, chat. Ain't no way. Wait, hold on. Someone gonna get world record here? You guys ever just float down a river?
Not often.
Whoa. Whoa, clown. Whoa. Wait. Clown could do this. No, he can't. Never mind. I'm delusional.
Maybe if they get like launched crazy here. I get world record.
No. TX win though?
Hold on.
Does TX
Hold
win
on.
though? Meet Maestro. Meet Maestro.
No, don't rob me of this meat.
Don't rob me of this meat, bro.
Tubby won again.
Nah.
Oh. You dodge it. Oh, and I
Bro.
think
I'm not even gonna get top 10.
just getting edge. Watch him whip it again, chat. Oh my god. Bro can't even get top 10. Oh wow, he made it in after. Oh my
Let's
god.
go. Yeah, it doesn't feel fair for a mod to get in 10th place, so.
What's down here? It was kind of spooky down here. This is what my nightmares look like. I'm drowning, but everything's on fire. And the heat death of the world is coming.
I guess the toilet.
Oh my god.
14, not bad. Rusty Remnant, bro.
Hop, skip, and jump. You made it finish. Let's go, cowboy. We did this one. I'm out of here. I just want something with the fucking 80 Death Alley. Yeah, that sounds good. I want violence, bro. I need bombs. I need just violence and just bombs and explosions and oh yeah, dude. Yeah. Me at 2 in the morning. Me when it's 3:24. Wait.
Guys, for everyone that passes this map, Gas will be adding 1 extra hour to the
Oh
Subathon
no,
timer.
no. Dad, don't listen to him. He's lying. What did you mean by that? I said what I said.
You're stealing my line.
Dude, I'm thinking about the clip now. Ain't no way bro said anything there. Hey, actually, TX?
Yeah, 15 seconds.
TX actually kind of has like a good spawn here. He could. Oh no.
I
I
could,
feel like
but-
he's gonna perfectly bump vertically off this spike right here.
I'm gonna get stuck, probably.
Yeah. Oh. Maybe. No. Yeah. Oh. Oh.
Oh, Daika Shadow Wayne.
Sweet! Ice Wolf. Ice Wolf?
Ooh.
Oh my god. Oh. Oh.
Oh, that's a big hit, though.
Ice Wolf wins these. Oh! Cat Burrito wins these. Spencer wins these.
Mr. TX clutches up and wins these.
I don't see any green anywhere near the front. Unless there's a bunch of bombs that first place has to blow through. Oh! Oh! Oh!
Ooh, Spencer's on a good one right now.
Dude, yeah, he is.
Spencer
Oh.
might hit world record. Ooh, never mind.
Why did Rose Walrus just die? Who's seen that?
I saw that.
Did bro get crushed? I think people are getting crushed. Ain't no way.
Hey, all I'm saying, I've crawled my way up to 9th. Oh, 10th.
Oh.
Bree Jocks just flew off the map.
Yeah, TX just died.
Oh.
That wasn't enough violence. I want an explosion. Bro, when I make a map, you guys are gonna have to fucking watch out for fucking explosive barrels and the
It's gonna be
Wendigo and the Dave's triple.
It's gonna be like when a little kid makes like a custom Halo map, and so they just spawn a bunch of landmines
Yeah.
all over.
Yeah, that's gonna be me. GG
With no
Spencer.
rhyme or reason. GG Spencer. Guess what you want?
Slag barrels,
Nothing,
yeah.
bro. Chad, I almost made it.
Do I do me and TX to Chaos 100 at 1,000 subs TX?
How long does that take?
It's 60 Chaos Chamber runs at level 40.
Serious?
Yeah, it's 60 of them.
No, maybe 2,000 subs.
I don't think Chaos Chambers are like full on peak runs though. I think they're like 3 like mobbing maps or something. I don't
This
know.
guy's saying that each level takes about half an hour.
Who says that? No, dude,
I don't
that's
know,
a skill issue.
Predator.
Ain't no way it takes half an hour. I know I haven't done it before, so I have no room to talk, but ain't no way. Alright, community. I need some fucking eliminate House of Anger, guys. We're doing House of Anger. My
Guys, that's
marbles
roughly
itching.
15 hours.
That's a stream. That's one stream, bro. That's like a quarter of a stream.
A subathon, maybe.
Okay, well, when's the Mr. TX subathon?
Chat, one in the chat if you want me to do a subathon.
One in the chat. One in the chat or you're banned.
Chat, I will say, I just set up
Subathon.
my room. I don't even need a freaking green screen anymore. You guys are gonna be blown away next stream. Don't ever do that again. Guys, my subathon, if it didn't end in the first 12 hours, I'd probably just give up anyway.
Bro would be like, oh no, my hard drive lost a Bro would do a subathon and then Jolts would do his first ever subathon.
He actually would. No. He would.
Dude, I
after
can't
Barber
believe
does
it. Oh, that shit's so funny. Shotgun
No,
only
my name's
Krieg.
not Thomas. But you're
Someone knows
close,
shotgun
Galaxy.
only Krieg.
If you get it next S, I'll gift you a sub. You're already subbed. I'll gift a random sub.
Oh my gosh. Wait. Everyone's gonna die. I forgot.
Okay, guys. My real name is LilGasmask, but my nicknames are Gas and Bruce.
No. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Wait. But he's dying. Oh wait, no, we're fine. We're fine. See you guys. Conductor of the poop. The conductor of the poop train in front is crazy. If conductor's gone, that's a wrap. We're doomed. Oh. Yo, this reminds me of like a who's gonna get fucking lasered? Not me, bro. Not me. Where's the violence? Where's the explosions? I want to hear bang, ba bang, bang. You see that, chat? I hit that. I hit that right there. I'm not even gonna look where I'm at. I hit those. Told you.
Jolts, dude, after joining the Bloods. The Crypt, dude. Level up.
I know. Oh, whoa. Wait, what's going on here?
Oh, well.
What's going on here? What? What even is this? No, that's straight up rigged. Well.
Wait, she got laying on the
Well,
tire.
easy, you got it.
Aw, dang it. Easy's got this, bro.
The Crypt dude is crazy.
Hey, Jolts, why do you like making little, like, one-liners? The quip, dude.
The
Yo,
Thank
0 seconds? Is that a world record?
Hey, dude.
Jolts' dude.
Oh my god. The Crypt dude when he's doing clan wars.
The band boars.
Blazing flinging area, chat.
Stop that. If any of us survive, it's a miracle.
I have no idea what I'm looking at, so GG chat.
Jolt's dude when he walks over a banana peel. The
The
slip,
slip,
dude.
dude. Oh my god. I can't. Just dude after taking acid.
That's my Jolt.
Uh I was watching Jolts once and someone said something about like you could put the stinky on him and he read it out loud and he just like factory reset. He said like 3 of his catchphrases. I was like, dude, I feel that. I feel that. Oh my god. Oh my god. The gold mage. Wait, who's dude, I love when it's not who's actually in front. This is what my marbles map gonna look like. It's gonna look like a Mucinex commercial. Yeah. Smacking balls. Oh my god. Oh my meat meister. Okay. Well. Oh. Look at the mods in the
Hey,
back.
that's me. We're cleaning up, making sure everyone gets a good
Yeah.
fair chance.
Everybody. Oh, well. Well, people have started. People have started dying. All right, cowboy. This is your time to shine. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where's bro going? These remind me of those things in those playgrounds where you used to talk in them and someone else on the other side of the playground could hear you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, imagine mid-air collisions here. Wait. Does Cowboy win these? Bro's got coyote time. Dunk. Oh. Cowboy around the comb? Cowboy's going for...
Around the comb.
I was going to say Cowboy's going for world record, but I don't know if anyone's ever completed this map.
No, that's
Besides Cowboy.
That would make it the world record.
Whoa. Why?
Cowboy gonna do it, man?
Scribble?
I'm still alive, by the way.
There's 5 left. What? Oh my god. I gotta... Get me over there. What is going on? Oh, and then it was just these two.
The rip, dude.
The rip, dude. Jolt student 1,000 cuts be like. Oh my god.
Jolt suit in 1,000 cuts be like, how can I steal from Mr. TX1 this time?
No.
Just joking, Shad.
I know, he
does
just...
One Life Salvador.
TX does One Life Salvador. Other people started. That shit's crazy.
2 significantly larger YouTube channels.
Dude. Oh my gosh. It's funny because I feel like you got... Uh-oh. Well, that was just rude. So do you just have to dunk the middle line right there? Or else you're dead? Is that... Oh, or it resets you. Well,
We're gonna be here a while.
okay, let's see the end goal of this map. So it shoots you down this cannon, and then you have to go into here, into...
That's not possible. Hey, yo.
Well, we'll see how it goes. I gotta use the bathroom again, chat.
Wendy's really got him. Chat, who else is tired right now? One in the chat. Free the nip, dude. The drip, dude. Rose Walrus is about to clutch up. Slowly but surely. No way. No way. No. No, that was so close, dude. That actually was so close. You got edged, bro. We got edged. Guys, I wish I could tell you what was just sent to me.
Welcome to the gang.
Guys, maybe we just get gas back on DBD for a little bit. Guess by Rose, by Seal. Thank you, Tubby J, for the subs gifted to Rose Walrus. You're welcome, Dano. You're welcome. Teach all your students about that. Guys, my only Wendy's experience was quite frankly a good one. I had the Krabby Patty meal. You can read all about it in my food review channel on my Discord. It was quite good. It's essentially a Dave's single, but with the Krabby Patty sauce and a pineapple frosty. Wait, Frosty, you're from Canada? Bro, should not have told us that. I'll try the Dave's triple next time. Guys, so what's really so bad about the Dave's triple? You guys think Gas has his headphones on in the bathroom? He does. It's blocking out his own sounds.
Okay, so basically, besides the whole like cursed abomination SCP bit, but it's just too much meat, bro. It's not reasonable. It's not reasonable. It's like it's like, imagine, right? A pizza, but you just like quintuple the amount of cheese, bro. You're just eating like cheese with like ketchup smeared on it at that point. It's not good. It's not good. The ratio is butchered at that point.
Red Angel, hop on a 1v1.
Uh, who did someone gift a sub? Who was it? Tubby, thank you
BJ.
for gifting a sub.
The Rose Walrus. Rose Walrus actually almost made it. Barely missed. Would have been the first person.
Gurg Splashtastic Sea Adventure.
First to hat. No, bro. Like I play killer and I kill you. If you survive chase longer than a minute, you win. Dude, I gotta type this play crap.
Oh my.
Get him out of here, chat.
What was I just thinking? Sometimes I think. Chat, don't ever put me in a situation. Oh, dude. Okay. Chat, guess what? The chip, dude. Holy shit. Oh, whoops. You
Chip,
get to
dude.
watch somebody, eh?
When Gas decides to get sassy partway through Subathon because he's tired and done with it. The lip, dude.
Flip. Mm.
Gas, when you eat those chips, you look like that white guy with black hair and big eyebrows.
I was ready for you to say something like real. Like a real comparison, but you just on that, dude. Oh my god.
You guys ever had frozen custard? I'm in first place. I'm in first place. I'm in first place. I'm in first place.
No, Cowboy Dono is. Cowboy, you won it, bro.
Sick.
When. Mm. Mm.
We should get someone to comprise a Wonderlands bingo board, and then we have to play it as our first Wonderlands experience.
Chat. What's that Wonderlands item? That's the crossbow that's like worth $1 billion. You know the one?
Full viewers versus TX. All right. Who wants to do it? Come on. Hop on. All right, chat. Hop on. 1v4.
Well,
Yes, I'm 1v4ing your viewers right now.
bet.
You can spectate. I'll let you watch though, bro.
Wait. TX, actually. We do a sub.
What?
We do a co-subathon. Anytime I sleep, we just watch your stream. Anytime you sleep,
That's
we
so
just watch
smart.
mine. We'll boost
so
each other's
smart.
stream like fucking Discord boost. Bro, do you want to like promote?
This is some sort of fraud, I think. What's the name of the dude you're streaming with? That's LilGasmask.
uh, uh, oh fuck. I gotta check my Discord DMs. Oh my god. Yeah, Epic Game.
No, youtube.com/Mr. TX01. That's MRTX01.
Yo, near Pluto, are you in here near Pluto? Oh my god. Yeah, Epic Games. Do I see him in here? Nah, he might be asleep. Oh my god. No, not this map, chat. Not this map. Oh, fuck me. Nobody clipped that, bro. That tone of voice was not what I was aiming at.
No, bro, I like accident.
All right, okay. You guys want a 1v1? All right, here. All right, we're gonna start fighting each other in marbles.
Set max to 2 and just whoever gets in first. Let's see. How does Steam work?
Chat, they stole this from Fortnite.
Friends. Add friend. All right, let's see. Red Angel 031. Hopefully you've got the same on there.
The most
You're from
fucked up
Australia,
the
bro?
most fucked up part about me and TX being on call past like 2 a.m. is that we're like, yeah, we're gonna go to bed, and then like 3 hours later, we're like, and basically, that's just like some type of
It's pretty
conspiracy theory.
consistent.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why Jolts won't get naked.
So who else am I playing against right now on DVD? I got Red Angel and I got Frosty.
What the fuck is going on here? This is so arbitrary.
Just a Bean. All right. It's your DVD account. How do I add a DVD account? Just a Bean number 1789. 0 results. Oh, that's my friends list. Oh no, is it? Did I send you a request right now? Just a Bean? Bad Deca, you're about to get freaking demolished. Low meta, okay. Let's see. I don't know if that went through on that other one.
What the fuck?
Lil
Whoa!
Mendo.
Whoa, what's TX doing?
4-4.
Whoa!
Clutching up, bro.
TX is popping out.
Oh, I found you, Lil Meadow. I found you. Okay.
You're it.
All right. I'm trying, Just a Bean. I'm trying. Maybe you typed it in wrong. Maybe it's bad info you're giving me.
What? What is going on, bro? Chat, is this funny or have I just been on in front of a screen for too long?
I think you just been
Top
in
10
situation.
situation.
Just a Bean. Numbers
Don't ever
are
put me in a
17.
situation.
Just a Bean, I cannot find you.
Yeah.
I can't find you. Bean has two ends.
Bro, you don't show up.
You're not real, bro. You're not real.
Top
Oh,
10
wait.
situation, bro.
I got you, just a bean. Just and bean. That's the problem. Your grammar is
Tornado.
trash. Low meta, I'm still waiting for that accept, bro.
Why is this guy's voice so fucking funny? Why I sound like the Shadow Wizard Money Gang guy? Uh, uh, exclamation point. Put gas in a situation. Uh, uh. Ain't no way they're dropping supply drops in here. What is... Chad, do you actually have control at what's going on?
Black hole.
Nuclear bomb.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
I'm not saying causational, but I wrote that you died.
Yo, this music's trash, but I can't stop listening.
We have a winner.
Bro. Like this, never mind. It's probably mean to the voice actor, but like, bro wants to be Jeff Steitzer so bad. Oh my god. Dude, honestly, that that shit was so funny. What other game modes are there, bro? Tornado. What is dust? What is this? Yeah,
That's
not yeah.
45. Cowboy Dano, hey, have a good night. Enjoy teaching those little youthlings.
Okay. Marble up.
Low meta, you better get in here, Brody.
What's going on?
What?
What is marble up? What is this?
It's like doodle jump.
Everyone's doing exclamation point play, but nothing's happening. Oh, well, okay. Well, marbles is not working. I can't do anything in it. Bro. What? What? Chat? Is this what my chatters have become? Is this... Average gas mask chatter, bro. Average gas mask chatter. Shout out Slacoon, bro. Do you have an official take on Wendy's triple bacon burger? That I don't. I didn't even know that was the thing, Spuddy. And honestly, dude, bacon on a burger is like never fucking worth it, dude. Like it tastes good, but like not good enough to justify like a $4 upcharge for like two pieces of paper worth of bacon, bro. It's not worth it, bro. It's it's like
Get in here, bro.
it's like the same thing with like pizza where it's like more than 3 toppings.
You hit a threshold.
Yeah.
That's a Dave sextuplet. Low Meadow, I'm giving you 2
How
more
far it
minutes.
can go before I'd call it, dude. I might have to do it for science, buddy. I bet it's probably like physically grosser than the Dave's triple, but there's something about a Dave's triple, bro. That's just
Dave's triplets.
evil. It is like the Lich.
That from Dead by Daylight.
And I ain't trained Dave's yet, dude. It was too much, buddy. I felt like shit after, bro. My
Guess they're trying to get you to hop back on DBD right now. The 4
God,
stack against me.
I am Dead by Daylighted out. I am DBD'd out. Oh my god, he on in game. Lucas's Dave's trip. Dude, no, like seriously,
Bro, Low Meadow's not on.
like you guys
Guys,
might be think.
Sorry, not to take over your subathon, but I'm trying to play a game of DBD here. Guys, who else wants on? I'll add you right now. 1v4.
I'm getting shivers thinking about it. Current patch Bigfoot record attempts in your future. You know, that's actually sounds kind of fun. They did ruin all the speedrun tech, but I could just skill issue it up. But no, like genuinely, when Lucas showed me that microwaved fucking Dave's triple,
That would make me
like
gag,
you
bro.
guys might have thought that was a bit of me gagging, but no, I like legit almost threw up. That's why I had to get off cam. That thing looked god awful. I don't know how fucking Luke. I don't know how Lucas ate that thing, bro.
Bad deck, you don't even have it? Okay.
I don't know how
Obnoxious.
he ate it. Chat, hop on Bigfoot.
Get on Bigfoot Battle Royale, straight up.
But I want to try one. Oh, dude. I mean, Dark Elite tried one. He said it was kind of fire, but then he went to work and his power went out. So do with do with that info what you will. But I had the Dave's triple, bro, and I was like, I do not feel good after this. I don't know if
Your innards feel like what the minds believe 2012 would be like.
yeah, I don't know. Like I used to be able to handle a
Shattering,
lot.
crumbling apart,
But
fire
I-
everywhere.
It makes me wonder if the years of battery acid monster just ruined my digestion. David triple, bro.
Obnoxious, you have 2 minutes.
I mean,
bro.
I'm already sick. How much worse could I get? Oh no. This is what it,
That looks like the nasty patty from SpongeBob.
my favorite part about this. What? Where was? For which SCP-3306 must be heavily sedated. Something about having to sedate a fucking cheeseburger, bro.
Not just
Oh.
any cheeseburger. A Dave's triple.
That's
Not just a boulder,
prior
cheese
to
and rock.
claiming the first known victim. Dude, I can't.
It's just a stupid Dave's triple.
That's an expensive burger though. Goddamn, yeah, dude. It's expensive. It just fucking the ratios fucking not good, dude. Dude.
I chat obnoxious.
Could you
is on
Uber
DVD
Eats me
as well.
SCP-3000? Everyone within a 5-kilometer radius.
Within a
Why
5-kilometer racist.
Dude, why was I saying racist yesterday? Dude, I'm
That's like the Dead by Daylight terror radius, but it's the terror racist.
the terrorist.
Bro, do not get close to Nemesis, bro.
The fucking dude, the fucking 5 kilometer radius class aim. uh, uh, I can't. Fuck. You know what I should have did today? I should have set up chat beats. Hold on. I'm not too tired yet. We'll see. Check McQuagle DMs.
Chat, if we get bad hand preschool,
Think
I
your
quit.
taxes are simple? You could file for free with H&R Block. More people qualify for H&R Block.
Twitch chat plays Pokemon is amazing, but what if we could do that with literally any game?
Gotta give
Well,
chat
you can.
access to your
Today, I'm
computer
showing you how
for
to give
free.
Chat full control.
I'm concerned, bro. I'm gonna wake up and it's just gonna be like, dude, could you imagine if they had full control of my computer? Dude, I'd wake up, bro, and they'd be playing Borderlands 3, dude.
Oh, that's a cool YouTube short.
Of any game on your stream. This works with Twitch or YouTube. You can either let chat type commands to control the game or lock them behind channel points, paid subs, or anything really. And most importantly,
I
it
can
is
lock 'em behind
entirely
paid subs,
free.
chat.
So let's get straight into it. After our sponsor, owned your one.
Honestly, I had the energy, and nothing on this dude, but he put too much energy into it, and now I'm stressed out.
He took it all from you and turned it into.
Yeah, I'm
negativity.
too stressed out. I'm too stressed out. I gotta figure that out tomorrow.
Chat, I swear, if we're on Australian servers,
That editing is a lot. Yeah, it's dude, it's like such a fucking sometimes there's so much going on in a video. And I could guarantee there's people that think there's too much going on in my videos, and I'm, you know, but like, oh, it's like seizure inducing. Sorry, is that offensive? No, it's just a lot going on.
it's lupus inducing, bro.
Stop. This is. Could you imagine, bro? Someone leaves a comment on your video. This video gave me lupus.
That's a YouTube
Ain't
short
no
comment.
way. Yeah.
That's a fact.
Oh, I feel like editing is a spice, not a main dish. Oh, so true. I don't need constant jingling keys in my face, dude. I know, and and it's irritating that that's what sells, you know? It's irritating. But, oh well. Oh my god, what? Chat, what do we do? What do we do for when I sleep? I'm not gonna play the playlist again, am I?
You can always play mine.
Guess.
Come on, man, you gotta help me out. I was thinking we partner up. You play my VODs on stream. I shout you out
I'm
on
getting
Discord.
loopy, bro. Here. You know what? No context. Here. I know what we could do today. No context. This is my editing folder full of random pictures. We're just gonna go through it. No context, okay? This is gonna be laugh you lose.
It's okay, Obnoxus. But I will be.
This was a terrible idea. Wow. Who's this LilGasmask 666 guy?
Urethra.
Shit. Chat, one in the chat if this is you. One in the chat if this is you.
Yeah, that's me. One, I'll tab out of this real quick.
Well, Gage Main's located, and you're banned. And you're banned. Got him. Got him. Baited him out. Just kidding.
It's too easy, man.
Fun fact about the Wonderlust vid, I was trying to show off a B shield and I forgot the Torg battery on it. And now it looked fucked up. I didn't even notice.
Bro's got tenacity. That looks like you. Oh, not that one.
Some of these go great with no context.
Oh.
This is why I have Mango do the thumbnails, chat. This is me drawing the bunker, bro. Bro looks like a rupee from Ocarina of Time.
A clean rupee, though.
Why do I have a picture of a cactus? Yeah, because it's 4 a.m. Do you think it'd be a good time to do Laugh You Lose?
No, bro, I need to go to bed. I'm only on to 1v4 your subs right now. As much as I want to, but there's a lot of submissions this time, so that's gonna be a little while.
Oh my god. We'll have to do... I'll do that tomorrow then.
I hate to be a bummer, bro. And I guess
Why do I
it's
have a picture of a chalupa? But it's like, what's the rest of this for? Jolt stewed mere moments after Thanos snapped his fingers. I got TX. uh, uh, hmm. uh. Dude, this was the funniest meme I've ever made. Low-key. This says a lot about society, low-key.
You sent that to me on like the second day we talked.
Yeah.
Oh, Justin Bean, you got absolutely demolished right there. I won't lie, but good effort.
We're getting tired, ain't we? Did that say Queen Eye in competitive lobby? What the fuck? That's hilarious. What is this picture of Beezy? And why do I have it?
It sort of looks like art. They put that in a museum.
A rock museum or some crap.
Someone take this, dude. You know those memes where it's like something's written down and it sounds really similar to something else, and
Right.
then it
Yes.
has
Yes. Yes. Yes.
you know what I mean?
The Bronze Age, and it's a picture of the LeBron James.
yeah, one of those. Someone needs to do this. Find something that sounds like Dexidious.
It's gonna be something like Sex Hideous.
uh, Sex in the City. Was that a TV show? God, it's just Dexy. Something delicious or something. Delicious and irresistible. Delicious, irresistible. And it's just Insidious the Invincible, bro. I can't. Hey guys, that's my background. You guys like it?
Guys, it's a little gas mask background.
I pulled up Dunce Cap Isaac right as you said, hey, it's a little gas mask. I was like, what the fuck?
That
Nobody.
looks like you if it had black hair.
Chat, who would win, this guy or Deputy Sal?
Deputy Sal.
Peak rot. Dang, this was from the Bane video. This is old as hell. This is 4 years old. David Triple. True. Let's do mere moments before Thanos snaps his fingers. Uh, uh, mm.
Chat, Noah used BNP'd me, by the way. Your band?
Grimace! Why does this loader look so threatening, bro?
Because he is, man.
Bro looks like he's about to say, hurry up. My mom said I have to rob you now, head ass. Oh my god. Completely out of contact gas mask in DMs.
Yeah.
Oh, brother. Hey, bro has me from the last subathon wearing the cat ears and accidentally saying yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I'm crazy, dude. I'm getting lit up. Yo, this album cover though goes hard. Me when the toaster's bringing me down. Not the boss, dude. We hate this guy.
Chat, I helped him do that one.
He did.
Hi, YouTube. I was there.
This kind of looks like Mr. TX if he was crazy and had green hair.
That kind of just looks like me, period, dude.
Yeah. Nick Angle, bro. Live leak logo, bro. Luigi. Bro, crazed marauder, dude. This was such an insane bit, dude. I actually had to fucking do so much to do this, but not actually have it be a thing. Imagine if this actually sold for $400, bro. Oh shit, I have a whole monster tier list here. Was this pre-Aussie Lemonade? That's wild if it was. What? What? I had to have just cut this part out. I don't remember what this part is. What the fuck? Didn't you eventually send that out, the tier list? Yeah. Uh,
Obnoxious, I think you do.
some something one lifestyle, right?
No, I was literally going to say that's Jolts and me, bro.
No way, dude. That's
The prophecy foretold.
has IBS is crazy. Hi. It's hair braiding time. Sit down. Here. You guys get to look at an RPG loader, so you guys are stressed out.
I'm about to receive a minus rep on my account. Oh my gosh, you're dead? I'm so sorry, Obnoxious. I legit did not know.
Minus rep TX, everybody, right now.
I'm dead 5 gens. My bad. Obnoxious, you just weren't locked in enough, bro.
Oh, fuck, dude. It's 4:30. I really should go to sleep.
I filled up the sleep jug.
Oh, yeah? Thank you. I'm gonna go grab it. Dang, I need to get some of that fucking raspberry sorbet flavor. That shit was baller.
I agree.
Oh, fuck? Lucas, can I steal some, bro? Huh? Lucas hogging up all the good gamer subs flavors, bro. Ain't no way.
I'm so sorry, bro. I'm so sorry, Bean.
Alright, there you go. Yep.
Chat, I'll
When
play a killer.
dude, this is what I do for Mango. This is what I do. I say, hey, this is the idea I have in my head, and then he brings it out way better than I can when. Shout out Mango. We love Mango around here. Bye bye. Thing that pissed me off with this video, the Evil Smasher video, is I was planning at the very end of the video adding one more bye-bye at the very fucking last second, but I forgot. And it haunts me to this day. Oh, wait, chat, this is me right now. Give it up for day 4 of the Subathon! Day 4!
3 weeks from now.
Oh yeah, me
Hey, 43.
Mango when he wanted me to try to draw me as a Shadow Wizard money gang, dude. Oh, what the Did I put a giraffe in the crystal ball? What the fuck?
DBD chatters. I'm sorry.
Saving Private Queenite moment. DMs from last time. Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. What's in my chat right now? Okay. Oh my god, dude. Oh, brother. What the fuck happened to my face, bro? Who punched me? I bet it was TX. He's abusive, chat.
That's true.
Yo, the stacking coaster. Oh my god. This is really what it feels. Oh. He's too powerful, chat. Sexy is too powerful. I love this picture so much, chat. I love this picture so much.
DBD chat, we run it one more
This is my emotion when someone comes into chat saying some of the craziest shit like, yo, dude, love the video. Wish your hairline wasn't fucked up, though.
time. It actually distracted me.
It's the type of shit people just be saying, though, and I'm just like, thank you.
Ooh.
Damn.
Dude, I'm getting
If only I could
frosty
tell him
on
how fast he burnt through those.
Would
If
you
only
go
I could
back
tell
in
him,
time
chat.
and savor them?
Yeah, I would. I would.
Life's just not fair sometimes.
Dude, I remember. I remember this day. going to the gas station. This was like 30 minutes after trying new assault, bro. I was like, they massacred it. They massacred it. And then I went to a gas station. I grabbed some out of the fucking cooler. I said,
Why
how
is
many
Pinhead getting modded out of your chat, bro?
I don't know.
I'm so sorry to
said,
take away from your emotional story. I just saw a mod request.
who you call a pinhead?
Literally.
I said, you got any more of these in the back? And he said, yeah, you need a couple more? And I was like, just get the rest. And he comes back with one case. He's like, I have 3 more of these. And I was like, yeah, get the rest. And he was like, I was like, yeah, get the rest. You picked that up at a gas station? Yeah. And it costed a pretty penny. But compared to what they're at now, let's see what the, I mean, I bought them for like $2.50 a piece, right? Let's see what they're at on eBay right now. Is this doxing me? They're $35 on eBay right now. I don't want to show this because I feel like I might get doxxed, but $35 on eBay right now. That one's 39. That one's 100. That one's 150. And it's empty. Crazy shit, bro. Crazy shit. I've only been able to find my favorite flavor ice cream at one store, not online. The brand website directs to a single store that doesn't sell it. Not sure if they discontinued it or not. So either a store in particular has a big stock, or they're still getting supplies from somewhere. I'm scared. It's terrifying. But yeah, remember. Damn, I was chat. Why is this in my YouTube edit? I know what's I'm in my YouTube editing, but damn.
Bro's reminiscing on this one. He has been staring at it.
Sorry.
It's okay, man. It's okay.
Bro needed a minute. I did need a minute. Wait, wait, guys. Why does this kind of look like Mr. TX if he raised his hand?
Literally.
Wait. Dude, coffee flavor is fucking crazy, Spuddy. Mm. Ugh. uh, Uh-oh, you guys got to see the new thumbnail. Oh well. Sneaky
We
peeky.
lost.
Why does it look like him? Uh Well, anyway, if you guys are on the subathon here, I'll just show you the sneak peek so you don't gotta worry about clipping it here. Here. I might adjust it some more to fit better, but the next YouTube video we're working on is the Terramorphous sequel. We're doing it as we did it as 0. So we got the same fire that Krieg was in front of for that one, but we got 0 here roasting a little Thresher on his sword. But yeah, I might
Oh
make
my
it fit
gosh,
better
Minions
to
got destroyed.
fill more space here or something, but that's it. Drawn by Mango Shota, the GOAT. Anyway,
Oh, sorry, Frosty.
that would be pretty crazy, Spuddy. Bedtime, yeah, I think it's bedtime. I can't think of what to do for you guys, so you guys are gonna get the the playlist. TX, what are you doing tomorrow?
I don't know. I do not know yet.
He's gonna make up an excuse and he's never gonna play Wonderlands with me, chat.
That's true. Holy moly, you know me so well. It's not that I'll never play it with you, bro. I'm not even that opposed to playing it, okay? I'm less opposed to playing it than you were to DBD.
Sure. Okay. What was I doing? Oh yeah, my channel. Chat, what video did we? All right. Okay. Thank you, gas mask voice. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll start with the Sheriff Posse run. We'll start it here, chat.
Pandora's always been
Cool. Anyway. Shuffle? Can I shuffle them? Ain't no way. Shuffle and loop? Oh my god, I didn't know that was a thing.
Perfect.
I didn't know that was a thing. Thank goodness, bro. Thank you, Spuddy. Alright. Alright, TX, I'm gonna see you later.
See you later, bro.
I'm free tomorrow if you got nothing to do, but otherwise I'll figure out something to do. I'll probably just
Alright.
do marbles for 12 hours or something.
For the subathon? Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
honestly, I thought I was gonna be like, hey, we did it right about now. So this was a
We're
mistake.
only like, what, 2 or 3 days in now?
I
What are
think
we
what's
at?
gonna happen is I might cap it at like a week. And then or a week or two, I don't know. But we've got some YouTube time to add before bed. So
I'm so sorry, Obnoxious. I'm not paying
but you
attention
guys
to the
can't do
host.
5 times 1,000.
5,000.
You had a calculator ready.
I have the oldest computer known to man. There's no calculator.
6 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 11 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 2 plus 17. A. from YouTube, only 55 minutes today. Only 55 minutes from
Come
YouTube
on,
today.
YouTube. Come
I
on,
mean, I'll take
YouTube.
it. We're gonna add a Shevin for the sleepy time. Sub 44, guys. Sub 44. But it is time for what you've all been waiting for. Leaving call with Mr. TX and having Omar on screen. So, TX, I will bid you adieu. Have a good night.
Goodbye,
I
adieu.
hope Dead by Daylight does not give you nightmares. Goodbye. Excuse me. I'm gonna turn my headset off. I'm gonna change the headset to this to headphones high definition audio. Those are plugged in. I'm gonna have this video start playing for you guys. How's the volume? Is the volume good? Higher, lower? Maybe a little higher over here because I forgot I turned that down for some stuff. But
to start, let me tell you what exactly this
no
challenge
beanie
is.
jump scare.
First
what's
off, the
going
basic
on?
rules. We will attempt
It's
to beat
warm
the
in
game
here.
at overpower
That's
10
what's going
ultimate
on.
Vault Hunter mode. To the new
It's
Borderlands
quiet.
recruits, that pretty much just means the hardest difficulty and everything is 10 levels higher than us. Also, bar will not be
There you
allowed
go.
during this run.
That should be
On to
good.
the fun stuff. I will play as the sheriff and the others will be my deputies. The challenge is mostly centered around these badges, therefore I will be running Jacob's pistols while the deputies run Jacob's shotguns. The badges also provide us with a little extra fight for your lifetime based on how many deputy badges are equipped on the team. So I get an extra 60% while everyone else got an extra 30. And for the real kicker, if at any point the sheriff dies, that's me, I must save quit and reset the map. This means my survival is of the utmost importance. Last thing before we get started, I'll show you all the rest of the gear and builds. We all have a basic shield and low-level grenade mod just for slagging purposes, and in the comm slot, I will be running the legendary
You wanna
Titan
watch
for
along?
tankiness,
I'm getting
and the
ready to
deputies
go
will
to
be
bed.
running the legendary Gunzerker comms
So
for some
I'm,
DPS and longer Gunzerker
I'm making
duration.
my bed
Here are
right
the
here on
builds
the
so that all
floor.
the Salmains can go make me
I
cry in the
just got
comment
the
section. With the
playlist going,
deputies,
so
I
you
pretty
guys
much gave
have
them
something
an
to watch while I'm
AI-generated
croaked.
deputy Sal build. They all have 2
I'll be right
shotguns out
back.
instead of the usual Grog and Lady Fist in the main hand, so I had to change some stuff to compensate for that. As for the Sheriff build, I decided to suffer a bit and not give myself too much DPS, but on the other hand, I have the most deadly seal combo in the game. That's right, baby, we're bringing the Stinky back. I put the Stinky on him. Okay, now with all that out of the way, let's introduce the posse. With my trained deputies... Wait, you guys are trained, right? Raise your hand if you played Deputy Sal before. Okay, raise your hand if you've ever played Sal before. Oh god, what did I get myself into? Anyway, we started clearing out Tutorial Town and found that 6 shotguns all going off at once not only drops me to what I'm guessing was 30 frames per second, but it's also pretty funny to listen to. Oh my god, hearing all the Jacob shotguns go off, dude. Not too many issues came up here, and honestly, we kind of rolled the place. Anyway, we saved Hamulok and set off to take on Boom Boom. Along the way, we discovered that the accuracy and range of the shotguns was going to be the deputy's biggest challenge. Well, besides making sure my clumsy butt doesn't fall off a cliff or something, of course. I had a feeling that this would be an issue, so I made sure to give everyone 5 in insight and busts that can't slow down, so that we could get into the enemy's faces quickly and also rush to each other's aid in case we went down. Mix that with the fact that our bleed out timer is super long because of our badges, and the fact that you can fire your left gun while reviving, you get a strat that just might get us through this game. The plan for Boom Boom was to let me take the Cheese Bowl fight with my lower DPS while my deputies handled the other Boom. They did a great job, but on my end, I was having some trouble. Luckily, Deputy Lucas came in and helped kick Boom Boom out of his turret. I didn't have much ammo to help with this fight, so I decided to promote myself to Medic Sheriff Gasmask and just help that way. I started to run back so I could top off my pistols, and the lads accidentally let all of the outlaws out by blowing up the gate, so I made the call to go in and risk it for my homies like they would for me. This time around, I knew I couldn't revive everyone in time, so I made sure to psych everything I could so that they had a chance to get themselves up, earning me another promotion to Support Medic Sheriff Gasmask. Anyway, we dealt with the very thrusty bad guys, and we all made it out of this fandango alive. And then Queen Knight did the bleed out any percent speedrun on accident while trying to save me, so that was hella depressing. Oh, this is a perfect time to point out that the death counter will only count my deaths. If you need an explanation on why, just go check out our other co-op challenge. I'm sure that will clear everything up for you. Anyway, after many armpit moistening battles and stinky plays, we made it to Flint. Initial results showed that this fight was going to be super tough. After a lot of really scary close calls, we retreated and went to make a game plan. We decided that we should just go in and milk the fight for your life timer and just spam shotguns at ankle biting range, while I would try and stay back and deal damage from a distance. I really didn't want to cheese Flint by punching him off his arena again. Flint, however, never forgot that day, and he came for his revenge.
Alright, chat. Guess what? Oh, perfect timing, Nightbot. Chat, if you like me, and sometimes you're like,
That
damn,
was
I
pretty
can't
scary,
sleep.
honestly. Anyway,
Right? Guess what? Guess what Gamer Subs got?
sleep aid.
I drink this shit, half an hour later, I'm croaking. One in the chat, if you can't sleep right now. Motherfucking banana berry bedtime. I put it in this jug. Bam. Sleepy time bath water. Let's go. I just woke up. Good morning. I'm about to croak. I drink this, bro. That floor feels like a fucking king-size mattress.
Anyway, you probably want to see Flint die, so here's the clip of that.
Like me when I get gas.
Getting
Oh my
a
God,
shower
it's
in the morning.
Oh, he was getting real close
It
though.
is too late to shower.
Oh,
Yeah.
We did it up a little too late, so.
Pretty wacky, right? Nah, for real though. As soon as I fell off, the deputies all
Volume's
moved up and did some
good.
kind of triangle
gonna
attack
pop
and milked their fight
out
for your
YouTube
lifetimers like we had
chat.
planned. This fight
Put
provided me
YouTube
with
chat
another
on the
promotion to
side.
useless support medic gas mask.
Scroll up a little bit
Whoa,
so I
wait,
know
wha-
if
Wait, that doesn't
YouTube
sound.
chat.
Anyway, we hopped on a boat and found ourselves.
the
in
subs
Three
have
Horns, where I got my
melatonin?
real promotion of
they
support
have
medic Sheriff
melatonin
Gas Mask,
and
the Bully Bomb
melatonin free
Whisperer.
options. I've tried both.
Sorry, darn it.
The melatonin free tastes pretty good, and the melatonin one I do have, you do taste the melatonin a little bit. But the banana berry still fucking slaps with the
Lucas
melatonin.
confiscated the keys to a car, and I decided to doll it up with some Jacobs
The
logos.
melatonin
In order to
free,
get into
I feel like
Sanctuary, we
it
had to
doesn't
help Buffalo
necessarily
Loose and
make
get
me
a power
sleepy,
core
but
for the
makes me
shield
sleep
generator.
deep.
I have
But
like
the one
almost
with
no knowledge on the
melatonin,
ranking system,
that
so
shit
I don't
knocked
know if
me
him
out,
being
bro.
a corporal means he was higher or lower rank than a sheriff. But all I knew was that the rules only
That
cared
shit
if I
knocked me
died.
out.
Superior or not, I still made sure to tell the deputies to kill the 20 bandits to avenge him like we always do. Anyway, after not being able to afford the best gun in the game and forgetting everything that happened at Sanctuary, we went to Frostburn Canyon. I usually speedrun to the end of this place, but this time I got to do it with the homies. I decided not to play it safe and go for the spike jump
phone
skip
next
since
to
my
me,
deputies
reading
have been
some
really
chat
good at
before
not letting
bed.
me die so far. Let's see if they can save me from a cliff, am I right?
Oh, I gotta change
Anyway,
the
fun
category,
fact,
guys.
still
We're not
never
doing
missed this
DBD.
jump, and I'm
I
going to
almost
keep
forgot.
attempting it until I do. So we found Lilith and started fighting off the psychos with her. I couldn't kill a single bandit here, but then Tom recommended that I try killing 2 instead, and everything started to work out. So since we're in... Oh my god, Lilith, shut the... Wait, actually, Lilith, this is the perfect time to use that one-liner. Holy crap. Okay, Lilith, we'll let you slide on that one. Back to what I was saying. Since we're in co-op, enemies have a lot more health, and in some instances, spawns are a lot different. If some of you
I'm
guys
sorry,
remember the friendship
Killjoy.
run, you might remember we had to take on 12 big psychos as opposed to the usual 3 that spawn due to 4-player co-op scaling. If that doesn't ring a bell, you're probably new and should subscribe and check out the rest of my channel for some good laughs. Anyway, why slowly whittle down a bunch of health bars when you could just put the stinky on them? Big guys were a bit tougher, but they're definitely killable. I think I was getting a little cocky and a little loopy though, because I started acting up. Put the sticky on them. 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 Yeah, not sure why I said that or even what it means, but I think it's safe to blame some sort of insanity. Yeah, so I ended up dying and restarting this whole fight twice because I got counter stinkied. And yes, I did do the spike skip again both times. Honestly, I didn't mind though because I got this crazy stinky clip. Oh, Lilith! No! Lilith was saved and now it was time to rescue Roland. We needed to get a new car to fool the Bloodshots, but then I realized that cowboys don't use cars, they use horses, and since we didn't have any of those, we had to fight the bandit technicals on foot. These darned horseless carriages ended up destroying Deputy Lucas early on, but after we got rid of the big one, we destroyed all the cars we needed, and then another car came up and ran me over. Joke's on them though, they just saved me a trip of running through the dust. Up next was the Badma fight, and we came prepared with a plan.
Go? Here we go. Yes!
The only problem with this strat is that Badma kinda took the key we need with him, so we had to re-enter the map to get the key to show up somewhere reachable. It was now time to fight through the Bloodshot Dam, or as I like to call it, Cowardsville. Using our finely tuned coordination skills, we were able to combat the cowardice of these guys by simply punching them closer to homies that needed revives. I feel like there are a lot more enemies in here than usual, probably because of the 4-player co-op scaling and whatnot, but we were keeping each other alive. Mad Mike and his toilet room were the last things I was worried about here, but there was nothing a little teamwork couldn't handle.
He's standing by the fence. Can you do
Combo?
something? No.
Oh!
Somehow we turned one of the worst mobbing sections in the game into a really fun fight by putting the stinky on so many bandits.
It's stinky.
Lucas even styled on Mad Mike in the end.
Looking at me. Oh, nice.
Oh my. Oh, I got him.
Oh, you got him. Let's go.
After that, we just had to run to Roland and then get stressed out about this toaster we had to fight. I'm willing to bet that some of you guys don't know that the Warden can actually take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag if you take too long to rescue him. If you didn't know, don't feel bad, that just means you're good at the game. Anyway, I wasn't sure if dying and the resulting save quit would cause us to automatically go to the Gulag, so I had even more to stress about than usual. So running through the dam was pretty scary. We all went down a few times and there were very few spots where we were actually safe. Deputies Tom and Queen Knight made it there before Lucas and I, and then I noticed that the Warden was already spawned and the clock was already ticking. I ordered them to rush in and await our backup. Moments later, I made it to the fight and single-handedly saved everyone from the big bad scary toaster with no help from Tom whatsoever. No gulag for us, baby. Anyway, after clearing out all the loaders and saving Roland, our next job was to meet Tina and Mordo and help them with a good old-fashioned train robbery. That might sound like we're breaking the law, but I'm the sheriff and I make the rules and I say it's legal. Anyway, after roasting up some critters, we confiscated some TNT from the local bandits and we blew up the train in a safe and controlled manner. It was the end of the line, and Wilhelm wasn't going down without a fight. A long, cursed fight. The plan was simple. Loaders were going to be our priority 1 enemies until Wilhelm ran out of troops. Priority 2 for the deputies was going after Wilhelm himself, since they had all of our DPS. while priority 2 for me was dealing with the surveyors since I had the accuracy to deal with them better. We were able to put the stinky on some of the loaders, but a couple of stinky-proof big loaders really drained all our ammo and grenades. And then something extremely cursed happened. Something I could only imagine would come from my worst nightmares. Something so unheard of and absurd that I still don't believe it happened, even though I see it with my own 2 eyes. This was the incident.
It didn't happen.
Halo.
What? There's a badass constructor.
Constructor? Why is it so small?
There's 2 of them.
What is going on? Yeah, bro, every time I think back to this fight, I genuinely feel like it's a fabricated memory. Like, even watching the footage right now, while editing, I feel like Ashton Kutcher's just gonna walk around the corner and tell me I got punked or something. Like, I still don't believe this happened. The fight was hard, and I had to really focus so that I didn't die. But, like, it only took 8 minutes to kill Wilhelm. I've had runs where I'm getting bodied by him for hours, and I have never seen these cursed baby turret toaster crossbred abominations in my life. The game really seen this and was like, oh, okay, let me help you out with that. I don't know if this is another co-op spawn thing going on or whatever, but what really has me baffled is that even with no ammo, and my mental state so shattered by what my eyes were perceiving, we actually survived the whole fight. What the fuck is even going on right now? Who am I? How am I?
Baby constructors aren't real, they can't hurt you.
After I save quit to make sure I didn't have any mods running, we made it back to Sanctuary, and never mind, it's flying now. That's a problem. So we had to go through the fridge and try not to get ambushed by all the lowlifes dwelling there. Big emphasis on try here because I ended up dying. Deputy Tom was at the end of the map ready to travel, but we all went down, and hitting rats in general is just not easy. So here was where I had my first bleed out death. And honestly, I'm pretty proud of my deputies for lasting this long. Well, except for Lucas, because this rat picked my pockets twice and Lucas tried to snatch up all the money when he died, and I didn't appreciate that. On the way to the beacon, Alyssa challenged the bridge to a duel, and she was all like, draw! And then the bridge drew, but not in the fun cowboy way, so we all had to take the elevator thing. Well, this one goes sideways, so maybe we call it a horizontal? Editor, don't take that joke out of the script. Also, don't record yourself reading this. This isn't part of the script. Oh, come on, not again. Anyway, there were some close calls fighting the loaders before the gluttonous Thresher fight, and that fight didn't go too well either. The deputies barely killed it before I bled out, so resetting the map did not mean we had to do the fight over, so that was nice at least. Also, I'm a bozo and missed this death, so add 1 to whatever you see from here on out.
Can't wait for this ad to try and revenue share with me on my VOD, bro. I can't wait for that.
Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Your life now revolves around sports.
Everett, Neela!
But you wouldn't trade it for anything. Welcome to Sporthood. DSG, only at Dick's.
Jumping over to Overlook, we set up the beacon and stood ready for the waves of floaters coming our way. And by ready, I mean I was buying ammo right as they were dropping in. I was kinda hoping the game would realize we seen 2 more toasters than we should have so far and that they wouldn't send in more, but surprise surprise, hope is useless when it comes to gas mask challenge runs. This was a tough fight. Other than Lucas redeeming himself after the whole fridge fiasco, we were getting real close to losing. We tried our best to keep the beacon alive, but it got destroyed 8 times and just became invincible, which is good for our progress, but harsh on our pride. Also harsh on our pride was the escape we had to pull off. Usually you can teleport away as soon as you choose a location, but in co-op there's this 5-second timer, and if one of you guys go down, it's just like, no, and makes you stay there in pain. After the 6th attempt at escaping, we made it to the dust. Yep, I was like, literally anywhere but here, please. Up next was the dreaded preserve. This is a big map, which means a death would make us lose a lot of progress and make us do a lot of the mobbing over again. I also made it a rule that we had to take out the loot homies in a 4v4 in order to progress, just to make it a little bit more challenging. Our first obstacle of wounding loaders was pretty easy since we could all focus on different baddies. We all probably went down like a dozen times at this little dock area, but we managed to set each other up with revives really well actually. Pomone and Toomba showed up after that to torture us, and attempts to kill them proved to be useless, so we decided that those guys were not our problem. Instead, we bullied this loot homie we found on the way to the other loot homies. The primary mobbing section here was chaotic. Fighting the stalkers here felt like fighting a Minecraft Enderman with a bow. Shooting won't help you, you're gonna have to whack them with it. Anyway, after dealing with those guys, the ultimate loader was surprisingly easy to take down, and now it was time for the 4v4 with the... Hey, yo, Queen, wait, we're not ready yet, oh my god. Oh, brother, dude. Okay, so I was afraid that this would happen, so I made sure to grab the feather so that we could respawn near the creature slaughter dome instead of at the very beginning of the map, so that lessened the blow. So after that, we did all the mobbing again, re-killed the loot dudes, got a stalker, participated in a stinky conga line, killed all the mobs again, killed the loot dudes again, got a storm again. Wait, no, that was the first time that happened, right? Anyway, died again. Yeah, so this map really friggin' sucks, dude. Even with all these deaths, I'm pretty sure we're still on record pace for a preserve run. 4th time was the charm, and we finally had a run that got to Bloodwing, and we needed to make it count. So I fueled up to maximize our chances for survival. The last time the 4 of us tackled Bloodwing together, she brought a homie of her own in the form of a jet loader loot homie. This time though, she had nobody to back her. Okay, now hold up, wait a minute, let's talk about this. Besides that scary factor, Bloodwing was in for a fight. She thought the sky would be safe, but from my point of view, all the pellets in the air made it look like someone snuck in a conference call to the fight. And it didn't take long before Bloodwing made the mistake of landing, and we took her down. The Tubby dropped a legendary Gunzerker if anyone was wondering. Also, I have the save files with all the cool gear I found along the run in the description if anyone wants to try this for themselves. Everybody say cheese! After our 2.5 hours in the preserve, it was time to recruit Brick to the squad. I wanted to hire a temp deputy to help us out, but homie's helmet did not want to come off for the longest time. It eventually worked and we gave him the orders of punch the purple guys, and that plan was working for the most part. I mean, he was punching us and we weren't purple, but he was punching the purple guys too, so technically following orders. The big guy didn't take being fired too well, but he's the one who was forced into a temp job, so his fault. Anyway, after our initiation, we worked together to take the sarcastic slab over to a cliff to do exactly what you would expect us to do with the bad guy in a cliff.
Everybody on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Still going. Damn.
Oh my god, that...
Yeah, homie got launched. I'm pretty sure multiple of us hit him, so the knockback was just amplified, and I thought that was pretty cool. I won't go over to the combat here, I'll just show you guys the good parts.
Oh, Brick. Line me up, Brick.
One beacon's already gone. Oh, nice one.
Nice.
Thank you.
Up next was taking down the Jack Double. In this part of the run, we straight up turned to assassins. The double didn't last 10 seconds against us. We took his lunch money and then we split up to all the kiosks and made it out of opportunity in only 3 minutes and 52 seconds. It was now time for the bunker raid. Right off the bat, I learned that Lucas and Queen Knight were both not Hyperion robots, but buzzards are for some reason because that makes sense. Anyway, Tom used the strat he learned from a very cool and handsome YouTuber to get the constructor to look at the wall, which makes us safe from his rockets. This made it super easy to abuse his crit spot as a squad. The dreaded baby turrets were up next. Luckily, bouncing Betty grenades shoot bullets, which do hit these guys. For anyone new to the game or the channel, these guys are glitched and straight up don't take any splash damage at all. On top of that, they don't have a crit spot and they also have an ungodly amount of health regen, so these guys can be pretty annoying. This time around, however, we kinda lucked out. The third obstacle in our way was the big toaster. The useful strat of just standing behind the thing wasn't working as good as it usually did. The deputies were dying and having trouble making it back up the mountain. I also had to scale the mountain again due to personal reasons.
He's looking at the stick.
He almost
he
fell
did
down.
die though.
I gotta finish the job. Sorry, guys.
Wow.
Okay, I'm coming back up. After about 10 minutes of struggling, we managed to all meet up and finally took it down. The final obstacle before the bunker was Face McShooty, who volunteered for death via firing squad. While we sit here and spam at him, I guess I'll give you a cool history lesson. Did you know that in old-timey firing squads, only one person in the firing squad would have an actual bullet? They did this so that the men in the firing squad could find some solace in the fact that the rifle they fired likely had a blank in it and not an actual bullet inside. We, however, did not do any of that goofy stuff because we weren't even sure we could land a hit on him from this far. Oh, look, we got him. That was so fast. The bunker fight was upon us, and I definitely didn't die to something embarrassing again like a cliff. Anyway, we took out the turrets, the actual bunker fight started, and the first thing it did was try to assert its dominance with a friggin' T-pose. But it kinda backfired, cause it just made it way easier to hit for all the deputies. So yeah, homie just started T-posing and kinda kept T-posing every time he flew up to us. We were all capable of hitting the broad side of a bunker, so this fight was actually pretty simple. Jack was hiding something in this mountain, and we were gonna get to the bottom of this. Up next was the Angel Core, and I was dreading this place. Even if you destroy one or two of the injectors, save quitting will reset the whole fight, so you have to do everything over again. So I was pretty stressed out about this part. I already don't pay these guys to do these runs with me, so I didn't want to make them suffer more than what they already have. You're not— Wait, Tom, no, don't leave! Anyway, after giving away my foreskins to persuade Tom to come back, we started the Angel Core fight. We devised an order of operations for which targets we were to prioritize. Ion loaders were at the top of our hit list, mainly because of their cheap bubble. When they bubble, every loader in the area starts running to it like the cowards they are. Lucky for us, Fistful of Hurt is a great counter to this because we can interrupt the process entirely. Up next are Angelic Guards. With no way to dismember these guys, it was important to take the tanky ones out first. And last on the list were gun loaders. One could argue that killing these guys off before the Angelic Guards would be better since you could get incoming damage off the table faster, but in reality, these guys were just our revive fodder for emergencies. War and super loaders are arguably less dangerous than the rest of these guys because of their big charge up duration and lack of mobility, and the turrets were usually the first thing taken out while the rest of the wave was still digistructing in. Our coordination was kinda at its peak in here. We were saving each other, setting up slag, and— Oh my god, Lilith. You had one chance, and you overdid it. I'm never letting you slide again. You know what? Fuck you. Frickin' howdy, boys. Good. Anyway, we made it through Angel Court and tried to kill Jack in the cutscene to save Roland. Don't think it helped at all, though, and we're pretty sure all we did was slag Roland, so, whoops. The next day I came down with a cold, so my voice was pretty bad. Even though I took proper precaution by taking my cold medicine and drinking my tea, I wasn't going to be able to give out orders to my deputies. Which really didn't matter because they all know how to play the game and know what they're doing. Our next stop was Sawtooth Cauldron. There was a scary part where we had to fight off a few big nomads, but luckily they came with instructions, so we knew exactly what to do. The rest of the instructions weren't that clear, like Boombringer? I hardly know her. For real though, this part was really scary. The first time we got up here, we had to bail, and the second time I was deep behind enemy lines when Deputies Queen Knight and Lucas kicked the bucket. I thought it was done for, but Deputy Tom finally managed to land the grenade jump with his across the planet 600 ping. Oh, did I forget to mention that Tom is practically playing in the past and the future simultaneously? Rubber banding, never knowing what is real? Because that's what he has been putting up with for the whole run. Tom, when you watch this, thank you. Anyway, my hero arrived and we made it back to the elevator. Up top, we were the most coordinated that we ever were.
Got Alyssa?
Do you?
Yep.
Sure about that?
You don't?
I thought I was reviving Alyssa. I'm so sorry.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait a minute. That was the wrong clip. Hold on. I got you. Jump on, Lucas.
Thank you.
Hold on. Is there a bandit to put the stink? Hold on. I want to put the stinky on him with Lucas on my head.
Yes. Can I punch him? Yes!
Buzzards were actually pretty easy to take down because our nades stuck to them, so let's talk about the boneyard. I wanted to split up and hit all the pumping stations quick, but this one station has nothing but sergeant and ion loaders, so I wasn't about to go in alone. Glad I wasn't stubborn here because I definitely would have died instantly without my deputies. After barely escaping that with our lives, the rest of the boneyard went smoothly. We made it to the Badlands and decided that we weren't even gonna bother with Saturn. Deputies Lucas and Queenite went with me to grenade jump into the info stockade, while Tom hit the elevator checkpoint near Saturn for us. With our coordination, we were quickly in and out and finally on our way to the vault. After some quick mobbing at the claptrap door, I decided that I was just going to speedrun Heroes Pass. Well, minus the speed and the running part. Finally at the vault, we said screw the elevator, we want to fight Jack now. We dropped his shield pretty quickly, but that was but a small fraction of this fight. Not only was his health tanky because of 4-player difficulty, but this time around he kept teleporting away and spawning a bunch of these shield surveyors. Now this doesn't sound like that big of an issue, but Jack's health regen is kinda busted, so if he is suddenly invincible and on the other side of the map, it gives him plenty of time to get his health back. Even though we were doing significant damage, the fight still took about 15 minutes just because the absurd amount of coward strats Jack was pulling off. For reference, here's a clip of us dealing about half of his health in roughly 10 seconds, just to show how bad his health regen is, along with the coward strats. Anyway, we eventually took him down, and the warrior fight was up next. Let me tell you our detailed plan to make sure we got through this fight. Step 1, shoot the warrior. Step 2, until it dies. The warrior can be a pretty tough fight with its massive flame attack range and massive tail slams. Luckily, with all the defense stats I've built up though, I was handling the attacks pretty well. During the fight, we also managed to screw up so badly that one of the Crystalisks became invincible. Crystalisk? More like crystal-less, am I right? Anyway, it wasn't too long before the warrior couldn't fight any longer. And with it defeated, we now know. You can beat Borderlands 2 as a sheriff's posse. Hey, hold up, don't go yet. It's bonus content time, guys. Jack and the warrior might be dead, but there's still one threat to our lawful land that needs to be handled. I'm talking about the imposter who calls herself the Sheriff of Lynchwood. That's right, this town isn't big enough for the 5 of us, so she had to go. We can make room for Deputy Winger though, he's cool. In order to get her attention, we were going to need to rob a bank and blow up a train. We managed to blow the train up pretty quickly, probably because we already had practice blowing one up earlier, and I still say blowing them up is legal. This was our first time robbing a bank though, so we were dropping the ball on this mission. Tom put the stinky on Mad Dog, which was pretty cool, not gonna lie, but the problem with that is that Mad Dog had the explosives we needed to blow open the bank door. So after reloading and killing him the boring way, we robbed the bank and set off to go hide the cash. Nisha's posse was playing totally unfair and hogging all the horses, so we were getting absolutely devastated during this part. These guys added 3 deaths to the counter with their horse strats, but the Nisha fight was up next, and she was no match for our homie strats. Before we go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. It really helps with YouTube's algorithm, which helps the channel grow. I also read all my comments and love hearing your guys' challenge ideas and kind words, so definitely let me know what you thought about this video or what your favorite part was. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you videos a day early and also supports me so I can get videos out faster for everyone. I'll have my Discord and Twitch where I stream these runs live, linked in the description, along with the socials of our homie Mango Soda, who created this video's dope thumbnail. He also does commissions, so if you like his style, definitely go check him out. But until next time, breathe easy, homies.
that new guy energy.
Oh, he's back. That's the fourth fucking time he's done that.
Is he peeking or probing?
Speaking with serious intent to probe.
Alpha 2, we might have guys starting to move on our position.
Copy, we're getting a buildup of activity here too. Yeah, I definitely see weapons at this point.
Yeah, we have definite massing.
Redman 08, this is Profane. We're seeing activity converging to your north and south.
This is Frogman 6 Romeo. We need evac at our last known position.
We have severely wounded. Who's the severely wounded?
It's not you.
Is it me? Who is it?
No, it's not you.
No, is it?
Copy, 1, we're in contact 2.
You coming to you or you coming to us?
Stand by. We'll let you know when we're inbound. Let's move!
Here's the plan.
EA 5 minutes, over.
The scouts are gonna lead us out, and I'm bringing up the rear. Pop smoke.
Smoke out?
We are all coming back.
OP1, they are en route to you.
3 minutes out! Eyes on me and only me.
Has anyone looked at you?
I'm fucked up.
2 minutes out! 2 minutes!
Where are you guys?
Look for the blood in the smoke.
Multiple bad guys trying to get to our position. Inbound! Inbound! Find cover! 1 minute out! We have enemy on our building and all surrounding buildings.
Roger that, stand by. Going hot.
You gotta get ready, man. This is gonna hurt.
On my count. 1, 2, 3.
Whatever you do, do it for less. At Harbor Freight.
100,000 subscribers. 100,000 of you guys banded together, and we reached this incredible milestone. First and foremost, I want to say thank you guys for making a dream come true. I love you guys, and I literally couldn't have done it without you. And I'm just kind of at a loss for words. So thank you guys. Thank you. Secondly, though, I just gotta say, I freaking hate you guys. Alright, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the Wanderlust? I desperately wish I could say, I don't know, maybe, and call it a day, but a promise is a promise. So let's get this over with. As for the rules, this is going to be an Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode playthrough. For the newbies watching, that means all the bad guys have 4 times health, health regen, and they're all 10 levels higher than us. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and the Wanderlust is the only gun I'm allowed to use. Gulp? I know that sounds bad, but here's the bad news. We kinda have to play Gauge for this run. That being said, if you're a Gauge main, don't like sensor beeps, or are sensitive to flashing lights, viewer discretion is advised. Here's a peek at the build. For anyone wondering, Death Trap will only be used for very specific circumstances. I also won't be speccing into any upgrade skills for him, so even if his dumb AI would let him, he won't be able to kill anything at this difficulty. For our other gear, I will be using a basic shield, Vault Hunter Relic, low-level Slagging Grenade, and the legendary Anarchist class mod. With all of that out of the way, let's get started. Right off the bat, I am faced with one of the hardest parts of this run. Mustering up the willpower to click continue. Now, if you aren't familiar with the Wanderlust, first off, I'm jealous. Second, you might be wondering what this thing's gimmick even is. Well, it's a Maliwan E-Tech homing dart, but with 0 accuracy. Yes, that's its gimmick. You heard that right. So if anyone asks, I'll be gaming with this eye for the entire run. It might look like it's accurate right now, but that's because it's so inaccurate that the reticle doesn't even know what's going on. I am fairly certain that my bullets travel through the 4th dimension before reaching my enemy sometimes. And when using this thing, the only way to choose who you want to shoot at is being closest to that specific enemy. But the problem with that is, if the bad guys keep moving, they take turns healing, and you never really get anywhere. Sure, the baby mobs like Monglets and Brats can be taken out with relative ease, assuming they're alone. But you can say that for any unattended baby. And once you get to the tougher mobs like Bully Rots, you start to realize that the weapon you are holding was never once tested by the game devs.
Why is this working?
Huh?
Can you guys spell today? Can you guys spell? Why is this working? That's the biggest typo I've ever seen. So, our short-term solution to dealing with this bully rat was to just stop shooting. It was literally dying faster by just watching it from afar than if we tried to shoot at it, because this thing might as well deal negative damage. The bandits taking up Tutorial Town were a bit easier to kill. One, because they're squishy and not giant heaps of just pure raw muscle mass. And two, because I've been passively stacking Anarchy this whole time. If you're unfamiliar with Anarchy, double jealous. You can build up these stacks by damaging or killing enemies, and these stacks give you bonus gun damage, but also start taking away your accuracy. So over time, our damage will slowly increase, and if we can get our stacks high enough, we could take this weapon from unusable trash to barely usable trash. And big emphasis on if, because trying to get second wins with this thing feels like going all in on green on the roulette table. You know it's bad when you die multiple times in Tutorial Town, and you know you're doomed when you have to purposefully die to get more ammo in Tutorial Town. It took us like 20 minutes to kill the 6 bandits guarding the place, and after that we pushed through a few more mobbing sections before our first boss fight. At least I got cover. At least I got cover. I'm so glad they're ignoring the slagged dude. I'm so glad they're ignoring the slagged dude. Anyway, we made it to Boom Boom. Now, if we can barely tickle the health bars on basic mobs, how do you expect the Wanderlust will do against a boss with health regen? A, straight up annihilate them, or B, so little damage that you legitimately cannot see their health bar move. If you chose B, good job. And if you chose A, restart the video until you choose B. So a lot of you guys seen this coming, but if we can't kill Boom Boom, that only means one thing. What? No, editor, no, we're not giving up. What? No, what are you doing? We gotta do something much worse than that. So if you're still unfamiliar with Gauge and you don't know what you're watching, triple jealous, but we are pre-stacking Anarchy using this Hyperion ammo box. The game registers hitting these as hitting enemies for some reason, so if we sit here and shoot the crate for 10 minutes, we can get to 400 Anarchy stacks. Usually you would actually have to hit the crate for this to work, but since I'm spec'ing to Shock and Awe, the Novas hit the crate for us on every reload. I also gave myself a stacking Wanderlust and a class mod to speed up the process slightly. I didn't want to go as far as giving myself a stacking shotgun because the time investment here would actually affect my playstyle. I won't be as risky if I know that a death means 10 more minutes of sitting here doing nothing. So, to save your eyes from 10 minutes of normal Gauge gameplay, I'm going to tell you guys about our partner, GamerSupps. GamerSupps has been life-changing for me, and that's no exaggeration. I'm saving money, I've lost 25 pounds because I'm not drinking half my calories in the day, and they're just really cool people to be partnered with. I've pretty much dropped conventional energy drinks because they are just so hard to beat with their variety of flavors, caffeine-free options, and them being the only sugar-free drink in the world that doesn't taste like TV static. I've tried so many of their flavors and I've only made a dent in the list. Now, I know what some of you guys are thinking, but Gasmask, I'm afraid of women. And that's okay, it be like that sometimes, but don't worry, they've got you guys covered too. If you're still unsure, they literally have free samples, so go there right now, get your free samples, and see if you like it. They are also super cool with all of their creator collabs. Queso's Atomic Bombsicle is one of the high tier flavors for me because it's so good, and it gives me the energy to get through the day after accidentally falling asleep to his videos. So if you're looking for a healthier energy option and want to support the channel in the process, head on over to gamersupps.gg/LGM or use the link in the description, and make sure to use code LGM for 10% off your order. Anyway, let's see how the stacking is going. Oh, cool, we're finally done stacking. Now let's get in there and take down Boom Boom. Well, fuck. So, to list everything wrong with this fight,
First off, I'm using the Wanderlust. Second, I can't choose my targets efficiently, so if I'm trying to bust Boom out of his turret, I can't focus all my shots into him because they either try to chase Boom or the psychos that spawn after Boom dies. Yes, I managed to kill Boom, but even with the back alley strat and 400 stacks of fucking anarchy, that's a 700% damage boost, by the way. It still took 60 seconds of continuous fire to kill him. And third, even if my shots decided to go after Boom, sometimes they would just straight up start circling him and never actually land. This was concerning because I thought I was going to either have to use copious amounts of unique crutch gear that felt lame for the challenge run, or change characters for this one fight specifically. Creek could theoretically stack up enough fire rate and use Bloodbath to just spam Boom down, but proccing Bloodbath in the first place would be hard considering this gun doesn't deal enough damage to get the first kill reliably. All future one-on-one boss fights would also just be straight up abysmal with Krieg, so I really didn't want to do that. So for the next 5 hours, I tested strategies using more crutch gear and the attempts were still terrible. Now usually I only allow myself a good class mod that complements the run, because slapping a B shield on everything and calling it a challenge just doesn't sit right with me, so I really don't like having to use more unique gear to get through a run. But we had to do what we had to do. At first, I tested using a Slayer of Terramorphous class mod so I can get an extra 200 stacks of Anarchy, along with a Sheriff's Badge relic for more pistol damage and fire rate. Using these two pieces of crutch gear, I managed to break Boom out of his turret after several failures and stacking sessions. And then I thought to myself, you know, maybe I don't need the Sheriff's Badge. And I felt like using one crutch item instead of two would feel less bad. So I did it again, this time with only the Slayer of Terramorphous comm, and it worked. And then I thought to myself, you know, I probably don't need the Slayer of Terramorphous class mod, and felt that using 0 pieces of crutch gear wouldn't only feel less bad, it was just the way it had to be done. And after 5 whole hours, I devised a strategy that would allow me to beat Boom Boom without any crutches. Step 1 was to lure Boom over to this side of the map and set up a little play date with him and Deathtrap. Deathtrap has 0 chance to kill Boom here, and by the time I went back to fight him, he would have healed any damage DT would have dealt, so he was purely there to distract him. After the bait was placed, I would run over to this spot and start laying into Boom's cannon with a corrosive Wanderlust. Now when Deathtrap inevitably runs out of time, or more realistically gets murked by Boom's Torgue shotgun, Boom will get confused because his target is no longer there, and for some reason won't try to hunt me down unless he has direct line of sight, leaving me to a one-on-one fight with Boom. And after holding the trigger down for 2 minutes, Boom was finally knocked out of his turret without any crutch gear. Okay, that's the culmination of the past 4 hours of attempts led to me just holding the trigger in one spot. However, the fight isn't done yet. We still gotta kill Boom Boom, and that's where another really goofy strategy comes into play. So you see these guys right here? Yeah, they're armored enemies, so corrosive weapons deal more damage and fire deals less, except for when you hit them in their fleshy crit spots, then it's the opposite. But the Wanderlust can't hit crits because the code treats the splash damage from E-Tech pistols as a launcher splash for some reason. And no, before you ask, that does not mean it receives launcher damage boosts, even though they could really use it. And yeah, I know this game is confusing, but something that is interesting here is that no matter what element of launcher splash you use on Boom Boom, they will always take the same amount of damage. Now this might sound like no big deal, but we actually lose the corrosive damage bonus we should be getting because of this weird quirk. So, just this one time, and only this one time, shock build gauge is optimal. Now any other time, I would say shock gauge is just a terrible waste of skill points because even when fully spec'd into shock damage, you still deal more damage by just matching elements to your enemy's health bar with fire and corrosive's natural 75% damage boost. But in our case, the whopping
15%
damage boost you get from 5 whole skill points into Wires Don't Talk actually made using shock the best option for killing Boom Boom.
Shot gauge just this one time, okay? Alright, so the best way to kill these guys was to just straight up hide down here and start shooting. Now one could argue the good thing about having homing bullets is that you can just shoot from cover. But to the average non-masochist, I can only guess you would not call this fun. Sitting here would also make the psychos run far enough away that all my shots would home in on Boom, and I just had to pay attention to damage numbers to know when I had to swap to my Slag Wanderlust to make sure I wasn't healing him with my bullets. 5 hours later, one boss down, 15 more to go. With the 400 stacks I already had, I managed to kill all the bandits on the way up to Flint. Don't get me wrong, this gun wasn't wrecking bad guys, but second wins didn't feel like going all in on green anymore. More like going all in on black or red. So we made it to Flint, and this fight was also terrible. With a nice little cheese angle, I could dent his health bar a little bit, but as soon as he entered his fire phase, his damage reduction and health regen would undo all the hard work I put in. So some high-grade sharp cheddar cheese strats were pretty much required here. First off, we needed to get Flint out of his arena, and the best way to do that was with a stock grenade and a little bit of luck.
For it. It worked. Now hopefully he stays down there.
I did manage to get him out of his arena, but at the cost of all 400 of my Anarchy stacks. So what do we do now? We pre-stack on Flint. At this point, I could not be bothered with holding the trigger down for 10 minutes every time, so I started using this marble coaster to hold my mouse down. Now, if I worked at Gearbox and it was up to me, a stacking coaster should have come with every copy of the Gauge DLC, just saying. Anyway, after we got back to 400 stacks, we topped off our ammo and tried to actually make his health bar move with our Shock Wanderlust. Fine, there are 2 reasons to use Wires Don't Talk, okay? But no more, that's it. So I'm gonna speed this kill up. Feel free to try and guess how much ammo we will have left out of the 900 we started with. Dude, if this doesn't showcase the weapon, I don't know what will. I'm straight up octupling the damage of one of the rarest items in the game, and it still took 800 rounds. It also took 2.5 minutes of just holding the trigger down to get this kill. Dude, I don't even know. Okay, I need to take a breather. I don't want to do the Wanderlust rant this early in the video. You guys need to fully understand and experience this, and if not firsthand, at least by watching it secondhand, so I'm holding off for now. Okay, so we killed Flint, made it to 3 Horns, checked in with my Bullymong homies, accidentally shot my eyebrows off, got a car, and tried to save Corporal Reese. I managed to kill the normal psycho that was stomping his head in, but without 400 stacks of Anarchy, the Ironclad lads cause us issues. And this is where things start to get really cursed. That dude took his armor off for me. He seen I was using the Wanderlust and he took his armor off. There was 2 Ironclads here, but do I just go pre-stack, dude? We do. Here's what we do. We drive around, get things to spawn. We drive over here, get these skags to spawn, get the local Bullymongs mad, and now they should have taken their armor off, hopefully. There we go. And all it took was knowing about spawn cap mechanics. Wild. Anyway, after spending 30 minutes dealing with 3 basic enemies, I killed the Power Core Psycho, shot a few rounds into the bandit camp so that they would home in and kill the 20 bandits to avenge Reese, and made it to Sanctuary where I did all the chores before going back to the stacking crate. Yay! What do I even do for this part of the video? I already did an ad read, but like, wait, you guys made me do this challenge. You guys should get an ad read every time we have to come to this crate. Well, in that case, go check out gasmaskgang.com and grab some merch. I'll have a link in the description. Anyway, we made it to Frostburn Canyon and started our sprint towards the giraffe. I was very careful running past all the non-mandatory fights because I did not need to risk losing my stacks unnecessarily. But after that, I hit the spike jump skip and made it to Lilith. So at this point, my mental was just kind of falling apart. I was playing as Gage, I'm using arguably the worst gun in the game, and Lilith was doing her usual cringe stuff. We're not doing this. Of course, thank you, Lilith. Very cool of you to say that. I definitely needed some emotional support, so make fun of me all you want, but I love Omar. It's Omar! It's Omar! Oh my god. I don't do it for you guys. I do it for him, Milty. I know at the end of my day, Omar's there. With the mental reboot complete, I started slowly taking care of the bloodshots using COD Zombies training strats. Honestly, too bad, because Pack-a-Punch couldn't even save this thing. This might be a niche reference, but it's like the Black Ops 2 SMR, except like 10 times worse, if you can even imagine that. So this was originally supposed to be a damage comparison, but then I found out this thing also has the same accuracy as the Wonderlust 2. Shout out to Pumpkin King for letting me use this clip because this shit had me cackling.
What the hell?
Anyway, I ended up dying when the bad guys started aiming at me with their guns. I really should learn how to do that one day. But that wasn't too bad because there was an ammo vendor here and I was able to just stack off of the bandits to get back to the edge of viable. Yeah, so I'm gonna be honest, I don't have much else to say for this fight. This gun is so boring to use because you literally just don't even aim it. It's like if Gage was a gun, minus all the damage. After we managed to kill all those guys, our next goal was to get into the Bloodshot Dam and rescue Roland. But first, we were going to need a new car to sneak in. So we met Ellie and started hunting down bandit cars. Cars don't get the 4x health multiplier from UVHM, so we should be able to one-shot them with our super cool and rare pearlescent weapon and nearly 300 stacks of anarchy, right? Yeah, you fucking wish. This gun is so dumb. I absolutely refuse to believe that they tested this thing at all. I'm getting sidetracked. Let's not start the rant yet. We still got a ways to go before that. The cars weren't that bad. Just gotta keep breathing easy. Everything's gonna be fine. Oh, what the fuck? My stacks, dude. No. Now I gotta do another ad read. I don't want to do another one. You know what? Just take this mid-roll. Anyway, we snuck into the Bloodshot camp and started our fight with Badma. I know you can't see him right now during this fight, but we are killing him, I think. Yeah, honestly, I was trying really hard to play into the strike of this god. Sorry, I just threw up in my mouth a little bit. Yeah, but honestly, I feel like the whole firing from cover thing and killing bad guys slowly is just way more dangerous than just dealing enough damage to kill things fast. And if you disagree, tell that to the 2.5 hours of stacking I've done so far for this run. After we heard Badma die, we started carefully fighting our way through the stronghold. It was very important that I had 400 stacks for the Warden, otherwise I would have no chance of getting Roland out before the Warden takes him to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag. We were actually doing pretty well here. I got through all of the mandatory combat and even managed to kill Angry Michael without getting blasted by his launcher. But that's where I got impatient. I tried sneaking past the rest of the bandits and just like that, rip stacks. I decided to just run past the rest of the mobs and at least make it to the dam and hopefully find a way to pre-stack there. The bandits and loaders here were so preoccupied with each other that I was actually able to get 400 stacks from afar, but then my game started acting up. Yeah, the Wonderlust would only start homing in on loaders, completely ignoring all the bloodshots. And I was really confused and it looked like my game was just falling apart, but it turns out it was. Stacking session 2 at the dam went a lot easier since this psycho helped set up this loader for us. We got 400 stacks there and made it halfway through the dam to just barely lose a second win and have to stack for another 10 minutes. I hate this gun, I hate this gun, I hate this gun, I hate this gun. This time around I did make it to Warden and made my one and only attempt to save Roland from the gulag. And things immediately went terrible. Since I can't crit the Warden, I can't stop him from spawning bots non-stop. Mere moments into this fight, I get body slammed by an exploder and I'm forced into cover. I had two options here. Stop firing so cooking up trouble would slowly heal me and also use Discord for some extra health regen, or just risk it and not get hit. Option 1 would require me to stop shooting at the Warden, which would give me less time for the kill and allow his shields to regen, and healing with Discord would eat up my stacks and kill what little DPS we had. But option 2 was all risk, all reward. I stood under this ramp where the exploders wouldn't be able to pathfind me, and the gunloaders would have a hard time landing shots. The main problem with this strat was the Wonderlust would sometimes shoot out the loaders instead of the Warden, and in order to see if I was even hitting Warden, I would have to do some risky peekouts. Things were looking grim. I was low on ammo and wasn't going to have enough to finish the fight, so I had to run out from cover and grab as much as I could. I had to briefly hide behind the crates that were supplying me, and then I went in for the final shootout. And in this moment, all the blood in my fingers and arms left, and nothing but adrenaline was coursing through me. In one last attempt to win this fight, I put my Wonderlust directly into the back of the Warden's hull, and seen if the roulette wheel was on my side today. My fingertips are numb as hell. Holy fuck. Oh, I can't feel my arms. I legit can't feel my arms. Up to my elbow, up to my elbow. I'm loving it, dude. I'm fucking loving it. Oh. No gulag on a fucking Wanderlust only run is absolutely wild. I was not joking when I said I couldn't feel my arms. That fight was nerve-wracking, and I loved it. Anyway, you might be thinking, oh, the Wanderlust can't be that bad if you did Warden first try, but come on, if a fight was this close with 400 Anarchy stacks, there's no defending this weapon. After putting the Doubters in shambles, our next goal was to go rob a train. So we made it to Tundra Express, still full of confidence from the Warden kill, and then we were immediately brought back down to earth when the Snowman killed me with my own Wanderlust. After that, we managed to light the Barkids on fire with our Fire Wanderlust. This worked extremely well because I just lost all my stacks, so I wasn't accidentally killing them. So I don't remember putting that in the script, but that doesn't actually make sense because even with 400 Anarchy stacks, I don't think I could even accidentally kill a Varkid. Like, I think I would have to be very focused in order to do so. Why did I write that? Anyway, we met Mordo, met Tina, died a bunch trying to sneak in and grab the Badonkadonks. Of fucking course. Of fucking course, dude. And made it to the end of the line. Yeah, so Wilhelm was a bit of a hassle. For some reason, I tried to fight a boss without pre-stacking, even though I can't kill a snowman, and that just wasn't working. Even if I could build up stacks over the duration of the fight, I would still run out of ammo. I was going to try some speedrun tech where falling into a death wall while in Fight for Your Life makes it so you don't lose your stacks to get more ammo, but this strat also prevents you from getting your free ammo, so after my stubbornness wore off 20 minutes later, we made our way back to the stacking crate. Alright, let's see what I promote this time. Ooh, I know. Go check out the second channel, LilGasmask Highlights. Our homie Lucas does the editing over there, and if you're looking for more Borderlands content, there it is. After stacking and some more mental prep, we started our fight with Wilhelm once again. And this time, it was different. I seen it coming too. I fucking seen it coming. Can I keep my stacks somehow? Or is it gonna ragdoll me? It ragdolls me. Fuck. Well, back to the stacking crate. So if you want even more Gasmask content, go follow me over on Twitch to watch these runs live. Alright, this time around I was sick of dying, so I locked in and even found a cool new strategy we're gonna be calling Fast Hands. When firing something with an incredibly low fire rate, such as the Wanderlust, you could do this trick to increase your reload speed. Now usually, an empty gun will automatically reload itself without you pressing the reload key, but this has a delay and doesn't start to reload until a theoretical bullet would be fired. So instead of waiting that short time, you can immediately press your reload key to start reloading faster. Now this might seem like such a minute increase in DPS, but when you're using the Wanderlust, a tiny boost like this could make the difference between not being able to kill an enemy and just barely out-damaging its health regen. And before everybody says, oh, just drop reload, 1, that doesn't stack our Anarchy, and 2, I try not to drop reload because console players can't do that, and I try to keep it a level playing field. Anyway, I really wish I figured this stuff out for Boom Boom and Flint, but oh well, still useful for the rest of the run. Back to Wilhelm. We focused on taking the loaders out, and after that, got about 1/3 of his health bar before we ran out of ammo. Up until that point, I forgot that I could just grenade jump back up here to go buy ammo, and after 2 trips to the vendor, we finally managed to take Wilhelm out. Oh, that was a tough fight. I think I'm gonna head back to Sanctuary and just take a little break after that one. Well, time to go to the fridge. Or, you know what? No, actually, we're not going to the fridge. I figured rats were already hard to hit with accuracy, so I decided to get back into my car, drive through the dust to the Highlands, and just make it to the Outwash that way. This way, I wouldn't lose any of my stacks to the rats. I would instead lose them to the very first loader I tried to fight. Well, I lost my stack, so we're gonna wrap it up. We're gonna do that tomorrow. So I wrapped up stream and came back a few days later, and the fucking Wanderlust got me sick, bro. I already get enough comments saying I look like I'm dying inside already, but now I have to use this piece of shit, and it hurts to even swallow my own spit. Great! But joke's on you, I'm in my fucking element.
Stream.
Anyway, we're stacking again, so here's time for another advertisement. As an extra thank you for helping the channel hit 100k subs, here are 3 Steam codes for Borderlands Game of the Year Edition. I nabbed off Instant Gaming. And before, oh, but Gasmask, the channel members are gonna get to those first. That's not fair. I'm literally dropping 3 more in the live premiere chat right now. Comment if you got one. Anyway, we're fighting the spaghetti squid now. If you can't tell, we're losing. Just like Wilhelm, all of my ammo took like a third of his health away, so I had to run all the way back to the ammo vendor twice. Also like Wilhelm, I had a few rip stacks moments. On top of all of the anarchy stacking, it should be mentioned that I had to do a lot of money farming to afford all the stacking, so that took up a long time as well, and I was just not happy about that.
Alright, Lucas, roll the legendary prediction, bro. Just roll the legendary prediction, go. We gotta go farm money, dude. Oh, how's ammo management been? Gun eats all my fucking ammo when I'm not looking, dude. Just fucking eats it all, dude. As soon as I look away from my ammo bar, he eats it, dude. The Wanderlust just fucking eats it. He'll like, see this bullet, guys? Gas isn't looking. Throws it behind me, bro.
Yeah, so I was getting pretty frustrated, but honestly, the Wanderlust wasn't making me mad. It was Gage that was a real drag. Her whole mechanic of needing to stack stuff up in order to do anything just makes me loathe this character.
I can't even kill a loader with 400 energy. Oh my god, I just pulled my shoulder, dude.
There's a reason this is the first challenge I used her on the channel. Because she's just so uninteresting and brainless to play. So if you see me choose Gage in a future run, just know it's because I had to. Anyway, after hours spent dealing with this guy, I finally locked in and got the beacon and made it to Overlook. So you want to know how the beacon defense went? Well, we got invaded. We went from this to this in like 15 seconds. The beacon became invincible super quick because I was just spam repairing it, and after that, I was just trying to kill everything. I ended up dying because I have the only gun in video game history to not damage the guy you're pointing it at, and after that, I knew that I wasn't going to be able to kill the loaders without my stacks, so the only thing I could do was just leave.
I need a drink, bro.
The fast travel has landed. Give me a second while I calibrate it to sanctuary.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so basically, if the beacon gets repaired 8 times and becomes invincible, you could just leave the map and just complete Overlook. Speedrunners do this on purpose to just, you know, speedrun, but I usually don't do this because it kind of doesn't feel like a challenge at that point, so this felt super cringe. But like, what else was I gonna do? I can't go back to stack at the crate because it would complete the objective anyway, and trying to stack up these loaders won't work because they're camping the beacon and the ammo vendor, so for the first time ever, I just did the speedrun strat because I was practically soft-locked by the Wanderlust. Oh, brother, do we do the rant now? No, just a little bit longer. Just hold back, guys. You got this. You aren't even in the worst of it yet. As soon as I got here, I lost all my stacks trying to wound the loaders.
At least the Wanderlust is good at wounding loaders. No, it's not, because it didn't wound the loaders. It's not good at wounding the loaders.
Yeah, so wounding these guys was annoying because they would just heal before I had a chance to wound another. So I had to do a trick where dying while they are wounded tricks the game into thinking they're still hurt. Had to swim with the fish a few times to get past this point, but after that, I could stack up for the rest of the preserve. Hey, you guys want another mid-roll? Too bad.
Ali, I love your hair.
I mean, it's easy to spot me on the court, I bet.
But you've always been like that. See me?
Yeah.
Before you hear me. All done.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Not so fast. I love you.
Welcome back. Anyway, the mobbing here is going. I almost made it all the way back to the ammo vendor training the big loader back, but I ended up dying to the loot dudes right after. I didn't even have to fight these guys. If I went back to the stacking crate, the entire preserve would just reset, so I decided to just suffer through the rest by trying to stack on the loot dudes until I got my stacks back and then dying, and then trying to stack on the skags until I got my stacks back and then dying, and then just keep doing that over and over for eternity, really. We eventually made it to Bloodwing, and I was not ready for this.
I fucking hate Bloodwing.
At this point, pretty much every enemy I've killed in the preserve has hit their respawn timer, so trying to go back to buy ammo to restack for the dumb bird just wasn't an option. So I was like, screw it, I'll just stack on Bloodwing. So my first 2 tries ended pretty quick, but my 3rd try, I was actually kind of popping off. Mordecai would slag the Skags for me, and the Skags here are also programmed to spawn underleveled, so my odds of getting second wins were actually pretty high. I just had to make sure I was conserving ammo for them. The whole thing was this weird dance between having enough ammo to survive if needed, but low enough ammo that Mordecai would keep sending me pistol ammo drops. And this third big attempt was going well. I used a Shock Wonderlust for fire phase, and when Shock phase rolled around, she was still fire resistant. Well, fuck you too, Borderlands, not this shit again. Well, if this is gonna keep happening in my runs now, I'm gonna name this bug the Phoenix Glitch. I still have no idea what causes this to happen, but if someone could figure it out, I would totally give them a shout out in a video where it was useful. But for right now, I am screwed. If I save quit, Mordecai will bug out and won't help me with the fight anymore. And if I try to just fight Bloodwing, I'll have to kill her with Shock and give Gauge mains a third reason to use Wires Don't Talk. Oh, and I can't even pre-stack either, man. Dude, I'm screwed. This gun is so freaking... Even the Skags were like, hey bro, you're better off trying to use the Logan's gun. Like, what? And at this point, I just felt doomed. This gun is so freaking bad. But then again, that's never stopped me before.
Not that one though. Not that one though. Mordecai, please, the purple. Thank you, Mordecai. Oh my god. Oh, that was scary. That's scary. That's scary. Just give me 2 health sticks. I don't care. It's fine. Ooh, I don't... We gotta go get this ammo over here. Oh, shit. Hold on. Easy peasy. Perish Bloodwing. Right here for me. Let's go.
Alright, so that fight fucking sucked, but I think I got the point on this one. Sure, I was struggling the whole time, but I did do it without pre-stacking, and she had the Phoenix glitch. And also, if you get killed by the fucking Wonderlust, that's just an automatic L. Like, how embarrassing would that be? So I will take the point on this one. I started this fight with 0 stacks of Anarchy, and when Bloodwing finally went down, I was sitting at a whopping 374 stacks. And to BM a little bit, I topped off to 400 on her dying body. GG, Bloodwing. Lost even though you were cheating. On the way out, I had Mordecai destroy all the loaders for me. I always save this Stalker sack in particular because it can spawn a loot dude, and this time we got lucky. Yippee! Our next goal was to recruit Brick and his air support, so we went to 1,000 Cuts, carefully carved a path to our initiation, just to down myself with a Wonderlust shot that was still stuck into a little psycho and die. I mean, this was fine because I still had a big old Goliath distracting and killing the enemies for me, which was working well until he ran out of bad guys to take his anger out on. I eventually got through the initiation, milked as many stacks as I could out of the Sarcastic Slab, and started playing support for Brick. It was pretty obvious he was the DPS character of us two, so I was just sitting back and making sure he just punched purple dudes the whole time. But most of the time, it honestly didn't even matter if they were purple.
Back up. There we go. That's what I like to see, Brick. Is he coming? I guess he's coming with. Oh, no, dude. No. Brick. Brick, help me out. Chat, what do I do? Chat. Fuck, I have to. I'm sorry. 1 second. I had to, guys. I didn't want to deal with him. He ain't dropped shit anyway. I wish Gage had like a button she could press and just have like something aggro relief that, you know, could distract enemies or something. Oh, besides Death Trap, because he's stupid.
After we took care of the beacons and the loaders, it was back to pre-stacking for our next objective. Man, I don't even know what else to promote now. Oh, you know what I could do? I could start a rap career and promote that. That's a great idea. Hey, yo, Cauldress, throw me down a beat. Yeah, I wander, and yeah, I lust, and I do both from dawn to dusk. 9 times out of 10, you can find me stacking, but the other 10%, I'm still lacking. One thing's for sure, I'm not to blame. I got precision. That's good aim. I can only think the fault. This dumb game, because every time I try, it always ends the same. I shoot, I miss. I clench my fist. The fuck even is this gun? This gun can't kill. I need NyQuil. Man, I'm sick of this thing. Don't worry guys, when that goes platinum, I will still be making YouTube videos. Anyway, we made our way to Opportunity to go steal Jack's voice. We had a scary clutch moment before taking on the Jack double, and as soon as one of my shots hit him, he decided to sprint as far away as possible. But I was tailing him the whole time, knowing that I had to take him out here and now or go back to the stacking crate. And with a little bit of bullet dodging luck, I managed to take the double down first try and ran around Opportunity to the info kiosks to acquire Jack's voice. That went relatively easily compared to the rest of the challenge, but this is where things really start to fall apart. It was time for the bunker raid, and the cold medicine coursing through my veins really started to mess with my decision making. Dude, 3 fucking times I pre-stacked at this crate just to fail this jump and have to pre-stack again. I literally could have just walked around, but for some reason my stubbornness was on overdrive and I completely forgot how to grenade jump.
Still gonna hit this grenade jump though. Well, let's get back to stacking.
I decided to reboot myself like a haunted animatronic so I could finally make it over this gap and start our fight with the staircase. Took a bit to take it down, but after that we ran into a real problem. Now this entire run, I've been pretty used to dealing no damage, but when it came to these baby turrets, I was dealing no damage. For those who don't know, these wall-mounted turrets are glitched and can't take any splash damage, and since the Wonderlust does pure splash damage, we were screwed. But I mean, if they're gonna cheat, I'll just use Death Trap to get through this part. Oh, yeah, we're super screwed, aren't we? Because in order to pass this barrier, we're going to need a build that is only just barely more viable than Shock Gauge. Okay, so melee gauge is one of those things you do as a joke. I mean, with claws is such a crap skill that calling it a capstone is honestly wild. Come to think of it, all of Gage's skills are backwards. Why do the skills get worse as you go down the skill tree? Riddle me that. Anyway, after a quick respec, we made a plan to kill the turrets with a bladed what am I doing with my life? A bladed Wonderlust and melee gauge. Step 1 of the plan was to pre-stack on an ammo crate near the turrets. After that, we would look for level 89 turrets because these guys can range from 89 to 91, and the difference between the two can really feel like night and day. If we didn't get level 89 turrets, we would have to run back through the scary red circle field so that they would despawn and respawn with a different level. We would then set up our distraction by spawning Death Trap and baiting the turrets to fight him. DT would sit there pretending to help while I would slag the turrets using Betty bullets and start swinging with my Wonderlust. Well, I know it looks like I'm using some crazy claws, but the blade on the Wonderlust is boosting my damage, I promise. And just in case there's some extra new people here, this game has a little quirk called Infinite Vertical Melee, which lets you melee anything directly below or above you from any distance, so I know it looks like I'm killing this thing with my mind, but that's just how the game works. After dealing with both of those turrets, we could not push forward because I had to go back to the normal build and restack again. I don't know if I could plug myself anymore, so shout out to Bulby. They make all the cool music I use in my videos, so if you've been vibing with it, make sure to check them out. Link in the description. Anyway, after that, we ran our way back to the mountain and started our fight with the Super Toaster. Since I'm playing Gage, I find it appropriate to be a nerd and start yammering about a strat I did for this guy. So for the run up until the baby turrets, I've been using the binary version or the ×2 prefix on the Wonderlust to increase my DPS. Now usually, the double prefix isn't always the best option on pistols because it kills your accuracy and lowers your DPR or damage per round. But this gun is so bad that I think it's the only gun that makes the DPS boost from the binary prefix make it so you actually use less ammo because the enemy has less time to regen. This gun is so cursed. Anyway, this giant toaster doesn't have health regen, so for this guy specifically, I pulled out a Wonderlust with the damage prefix to make the absolute most out of my ammo. I knew that even with this strat, he was going to have a good chunk of health left over, that I would have to just wait for the constructor to slowly nuke itself to death for the final chunk. Full ammo with the damage prefix Wonderlust got it down to about 1/3 of its health left. And at that point, I started opening all the ammo crates I could reach safely, and after a few nukes, I found just enough ammo to finally take this thing down. And now we've only got one more thing before the bunker, and that is the Face McShooty snipe.
All right, by the way, I'm not moving my mouse at all. It's on the right, and then bam, bam.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have tried that with 400 anarchy stacks. You know what, I'll come back when I have some accuracy. Alright, so the bunker fight was coming up, and taking out the turrets beforehand was pretty annoying. The ones within melee range were fine, but the ones that were far off were hard to hit because my shots would decide to home into the loaders that were rushing me down instead of the turrets. I ended up dying a few times and had to restack while fighting, but we were making progress, right up until the last turret that couldn't get slagged. Usually this means you slagged it while it was still spawning in, but I would never do that, at least on purpose. My theory is when I was trying to kill something else, one of my mischievous shots decided to seek this guy down and ruin my day. Our solution to this problem was some cheese spot on the lower part of the map and stacking off it until it died. Who else just got deja vu? And then it was time for the bunker, and this was gonna be horrible. Lee easy. I camped the fuck out of this guy because there was no reason to get close to the loaders and make those guys angry when I could just sit next to the ammo vendor and let the Wanderlust do its thing. Which is cool that I first tried a boss for once, but dang was it boring. I can already tell my aim for the next time I play Borderlands is going to be terrible because I'm so used to not aiming, but I feel like Gauge mains can just say that in general. Wait, conspiracy theory time. Gauge mains are made when someone takes a Gauge playthrough too far. And when they start playing another character, their aim is so bad that they can't do anything, but instead of blaming their own skill, they just say, oh, I'll just play Gauge again. And then the slippery slope starts creating a cycle. Angel Core was up next, and this is where things went to shit. I know this is the third time I've said something along those lines in the video, but it just keeps getting worse. Shooting the injectors was entirely luck-based because our shots would not home into them, so that's kind of funny. But after that, it was just constant stress. If I lost my stacks here, I would have no way to get them back reasonably because leaving Angel Core to go pre-stack would reset the whole section. Things were going okay at first. Roland showed up with a green rarity Torg assault rifle, so I was able to play support for a bit, but I still ended up dying because I wasn't able to shoot the ion loader that was in melee range. I tried desperately to stack off the enemies using Angel's ammo to fuel us, but after Roland left, a wave of 3 laser turrets and 4 loaders put us in a very rough spot. And after we died again, we were soft locked. You know, usually when someone says they're soft locked, it means a glitch is preventing them from progressing, so they have to save quit out of the game and reset. But there was no glitch happening here. We were soft locked by our lack of DPS and our inability to get ammo to stack because of the horde waiting for us on the other side of this door. And trust me, I tried the most convoluted stacking strats in here just to end up wasting an hour of my life. With no other options, we rode the elevator back up and started stacking. And 20 minutes later, we died to the exact same wave. That would just completely overwhelm us. And once again, we rode the elevator of defeat because we were soft locked. Third time's the charm though, right? Yeah, not in a gas mask run. This time we got glitch soft lock. Angel and Roland kept telling me the injectors were unshielded, but they weren't. And the Tesla towers were really starting to... What the fuck do I even call this? These motherfuckers are playing Skyblock. This game is so fucking cursed. Gauge is so fucking cursed. And the fucking Wanderlust is so fucking cursed. You know what? I'm even willing to say it. The Wanderlust is just fucking cursed. I refuse to believe that anybody even play tested this weapon, and honestly, I don't think a lot of you guys play tested this weapon either. Recently, our homie Mick made a video ranking all the pistols in BL2. You should watch that if you haven't. But yeah, in the video, he ranked the Wanderlust as the second worst, but only because the starter pistol can't go past level 33. What I'm about to read to you are real comments left on that video. When I read these to you, please think about all the struggles you've seen in this video so far. Here we go. Isn't the Wanderlust meant to be used on Gauge? How did you not think to test that? Honestly, the Wanderlust is okay on Krieg and Gauge. Krieg, it can activate Bloodbath, and Gauge can have so much raw damage that it can kinda work. Breaking news, local Wanderlust hater doesn't know how to play Hellborn, Krieg, or Anarchy Gauge. This thing on Gauge would be actually fucking insane. The Wanderlust completely bypasses the downsides of Anarchy while still having just high enough base damage to kill stuff. Still not good, but does have this niche use. The Wanderlust in my eyes wouldn't be the worst pistol, mainly because Gauge actually makes surprisingly nice work of it. Given how it is designed to be shot while taking cover, a 1 accuracy pistol that can get a massive damage boost from the 8 times damage of 400 Anarchy Yeah, it can be surprisingly useful on Gauge. Guys, this will be the video that breaks me. It's rant time. First off, the Wanderlust does not bypass the negative effects of Anarchy. It just gives you the negative effects without the benefit. Something like the Hot Mama Sniper would bypass the negative effects of Anarchy because it always has 100% accuracy while aiming down sights, but the Wanderlust doesn't do this. This comment also says that it has high enough base damage to kill stuff. What? How about this? Let's compare the Wanderlust to its non-unique counterpart, a normal E-Tech homing dart. All of these stats are the exact same, and we already know the Wanderlust loses all of its accuracy. Now, which of these two stats do you think got increased to balance out the Wanderlust and make it worth using? Well, the Wanderlust does get a whopping 3% status effect chance boost, which is pretty much useless. But what about the damage? A measly 10% buff? Maybe a 20% buff? Yeah, how about a near 30% nerf? Yes, the pearlescent version that you can only get at level 62 or higher and only found from Tubbies loses 30% of its damage and all of its accuracy just to get a 3% boost to dot chance. Just use a fucking dart at this point. Sure, the homing isn't as strong, but at least you can choose your targets, and I would say that's way more important. On top of just using a dart, use a different brand of dart while you're at it, because Maliwan is the only one that takes 3 ammo per shot and has probably the worst DPS out of all of them. Hyperion and Bandit ones don't need to reload every 3 shots. Flat up ones can actually spray down some damage, and T-tier ones have some of the best chuck damage in the game. This thing is hot garbage. But Gas, it's pretty good with 400 Anarchy stacks. Yeah, you know what else is good with 400 Anarchy stacks? Literally every weapon in the game. You know what's not good with 400 Anarchy stacks? The fucking Wanderlust. May I also remind you that this thing came with the same DLC that gave us Digistruct Peak and the OP levels. I think it's fair to say that if a DLC gives us a gun, it should be at least reasonable to use that in said DLC. So what kind of sick joke is this thing? I couldn't even beat the OP4 Peak with an OP10 Wanderlust and 400 Anarchy stacks, because the Wanderlust killed me. And I know it was the Wanderlust because I had full health right as Scorch rammed me, meaning there was a projectile in his forehead that bypassed my health gate. This thing does not go crazy with Max Anarchy. You go crazy with Max Anarchy. One of the arguments I did like was saying to use this on Krieg. Shout out to our homie Mr. TX01 for the gameplay, but with Bloodbath and Krieg gun build, you can do some really cool mobbing with this, since every kill will re-proc Bloodbath, giving you a constant 500% damage boost. But unless you jumpstart it with a fastball kill to get your first proc, you aren't going to do much with this thing. But also, just use a fucking dart. Here's a fun little challenge for you guys. I want you to comment down below and tell me why this is a perfect Wanderlust in my eyes. There are a few reasons, but I'll pin the most detailed answer. Good luck. I can't think of a good reason to use this thing. Really, TX? You think you got a good reason? Alright, let's hear it.
But what if it's fun, though? Now, call me a sadist, but I find that this gun can be genuinely enjoyable in the right hands. Just not Gage's hands.
Oh, actually, good point. Games are meant for fun, and if you enjoy using the Wanderlust, that is awesome. I mean, look, I've made this channel off of using terrible guns, and the challenge that this gun has provided has been genuinely fun. So if you think the Wanderlust is fun, use the Wanderlust. I'm not here to tell you not to, but please, oh please, actually use the Wanderlust before you say it's good. The amount of times I see people go, no accuracy? It's factually busted on Gauge, is the biggest hasty generalization fallacy I've ever heard. Too often, I see people not trying things and just assuming based on what other people have said. Please experience this thing firsthand. You've seen the struggle in this video, but I still encourage you to get the save file from our Discord server and test it yourself. And if you like it, that's awesome. I know I go pretty bare bones for my runs and don't optimize every little part of the build, but you can build around just about any gun in this game. And for some people, that's just the beauty of Borderlands. Fun is different for everybody, and part of the fun for me is that feeling when a hard fight is finally won. And that's where I find beauty in Borderlands. I personally don't like the Wanderlust and wish that a super rare item like this was worth the payout, but the challenge it possesses is one I have no regrets taking on. I love the beauty in the struggle, and honestly, I don't know if I would change anything about this game, because I always have fun with it. Well, you know. Except for when I'm fucking stacking, ugh. Long story short, I hate Gage more than the Wanderlust. Well, I think I got all of that out of my system and ended on a pretty wholesome note at that. But I bet you're wondering about Angel Court now. Well, after failing a few more times to that same big wave and the Wanderlust one-shotting me because it bumped the cover I was trying to use, I tried a new strat and got a little lucky. The plan was to start firing before the big wave started, so I had a bunch of projectiles in the air that would all home in at once. It was like some Netero 99th hand type of thing. This reference is also double funny when you realize the Wanderlust also can't kill an ant. I managed to take out all the turrets like this, and I also got an ion loader to spawn, which was helpful because now the loaders would group up instead of surround me. It was also here that I found out that the Wanderlust's projectiles can actually go through an ion loader shield. Wait, an actual reason to use the Wanderlust? I have to tell everybody. This is going to be groundbreaking. This is gonna change the— oh wait, never mind. Normal darts do that too. Just use a fucking dart. After that wave, Lilith showed up, and this was probably the happiest I was ever to see her. The aggro relief was honestly so refreshing, and I finally had some time to relax. But Lilith didn't like that too much.
There it is. She said it. Good grief. I was just thinking. Imagine if this is the run of all runs. She doesn't say it in a YouTube run. This cursed, goofy Angel Core. Imagine if. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? What is this gun? What'd I hit? Did I hit Lilith? My Wanderlust targeted Lilith, bro, and it killed me. And now I have to pre-stack again. Well, what I was trying to do was I was trying to save Roland. Shoot. Shoot. Alright. Alright, those are gonna home in and kill Jack. We got this. We got this. Nah, I think they despawned. Yeah, they despawned. I fucking hate this gun.
Anyway, we made it back to Sanctuary and made our way to the Blight. We finally had the better stacking crate, and I was so happy about that. Well, until I remembered I was using the Wanderlust.
No, not the bully. I can't stack here, guys. The fucking Wanderlust shoots the bully mongs. No, bully mongs. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it, dude. Hey, hey, hey. Hey now. Hey. Calm down. Hey, listen. The gun didn't hurt. You're fine. Okay? It didn't do that much damage. Okay? We're cool. I know your homie's over in Three Horns, okay? I know him. Yeah, I know him. I also know Anger. I know him too. Yeah, see? We're cool. We're cool. It was an accident, okay? Thank you. Thank you for understanding. Dude, your spine looking dope, by the way. You gotta send me your glute exercises, bro. Send them my way. Thanks.
Up next was Sawtooth Cauldron. I got here and was immediately cornered by the ambush commanders and their horde of goons. The issue of not being able to choose my targets became extremely prevalent here, and they were also just completely surrounding my only ammo vendor. It wasn't long before a stray grenade sent me plummeting down into the lava below, and at first glance this seems like a Rip Stacks moment, but I had a plan.
Hold on. I have a big brain play. Good. Good. We still got all our stacks.
15 minutes of normal Gage gameplay later, we finally took out the ambush commanders and made our way towards Boombringer. I wanted to fight as little enemies as possible, so I decided to try and sneak past them. But this isn't a stealth game, so that didn't work. Now stackless, I realized that my current objective didn't really require stacks, so I decided to just keep trying and hoping the bandits had the same accuracy as me. I also did some grenade jump strats to bypass most of them. Making it to Boombringer took more deaths than time, really. I had no faith that my Wanderlust would home in on Mortar's buzzards, so I decided to just point blank it because I had nothing else to lose. Mortar and the buzzards were up next, so I decided to get more money to stack and then go back to the crate. Just in time for one last mid-roll. Welcome back. I've decided to let Mortar live, but I did break his ankles to teach him a lesson, and rode the elevator up to start fighting the buzzards. If you're wondering, yes, they do fly away faster than my bullets can home into them, and yes, that's fucking annoying. In order to hit these things, we first had to hide in the soup can until we cleared out the bandits. Luckily, we had some help.
Oh, fucking stinky him, dude. Yes. Oh, do it again. Do it again. Yes!
And after that, we just had to time our shots so they were pretty much jousting the buzzards instead of trying to chase them. I managed to get 3 of them before this scavenger ruined everything, and I didn't want to go back to the crate, so I decided to just stack off the guy with broken ankles before making our way back up.
You guys see that Wanderlust shot, not knowing to go over the fence? Thank you, Wanderlust. Very cool.
Also, don't worry, he didn't survive. And neither did the buzzards when I got back up there with max stacks. We secured the goods and made our way to the boneyard. We immediately lost our stacks here trying to kill a tubby skag, so I found a cheese spot to stack on the guy. He survived all the way up until I made it to 235, and he did not drop a Wanderlust, which sucks for later. Still not sure why I decided to stack up here. I knew I was just gonna rush the pumping stations, so I speed ran through all of that and stacked up for the Saturn fight. Oh, you wanted to see Saturn himself. Yeah, no, I don't have any footage of that. This is the best you're gonna get. Yeah, so I stood here for a bit, ended up taking 2.5 full ammo backpacks to take the scary red dot down. After that, I immediately lost all my precious stacks to an RPG loader, so it was back to sneaking past all the bad guys to grab the info and get out of there. Alright, we're on the final stride. One last farming session at the crate to get us through the rest of the game. Instead of throwing another ad meme here, I just want to tell you guys how many times I had to pre-stack in this run. What you are watching now is pre-stacking session number 50. And with an average stacking time of 10 minutes, that maths up to 8 hours and 40 minutes of anarchy stacking. And I'm just saying, if that isn't worth your sub, I don't know what is. We met with Claptrap and started our last mobbing section. We played carefully and got pushed all the way back to the entrance of the area and held our triggers down until the door was open. We then ran through Heroes Pass, dodging all the non-necessary fights, and made it to the fight with Jack. And I was truly dreading this fight. A lot of you guys might know that Jack has some extremely strong health regen at OP10 that has given us issues with far stronger weapons. Match this with the fact that he could just teleport away and get shield surveyors we have to deal with, and you can see that this fight could be hard. And if you also remember that the Wanderlust does splash damage, so we can't block him at the terminal to cheese his AI without blowing ourselves up in the process, you see that this fight has to be hard. And our only real hope for this fight was for Jack's AI to break, which could take an indefinite amount of time. And do you know how long it took for Jack's pathfinding to finally break? 0 seconds. He was bugged practically fresh out the womb. His shield broke, and for the first time I have ever seen, he just did not make himself a shield surveyor and just started pacing back and forth. I was ready to be here for 6+ hours, hands together praying, but to my surprise, I was already blessed. Yeah, bro, I have never seen Jack go this freaking broken right off the bat. Like, he was still moving, but it was like you gave your 4-year-old little brother the controller. I don't know. Maybe Jack was like, yikes, he has to play Gage and use the Wanderlust for this run? I'll just let him have it. But, like, thanks? There has to be a god.
Yeah!
There has to be. I don't even know what else to say. I was just baffled and had to fight the warrior now. This was going to be a long fight, and for one last time, we used the Shock Wanderlust to fight the warrior. Shock Gage isn't real! One of the biggest issues with this fight was just making the Rack angry, and my Wanderlust loved doing that. Don't get me wrong, the Wanderlust was clutching up when I needed it to, which was an extremely weird feeling to just be like, rip stacks, and then get a second win so many times. But this was a patience game. I offer you peace. You see this gun I'm holding? It can't decide who it fires. I'm a level with you, Volcanic Rack. I can't aim this thing, okay? You see the bullets chasing you? I have no control over that. This guy, I know, he came up in your house and he's ruining everything. I'm trying to get rid of him, okay? I'm trying my absolute best to get rid of this dude for you, okay? But I need you to evacuate the area. I see your homies over there. And I know you've taken casualties, and some of them are me. But let's be realistic here. If I don't take that thing out, you're all gone. That tail, I've seen it smack so many of you guys out of the fucking air, okay? So let's truce this out. Cool. Pal, is there something I need to give you? Do you want a high five? What's he trying to tell me, guys? I'm a bullymong whisperer. You want to front like that? Huh? Huh? Yeah, what are you gonna do when I keep running into you, huh? Got you by the throat. Yeah, get out of here. They didn't want peace. Anyway, after a few clutches and 1 hour later, the warrior entered his deathbed phase, and we won this fight. We decided to let the real MVP of this run deal the finishing blow to Jack. Shout out to the stacking coaster for being vital to this run and my mental health. And with Jack finally dead, yeah, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the Wanderlust. And yes, you heard that right. Bonus content time, woo! So I quite enjoyed the challenge of this run. That being said, I don't think I will ever be happy if I get a Wanderlust drop from a Tubby. So to finish this run, I decided that in order to complete it, I would have to farm a Wanderlust with the Wanderlust, so that getting one would bring me joy just one time in my life. As said before, this drop can only come from Tubby enemies, which are rare themselves. And on top of that, the chance to get a Wanderlust to drop is roughly 1.67%, which translates to about a 1 in 60 chance. For this, we had 3 options. 1, farm Tubbies in the Badlands and then just stack on them when we found them. This would be slow, and dealing with the whole pack of Skags would make it extremely hard. 2, farm Tubby Varkids on Wham Bam Island. If you get to the point where you're supposed to inject the first pod, Varkids will infinitely spawn, so you won't have to pre-stack on every run. But this can easily get out of hand.
Already an ultimate? Wait, what? Yeah, I don't know if this would be a viable. Because if I can't kill the pods fast enough, then that would be an issue. What the fuck? No! Not you!
And before you ask, I was gonna try, but she despawned. Sorry, guys. Or 3, use the Kleptocurrency Tubby farm to find Tubbies optimally. Option 3 was regrettably our best option. And the issue with this option is that we had to beat most of the fucking giraffe DLC to unlock this farm. But like, no way I would do that. Could you imagine having to go back to the stacking crate just to fight through all the tanky plant psychos and all the annoying doll guys beaming you with their E-Tech snipers? And then fighting more tanky plant dudes and even tankier doll guys? And fighting even more tanky plant dudes and even more tanky doll guys? Just to finally make it to a giant tanky Super Saturn and lose all my stacks because max ammo is nowhere near close enough to kill it. And then have to cheese stack off Uranus? Yes, I just said that. Spend $800 bajillion on ammo and sit there for half an hour watching your homing bullets fail to do the one job they were designed for. Just to finally get the kill and get a bunch of cool loot you can't even use. And on top of doing all that, adding another hour of stacking to the run and still have to farm Tubbies for a 1 in 60 drop. Can you imagine that? Well, you don't have to, because you just watched it. So how did the Tubby farming actually go? Well, anytime I found one of these cute little guys, I would have to pre-stack on them until my damage outdid their health regen. I mean, unless we just happened to fight our way over towards the doll guys nearby by accident, and they so happened to help kill the spider ants for me. Yeah, that was pretty cool when that happened. Tubby after Tubby would fall, and I was prepared to be here for months possibly. I would see a pearlescent pistol and get so nervous just to find out it's a stalker or an unforgiven. But on Tubby number 15, I ended up using the rest of my luck for the year. Don't forget to look away. I mean, the prediction's up. It almost fell through the fucking floor. You guys see that? There's no way, right guys? There's no way it's happening. There's no way Quad Blades win this, right? Quad Blades isn't gonna win this. Quad Blades isn't winning this, right guys? That's just not gonna happen. Only 15 Tubbies? That only took 3 hours. Oh my god. Oh, we got it. Oh my god. I can't believe we got that on day one. It's OP10 with doll grip. So it's kind of but so is every Wonderlust. I don't even care. Oh. Let's go, it bounced in. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. And once again, thank you guys for 100,000 subscribers on the channel. You guys are awesome and I cannot express my gratitude enough. If you want to continue to help the channel grow, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love hearing your guys' kind words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, getting yourself something over at GamerSupps using my link, or going to gasmaskgang.com to get some merch. I will leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live down in the description, and last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Man, I fucking hate the Wonderlust. This video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you could save money on games later in the video. Borderlands 2 is full of Easter eggs and references, but the most memorable one for me has to be the Minecraft Easter egg in Caustic Caverns. So today, we're going to ask ourselves, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the longbow? Here are the rules for this run. First off, this will be an Ultimate Vault Hunter mode Overpower 10 playthrough. For the Minecraft players that have never played this game, this just means enemies have 4 times health, health regen, and are all 10 levels higher than us. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and the longbow is the only gun I can use. The longbow being a sniper type weapon means that Zero is the character to pick for this run. To complement his skills, we will be using the legendary sniper class mod for a bunch of sniper buffs. This class mod also has us trade off 2/3 of our shield for some pretty intense crit damage bonuses, so we will be super squishy for the whole run. Melee attacks in Zero's kunai will be allowed for applying Deathmark and Slag to the bad guys, but I can't kill enemies with the melee damage. If any of the run invalid babies want to complain about this, I literally put it in the rules, so don't make a fool of yourself. As for the other gear, we have a basic shield and the Vault Hunter relic as a placeholder. Here's a quick peek at the build. Pretty basic sniper build stuff, so let's hop into the run. We start our journey in Tutorial Town, a village recently overrun by pillagers and their fearsome ravagers. And just like any Minecraft raid, I used my bow to start taking these guys out from afar. Lucky for us, every single longbow you find in this game comes with a flame enchantment, making combat with these fleshy bandits and creatures relatively easy. I used my time here to learn the arc of the arrow shot so I could hit crits more efficiently. The longbow being one of 3 snipers in the game with no scope and also shooting Minecraft arrows at an upward angle made it a little goofy to aim. The 10 out of 5 in velocity, tripling our bullet speed, also made this pretty chaotic to learn. I found we were really accurate when we used the top of our crosshair to aim instead of the middle. Anyway, we met with the town's only surviving villager. He helped us fix up our iron golem friend, and we made our way towards the first boss fight, Boom Boom. Here we learned a pretty valuable lesson for this run. No crits, no damage. This sniper is definitely a skill cannon, especially when it comes to armored fire-resistant enemies like Boom Boom. Even on basic enemies, body shots won't get you very far, but if you set it up and land the headshots, you get the results you need.
Oh god, that hurts, that hurts, that hurts, that hurts.
After we dealt with those guys, we fought our way up to Flint. And I actually took my time here because I somehow survived this long while being super squishy this whole time. In most of my runs, I'm around 20 deaths at this point, so I was super focused. We made it to Flint and totally expected that this run could end here. Flint being a fire-resistant boss that has a phase where fire damage heals him was one thing, but also giving him a mask that blocks most of your crits made this fight pretty dumb. Before this run, I was under the assumption that you just couldn't kill Flint with fire weapons. Like, look at this clip of me spamming him with a fire Norfleet. That's not a great sign, eh? I knew this fight could be a roadblock before I even started the run. So I came up with a strat so cheesy, so goofy, and so impractical that I really didn't want to use it if I didn't have to. I'll be calling this strat
Plan B. Plan A was to knock Flint out of his arena and bug out his AI, and then we would just feed him crits and hope that we could fight against his health regeneration. And at first, it looked like my arrows weren't doing anything. But Zero had a trick up his sleeve. I'm talking about Critical Ascension. This skill gives Zero more crit and sniper damage for every crit he hits. These stacks of Critical Ascension will start decaying if you stop getting crits after a short period of time or swap to a non-sniper weapon. So now the question was, could I stack enough Critical Ascension to actually move his health bar?
Slag, please. Please slag. Oh? Oh, what the f? Oh, that was a grenade. We're good. No way. We have enough ammo, dude? We don't need slag. We don't even need slag. Oh my god.
Well, I could be wrong, but I think I might be the first person ever to kill Flint with a fire weapon at OP10. I was honestly really glad that that worked out. Looks like we're gonna have to save Plan B for another run. Anyway, we got Claptrap's boat back, made it to 3 horns, used my Bullymong whispering skills, stole a car, made it villager color, hit door guy, changed my mind about the vehicle color, met Corporal Reese, sniped the crap out of a guy that stole his battery, made a snow golem to avenge the 20 bandits for Reese, and finally made it to Sanctuary. Alright, so we're going to be waiting for Private Jessup to open this door for a while, so now is a great time to tell you about how instant gaming can save you money on your next video game purchase. Picture this. All your homies get a new game and you see them over there having a blast, so you decide to get the game for yourself, but uh-oh, it's going to set you back $70? Yikes! Yeah, video games are getting expensive nowadays, but that's where instant gaming comes in. They have deals on tons of games, and I'm willing to bet they've got deals on some of the games that have been rotting away in your wish lists. And the best part for me personally is that there's no waiting for deals here. That's why they call it instant gaming. And to the console homies watching, instant gaming has you guys covered too. So if you're on PlayStation, Xbox, or even Switch, they've got deals with your name on them. So how about this? You think of a game you've been wanting to play and use my link in the description to at least see what kind of deal they're offering on it. And just know if you do end up making a purchase, not only are you saving yourself money, but you're also supporting the channel. Anyway, let's get back to the run. What are we still doing here? Anyway, the Firehawk left us a pretty frightening message, so we set off to Frostburn Canyon. I usually run right through this place because all the mandatory combat is at the very end, but my haste got the best of me. I got greedy and died to a couple of fire-resistant nomads halfway through and took this run's first death. My first life in a run is usually the best, so this number is just going to start increasing fast now. Anyway, we made it to Lilith and died a couple more times, and honestly, I'm blaming Lilith for this one. For the Minecraft players, imagine Lilith as an annoying Enderman that is supposed to help you fight, but in reality just blinds you most of the time when it teleports, and you also have to constantly feed its drug habits. Oh yeah, and it also has a really dumb catchphrase. Anyway, some big boy Vindicators showed up, and I proved that they are killable with the longbow before dealing with the others in my signature style.
Rebozo. Whoa.
I put the stinky on him. After all that was dealt with, our next goal was to go save our boy Roland. He was captured and being held in the Bloodshot Woodland Mansion, and we were going to need a new car to sneak in. Now usually this is the part of the run where I get a break from the harsh, cruel combat and get to fight some cars that aren't balanced properly for endgame and feel like a god for 2 minutes. But like I said before, no crits, no damage. Even with Boar, fighting the cars was actually pretty scary stuff. This just goes to show how important hitting crits was during this run. After stealing enough parts to make ourselves a new minecart, we made it back to the Bloodshot Mansion and took on Badma. This fight was a bit rough. Homie had a shield and it was making it really hard to hit the crits we needed. It was sloppy, but we took him out and made our way inside. So we start fighting through all the mobs and things were going great, right up until the dreaded toilet room. Yeah, these bone crushers, they were turning me into bone meal. Anytime a bullet hit me, it would just break my shield and just take a chunk of my health in the process. Like, imagine getting shot, but all you have to block the bullet is a piece of cardboard. It's not gonna do much, but you're getting shot, so you're gonna take what you can get. The bad guys also had the high ground here. I wish I had some ender pearls to gain some height advantage, but all I had were these invisibility potions that only last 5 seconds. After a few deaths, I changed up my strategy a bit. I decided to leave some of the psychos alive and just keep them close by. This way, when I ended up getting shot twice, I had a totem of undying ready to get me back into the action. We eventually took out enough bad guys for the door to open and Mad Mike showed up. I don't know why, but he just decided to jump into the end portal without placing a bed first. Guess I wish him luck on fighting the ender. Oh, okay, that's unfortunate. Oh well. We found Roland and he was in big trouble. Homie set off a skulk sensor and the warden came and nabbed him up. We had to be quick here because if we didn't kill the warden in time, he would take Roland to the friendship gulag where the fight is a lot harder. On the run up to him, we fought our first loaders and honestly, that didn't go too well. These yellow health bar armored enemies are fire resistant and we end up doing about a quarter of the damage that we should be doing. So if fighting these basic armored enemies is rough, how is a giant armored enemy that spawns more armored enemies going to go? Well, extremely well considering that he has a giant crit spot and doesn't move at all. Yeah, I was able to get a good amount of critical ascension stacks using this Rainbow Six Siege type angle, and I managed to take out the warden before it could even spawn any bad guys. Anyway, we fought off the rest of the loaders with Roland and made it back to Sanctuary. Our next mission was to blow up a train and steal the vault key. For the first time in a while, we were able to light the 3 Varkids on fire without needing a firemelon. And after that, Mordo and Tina helped us make some TNT to blow up that train, but not before it could take another victim. Okay, maybe a couple victims. Anyway, we started our fight with Wilhelm and this fight was pretty rough. Between him spawning loaders and surveyors with no crit spots, he himself also hits pretty hard, so I had to initiate the gamer posture for this fight. Step 1 was to get the loaders dealt with. This would give me less to worry about and also help me build up some critical ascension stacks for Wilhelm himself. And after that, I would just target Wilhelm and try to fight against his shield being recharged. I tried to leave the surveyors alive in case I needed a second wind, but that wasn't a guarantee. No crits, no damage, so if I was going to kill one of these, I was going to have to hope they would line themselves up for a boar shot. For the Minecraft players, think of boar as the piercing enchantment, but the bullet doubles its damage every time it hits something. This skill can one-shot some enemies if their hurt boxes are overlapping because the damage just keeps stacking, so that was something we prayed for during the fight. This was actually a pretty close fight. I was running out of ammo towards the end of it. Gosh darn it, dude, I knew mending wasn't worth it. But we had plenty of critical ascension stacks, so we had just enough ammo to finish this fight. Anyway, we stole another battery for the city's shield system, but turns out it had a virus planted in it, and now Herobrine is hidden somewhere in Borderlands 2. I guess please leave a comment if you end up seeing him in the video. I'm kind of scared right now. Yeah, so Sanctuary turned into a giant end island and then disappeared. I forgot to place a bed up there, so now we need a new way to get home. I found a route through the fridge where all my other skeleton brethren live. Us bone boys need to stick together, so they didn't do me any harm as I passed through. We made it to the Outwash and found the beacon we needed to get back to Sanctuary. Only issue was an angry glow squid ate it, so we were gonna have to kill that thing. Our first attempt went pretty bad, and I thought this fight was gonna be tough. But then I came back, beamed it in the eyeballs, and killed it in like 5 seconds. Now that we had our beacon, all we needed to do was set it up and defend it. I didn't have 164 iron blocks to get any stat boosts, so when Jack moonshot 50 loaders at me, I was pretty much beat right there. After struggling my way through another 15 deaths, we were finally able to make it back home. Our next mission was to prep for the big bunker raid, and step 1 of that was getting Claptrap's upgrade from the preserve. We started trying to wound the loaders to get the front door open. Emphasis on trying. Like, we could wound the loaders, but by the time we wounded the next one, they would just heal and not be classified as wounded anymore. Lucky for us, this game is spaghetti coded, and if you end up dying while one of the loaders is still wounded, the game doesn't realize that they heal back to full health, and they still count towards the 3 wounded loader requirement. So after a few tactical respawns, we made it deeper into the preserve and started fighting Pomone and Toomba. I didn't really need to fight these guys, but I just kind of felt like it. That was until I actually started trying to hit Pomone's crit spot and instantly regretted it. Those guys died eventually and I continued on. The first mandatory mobbing section here was, well, it was fine until the stalkers started throwing the loaders around, making it really hard to hit crits. Oh my god, dude, this goofy off fight, dude! We started prioritizing the stalkers to avoid this issue, and the Uba eventually showed up. This thing is big and slow, so hitting crits on it was pretty easy. right up until both of his arms fell off and no longer had any crit spots. Honestly not sure why his eyeball is in a crit spot just like literally every other loader ever, but at least these guys are one of the few enemies that don't have health regen. So we just had to be patient. But this still took a long time. Long enough that the loaders we previously killed hit their 25-minute respawn timer right as we were running out of ammo, so that was a bit scary. We managed to clutch up though and made our way to the loot dudes. Much like the baby zombies in Minecraft, you want to fight these guys one at a time because having 4 of them on you would be pretty bad. I think our gear had looting on it because this time around we got 3 legendaries. A Logan's gun, a Shred-a-Fire, and a Maggie. Pretty good haul. Which reminds me, if you want any of this cool loot or to try this challenge for yourself, I have the save file on my Discord server. Link in the description if you want to join. After that, it was pretty much a straight shot to Bloodwing. Uh-oh. Wolves, my sworn enemy. Anyway, after losing a few ribs, we made it to Bloodwing. So this fight had the potential to be pretty tough, because it's a 3-phase fight where she goes through fire, shock, and corrosive phases. During my last run where I was tied to a gun lock to one element, this fight took a long time because that last corrosive phase had so much damage reduction. Lucky for us in this fight, we take on the fire phase first, so all the pressure isn't built up to the last phase. We could die during this fight and it wouldn't be a big deal since the first phase is the only one to worry about. But honestly, we're getting ahead of ourselves and worrying too much. This gun killed Flint, and I fought the Ender Dragon before. So you think some spicy bird can stop us? Thank you. No, stop. Please kill it. Thank you. Cool. Let's go. Let's fucking go, dude. Alright guys, Bloodwing is starting to get bodied. I've got a feeling she won't back down easily though. Anyway, after stacking a bunch of critical ascension off of Bloodwing, we grabbed the Claptrap upgrade and made it back home. The next thing we needed for the bunker raid was Brick's air support, so we made our way to 1000 Cuts. And yeah, at this point the game just started falling apart. I think I tried to do that when I died. No. Anyway, we made it to Brick's initiation and decided to make all the Goliaths mad. We eventually got one to go full Godliath and we had to take him on. But for some reason, I just couldn't hit any crits on this guy. Sure, his head flails around a lot and that makes it harder to hit, but with the amount of rounds I shot in that general vicinity, I should have at least hit a few. I ended up dying and just summed it up as an anomaly, because as soon as I got back, I just bodied him, so I guess that's kind of funny. After that, we put the Stinky on Sarcastic Slab, put the Stinky on a loader, Brick put the Stinky on a loader, and then Brick and I used the power of friendship to put the Stinky on a loader together.
Oh, set me up! Set me up!
We now had Brick's air support backing us up, so all that was left was to go assassinate the Jack Double and steal his voice. We caught the faker by surprise and filled his face with arrows before he had a chance to run away. We stole his watch and pressed a few buttons and made our way out of there. With all the tools we needed, we made our way up to the bunker. Claptrap snuck us in, and our first door was guarded by this toaster right here. Usually we just use our constructor displacement strat to get him to look at this wall so all of his missiles just hit the door, but this time we tricked it into looking the other way. That way we could hit its crit spot from over here and take it out efficiently. Our next target wouldn't be this easy though. Long-time viewers know about the issues with these baby turrets. These guys are fire resistant, don't have crit spots, and are fueled by Regeneration 2 potions. And am I forgetting something? Oh yeah, they're just straight up immune to splash damage because of a glitch. The longbow doesn't deal splash damage, so that's not the problem. The issue comes from our kunai not being able to slag these turrets so that they would take triple damage. The kunai still apply Deathmark, but that wears off quickly and is only an 80% damage boost. So in order to kill these things, we needed to use some type of slag grenade to make these guys purple. Or do we? Right before I went to go find a slag grenade, I had an idea that might make this fight doable. Right before you get to these turrets, a couple of loaders spawn. My plan was to disarm one and slowly fire shots at them to stack critical ascension, giving us some more sniper damage to use on the turrets. And this process was pretty tedious. I had to make sure I waited in between each shot to let him regen as much health as possible, but also not wait too long so that I started losing my stacks. Two Fang, aka our multi-shot enchantment, would proc as well. This is not good for stacking because it deals extra damage to the loader but doesn't give us an extra stack of critical ascension. I also couldn't unspec into it because I needed Two Fang for that extra DPS on the turrets. Ammo was also an issue. In order to have enough ammo to continue stacking, I would have to jump off this cliff to get the free ammo from respawning. I would lose about 10 stacks in this process, and the whole thing was just a constant tug of war. Eventually I got 35 stacks and went after the first turret and just barely got away with the kill. And for the second one, I accidentally killed off my stacking loader, so that sucked. I didn't want to have to reset the map and fight both turrets again, but I noticed that this turret was level 89, which is the lowest possible level it could spawn at, so I tried to brute force it. For this to work, we were going to need Two Fang to proc more times than not. We were also going to have to utilize all 4 of our longbows. We could not waste any time reloading, so instead we decided to swap to our other 3 fully charged crossbows to have a chance at killing this cursed turret. And after like 10 attempts, we managed to pull it off. Oh my fucking god, dude. This game's stupid. Well, that only took 120 shots to handle. Let's see how many this giant toaster takes. Oh, like 15 maybe? That's cool and makes sense. And the last thing we need to do before the bunker fight was face McShooty. Oh! So we made it to the bunker and our objective was to blow up 11 giant turrets. And if the tiny ones went bad, you can only imagine that the big ones would be worse, right? Nope, they have a crit spot conveniently placed on the back of them. After that, it was time to fight the bunker, aka the greatest defense spot ever built. If some tiny turret ate up all of our ammo, I can only imagine that this fight was going to be impossible. Oh yeah. Alright, for the Minecraft players wondering what the heck just happened, this boss has multiple hurt boxes that overlap on each other. So if you know where to shoot this guy, Boar just lets the bullet get stuck, bouncing back and forth and practically one-shotting this boss. It leaves it at 1 health since it has to die in this spot, so I decided to finish him off with style. Let's go. It was now time to jump down into Angel Core and deal with multiple waves of loaders. This should be fine though, right guys? Sure, the laser turrets have aimbot and no crit spot, but there will be plenty of loaders to stack critical ascension on. Everything's gonna be fine.
Howdy, boys.
Ah, fuck, the Enderman is back, hold on. Anyway, a fight that should take 5 minutes maybe took about half an hour, and then the last injector we had to destroy glitched out and just became invincible. Still not sure what caused this, but it has to be something to do with the other injectors respawning after 25 minutes or just taking too long in general. We got lucky and our kunai managed to take it out for some reason. I don't know, spaghetti code or something. I'm just glad we didn't have to redo this whole fight. Anyway, Roland died, the Enderman got kidnapped, and now we had to go to Sawtooth Cauldron. Here we had to take out 4 more shielded nomad dudes, and honestly, I was just kind of getting farmed by these guys. I was just constantly surrounded, and if you mix that with how squishy I was, you get an experience similar to falling into a mob grinder. We eventually got enough sneaky headshots and destroyed Boombringer so that Mortar would come down and fight us. The last thing we needed to do was fight a few ghasts, but this Blaster Goliath was causing chaos up here. I decided to knock his helmet off so he would enter rage mode, but then my guy just started trying to punch the buzzards and just fell off the tower. That didn't matter though, because homie just set his game mode to creative and flew his way back up here.
Round 2.
Honestly, I don't even want to talk about killing the buzzards anymore. Just know that I did. I was way too invested in this guy's journey. He was launching other bad guys around and I wanted to see what happened. But tragically, he ran off too far before I had a chance to put a name tag on him, so he despawned. We'll miss you, Blaster Goliath. Anyway, we used the bombs we stole to get to the boneyard and spun a bunch of valves before crashing our car into a pipe and Tony Hawking the thing. We made it to the Badlands after that with the goal of sneaking in, getting the data we needed, and getting out. And if you thought I was gonna fight Saturn, the giant, tanky, fire-resistant, no crit spot having scary robot of death, yeah, right. This guy is optional. Maybe when Skags fly. What the? Oh, come on, dude. So the plan to kill Saturn was to use his little turret attachments to rack up bore damage. These turrets have separate health bars and have health regen, while Saturn doesn't. So after hitting one of these turrets, I would let them regen a little bit before continuing to use them against Saturn. After one heartbreaking fail, we managed to get the kill, sneak in, steal the data, and make it out. Were you expecting me to stay alive? Well, that's your own fault. We were finally ready for the final stride towards the vault. Combat at the claptrap door was going to be pretty scary because super surveyors spawn. Normal surveyors are an issue because they don't have crit spots, and now imagine one that's 5 times tankier. The plan for these guys was to lure them into a trap by wounding other loaders and hoping we could slag them with kunai and just brute force it. Or, you know, it could just fly too close to another surveyor and just get bored. We managed to stack a good amount of critical ascension during this big fight, and that helped us finish it relatively well. After that, we did the parkour map known as Heroes Pass and made it to our fight with Jack. The first phase of this fight isn't anything too special, but when Jack's shield breaks, 2 things happen that could cause some issues. First off, he's got some crazy health regen. And second, he spawns another one of those darn surveyors that gives him an invincibility shield. After 5 attempts, I managed to accidentally bore kill the drone, and then Jack just glitched out, letting me finish him off pretty much for free. And just like that, it was now time for our final fight with the warrior. So this fight would be pretty tough if we did it the intended way. The warrior has multiple slam attacks that are pretty much undodgeable, and our only realistic revives were phantoms, and healing was out of the question because the slams were just way too frequent. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm literally getting comboed in the air. I'm getting juggled. Now we could use one of the 64 different safe spots next to a respawning ammo crate on this map and just take him out the boring way. Or we could do something funnier and trick the warrior into stepping on a Lego and taking him out the boring way. As the warrior sat there with 1 HP left to spare, we set ourselves up and ended this run. And just like that, now we know. You can beat Borderlands 2 with only the longbow. Bonus content time, woo! Alright, so we might have beat the game, but we didn't find a single diamond the whole run. So we headed towards Caustic Caverns to go mine some. We made it to diamond level and were ambushed by a horde of creepers, but we weren't going to let them stop us from finding what we came for. A trophy to commemorate this run, and some diamonds. Why are they purple? Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with YouTube's algorithm a lot. I also read all my comments and love hearing your guys' kind words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, using my link and saving yourself money on instant gaming, or checking out the merch store. I will link my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. This video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you could save money on video games later in the video. Whether you like Borderlands 2 slag mechanics or not, I think we can all agree that when you are the one being slagged, it's not that fun. Well, maybe for you guys, but I'm a masochist, so today I ask, can you beat Borderlands 2 while perma-slagged? As per my usual, this is going to be an Ultimate Vault Hunter mode Overpower 10 playthrough. For anyone new to the game, that just means enemies have 4 times health, health regen, and are all 10 levels higher than us. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and I must be slagged at all times. Now usually to become perma-slagged, you need to get to the Arid Nexus Boneyard and get slagged while driving a car. Exiting the vehicle before the slag has time to wear off will leave you in a state of permanent slag until you save quit out of the game. The issue with this setup is that you don't get access to this map until the second to last mission of the game. But worry not, because there's a way to be slagged 24/7 without the need of a glitch. And all you need to do is use this. That's right, everybody. This video is also going to be Can You Beat Borderlands 2 with only the... Wait, how the heck do you even say this word?
Cuckoo lane. Cuckoo lane.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in the cuckoo lane after this one. For real though, I'm 99% sure it's pronounced Cullen, but I'm 100% sure some people who call it the Chew Lane are going to convulse if I say it like that, so I've decided it's called the Chalupa now. That way, everybody's mad. Anyway, the other gear for this run is going to be a basic shield, Vault Hunter Relic to maybe get some funny drops, and the legendary Nurse class mod. Now, the legendary cat would have been the optimal decision with its crazy SMG damage buff, but I thought the nurse fighting against me getting one shot all the time would be funnier, more thematic, and more challenging. Here's a quick peek at the build. I'll answer any questions about it in the comment section, but I pretty much went for every type of indirect damage source that I could. Anyway, let's hop into the run. So, since I am perma-slagged, all damage that I take is going to be tripled. Therefore, my main game plan is to not get hit. However, that game plan came to a full stop when a bullymong forcefully threw me into Liarsburg where all the bandits were waiting to kill me. Just about any attack that hits me deals well over enough damage to just one-shot me, but BL2 has a mechanic known as Health Gate, which prevents you from getting insta-killed as long as you have over 50% of your health. This effect gives you 2 seconds to get your health back up to 50%. A good indicator of knowing if you hit that 50 is the animation of your health bar. If it's shaky, take a breaky, and if it's not, you're ready to get shot. Anyway, yeah, for a lot of this run, we're going to be playing like a cover shooter. Oh yeah, you remember that shield I showed you? Fucking worthless. Any amount of damage would just health gate me anyway, so this was pretty much just a security blanket for me. Now that we've covered damage taken, let's go over damage given, which, there's almost nothing to talk about. Enemies that are slagged would be taking triple damage, but since I'm never swapping elements, I'm not getting the full bonus. Slag damage on a slagged enemy gives you a 50% damage boost in UVHM, which is cool, but not very helpful. To offset the bad gimmick of constantly slagging the user, the Chalupa also is a dual element weapon, dealing both slag and shock damage. But even with that shock damage, this gun is just straight up bad. Lucky for us, Maya has 2 skills to help with this. First off, we all seen it coming, Cloud Kill. This skill adds corrosive damage to the mix. If any buzzkills want to complain about Cloud Kill making the run too easy, here's my argument. Yeah, so it was Cloud Kill or the legendary cat class mod, and I chose the harder of the two. Anyway, the other helpful skill I was talking about was Immolate, which adds fire damage to our shots while we are in fight for your life. So when we're trying to get a second wind, we actually have all the elements at our disposal. Why do I feel so handsome saying that? Anyway, Tutorial Town was a bit rough because of a bully rat we had to deal with, but using Thought Lock, we had the bandits and bullymongs deal with each other. This was actually super helpful because the power wasn't even on to buy more ammo yet. I had like 1,500 rounds before that bully rat ate them all. I know I kind of forced this bullymong to be my friend, but he was actually pretty cool. Yo, you put the stinky on him! I almost feel bad killing you now. After we met Hammerlock and got Claptrap all fixed up, we made our way towards Boom Boom. Some of the local rack decided to help fight the bandits guarding the place, which was weird because I didn't Thought Lock them. But I did Thought Lock the Lunatic Bombers and got them to blow each other up. The same plan also kind of worked for Boom Boom. I almost died 0.2 seconds after the cutscene ended by nearly running in front of Boom's cannon. This thing ignores Health Gate, so I would have been dead for sure here. This time around, I decided to go for Boom first and kick him off of his cannon. After that, I tried to get the brothers to fight each other. This was pretty awkward because they would just jump around like crazy when they would start fighting each other. I would try to use Cloud Kill on one of them, but they would just jump out of it. My god, dude, what the f is going on? Why does he jump around so much? Oh my god. What the hell is he doing? What is he doing? Stop! Oh god, I'm so dead. I'm so dead here. After Boom died, I eventually distracted Boom with some psychos and put enough rounds into the back of his head to make me lose some frames. Oh yeah, he died too. I should tell you guys that. After that, we convinced most of the bandits we worked here before saving Claptrap and taking on Captain Flint. This fight was pretty tough. My initial plan was to just Thought Lock Flint to take his aggro off of me and unload into him the best I could. But I quickly ran into an issue, because, I guess you can't activate Cloud Kill on enemies that you have thought locked? And we kind of need Cloud Kill for this kill, so we had to change up our strats. We would use Thought Lock on the other bad guys and hope he focused on them as we laid into him. I wasn't the only one adapting though. Flint's AoE slam seemed a lot bigger than before, and on top of being stronger, Flint also got a lot smarter. I think he's finally sick of getting cheesed. He's had enough! He's had enough! Oh my fucking god, dude! Fucking oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I shouldn't have ran that way. This is staying on until Flint's dead. Huh? Huh? Well, that was obnoxious, but we managed to kill Flint with a f***ing grape shooter, so that's cool. Anyway, we made it to Three Horns and needed a car. I used my Bullymong whispering powers to have them deal with the bandits while I snuck in and stole the adapter. I got in my car and realized that I wasn't slagged while driving, so I made the rule of no cars right then and there. Instead of ramping over the gap, I just had one of my Bullymong homies throw me across and started our run to Sanctuary. We made it there and killed Door Guy in a solid 4 frames per second. I should probably explain why this is happening. Anyway, we had to go save Corporal Reese. He would have been fine, but I accidentally slagged him, so he ended up dying. I grabbed the power core and almost forgot to kill the 20 bandits to avenge Reese, so I went back and thought locked the Nomad to get the 20 kills for me. After that, we made it to Sanctuary, and Private Dressup got stuck in a slag puddle. So while he tries to get out of that mess, I'm going to tell you guys about our partner, Instant Gaming. How fast do you think you could get a game on Instant Gaming? Take a guess right now. Once your account is verified, getting a new game can take less than a minute, and to prove that to you, I will now speedrun buying Fallout 3 Game of the Year Edition on Instant Gaming. Time starts as soon as I open Instant Gaming's website, and the time stops when I get the confirmation from Steam. Ready? Go! Instant Gaming's website, here we go, Fallout 3, bam, enter, Game of the Year Edition, buy now, there we go, go to payment, blur out all that personal stuff. Now this is the longest part of the speedrun right here, guys. The loading screen. Once we find tech to skip this part, the speedruns for this are going to be crazy, dude. Any second now. And code. There we go. Reveal. Copy it. Go to Steam. I accidentally clicked on my OBS. So that was a major time loss. But anyway, time. Sub 30. And bam. In less than 30 seconds, I got Fallout 3 Game of the Year Edition for $3. That's $7 going towards more Monster for me, baby. So stop waiting. Make your gaming instant. How about this? Think about a game you've been wanting to play and use my link in the description to just see what kind of deal they're offering on it. And if you like what you see and end up making a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself money, you're supporting the channel. Anyway, let's see how Jessup's doing. Oh no, Jessup, be careful! Anyway, after getting all the hub world tutorial stuff out of the way, we headed towards Frostburn Canyon. Along the way, we found a tubby spider ant and killed it for its loot, so that was pretty cool. After that, we found a tubby spider ant and killed it for its loot, so that was pretty cool. Besides those guys, nothing crazy really happened. The siren went that way! Idiot. The spike jump this time around was way scarier than usual because I was slagged, but we still made it, so it was all okay. Never mind. I managed to photobomb the cutscene here, and geez, bro, do I really look like that? Lilith felt left out, so I gave her a grape Flintstone vitamin so she could be purple too. To clarify, this is not me being nice to her, this was just mandatory to progress. This was the first time in the run where I was able to play the support role. I would use my Chalupa and Maya's Scorn skill to make sure all the enemies were slagged, and Lilith would take them out with her phase walk ability. That was until she dropped the one-liner, and then I just started doing all the work myself again. I'm just asking for one run where she doesn't try to be a cowboy. Like, come on, please. Anyway, after some mobbing and watching some World Star type stuff, we got out of there. Our next goal was to save Roland, and in order to get into the Bloodshot Dam, we were going to need a car upgrade. So we went to Ellie's and started taking bandit cars out for parts. Not being able to drive there really sucked because the buzzards would just smell us from a mile away and hunt us down. Usually this part of the run is pretty easy because the cars aren't balanced properly for you AVHM, so they only take a couple shots to kill. Don't get me wrong, they were still pretty easy to kill, but it just felt wrong having to shoot these things this many times. I thought Cloud Kill would have insta-killed these things, but unless they're perfectly still, they just drive out of the cloud before it has a chance to destroy it. We got all the parts we needed and walked back to the dam and punched our new car towards the front gate and quickly got in to honk the horn. I know I'm not allowed to be in the car, but I chose the Iridium metal skin, so just pretend we're slagged for a second, okay? Badma showed up and started giving us a hard time. I wanted to use Converge on one of the basic mobs around here in hopes that it would yank Badma off the cliff for us, but they just weren't cooperating. So I stuck to the usual strat of hiding, distracting, and spamming rounds at my target. I eventually took him out and made it inside the Bloodshot Dam. For being this far into the run, 6 deaths isn't so bad. I sure hope that that number doesn't quadruple from one mission alone. Anyway, you guys have probably noticed something I haven't talked about yet, so I'll take time to address this purple haze effect that's been showing up on my screen. Does it bother me? No, not really. My brain is really good at drowning that type of stuff out. Like during the Bane only run, for example. I stopped hearing the screams by the time I hit Overlook, and life just felt normal. Anyway, something you shouldn't have noticed because the gameplay is muted was the slag whispers. Yeah, that's what I was hearing for the whole run. They would tell me the silliest things, you know, like, become one with the purple, drink the grimace shake, subscribe to LilGasmask, yeah, and a bunch of other nonsense. Anyway, we pushed our way through the bloodshots and made our way into the toilet room. The bad guys in here were just absolutely wrecking me. There's not really any good way to push forward in here without getting shot, and Thoughtlock wasn't too useful because everyone was so spread out. I tried desperately to wash the slag off of my body with no luck, and after a few annoying deaths, I decided to step up my game a bit and get back to my roots. Yes! That's right, baby. I started getting some momentum and making some progress. It wouldn't be too long before... Aw, f***. Alright, I got some explaining to do. So my game crashed because I have my physics settings set to high. That's also why you've been seeing slag puddles and low frame rate kills when I'm point blank on enemies. Slag particles is usually what makes the game crash with these settings, and Twitch chat redeemed their channel points to make me turn it on until the game crashed. Immediately after this crash, Lucas spent a bunch of points to re-redeem it, so yeah, don't use this setting unless you want to crash. After refighting our way through the dam, Mad Mike showed up. He almost put the Stinky on a Psycho, and that would have been pretty cool, but he failed pretty horribly, so I had to show him how it was done. Yes! Yes! Alright, bye. We found Roland and decided to keep our distance from him. We didn't want any of our slag rubbing off on him because he might get hurt if that happened. That plan backfired when the warden came and nabbed him up. As I was sneaking past all the bandits and loaders, I found a legendary siren class mod. Doesn't help me at all, but if you want any of the cool gear I found in this video or to try the challenge out yourself, I'll have the save file in our Discord server. Link in the description. Anyway, we made it to the warden and started our fight. To the new viewers that know how to have fun without needing to impose restrictions and challenges to your run, you might not know that the warden can actually take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag if you don't kill it fast enough. And with our damage output, that means we would only get 1 or 2 chances to take the warden out. The warden really gave me a run for my money during this fight. I think it spawned like 4 angelic guards, which are pretty tough even with Cloud Kill. Thought locking them proved to be helpful for distracting the bad guys and aggro relief, but I still had to make sure to keep one around at low health just in case I needed a revive. At one point, I thought locked an exploder and it just took a chunk of the warden's health, which felt pretty cool. Near the end, I was getting pinched from both sides of my cover bus. I had to put all of my trust into my ears and the minimap so I could lay into the warden as much as possible. After a good long fight, I managed to take the warden down right as Lilith was telling me that the drop bard showed up. That was definitely a first try or gulag situation. We fought the rest of the loaders off with Roland and made it back to Sanctuary, where he gave us our next mission to go steal the vault key. Nothing crazy happened at Tundra Express, just the usual. Burn the Varkids, meet Mordecai, meet Tina, grab some bombs, use your Dami Mami mind control powers to get some guy to shoot his friend with a rocket launcher. Basic stuff. We made it to the end of the line and managed to die before I even had a chance to see any of the bad guys. Did a fucking fire pit seriously just kill me? Oh, what the? After that, we found Wilhelm. This fight was honestly not bad at all. I was able to thought lock his surveyors, which got him all confused, and he would just spam his Beyblade move, which meant he would just kind of sit in my cloud kill and let me lay into him. I also tricked Wilhelm to put the stinky on one of his loader henchmen, and that was pretty cool. The rest of the fight went pretty smoothly, and we snatched up the power core for Sanctuary. As I carried it into town, some of my slag wore off on it, and Jack took the opportunity to take out Sanctuary. Sorry, guys. I made my way to the fridge and managed to burn myself to death again. Absolutely ironic and embarrassing. At least dying to the rats is understandable. Those guys suck. Anyway, we made it to the outwash and started our fight with everyone's favorite spaghetti squid. A one-on-one fight with this thing probably would have been a real nightmare, but lucky for us, loaders get moonshot down to deal with it as well. Unlucky for us, loaders get moonshot down to deal with us as well. After I got all the loaders to focus on the real threat, we all worked together to fight against the shield regen and took the squid down. I made it to Overlook expecting that dealing with all the loaders would be pretty easy due to cloud kill. Yeah, I couldn't be more wrong. The loaders here are just dead set on destroying the beacon, and I just can't cloud kill them because of it. One of the best skills in all of Borderlands 2 is countered by the fucking Cha-Cha slide of all things. Anyway, the beacon became invincible, I died a few more times, and managed to kill off the last loader before making it back home. The next stop on our journey was the Wildlife Exploitation Preserve, and for once, I felt like I fit in somewhere. The animals here were being experimented on with slag, and I too was also being subjected to the long-term effects of grape Kool-Aid. Wounding the loaders was tougher than I expected. Ironically enough, it was because Cloudkill was doing too much damage and just killing them too fast. Pomone and Toomba showed up after that. The Pomone fight, as always, felt like I was in a boxing match with SCP-372. That reference might be a stretch, but if you get it, you get it. Toomba, on the other hand, decided to get as close to a cliff as possible and cause some neuron activation in my head. He's asking for it, dude! The ultimate loader up ahead was pretty easy because you can trick it into just standing in your cloud kill, but the loot dudes ended up being pretty annoying. I tried to fight them 2 at a time so I could get them to fight each other, but I kept getting jet loaders that would just glitch out of bounds, so that was lame. Anyway, we made it to Bloodwing and somehow the game didn't crash from PhysX and all the slag particles in this cutscene. Looks like hydro-cooling your PC with slag is a working solution for that. Anyway, the Bloodwing fight itself actually sucked. Each phase was just harder than the last. Fire phase was alright, shock phase she became resistant to most of my bullet damage, and then corrosive phase she was straight up ignoring cloud kill. Mordecai wasn't really helping as well as he usually does, because my existence just kinda means things are going to be purple already. His ammo and health vials were very helpful though, because surviving Bloodwing's elemental dot damage just wasn't possible. Come to think of it, surviving any dot damage wasn't possible. I was also burning through a lot of ammo trying to stay alive and dealing with these skags. Bloodwing would also power them up with elements, and that made second wind super sketchy. The third attempt at this fight was an absolute roller coaster. With so many close bleedouts, Bloodwing really made me work for this win. At one point, I had a fast bleedout and survived only because I got a lucky critical hit. And after 15 minutes of straight up dodging and getting second wins, the attempt ended like this. Get back, 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 back. No, you fucker, Bloodwing. Don't fucking do this, Bloodwing. I swear to God, Bloodwing. This one was a tough call, but I think Bloodwing gets the point on this one. I feel like with those last 2 second wins, I got a little lucky. She also reminded me of my mortality by nearly killing me with her dying breath. That almost fucking killed me! From one perma-slagged individual to another, GG Bloodwing. Anyway, with Claptrap upgraded, we set off to 1000 Cuts to recruit Brick and his air support. Things got off to a rough start as I blew myself up with a barrel because Converge just destroys any barrels in its range. Barrels are also considered environmental damage, so they just bypass health gate, so yeah, I was super dead. We eventually made it to the initiation and went back to playing the support role, helping my Godliath homie the best I could. Our homie started beating up some kids though, and that wasn't part of the deal, so I ended up murking him and finishing the initiation alone. I decided to let Sarcastic Slab live this time around, not before nearly killing him and leaving him slagged so he knew how I felt. Yeah, you're not clapping now, are ya? After that, I played support for Brick. I don't know where he came from, but a little Goliath ended up putting the Stinky on a loader. I thought that was pretty cool, so I ate his soul Dragonborn style to absorb his powers. Brick disappeared after that, and I found him murdering Sarcastic Slab. This game is so incredibly cursed. What are you doing? Brick! Brick, what are you doing, Brick? Brick! Brick! Anyway, after our usual loader launching shenanigans, we made it back home and set off to our next objective. We needed to steal Jack's voice from one of his body doubles. This guy is programmed to run away from you, so Cloud Kill wasn't too helpful. He is also considered a large enemy, so phase locking him just does damage without taking their mind over, so that didn't work either. Sometimes after a few attempts, he just bugs out, and this time around I noticed something extra cursed. If you watch closely, you could see that the Jack double is using a Hyperion SMG. But if you keep watching for just a second, it turns into this thing. The fuck is that? Anyway, yeah, he stood still and just let me kill him. We now had all the tools necessary for the bunker raid, so we went to 1,000 Cuts and started our climb. Obstacle 1 was this basic toaster. We were really close to first trying a max level one, but on our second attempt we got a lowest level one, and that went a lot easier. But that's where the easy ended, because up next were the baby turrets. Yeah, so this is obviously bad. For the new players watching, these turrets are glitched and are completely immune to grenade splash damage. And they also have insanely strong health regeneration. But LilGasmask, you're not using grenades. While that is true, a lot of guns in this game deal grenade damage on top of their bullet damage, the Chalupa being one of them. The gun's bullets deal shock damage, and then the slag grenade splash is added to them, so when we shoot these turrets, we are only seeing the blue damage numbers. I should also point out that Cloud Kill is proccing, but I do not see the cloud and I do not see the green damage numbers, so we are going to have to pull through with only our shock damage. First thing we did was save quit out of the game. These turrets can range from level 89 to 91, so we wanted to make sure they were both at the minimum level. Lucky for us, we got this on our third try. Now for the hard part. We had to sit in this spot, use Scorn to slag the turret, and just try our absolute hardest to fight against the health regen. The Chalupa is also pretty inaccurate compared to its non-unique counterpart, and with the slag particles it was hard to tell if I was even hitting it. I kid you not, the first turret took about 900 bullets to take out, which is like over half of my ammo pool. I had an idea for the second one that made it a little bit easier. There was an angelic guard nearby, so I lured it over and thought locked it. It helped shoot the turret with me and also gave me some extra fire rate from Maya's wreck skill, so this one only took about 700 bullets. Yay! Up next was the Super Toaster. This guy is super easy to cheese by just standing behind it, but even then I ended up dying multiple times. By this time in the run, I just seen all enemies completely differently. An RPG loader was just as dangerous as a gun loader because any amount of damage would just bring me to a sliver. A rabbit skag bites you, you're dead. You get hit by a stray bullet, you're dead. High five claptrap too hard, you're dead. The list goes on. Anyway, I got sick of dying so many times, so I locked in and found this cool spot right here that makes it so the constructor just starts bouncing, and that made the fight way easier. After that, all we had left was sniping Face McShooty, and honestly, this was probably the worst Face McShooty snipe on this channel, except for that one time I died 3 times trying. But that one doesn't count, we're just gonna pretend it never happened. Like I said before, the accuracy on this thing is terrible, and I ended up trying to do this for almost an hour. I gave up trying to tap fire to conserve accuracy because there was no accuracy to conserve in the first place, but after 30 non-headshots and 7,000 misses, we finally got him in the face. Thank God, dude, oh my goodness. Finally at the bunker, we started taking out the turrets. These guys aren't glitched like their tinier counterparts, so Cloudkill actually put some work in on these. After that, the bunker showed up and we started our fight. The game plan was to phase lock a loader, lane to the bunker, and have chain reaction help us out for this fight. Chain reaction, combined with bunker's overlapping hitboxes, lets our bullet hit multiple times, which gave us some extra DPS for this fight. We almost had this first try, but this loader decided to die like 1 frame after I bled out, so that sucked. After another 20 minutes, we managed to take the bunker down and bask in its blood. Angel Core was up next, and let me tell you, that place was just paradise. Everything was purple, there was giant slag feeding tubes, I befriended some ion loaders to protect me. Everything was great. Never mind, get me the fuck out of here. Anyway, Angel Core went decent. Roland showed up and I got to play support again while him and his turret distracted the loaders from my wet toilet paper squishy body. Alright, Roland, let's get this vault key. Uh-oh, Roland, it looks like some of my slag wore off on you. Just make sure not to get shot until it wears off, and you should be— No! Anyway, Jack kidnapped the wrong siren. You would assume the one full of iridium runoff would be the one you want to charge the iridium-fueled key, but oh well, at least Lilith is gone now. Now the only voices in my head are my own and the slag whispers. No! Sawtooth Cauldron was our next destination, and my worst fear ended up happening. Some of you guys might remember the Death Cubby. You spawn here, and you're trapped. You try to leave, and the ambush commanders are there to ambush you. Who would have thought? My only hope was to make a break for it as all the bad guys were getting thrown around from Converge and make it to a safer spot, which was standing on the cliff of a volcano, so that was cool. Or warm, I don't know. I'm not allowed to make jokes about other elements right now. I was having trouble killing these guys until a heavy nomad showed up and I tricked him into shooting them with a rocket launcher. After that, we found another slag homie, blew up Boombringer, let Mortar get his revenge, and rode the elevator up to deal with the buzzards. Man, these guys had the audacity to not stand still in my cloud kill clouds, and I ended up dying multiple times because of it. Luckily enough, when you're as bad at this game as I am, you learn to send the elevator down so you don't have to wait for it when you inevitably die. I tried to yank some of the bad guys up here off the tower so I had some breathing room, but that didn't go too great. So close. A loot dude showed up as well, and he decided that he was unslaggable, so that was fun. We eventually managed to take out enough bandits to give us the chance to take out the buzzards and watch the sunset with one of our homies we met up there. We made it to the boneyard, and we were finally able to do the permaslag glitch after pushing a car over to a slag puddle. Fun fact about this glitch is that you can stack it as many times as you want. One stack will be 3 times damage, 2 would be 5 times damage, 3 would be 7 times damage, etc. I thought that since any amount of damage would just health gate me anyway, what's the harm of just getting like 10 stacks? That way, Recompense would deal some crazy damage when the enemies attacked me. Yeah, that didn't work at all. Anyway, we cranked some valves, listened to the whispers, got another stack of permaslag, turned some more valves, listened to the whispers again, got another stack of permaslag, watched our car almost explode from bumping into a skag with all of our stacks of permaslag, got another stack of permaslag, watched my car explode from hitting a skag with all my stacks of permaslag, and made it to the Arid Nexus Badlands. 10 seconds after I got here, I forgot that whole list I just read to you guys and tried to grenade jump over this gate and just died because of it. No grenade jumps means no Saturn skip, so we started trying to take this overgrown loader down. Honestly, Cloudkill did most of the work here. I did not have enough ammo to just lay into him, so I played it patiently until I felt safe not playing patiently anymore. The big toaster after that made it pretty hard to get into the info stockade, but my patented try again and hope they miss this time strat prevailed as it always eventually does. It was now time for the final stride towards the vault. The mobbing at the claptrap door went relatively well. Loader combat was easier than bandit combat for this run, and I also kind of just got to play support for the turrets, so nothing much to note here. After that, I save quit the game so that I could do the hero's pass skip without dying and made it to our fight with Jack. I'll be real with you guys, this fight sucked. This fight always sucks, but some even goofier stuff happened this time around. You know that invincibility shield drone that Jack gets when his shield breaks that lets Jack just teleport and heal all his health back in like 2 seconds? Yeah, that thing can't get cloud killed. Like, it just doesn't activate when you shoot it. I mean, I can kill these things, it's just kinda hard. But even after that, it only takes Jack like 20 seconds to teleport away and spawn another one. Which, considering Jack's health regen, that's pretty frickin' quick if you ask me. I decided to try some Converge shenanigans and use a rack to yank him into a death hole, but that just wasn't working. So we had 2 options. Keep trying an impossible fight until Jack glitches out and stands still, or just use the good old block him at the terminal strat and skip all the pointless stuff. They both have the same result, but the latter gets the video out sooner. So here's my PowerPoint presentation on how to kill Jack. Yeah, so if there's any part of you that thinks we can win this fight without some cheese strats, you are incredibly wrong. Even doing this strat, I almost lost because Jack is super hard to slag, and if he's not slagged, his health regen matches my DPS pretty much exactly. With less than 200 bullets left to my name, the slag kicked back in and we were able to kill Jack just barely. Now all that's left is the warrior. My first attempt here ended real quick because the warrior just used fire breath 4 seconds after the cutscene ended, but the attempt after that, we managed to get to some safer spots and just ran between ammo stations. It took a while, but the rest of this fight played out pretty normally. The warrior usually health gates you in one hit at OP10, so this fight was pretty basic. Heck, most things at OP10 will just one-shot you. Wait, did being slagged even affect the challenge at all? Is OP10 really that unbalanced? Have I become so used to its abuse that I didn't even realize I've been subjecting myself to this the whole time? Oh no, I gotta end the video before you guys see how low the death counter— You can beat Borderlands 2 while permaslag. Bonus content time, woo! So usually during these runs, I like to see if the gear I'm using can obtain itself. Yeah, that was a bad idea for this run. You get the chalupa from Mick Zafford at the end of the Clan Wars quest line, which was probably 80 times harder than you think. 81 maybe? We start off by blowing up the Hodunk's big tire because we hate them, and then we blew up the Zafford's distillery because they have an alcohol problem and we want them to get better. After that, Mick hired me to go blow up some of the Hodunk's race cars. The race car fighting was actually pretty easy. Dealing with the slag hallucinations was a bit weirder. After that, we went back to the Zaffords and had to kill their bagman. We're supposed to side with the Zaffords, so I tried befriending the bagman and chilling near the waterfall, but that didn't work, so I launched him off of it. Only problem with that is I can't reach the key if he falls down there. No biggie, I'll just kill him with a gun. Oh darn, where did I put that footage of me killing him with a gun? Okay guys, I triple checked and I don't think I could kill this guy with a gun. He just moves and teleports around so much that he doesn't even stay in the cloud kill long enough for me to even think about doing this. I'm pretty sure he's corrosive resistant too, but I wouldn't know since I can't hit him with cloud kill. So it looks like we can't continue. It'd be pretty cool if I spent like 3 hours of my life trying to do some extremely convoluted setup where I put the stinky on the bagman and tried to grab the key as he died. Wait, where did all this footage come from? What is this? Oh!
Get some food in your system.
This is my last one.
Drink a water. You've been saying that.
I know I have. On gas mask, this is my last one for the day. Come on. Just grab the fucking key. Just grab the fucking key.
Yes! 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 Fucking A! High five!
That's odd. I don't remember any of that. Guess I must have blacked out or something. Anyway, that has to be the hardest part of this quest line, right? Oh, what the f? So yeah, we tried using Immolate's fire damage and that didn't work, so it looks like we can't continue. It would be pretty cool if I spent like 2 hours of my life trying to do some extremely convoluted setup where I farm the enemies at this house until I find a bandit with a fire weapon, and then go to the boneyard to permaslag myself so I'm allowed to drive cars and slowly ram that bandit to the Hodunk camp and have him shoot at me while I use the fire tanks as cover. Wait, what the fuck is this footage? Did I black out again? Bro, I need to lay off the slag. This stuff messes you up like lean. Wait a minute. Anyway, that made the Hodunks mad, so they told me to crash the Zafford's wake. So I got drunk at Moxie's to get in. Yay, more visual clutter. I got them Ice King wizard eyes, man. Anyway, we went to the wake, paid our respects, and left. This is not a lie for a comedic bit. The objective will check off even if you don't murder everyone inside. After that, it was finally time for the final fight. I started blasting the Hodunks and throwing my slag orb out, and played support one last time for my Zafford homies. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the algorithm a lot, and I love reading all your guys' comments. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, saving money over at Instant Gaming using my link, or go to gasmaskgang.com to snag some merch. I will leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Alright, so if you clicked on this video, you might be hoping I'm going to be running around the Borderlands as some crazy tentacle monster, like something you'd see in a COD Zombies map maybe. But sadly, Borderlands modding just isn't that good yet. So today, we will be trying our best to cosplay as everyone's favorite giant space whale squid, and ask ourselves, can you beat Borderlands 2 as Terramorphous? It should be common knowledge that all you need to cosplay as someone, or something in this case, is their hide, blood, teeth, and breath. If you don't know what these do, I'll show you real quick. The Breath of Terra is a neat fire grenade mod that makes tiny volcanoes under the feet of the bad guys. The Teeth of Terra is a shotgun that shoots bullets in a biting pattern and does a little bit of grenade splash at the end. The Hide of Terra is a Roid/Nova/Spike combo shield, usually regarded as the best Roid shield in the game, but I went to the absolute lowest Roid damage, so the challenge wasn't too easy. And then there's the Blood, which is kinda Yeah, it's kind of bad. Then in our class mod slot, we're going to be using the Slayer of Terramorphous Calm to keep it thematic. I will quickly go through the rules. We will be playing on Overpower 10 UVHM, which is just the hardest difficulty, and all the enemies are 10 levels higher than us. No bar allowed, and Terra gear only, of course. As a bonus rule, to make it a little more challenging, I have to full spec into every skill that the Terracom boosts. This might not sound bad, but I'll show you why this is a mistake in a moment. I would show you the build, but it probably changed a few dozen times during the run, but I pretty much switched between fire build and bonk build depending on the situation. With that out of the way, let's get to the run. So we hop in and near immediately get our first death out of the way, which brings me to masochistic fact number 1. I'm playing UVHM without slag. Anyone who has played Ultimate Vault Hunter mode knows that slag is practically necessary for this difficulty. Like, you can play without slag, just like you can wipe your butt with a sock. It works, but you probably need a counselor if that's what you're doing. Anyway, all of Terra's gear is locked to fire element, and Creek has no slagging skills, so yeah, this run is going to be painful. All the enemies in the beginning were flesh, which is good for all the fire damage stuff I got. I just needed to refine my playstyle and learn how to use this goofy shotgun. The Teeth of Terra works best when the biting animation completes and does a little bit of explosive damage, which is boosted by Strip the Flesh, which we have 9 out of 5 in, which is great. But please, can we get my boy Terra a dentist? Because mans has a 2-foot gap in between each tooth, making it so only 2 pellets hit per shot. This somehow still did more damage than point blank shots though, so that's cool I guess. Just kinda wish they'd all converge on one spot, might actually make this gun pretty good. Anyway, it took me a while to find that sweet spot where I would get the boosted damage. It was always way farther away than I thought, but I figured it out eventually. On the bright side, the Breath of Terra actually does decent damage on flesh-based baddies, and we're spec'd into Elemental Empathy, so a lot of fire damage goes to healing us. Like many Krieg builds, everything started dying as soon as I got the momentum going. The rest of Larisburg went great, except for when Hammerlock showed up. For some reason, I started getting violent urges to rip his other 2 limbs off. It's probably the Thresher hormones from Terramorphous' blood. I think that's how biology works, I don't know. I was going to take the relic off, but decided that wasn't allowed. I had to face my demons the right way, by severing the limbs of some guy that I won't feel morally bad about. It's time for masochistic fact number 2. Full specking the Terra skills. So some of these are good, like Strip the Flesh is great for explosive damage, and Thrill the Kill is good for healing, but in OP levels you only really need 2 points to fill your health bar. Burn Baby Burn increases fire dot damage, which isn't lethal because UVHM health regen, but I think it's good for healing maybe? Flame Flare pretty much just makes me stay on fire longer, which can be absolutely deadly if an enemy decides to put a fire dot on me. And then we have Blood Trance, which makes Buzzax Rampage last longer based on how many Bloodlust stacks you have, which might sound good at face value, but a lot of melee builds use Release the Beast to get health back frequently, and if you're in Buzzax Rampage, you can't do it again until it ends. On top of that, you can't use grenades, or pull out a slag weapon, not that that matters, or pull out a moxie weapon, not that that matters, and I can't even light people on fire for stat boosts, unless I want to waste another 5 points for 50% chance to deal fire damage. Wait. What better way to combat a bad skill than with another bad skill? Woo! Hellfire Halitosis, or for the scientist watching, Fire Breath, is usually a skill that has very, very niche uses, but it's going to come in handy for this run. This way I can activate all my fire buffs and get a little healing while on Buzzax Rampage. After making it to Boom Boom, we find our first instance of masochistic fact number 3, fire only on armor. Boom Boom was going to be a tough fight, and I didn't want to cheese it if I didn't have to. We bopped Boom and decided to go for a cool gun kill on Big Bertha instead of the usual cheese strat. I wanted to proc Bloodbath from one of these psychos and spam shotgun damage to kill the turret, but this setup was super hard and took a while because I also had to fight against his health regen. We managed to knock Boom out of his turret and then we bonked him just like we bonked Boom. Shortly after our fire resistant boss, we face our fire proof boss. Oh boy. Okay, so Flint has fire resistance, but when he goes into fire phase, fire damage actually heals him. So it looks like we're gonna have to resort to... Oh, 1 second. Hello? Hey bro, you can't melee kill Flint, dude. What? Why not? His launching AoE slam will just launch you away. It won't work, trust me. Wait, what? Didn't they make Krieg heavier than other characters so he wouldn't get launched in melee combat? Yeah, but even so, your shield has fire spike and nova damage, so you'll just heal him anyway. Okay, well, what do I do then? You know what you have to do. No, wait, are you... Please don't tell me.
Yep.
Alright, I'll tell him.
Good luck.
Alright guys, my boss called. I've got some bad news. We're going to have to cheese the Flint fight. I know, I've never did anything like this before. I usually body Flint face to face, but this time I'm gonna have to play a little unfair. So Borderlands 2 has this little quirk called Infinite Vertical Melee, which means anything directly above or below you can be meleeed no matter how far away they are. So we respec for bonk mode, lured Flint over to this pole, got some stacks, and started slicing from 3 stories away.
One eternity later.
Woo, we did it! Good news, we officially made it past the part of the run I didn't think was going to be possible. Bad news, I didn't plan to make it this far, so now I have no idea what I'm doing. After making it to 3 horns, I managed to steal the interface adapter without a single bandit noticing me. Got some wheels, belly bump door guy vehicular style, saved Reese, avenged Reese by killing exactly 20 bandits and no less, and made it to Sanctuary. Lilith, being the immature human she is, left a cryptic note in my locker like some kind of cringe high school rom-com stuff, so let's get her mission done with. I usually like speedrunning this place, and this time I had an extra reason to skip a lot of the pointless combat. Anyway, we find Lilith and start fighting all the psychos, right? And I discover a cool trick with this Breath of Terror grenade. So I'm pretty sure bandits are programmed to dodge grenades if you try to chuck them at them, but when you throw a Teeth of Terra, they just kinda... Yeah, so the strat of just making a firewall to create distance and land the strong hits of the Teeth of Terror is actually a useful one. Not as useful as the low-hanging doorway, though. If you want to know how long all this took, just know that Lilith was able to say howdy boys 4 freaking times before we were done dealing with all these cowards. Our next goal was to infiltrate the Bloodshot Dam and save Roland. Only problem is that our car wasn't good enough apparently, so we needed to get an entirely new one from Ellie, even though I think a simple oil change would have been able to fix this one's issues. My favorite 56 seconds of every run is when I get to destroy the bandit technicals that aren't balanced properly for OP levels and feel like a super cool god among men. The Teeth of Terror was actually able to deal some damage even though it was a fire on armor situation, and we managed to get a new car pretty quick. Anyway, that one nomad before you enter the Bloodshot Dam was giving me a rough time. On top of that, I also had to fight Badma. Fire being good on flesh and Badma being a big target sounds like a benefit, but for some reason, I felt like I was just throwing teeth at a giant metal door. This was also where the super long buzz extraction really started to melt my brain. After about an hour of all that, I finally managed to take him down. So I run into the Bloodshot stronghold and everything was terrible. We had ironclad psychos up the wazoo, so I decided to respec for a bit more fire damage to keep my healing up. This time everything went great right up to the dreaded toilet room, where things started to go absolutely fantastic. And that's not me being sarcastic. I actually managed to get some great momentum going. Plenty of fleshy vessels to use for healing, and the cowardice of the crazed marauders was actually backfiring on them. These guys usually run pretty far away if you get too close to them, and they ran just far enough for the Teeth of Terror to hit their sweet spot. I only died once here, but by the time that happened, the door was already open. Holy crap. We blew through the toilet room so quick. But like many small victories on this challenge, the next objective is going to utterly destroy my psyche. Roland was kidnapped by one of the scariest bosses in the game. You could call me an oikophobic all you want. This toaster has literally shaved years off of my lifespan. If you're good at the game or new to the channel, you might not know that Warden can actually take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag if you don't kill him fast enough. And since killing things fast isn't my forte, I pretty much accepted my fate as soon as I seen an angelic guard. Oh, it's an angelic guard. Nope, we're done. Yeah, we're doomed. The fight at the Gulag is way harder because on top of Warden just being Warden, he also gains the ability to moonshot even more robots into the battle. This is also where I learned that the Teeth of Terra cannot kill loaders. Like for real, it just can't. So for the second time this run, I had to do some cheesy strats that I wasn't very proud of. I felt really bad for doing this, but as punishment for using too much cheese, chat sentenced me to cheese shaming, as I ate a block of extra sharp cheddar. After getting my public execution rescheduled to a later date, I made off to befriend Mordo and Tina. One of the objectives in this mission is to light 3 Varkids on fire, which you think would be super easy. I could probably just let a shield nova go off and it would be fine, but in reality it was 10 times easier than that even. So this Varkid tried to jump me, but somehow set off this whole fire melon, which lit both of us on fire. Now that I was on fire, Raving Retribution was starting to set off. And since it thought the fire melon was attacking me, it just started sending fireballs in that direction, and completed the objective. Absolutely nothing about my gear I was using played a part in doing this, and I just thought that was funny. Anyway, I got to taste grape flavored combat for a little bit since Mordecai was sniping the baddies for me. I mean, he still wasn't doing like any damage, but anything was better than Wilhelm. When I took on this challenge, I really didn't think it would be this hard. I knew I wouldn't have slag, and I knew fire and armor sucks, but I really thought that this gun would be able to do something, and that even the worst version of the best melee shield in the game would make this relatively doable. But no, every part of my kit was just absolute trash. This fight was looking impossible, but giving up wasn't an option. I couldn't let one boss, okay, maybe every boss after this plus a couple loaders, stop me from securing my victory. Step 1 was to respec, building for melee damage, Buzz-Axe Bombardier, and Fuel the Blood. Step 2 was to fuel up, and step 3 was to mask up. In order to kill Wilhelm, we cannot rely on our gear. We need to rely on Krieg and his skills. The plan was to do what damage we could while waiting for surveyors to spawn, aka Fuel the Blood fodder. After we get a melee kill, Fuel the Blood boosts our explosive damage and makes the effectiveness of Buzz-Axe Bombardier a lot stronger. The only thing about this strat is how risky it was. We had to get down to low health constantly in order for Release the Beast to activate and have our action skill ready. If we went down, it was likely a death sentence, unless we were already within sweet spot distance of a surveyor, so I had to focus. I had to make sure I killed him quick as well. Otherwise, the loaders he spawns from under the trains respawn, and it pretty much means I'm dead. After 2 hours and 43 more deaths added to the counter, we finally survived long enough to take Wilhelm down. I was pretty drained after that fight, so I decided to take it slow on this sanctuary visit and really enjoy my relaxation time. But then Lilith was all like, "No rest for the wicked," and totally ruined it. So back to work for us. Our next goal was to fight the Gluttonous Thresher, and since I'm Terramorphous, the strongest Thresher known to man, I obviously won the fight. And by I mean the loaders that spawned in while I found a corner to hide in. If you're mad that I didn't do most of the work, first off, that's fair. Second off, leave me alone. I'd like to see you do this. And third, you're going to hate how I handled Overlook. Yeah, so I tried using the Saw Blade technical since the damage is boosted by Krieg's melee skills, but that didn't work at all. So instead, I shot at the loaders even though I knew I wouldn't kill anything, and just hid by the beacon as it was destroyed less than a second after each repair. The Constructor showed up, and I'm pretty sure this is where my KD went negative for the run. I didn't even want to try to run towards the fast travel and quickly travel away, so I straight up just left and used a different one to go back home. Which I know doesn't make any canonical sense, but that was the least of my issues. On top of being truly defeated by the last 4 missions, now we had to go to the Preserve. And we all know how that usually goes. Anyway, wounding the loaders didn't take long cause Mordo was slagging them, but we had plenty of loaders to kill afterwards. Melee is the only way to deal with these guys, so I pulled out my Bladed Teeth of Terra for some bonus damage, and for the most part, I was able to kill them. I think the only kind of loader we would have issues with are Angelic Guards, but I don't think I've ever seen one of those spawn in the Preserve before.
What the fuck is this? What is this, dude?
Yeah, so after a good 30 minutes of trying to get the door open, I had to reset the map for a second time. The first time was just because I took too long and the enemies started respawning whatever. For anyone wondering why I didn't just kill them off, let me show you a sped up clip of me trying to kill a bull loader. This leads me to masochistic fact number 4. This is now just a glorified melee run. The second half of this game has very little amounts of combat with non-armored enemies, and since my shotgun heals them, I'm pretty much going to be in bonk mode for the rest of this run. It wasn't until our 3rd attempt that we made it past the loader who skips leg day, and at this point we were probably in the Preserve for a little over 2 hours. Up next, I hired the loot homies to take out the skags for me, while also hiring the skags to take out the loot homies for me so I could snag their loot, but they didn't drop anything because they're lame. Usually the significant mobbing is all done by now, and we could go straight to Bloodwing, but the game is cursed and decided to give me 3 rabid skags to deal with. I tried some bullfighting strats, but those didn't work well. Jump at me. I tried this for way too long before I just decided to commit to going for a melee kill. The funniest part is after I killed the first one, a bunch of pup skags spawned, and I just had to kill several of those to get the door open. Anyway, you know what time it is. Returning viewers will know all about Bloodwing hair baloney, you know, like the undodgeable attacks, elemental resistances, and this time around our attacks can't even hit her unless she's pretty much landed, so we were going to have to change up our strats. And by change up our strat, I mean do the same thing we did for Wilhelm. Skags periodically spawn during this fight, and Mordecai knows how UVHM works, so he was being a homie and slagging them to set up for melee kills. Again, with Fuel the Blood, my explosive damage was boosted. I don't know if I just don't hear people talking about this skill combo often, but it's stupid good, even without class mods that boost this skill. It's stupid good enough that using this strat, I took down Bloodwing first freaking try. Take that, Bloodwing. I'm back in the frickin' lead. Even Mordecai wants to party.
Vault Hunter, get down.
So glad Mordecai is changing his mind about the whole, oh, you guys seen it? Okay, maybe not. Anyway, our next homie to recruit was Brick. The initiation was fine because of fleshy enemies and Godliaths doing most of the work. We even killed Sarcastic Slab in the most metal way possible. The loader combat afterwards went pretty decent too, since Brick was helping. Even looked like Brick watched my last video and learned some new combat techniques, so you know I had to hype him up. Brick. I put the stinky on him. Speaking of other videos, if you're new here and made it this far into the video, odds are you're enjoying it, so you might as well sub and hit the bell to know when new vids get uploaded. Because masochistic fact number 5 is that I go through all this suffering and a majority of you guys still aren't subbed. Joining the Gasmask gang is one click away. Anyway, Brick and I destroyed the rest of the loaders and we were off to our next objective, dealing with this coward. This fight is so friggin' buggy. It's a 50-50 chance between him booking a flight to Europe or just standing still and still managing to give me a hard time. Like, bro, why he standing like that? I'm glad he didn't fight back, but like, geez, this happens all the time, bro. Who coded you? Terra's dentist? Okay, now that that's done, it's time for the bunker raid. And I'll be the first to say that I was dreading this. I decided to unspec out a Buzzax Bombardier because these guys resist grenade splash, so I was better off without it. Fighting this thing was weird because I had to purposefully eat some rockets for better axe throw damage until it died. The baby turrets ahead were no match for Krieg, which is nice because I hate these little buggers and their crazy health regen. And finally, the big constructor. Had to put a lot more forks in this toaster before it decided to blow up. Luckily it's easy to cheese because I could just stand behind it this time. And our final obstacle, Face McShooty. Alright, here we go guys. Uh-oh. Bet you weren't expecting that, huh? Yeah, so it looks like if you want to do Face McShooty with the Teeth of Terra, you have to be within biting distance. Anyway, on to the bunker. To be straight up with you guys, the rest of this run is pretty much what made me deem this the worst Gasmask challenge run yet. First off, the big turrets are pretty annoying because, well, you know, the whole yellow health bar situation and whatnot. The ones within melee range were pretty okay just because of the blatant big red power button on the back, but the ones out of range took a while. And then, he spawned. Bunker was absolutely will-shattering. He had so much freaking health, and in order to deal damage I had to play risky and get to low health. And if your playstyle is lighting yourself on fire and praying that you have a crippled loader nearby if you go down, you're not gonna have a consistent winning strategy. Like 20 times. 20 freaking times! Some hot loader would just sneak up on me, put an OP10 fire dot on me, and since I have 9 out of 5 in Flame Flare, it would just melt me. That's a skill issue, whatever. You know what really got my sanity dangling off the edge? So enemies in UVHM have this stupid health regen, and if you put any type of damage over time on them, they just kinda keep healing through it, right? Y'all remember that Blood of Terra relic that already seemed pretty useless? Well, I go and find out it doesn't even work if you're taking damage. Why? Why? This is all super rare gear that you get from killing a super hard boss. Why? Why isn't it good? Why does it make an edgy poem with all 4 pieces if it's not good? His teeth made them flee in shame. His breath was of fire. His hide turned the mightiest tame. His blood could inspire. It's all bullcrap. What even is this? Terramorphous? More like Terrabol. Okay, with Bunker's super huge health bar, I would have to take too many risks in order to get a melee kill. And I tried and tried with no prevail. So you know what I had to do? I had to kill Bunker, the flying, armored, tanky boss, with the teeth of Terra. I had to be patient and only use my action skill in emergency situations, otherwise I'd just die. I was trying to kill this glorified frisbee for over 3 friggin' hours. The winning fight alone took an hour and 20, and I only used Buzz-Axe Rampage to damage him twice. The rest of Bunker's health bar was drained all thanks to this guy. No, not you. This guy. I was so dead at this point. I couldn't even pop off anymore, so all I had to say was this witty remark. Oh boy.
With the bunker destroyed, you can...
Anyway, yeah guys, so that was terrible, but that wasn't the worst. Angel Core was the frickin' worst. I should have been fine. I knew I could melee kill loaders and even a couple angelic guards if I needed to. I even had Roland to help and Lilith to take out my anger on. But the absolute worst thing that could ever happen happened. An angelic guard spawned with a slag sniper. Oh brother dude, I hate watching this. I could not kill these 2 angelic guards for the life of me, because slag was tripling all the damage I took. I really tried everything here. Separating these 2 and taking them on 1v1, confusing the robots by standing under them, trapping them in a corner, circle strats, but loaders have 360 view so nothing was working. Also, I am now convinced that getting slagged also triples the chance for Silence the Voices to proc because Krieg would not stop hitting himself. I am not joking when I say this. I didn't make progress here for 2 hours. Literally all because of this one loader, dude. Some of you are probably thinking, I reset Angel Core, and that's fair. But this time around, I played with the hand I was dealt, because I knew if I gave the game a chance, they would spawn this guy again with an even stronger, faster slag sniper. So after 60-something losses to this guy, I finally found a strategy. So usually you can't circle strat these guys like you can with bandits because they rotate 360 degrees, but we can sprint around them in circles, which is fast enough to dodge their attacks. Mix this with the fact that Krieg can melee while sprinting during his action skill, and we get some of the most obscure 1v1 mobbing strats I have ever come up with. After the first kill, I managed to get the slag sniper guard, who I just realized was maximum possible level, so that's neat. Glitched out how I originally planned. After we took this guy out, I had a pleasant little pop-off. Okay, we're good. This one loader brought me more pain than any other fight in any challenge I've done so far. Even you, Bloodwing. This was by far the worst fight I've had to deal with, but it's over now. Now I get to suffer elsewhere! Ironically enough, when I got to Sawtooth Cauldron, I was relieved, because the enemies here were all fleshy and I could get multiple kills before dying. Yeah, the fire damage is working. It's working. The gear's working as intended. Everything's great. I can use my grenades and just burn everything and melt everything. And it's so good and fun. Look at my health bar. It's staying pretty much full. You guys hear that optimism in my voice? Yeah? Okay, well watch this.
Take out those buzzers.
I don't need these buzzards, man. These freaking buzzards. It'd be one thing if they didn't have health regen. But every time I land a couple of shots, they just come back good as new. It wasn't until 4 hours of attempts that I managed to destroy one buzzard. And here's how I did it. First off, we need to rig some fights. Each attempt would consist of me spawning in, running to the buzzard nest, and checking the buzzard's level. If it was higher than level 89, I wouldn't even bother. After we found our level 89 buzzard, we would farm up stacks with our fire grenade and find a psycho or weaker mob. This wasn't always guaranteed. Sometimes I'd get nothing but scavengers, grave diggers, and juggernauts. Anyway, after we found a good setup with an 89 buzzard and easy mobs, we would do the good old punch and chuck strat using Fuel the Blood and Buzzax Bombardier. Once we had the setup, we had roughly 7 seconds to land 2 or 3 Buzzax throws on a buzzard. Which is tough since the first 3 seconds are wasted looking for the dang thing, but when the stars align, you could pull off a beautiful kill.
Let's go! Oh, that's 2.
4 hours into Sawtooth, the first one got stuck. At 4.5 hours, we got our second. At 5 hours, we got our third. And at 6 hours, this happened.
Come on. Let's go. Let's 4. Let's go. Oh, subcast. What was that you were saying, subcast? What was that you were f***ing saying? Woo! Woo!
This was by far the worst fight I've had to deal with, but it's over now. And for anyone wondering, yes, I did just copy and paste that last voice clip from the Angelic Guard fight like 30 seconds ago. After that conniption, I felt invincible for all of 2 minutes, mostly because I was just speedrunning through the Boneyard and Badlands. I did not kill Saturn this time around for obvious reasons, and if it's not obvious, the first 25 minutes of the video explains this in great detail, so go ahead and just rewatch that and come back. Or you could just download the save file in the description and test it out yourself. Up to you. Anyway, I was like 2 seconds away from getting the info first try, and it took 7 tries after that before he made it to the final stretch. The claptrap door was our last hard bit of mobbing, and everything was going relatively good. I even managed to kill the super surveyor that spawns. Whoops, I mean 2 super surveyors. 3, okay, that's a bit odd. 4, there's definitely something. Okay, what the 5? How is that even? Okay, there's absolutely no way a 6th one just spawned. 7. 7 of them. 7 of them spawn. Sorry about that. I kind of blacked out for a bit. Anyway, at this point, I was so shattered internally that taking a break wouldn't help, because it would be all that I thought about. So I kept going. Brick and Mortar definitely carried me through Heroes Pass, but altogether the claptrap door and this place almost took 2 hours, and this challenge's playtime was really starting to wear on my mental. Jack and his stupid health regen was my last worry of the run. I made my few legit attempts before I decided that the good old block him at the terminal strat was going to be needed. Melee was definitely the way to go, but I wanted to show you guys my insane DPS I was getting with the shotgun. Mind you, this is point blank, doing nothing but crit damage. Glad I had 4 of these, because if I had to reload, I would just lose all my progress from the last mag anyway. So we took Jack out and started the warrior fight. And surprise, surprise, using a fire weapon on a giant fire-breathing fire demon from hell where fire comes from doesn't work great, and now that I think about it, whoever said fight fire with fire was an absolute bozo if I'm being frank. And I was being frank, because the warrior is practically throwing me on his barbecue like a pack of ballparks. So we had to do something no one would have guessed, and go for a melee kill. Luckily, these crystal dudes are super susceptible to melee damage, except for when they're not susceptible to anything, of course. Anyway, the good old punch thing for explosive damage strat was working great. Except for when it backfired on me, or the Crystalisks would do more damage to me than I wanted it to, or Krieg would do more damage to me than I wanted him to. My favorite one is when I was throwing axes and this rack swoops in and takes it point blank, do it for the vine style, which downs me because that's just my luck. But I promised I wouldn't take the mask off until it was done. And there was one thing driving me. You know I haven't had a fucking monster all stream? I can't fucking drink a monster with this thing on, guys. You're driving me nuts. After 30 hours and 58 minutes, after 506 deaths, the warrior accepted his fate. I decided to finish warrior off using the Teeth of Terra. because I really wanted to savor this moment that I beat the hardest gas mask challenge so far. I proudly say, you can beat Borderlands 2 as Terramorphous. This run was 100 times worse than I thought it was going to be, but what matters is that we beat it, and the fact that you made it this far into the video makes it all worth it for me. If you want to see more runs like these, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. It helps with YouTube's algorithms and helps the channel a lot. I also read all my comments and love hearing your guys' ideas for future runs. If you want to support me more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you videos a day early and also supports me so I can get videos out faster for everyone. I'll have my Discord, Twitter, and Twitch channel where I stream these runs, all linked in the description, along with the socials of Mango Soda, who created this absolutely awesome thumbnail art. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Today's video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you can save money on the games you love later in the video. The date was April 2nd, 2013, and Gearbox just released the patch that would drive the evil Smasher into an early grave, never to be taken seriously again. 10 years have passed since then, and archaeologists have rediscovered the remains of this once powerful weapon, and instead of letting it rot away in some museum, they gave it to me, because the world needs to know. Can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the evil Smasher? I'll go over the rules for this run really quick. This is going to be an Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode playthrough. For the new players, or the players that never touched this game since the nerf, that pretty much just means enemies have 4 times health, health regen, and they're all 10 levels higher than us. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and the Evil Smasher is the only gun we are allowed to use. Also, just for clarity, the Evil Smasher glitch will not be allowed. This might be common sense because it was patched out, but the way we use it kind of makes it seem like I'm using a glitch, but I'll explain that more later. And finally, we are going to be playing as Krieg, but melee will not be allowed for this run. I know, not letting Krieg do his favorite thing is a war crime, but the run would devolve into a pure melee run really fast. As for the gear, I'll be using a basic shield, Vault Hunter relic for funny drops, and a low-level slag grenade because Krieg has no slagging skills. But if you're one of those people and want to see the slagless version of this run, I'll have a link to that down in the description. As for the class mod, we'll be using the Legendary Reaper, mainly for Bloodbath and the extra kill skill duration. And here's a quick peek at the build. Feel free to ask questions about it in the comment section and I'll answer them when I can. With all of that out of the way, let's hop into the run. Right off the bat, we can't really fight anything because the Evil Smasher is garbage. Instead, we have to start farming to activate its effect. Every time you attempt to reload this gun, you have a 7% chance to get a bunch of stat boosts that last for the duration of the mag. For simplicity, I'll refer to these powered up mags as Smasher mags. So yeah, you kinda see what I mean when I say this looks like I'm doing a glitch. All I'm doing is canceling a reload animation by swapping weapons and then trying again. Anyway, after we see this explosion in front of us or hearing the activation sound, we have 26 rounds to fight with, which lets us kill about 2 bad guys, assuming they're slagged, before we have to run off and try to get the 7% again. This is where Krieg's skills come into play. If we can keep our Bloodlust stacks high as we get our next activation, blood-filled guns can increase the mag size of our next Smasher mag. And if we get more stacks, the next mag can be even bigger. These are the basics of our momentum-based combat loop that we're going to be using throughout the run. We managed to clear out Tutorial Town with no deaths because of some good Evil Smasher luck and good planning. In between fights, you might expect me to farm Smasher mags on all 4 of my guns, so I had 4 guns to use right off the bat, which would be a good idea if Smasher mags weren't so fragile. You swap weapons, it's gone. You enter BuzzX Rampage, it's gone. You buy ammo, it's gone. You turn in a mission, it's gone. You open your menu, it's gone. Back before the nerf, you could stack this effect infinitely and then just apply it to other weapons, which allowed you to just one-shot anything. It was so busted that speedrunners downpatched their game for the AllQuest speedruns to kill Terramorphous 20 levels under-leveled. It made sense to nerf the ability, but leaving the Evil Smasher in the state that it is was just criminal. Pushing towards Boom Boom, we took our first death after messing up and losing a Smasher mag to reload spamming too fast. Fight for Your Life was extremely hard to survive without a Smasher mag. You would think that I could maybe kill someone without the boost, but the damage, accuracy, fire rate, and literally every other stat listed on the item card makes it just not worth it to go for a kill like that. Even with the 150% assault rifle damage boost from Bloody Revival and the 30% explosive boost from Strip the Flesh, you couldn't hurt the enemy even if you managed to land a shot. We made it to Boom Boom and started shooting at Boom's cannon, which looks like it was just straight up pointless, but damage wasn't our goal here. We wanted bloodless stacks. After I got max stacks, we started looking for our Smasher Mag, and I got one pretty quick. We had 80 big boy evil smashing rounds, so I decided to slag Boom and take him out. After that, Psychos started spawning in, and that was good for us, because now we had some Bloodbath fodder. Getting a kill with a grenade would activate Bloodbath, which gives us gun damage based on how many Bloodlust stacks we have. With 10 out of 5 in this skill and 100 stacks, you get a solid 500% damage boost to all gun damage. Mix that with our extended kill skill duration, and the momentum-based combat loop really starts to take off. The only issue with this is getting a kill with a grenade. Lucky for us, we don't have to get a kill with an actual grenade because a lot of guns in Borderlands 2 deal bonus grenade splash damage, the Evil Smasher being one of them. In addition to the damage on the card, the Evil Smasher gets an extra 90% damage as grenade splash, giving us about a 47% chance to activate Bloodbath with each kill. Alternatively, I found that shooting the ground near the bad guys made it so only the grenade damage would hit and give it more consistency. Anyway, nerdy Borderlands mouth out of the way, we used the Psychos to activate Bloodbath and dumped a huge Smasher Mag into Boom's cannon. All of that worked just for mediocre damage output. Yay! We managed to take out Boom Boom with no deaths, and then we were immediately bodied by the basic mobs afterward. We pushed our way through the mobbing to save Claptrap and made it to the Flint fight. The plan for Flint was pretty much the same as Boom Boom, but this time with a lot more dying. I was specced into a few skills in the Hellborn tree, including Flame Flare, which made me stay on fire for longer. This is good if I can light myself on fire using delusional damage, but not good if Flint puts his OP10 fire dot on me. I burned through a lot of mobs here trying to get second wins, no pun intended, so I had to reset the map and reclimb the ship so that I had some weak guys to get Bloodbath off of. That took a while, and so did getting another Smasher Mag to restart the fight. Jeez man, if the Evil Smasher has a 7% chance to proc, but Silence Voices has a 12% chance, why do they feel so far apart? Alright, watch this. We're gonna see how long it takes to get a Smasher Mag. And while we wait for that Smasher Mag, I'm gonna put this up in the corner and tell you about our partner, Instant Gaming. I've been using Instant Gaming for a while now because it's a great place to find deals on games I want to play. Thanks to them, I managed to snag Fallout 3, Fallout 4, and Fallout New Vegas, all with great deals on them. I also love using Instant Gaming if I'm looking to get games for friends or games to play with friends. My favorite part about Instant Gaming is that once your account is verified, it's super quick and easy to get your games. They give you the code to plug into whatever platform you're on, you plug it in, and most of the time, downloading the game is the longest part of the process. Even if you're on console, they have deals for everybody. I'm talking PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and even Nintendo Switch. So stop waiting for deals. Make your gaming instant. How about this? Think of a game you've been wanting to play and use my link in the description to just see what kind of deal they have on it. And if you do end up making a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself money, you're also supporting the channel. Anyway, guess who still hasn't gotten a Smasher Mag? One eternity later, I found some creative cover and managed to build up enough damage to finally take Flint down. We made it to 3 Horns and started our Sanctuary initiation. You know the usual, ramming door guy, saving Reese, and retrieving the power core. We're playing Hitman now. Put the stinky on him. It's patience, guys. You gotta be patient. You gotta know when to strike. All right. So based off that math, about 1 stock grenade is 2 kills. So if I have 4 grenades left out of 10, subtract the 6 over the 18. 18 divided by 6 equals 3. These grenades should kill the 20 bandit. One more for just in case. Okay, those should get the 20 bandits for Reese. After we made it to Sanctuary and did all of our non-evil smashing chores, we made our way to Frostburn Canyon. We decided to just run through the place like we always do, skipping all the non-mandatory combat. I almost died to this big psycho, but clutched up, and the spike jump skip after that was easy as always. I never miss this jump. Totally unrelated, but please do not go watch my last video after you're done watching this one. Thank you. Anyway, we made it to the Safari Zone and started taking out the psychos. I managed to build up my momentum pretty quick, and mobbing honestly felt pretty good. Bloodbath was proccing and things were dying. I thought grenade ammo was going to be a problem for this run, but then I remembered Bloodbath gives enemies a higher chance to drop grenade ammo. And by higher, I really just mean guaranteed. Speaking of grenades, I gave our grenade mod a super long fuse time to add a little bit more challenge to the run, but then I remembered that the longer fuse time could be used as a good get off me tool for when I'm trying to find my next smasher mag. Anyway, my evil smasher started giving me a lot of smasher mags shortly after Lilith said her one-liner. It's almost like the evil smasher sensed the evil. Up next, we needed to go save Roland, so we met Ellie and started destroying bandit technicals to get a car upgrade. The cars here aren't properly balanced for endgame, so I kind of expected to be able to kill them without smasher mags, but even these guys were too much for this gun. I managed to stop the caravan and was going to use it as a ride back home, but the last technical I needed to kill force-fed me its bumper, so I ended up having to walk all the way back. That means I just save quit. With our new car, we managed to sneak into the Bloodshot stronghold and start our fight with Badmaw. Honestly, this guy was kind of wrecking me. Circle strats on this guy have always been really tough, and getting smacked with his door makes a second helping of car bumper sound appealing. I was even failing at cheesing this guy because 2 loose shots would just leave me dead. All of my healing came from Thrill of the Kill, which makes 140% of my overkill damage come back to heal me. And since all of my guns are basically level 90, using that overkill damage to heal my level 80 health bars like Zenyatta popping all on a baby.
Does it feel good?
Let's hope that they don't rework that game again, so this joke makes sense for at least a month. Anyway, my point is, I had no way of healing if this was going to be a one-on-one fight. So after dying like 8 times, I saved quit and used all his goons to build up momentum. As long as I could get kills fast enough, I could keep healing, and I managed to finally take Badmaw down. Inside the dam, we started experiencing a little bit of a smasher mag drought. It was bad enough that I resorted to trying to kill a few of these guys without smasher mags, and to my surprise, it was kinda working. Oh, never mind, that was just Bloodbath. Yeah, this skill's really good, guys. I also had some help along the way. Little dude, go get him! Oh, little dude, grow up. We made it to the dreaded toilet room and started having some real trouble. Ooh, call me constipated because I be stuck in the toilet room. Note to self, delete that last recording. Okay, there we go. Anyway, we managed to take out most of the baddies here, but the last few crazed marauders had some pretty crazy aim, and I just could not get close enough to these guys to kill them. I had nearly 20 deaths in just this room before Mad Mike showed up and added 10 more. It took some work, but we managed to deal with Mad Mike the way we always do. Mad Mike, get over here. Jump over here, dude. Do it. Let's go! Bye, Mike. Anyway, we managed to find Roland and started chasing after the toaster that kidnapped him. That wasn't the only robot giving me trouble, though. Oh my god, really? Every surveyor in the fucking world came to fucking power this dude up. Alright, I'll be real with you guys. I was 100% ready to go to the gulag. Constructors have a huge 90% damage resistance to Grenade Splash, which was pretty much half of our damage we dealt. Not to mention that this thing can't be slagged. Nonetheless, I decided to give it my all. I used a loader nearby to pre-stack and start the fight strong. And I played like I could win. Because I could win. We had so much momentum going. We actually had a chance. And we were so close. I had an entire bleed out timer to get one more smasher mag. But the fragility of this build finally came into play. This sliver of health bar led us all the way to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag, where we had to fight the Warden for another hour. And the fight gets harder here, because there are just bad guys everywhere, and now the Warden can just call in moonshot reinforcements that I can't do anything about. My only real hope for this fight was to kill off any of the moonshot loaders and then start taking the arms off the gun loaders that the Warden specifically spawned. From my experience, toasters have a limit to how many bots they can have on the field at once, so having all 3 of them unable to attack me gave me a chance to fight the Warden semi-one-on-one. I really shouldn't have been here for an hour, but the Warden just would not stop spawning angelic guards, big loaders, and oh my goodness, so many exploders. That's fun. Okay. Okay, they're all exploders. Alright. Fuck the exploders, whatever. Anyway, we eventually took the Warden down and saved Roland. After that, we headed towards Tundra Express to burn some bugs, meet Mordo, meet Tina, and blow up a train. There isn't any mandatory combat here, so not much to mention. I did find out that ladders can destroy smasher mags, which really just says something about society. Wilhelm was up next, and I just killed him. Like first try even. All I had to do was keep my distance and kill off the loaders quickly so they didn't kill me. You can dodge all of Wilhelm's attacks pretty easily, so I just shot the bad guy until he was dead. Easiest Wilhelm I've ever had. Not sure why the Destroyer of New Haven was easier than Warden, but I won't complain. First try Wilhelm? What the f? Why is a toaster stronger than Wilhelm? Like, try to imagine if like Wilhelm was like easy on purpose, right? And the power core we got was actually like a trap causing sanctuary shields to go down. And then like Lilith does something like crazy, like phase locks the town so everybody doesn't die of mortars. But she also like kicks us out for some random reason. That would just be wild. Oh. We made it to the fridge and ran through that joint. I died a few more times than usual because rats have the most sporadic and goofy movement I've ever seen in a carbon-based life form. I hate rats! What the? Oh! I mean, even Mr. Noodle moves like a normal person, and he's a giant space whale squid. Anyway, even with Slag and Bloodbath, this guy was pretty tanky. I had the loaders helping me out a little bit, but I just had to keep running around this building to avoid being wall-upped until I could get the beacon. We made it to Overlook and started protecting the beacon. Mobbing was where the evil smasher in our build thrived, and this part of the game really let that shine. This was the first part of the run where the Hellborn skills we spec'd into really started to come into play. Using Fuel the Fire and Delusional Damage, my Slag grenades had a chance to light me on fire, giving me some more stat boosts. Being on fire would give me 50% damage reduction from Numb Nerves and an extra 50% gun damage from Pain's Power. No idea if the damage reduction did anything for me, but I took it anyway. Being on fire would also trigger Raving Retribution, which would send homing fireballs at any enemies that would try and damage me, potentially lighting them on fire. And that fire damage over time would then chain into Elemental Elation. With every stack of this, it gives me more mag size and fire rate, and you know we love that mag size. Slagging the huge groups of loaders being moonshot in really helped build up the secondary set of momentum, and everything was going great. I was getting second wins, I could kill the loaders pretty quickly. The only issue was that they could kill me pretty quickly too, making instant bleedouts my true enemy here. But I mean, it's just a few loaders, so there's not really anything really to worry. Oh, come on! Yeah, Jack really threw a toaster into my bloodbath, if you know what I'm saying. And you know what? I'm just really sick of getting bodied by household objects. For example, this clip of me dying because of a fucking stair. Oh, I can't climb up the stairs, dude! Yeah, after that, I just let the beacon become invincible, and I just started messing around, honestly.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Anyway, yeah, the fast travel landed, but the constructor was camping it, so I just save quit and used a different one. We have now entered the bunker prep chapter of this run. First up was getting an upgrade for Claptrap over at the Preserve. Wounding the loaders here was pretty simple, and the mobbing after that was pretty similar to what I just faced at Overlook, so I was already warmed up. I got through most of the mobbing section and only started dying when the big loader came out to play. This guy wasn't really an issue though. The loot dudes were a lot more annoying to deal with. Apparently if they don't want to be slagged anymore, they can just jump and they are no longer perked up, so I couldn't really keep my distance and I ended up dying a few times. They didn't even drop anything cool, so this was just kind of a waste of time. Which is kind of awkward, because this is usually the part where I tell you guys that I have this save file on my Discord server with all the cool loot I found. But that didn't happen. And you guys definitely don't need 4 evil smashers, but I have them anyway for the masochists watching. Anyway, we gunned down a few pup skags without remorse. My gun said they were evil, so we shouldn't feel bad for this. And then we made it to Bloodwing.
That fucking bird that I hate.
I actually learned a very valuable piece of information during this fight, and that is, Bloodwing is just straight up evil, which is a good thing for us because of the whole evil smasher thing. Yeah, you know what's going on. So yeah, this fight went extremely well. Mordecai was slagging the skags for me, which meant free revives and bloodbath, assuming I had a smasher mag. Bloodwing's AI this time around was also just kind of goofy. This game is so cursed. I don't even know what to say anymore. Anyway, Bloodwing took less than 5 minutes, and the whole preserve took less than an hour. You know, when I went into this challenge, I really thought this area was going to be tough. Oh well, I guess Bloodwing is just weak to explosive damage. Ooh, that's 10 to 5, double digits. Let's go, baby. Up next on our to-do list was recruiting Brick and his air support. The evil here felt a lot more scarce. In a desperate attempt to distract the bandits, I tried to knock a Goliath's helmet off with a non-smasher mag and couldn't even do that properly. We started our initiation and got some of the Goliaths angry so they could deal with all of the non-evil bad guys in there. It also helped take some of the aggro off, which helped their survivability. I still went down quite a few times, but it was right about here I started tap firing or burst firing to conserve accuracy for long distance kills. Even with the accuracy bonus on Smasher Mags, this thing can still get out of hand. I only wanted to get one Goliath angry, but if you've ever tried to kill a Goliath with a Torg weapon, you know you don't really have that choice anymore. Anyway, we passed the initiation and it was Sarcastic Slab's turn to be tested. Evil Smasher, Evil Smasher. Is Sarcastic Slab evil? He's not evil. Otherwise we would have procced and it would have smashed the evil. Sarcastic Slabs, it's good to go. Good job, Slab. Anyway, we started taking out the loaders with Brick and things got a little goofy. How was a gun loader all the way over here, bro? Is he gonna run backwards on the bridge now? And then we're gonna run across the bridge again? Why do I know this game so well? After all of that, we joined Brick's gang, Brick joined our gang, and the last thing we needed was for you to join the Gasmask gang. If you made it this far into the video, odds are you're enjoying the content, so you might as well sub and stick around for a while. You could always change your mind later. The last thing we needed for the big bunker raid was to go steal Jack's voice, so we went to Opportunity and found one of his doppelgangers. I found a decent strategy where I would try to land on his head as the 19 other enemies I ran past to get here downed me. That way I could just spam crits into his head. One Smasher Mag wasn't going to be enough though. The first try I was super close to getting the kill but accidentally fell off. The second time around, I had no luck and couldn't get a second Smasher Mag. And on the third try, an ion loader shot me in the face with one of its shock lasers, making it look like I had the explosion effect of a Smasher Mag, tricking me into wasting time and reloading into nothing. I have never had my metaphorical ankles broken this hard before. After I tried that a few more times, I created a new strat. This time, I did the exact same thing but had it work. That way, I didn't fail. The rest of this place was just running through, pressing buttons, and getting second wins when I needed. So we got Jack's voice and got out of there. Up next was the bunker raid, and surprising nobody, the toaster on the way up gave me some issues. Now that's on some bullshit. Anyway, the baby turrets went surprisingly well considering they are glitched and are just straight up immune to any type of splash damage. I can still get the actual bullet damage to hit, so we're still keeping around 53% of our damage as long as we hit them directly, but I thought this was going to be a lot more of a hassle. And that's a win I'll just take, because after that, we had to fight the big toaster. This guy is usually cheesable by just standing behind it, but even then I ended up dying a few times due to some major blunders on my end. I managed to figure myself out, and my gun finally decided that all toasters were evil, and I moved forward onto sniping Face McShooty. Yeah, this took a while. Full auto fire without smasher mags was just straight up bad, and full auto with a smasher mag wasn't much better. So I started farming up smasher mags and just tap fired for the next 40 minutes. Honestly, the monotony was kinda getting to me, so I played some motivational stuff to give me a dopamine boost.
We want to thank you for all your hard work. You're the one who steps up and gets things done around here. Dream you're going for, that career you want, that recognition you're seeking, it is yours!
You can't do anything right. You're a hopeless, miserable waste of space. We all hate you. We think you suck. We believe you'll fail. We guarantee you'll be feeling worse about yourself and your life, or we'll give you a concussion. Call 1-555-478-25682.
Is your shoulder strap too tight and annoying? Introducing the Titty Bear, the cute little guy that eliminates all those problems. Move the pressure wherever you need it.
My shoulder strap used to pull so tight I could
Why
hardly
the f did I get it to Titty Bear, bro?
Passenger seat and fits all makes and models. Just snap it on, slide it where it relieves the pressure, and drive away.
We made it to the bunker and dealt with the turrets before taking on the bunker itself. I had a lot of stuff going for me on this fight. Plenty of cover, big large bad guy that's easy to hit and stack on, and weak auto turrets that could activate our whole fire setup to get 20 elemental elation stacks. It was here I found my maximum mag size of 117, and I felt powerful. Sure, the bunker was pretty tanky and I had a long fight ahead of me, but I was feeling good. Maybe a little too good though, because I ended up letting my guard down. Turns out, the bunker wasn't the only enemy in the sky I had to worry about. 15 minutes into our first attempt, one of my favorite enemies, the jet loader, unleashed this long shot grenade throw. I had no time to react to it, and blam, the slag bomb set me up for death. After that, one of the bunker's missiles sneaks up on me and gets the finishing blow. I had no second wind in sight, and the bunker flew off, securing my fate. I just couldn't get my momentum back for the next 2 attempts. I would get about halfway before one tiny mistake set me back to square one. And on attempt number 4, the bunker decided to play dirty. Oh my god, he's kidnapping that buzzard. No, my ammo! After one more close call, we managed to take the bunker down and made our descent into Angel Core. Honestly, this place went great. Roland showed up and he came with his own Torg assault rifle representing the Evil Smasher squad. And when Lilith showed up, the Evil Smasher detected a disturbance and I was getting Smasher mags left and right. It wasn't too long before we secured the vault key. Whoa. What's wrong, Evil Smasher? You sensed something? No, don't worry, that's just Lilith. She can't... No! Jack killed Roland, kidnapped Lilith, and the entire bunker raid was in vain. We now had to find Jack in the vault before he had a chance to take the warrior for himself. Our first stop was Sawtooth Cauldron to steal some explosives, and the ambush commanders here were giving me a rough time. It was quickly apparent that we were going to need to have some existing momentum going in order to take these guys down, which is kind of a hard thing to do when you're getting curb stomped as soon as you spawn into the death cubby. My only hope was to abuse the 3.6 fuse time on my grenades to keep the bad guys back and just pray that I could get a smasher mag before they could get to me. Even with momentum, I would get absolutely slaughtered, and every kill was a second wind. Now normally when you're in Fight for Your Life, your kill skills get cancelled out. The cool thing about Krieg though is that he has 3 kill skills in his Bloodlust tree that don't get cancelled out while in Fight for Your Life. I call these the Bloodlust trio, but I hear them more commonly called the fake kill skills. Anyway, Bloodbath is one of these skills. If we stack that with the Bloody Revival bonus and the Strip the Flesh bonus we talked about earlier, you can actually get second wins without a Smasher Mag. Well, assuming they're slagged, you already have high stacks, and you're within spoon feeding distance of them, of course. After a few attempts with some questionable tactics, we managed to take out the Ambush Commanders, Blast Boombringer, Merc Mortar, and rode the elevator up to the Buzzard's Nest. Fighting the buzzards up here was kind of annoying. Trying to match up timings with Smasher Mags, high Bloodlust stacks, and buzzard flight patterns, all while not dying, was no simple task. It was all pretty RNG dependent, and before you say, oh no shit Sherlock, that's been the whole run, it's the evil Smasher. That wasn't the issue. Getting the buzzards slagged was very inconsistent. I pretty much needed to slag them with the initial explosion of a grenade or the first or second bullet the Betty shot out, because after that, they would just fall out of the sky. Now this might not sound that bad, but for reference, I had 12 grenade sticks in a row fail to make the evil metal pigeons purple. I didn't even need momentum to kill these things. A basic Smasher Mag and slag was enough to take out 2 buzzards, but I was still here for nearly an hour praying for slag. But after a few dozen elevator rides, we took them down and made it to the boneyard. The main scary part of this place is pumping station 2. I managed to crank all the valves in there, but the loaders had me on the edge of death. They absolutely thrashed my bleed out timer, and I had a close call on the way out of there. The rest of the boneyard went as expected, and we made it to the Badlands. Oh great, just a bunch of ugly, rusty old junk loaders to deal with here. That's a piece of cake. Oh yeah, that guy. I hate this guy. I thought I would be able to kill Saturn as long as I used up all my ammo with Smasher Mags, but I only dealt like 2/3 of his health bar. I went back to buy some ammo to finish the job, but he just disappeared. If you take too long fighting Saturn and try to buy ammo, the junk loaders respawn and that messes with the spawn cap, and then Saturn just disappears. So I had to redo the whole 30-minute kill. If max ammo equaled 2/3 of his health bar, I figured that if I just used half my max ammo to deal 1/3 of his health, and then go top off ammo before the junk loaders came back, I would have enough ammo to handle the other 2/3. And guess what? It looks like I'm good at math because that plan worked perfectly. Now it should be a breeze to get into the info stuff. Yeah, nah, f that. I've had enough toaster trouble this run. I ran past that thing. Anyway, we grabbed the data from the info stockade, fought off all the loaders at the claptrap door, speed ran through Heroes Pass, and then found Jack. And let me tell you, this fight was the worst one yet. Okay, editor, you might be overdoing the looks maxing jokes. It's time to get serious. Go look for the dramatic black bars. Jack took his vitamins, and as a result, he has as much grenade splash resistance as the toasters do. Tanky bosses usually aren't an issue if you just don't die, but Jack also has health regeneration. Strong health regeneration, making this one of the most RNG dependent fights I've ever had. I pretty much had one chance to kill Jack after I broke his shield, because he would just teleport away and keep making invincibility shield surveyors. After a few test runs, I developed a strategy, and it went something like this. First, I would lure Jack over to fight him one-on-one while I was getting my stacks up and trying to get his shield as low as possible without breaking it. I would then need to roll a Smasher Mag and break Jack's shield, causing him to teleport to the main console. From here on out, I need to act quickly and precisely. The first thing I would do here is preemptively throw a slag grenade at the console to try to slag Jack and his surveyor. Usually Jack is like a 1 in 10 per grenade because he's just hard to slag, but he somehow seems easier to slag when he's invincible. Spaghetti game, I don't know. Anyway, it was also very important that the surveyor was slagged, but that was super hard because I would just need to get lucky and have it fly low enough to get hit by the Betty. While that was going on, I would try to kill one of the clones to proc Bloodbath, and if I didn't get Bloodbath, I was screwed. After I got Bloodbath, I would then try to kill the surveyor with as few shots as possible because I was going to need every shot I could spare for Jack. I pretty much needed to reproc Bloodbath on this kill too for this to even maybe work. And then finally, I would just try to lane to Jack as best I could without dying, throwing an extra grenade for a chance at reslagging and praying that I could get a Smasher Mag directly after my first one. I needed a perfect run to even hope for a kill here. I contemplated using the block 'em at the terminal strat, but I got so close so many times that I knew that I didn't need it. I just needed the Evil Smasher to cooperate with me. I think Jack's ambiguous motives led the Evil Smasher to hesitate. Yeah, Jack was an asshole, sure, but he also wanted to rid the planet of all the bandits plaguing it, which makes you think, does anyone truly believe they're evil? Or do we all think ourselves the hero from our own point of view? Is true evil even real? Or were we just smashing through everything we perceived as bad? Well, if you're asking me, nah bro, Jack's the worst. He was the last thing preventing me from victory. The last thing preventing me from my sweet reward. After every run I complete on this channel, I allow myself one of the last few original monster assaults as a reward. My own personal ambrosia that they just don't make the same anymore. To me, it's pure joy in a can. And Jack decided to prevent me from that joy. And if depriving a person of their happiness or joy isn't evil, I don't know what is. Hey editor, did you find those dramatic black bars? Awesome. Come on, here we go. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? He's over there. Okay. Good. Give me a bloodbath off of this. I don't know where that nade went, but sure. Where's the surveyor, dude? Let's fucking get you. Put the sneaky on. Put the Ooh, let's fucking go. After 3.5 hours, Jack was finally defeated and the warrior was summoned. This guy's pretty easy to avoid and therefore just took some time to kill. Honestly, Jack was the true final boss of this run and the warrior was more of just a victory lap. So I spent our final moments of this run chanting our theme. I think this is the final mag. Let me smash that evil. Evil needs to be smashed. Let me smash that evil. Don't go shoot the rack. Let me smash that evil. Evil needs to be smashed. Let me smash that evil. Evil needs to be smashed. Not today. Not today. You know, maybe Jack wasn't so bad after all. I wonder if this monster would have tasted as good if the fight was easier. Maybe he intentionally put me through that hardship to make my victory all the more greater. What do you think, Evil Smasher? Okay. There we go. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'll do a flip. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love hearing your guys' kind words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, saving money over at Instant Gaming using my link, or going to gasmaskgang.com to get some merch. I'll link my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. With millions of guns, Borderlands 2 gives you so many options for your loadout. But today, we look at the nuclear option and ask, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the nukem? I'll briefly go over the rules. First off, we will be playing on UVHM OP10. If you're new to the game, that just means we're playing on the hardest difficulty and everything is 10 levels higher than us. Bar will not be allowed for the run, and the nukem is the only gun I'm allowed to use, which means using a Logan's gun and a sham to absorb ammo is strictly off the table. In that case, you might be thinking I'm going to be using the big boom blaster to get ammo, but wrong. If I want ammo, I'm going to have to find some or buy some. The only other unique pieces of gear I'm allowed to use are the legendary point in class mod for survivability and the Vault Hunter relic, which doesn't help me combat-wise at all and is mostly there as a placeholder. For our other 2 gear slots, we have a basic T-Yor shield and a low-level grenade mod for slagging enemies. Anything non-unique is fair game, but I only use these for the challenge. This run will introduce 2 emergency crutch items. If I deem that the run requires them, I will use a stockpile relic and or a non-unique absorb shield. As for the build, I'll show it here. Since this challenge is all about nukes, I decided that Axton's nuke skill was allowed. I also skipped all the offensive turret skills because I pick up the turrets immediately after they release their nuclear explosions. If you want to call this challenge Borderlands with only nukes instead of only the nukem, that's fine by me. I just figured that this would be more interesting than throwing on a big boom blaster and having a field day. Now the turrets might be able to get some shots off before they get recalled, but these things don't really deal that much damage, so as long as they don't steal any major boss kills, I'll let a few shots slide. Now that we got the rules and build covered, let's hop into the run. Right off the bat, the good old gas mask curse kicks in, and we start out with 2 bully rots. Dealing with them wasn't necessarily hard, but these guys are so tanky that we ran out of ammo before we even made it to Tutorial Town. With all of Crazy Earl's ammo upgrades, the maximum amount of rockets you can hold is 33. Divide that by 2 and round up, we're left with 17 shots since the nukem takes 2 ammo to fire. So with no ammo and no money to buy any more yet, we had to get creative. Cue the turret nukes. If we compare the nukem nukes and the nuke skill nukes, we get a sentence with the word nuke in it too many times and also see that the nukes are very different. For example, the turrets deal a lot less damage, but they also light the enemies on fire. The nukem's projectiles just deal damage, while the turret's explosion has some very strong knockback properties. Returning viewers know I love those. And the turret nukes are also pretty much infinite, but they lose their value past generic mobs, since the cooldown of our action skill is too slow to outdamage the health regen of most bad guys in UVHM. But here in Tutorial Town, everyone is soft. Soft enough to kill with a little grape juice and 2 turret chucks. After Hemlock got the power back on, we were able to buy a little bit of ammo and set off to clear the way to Boom Boom. That ammo was specifically used for the Ironclad lads, because the turret nukes were too weak for them. A little bit of patience and careful planning and we were able to finish the mobs off. So as we were steps away from fighting Boom Boom, we were once again broke and lacking the proper ammo to take on this fight. So I did what anyone would do when they're strapped for cash. Go to the beach and look for treasure chests. Here I would farm up until I hit the money cap and also fill my inventory with items so I had extra items to sell for when I ran out. Anyway, loaded up and ready to go, we start the Boom Boom fight. After I lured Boom to the back alley and mugged him at portable nuclear warhead launcher point, we made our first attempt at killing Boom. Testing the likely highly irradiated waters of this fight, we find that it was going to be a very close fight, even with full ammo. After a practically perfect attempt with lining up kill skill combos, slag, and making sure I fire all my nukes quickly, I was still coming up short. So this fight was undoable. Which means no. You can't beat... Wait, did you guys see that? Reroll the footage, hold on. You see it now? The run is saved, all thanks to this do cut. In Borderlands 2, when you pick up a gun or grenade mod, it gives you some ammo of the weapon type you just picked up. So when I opened up this porta potty and seen this long brown log looking thing, I was filled with joy. So on our next attempt, we made sure to set up everything perfectly, grabbed the launcher for the ammo, and managed to just barely kick him out of his turret. The moment of truth was when I ran back to fill my ammo, not knowing if he would just hop back into his booster seat. But lucky for us, he doesn't get back in unless you die, so we managed to finish him off for good. After clearing out all the mandatory bad guys on the way up to our boat, we start our fight with Flint. My plan was to just fight him from down here, but I forgot that my turrets had knockback for a second and I ended up launching him out of his arena, which bugged out his AI. Again. But it looked like this was going to be necessary to cheese him like this anyway. While lobbing these nukes, I was slowly realizing that I wasn't going to have enough money to keep buying the ammo I would need to take him down, so after round 2 of farming the money, we knocked Flint off again and spent like 10 minutes trying to get him into a good spot closer to the ammo vendor.
Slide to the left.
By now you've probably seen that the nukes we're firing don't go very far. That's because this thing is nothing but Torg parts, so firing at anything while below eye level likely means I'm getting a dose of the radiation too. Anyway, after lobbing 61 nukes down at Captain Lead here, he finally died. Arriving at Three Horns, I used my Bullymong whispering skills to convince the Bullymongs into fighting the local bandits while I decked out my new ride. I didn't know the blue steel skin was a Torg skin, so I was pretty hyped to show up to Sanctuary with style. Dorguy thought it was cringe though, so I decided to give him the good old 1-2, or as I like to call it, the Deuce Nukem. Anyway, Corporal Reese needed our help. Excuse me. Should I leave that in the video? Screw it. Long story short, I learned a little something about collateral damage. To make up for my friendly fire shenanigans, I made sure to kill the 20 bandits in his honor. I mean, I shot a nuke into their camp, and realistically, there's no surviving that, so I'm pretty sure I killed more than 20. After making it to Sanctuary to realize that all the important people that we were supposed to meet there weren't even there, we set off to Frostburn Canyon to meet the least important person there is. Blowing up the psychos here was pretty easy with my noob tube launcher, right up until they class swapped into Black Ops 1 flak jacket builds. Joke's on them though, because they can't have flak jacket and lightweight pro, so using gravity against these guys made it child's play. We also dropped the nuclear stinky on the big psychos because I didn't feel like taking another loan out to pay for the ammo costs. Here we took our first death after running out of grape-flavored grenades, but I didn't let that stop my gamer momentum and I was still bodying these bandits. Oh! This momentum carried on to our next task of upgrading our car to get into the Bloodshot Dam. Vehicles in this game aren't balanced properly for OP10, so they actually get easier to kill as you increase your OP level. So for a brief period in time, I got to feel like Duke Nukem himself by sending body parts and car chunks across the horizon. This was honestly therapeutic, and in my masochistic profession, you learn to milk the good times. So I destroyed a few more cars, bodied this tubby spider ant, and even took on the caravan just for the heck of it. I was going to ride the caravan back to Ellie's before this spider ant ruined everything, and I discovered some goofy stuff with the nuke turrets. I managed to hitch a ride on the back and experience the first ever Borderlands 2 cliche car chase mission, and honestly felt pretty cool doing so. After pulling a prank on myself, I decided that I wanted to destroy the caravan, so I set up a roadblock and blew the thing straight off the cliff, finding one more reason why nuke turret wasn't as bad as I thought it was. Anyway, Badma was our next target, and I wanted to get rid of him as quickly as possible.
Wanna meet my girlfriend?
Watch out, they got a badass.
Yeah, haters are gonna be like, that wasn't a nuke, Brendan Valley, or whatever 8-year-olds like to say nowadays, but let's be honest, I was going to put the stinky on Badma anyway. After reloading the map to grab the key, we decided that we were going to need some more money in order to get through the Bloodshot Dam. After we filled up, we started clearing out the Bloodshots. I'll take this time to talk about some of the strats I've developed so far. First off, smart ammo purchases. Each set of rockets bought gives you 12 rockets, so if you were to buy 3, that would get you 36. But since our max ammo is 33, that third purchase is kind of a ripoff, so to conserve our well-earned funds, I would only buy 2 at a time, or make sure I was actually getting my 12 rockets per purchase. It might mean more trips to the vendor, but it also means less trips to Wham Bam Island, and there was already a lot of those in this run. As for actual combat, I found that swapping weapons is way faster than reloading, so in many situations I would use my 8 shots, retreat to reload, and run back in to deal some more damage again. Anyway, let's talk about Mad Mike and his toilet room. You guys know the drill here. Enemies with the high ground, cowardice marauders, all that jazz. The high ground proved to be especially tough during this fight since my nukes turn into boomerangs if I look too high up. Despite the hardships, I just made sure to play patiently and utilize the knockback of the nuke turrets to their fullest. What the Angry Michael doing? Oh! The next fight, however, will be the hardest one yet. The Warden posed an actual threat here. With no ammo vendor nearby, I wasn't sure if we were going to have enough firepower to destroy the Warden before he flew off and took Roland to the Friendship Gulag. So I had to make sure not to use any of our ammo on the mobs along the way, which resulted in a few of our untimely demises. We made our one and only attempt at Warden, with high hopes, and on God, bro, is that 3 angelic guards? Okay man, whatever. Everything was going well, right up until the point it ran out of ammo. Grit, also known as the only thing keeping us alive, had an absolute field day with my health bar here to try and save the day, but I just couldn't find any more rockets lying around. And add insult to injury, these angelic guards were spawn camping the hell out of me, so all I could do was wait there and suffer until the Warden took off with Roland. Before we went to that dreaded place, we had to go farm up some more money to make this fight work. Here at the Gulag, the fight is usually a bit harder because now the Warden gets the ability to moonshot even more reinforcements in, as if 3 angelic guards wasn't enough. In order to nuke this toaster, we were going to have to use the good old vendor milking strat to get this fight done. It was hard to tell exactly how many nukes it took to kill Warden because I had to get like 4 second wins during the fight, but I counted at least 37 shots to destroy the Warden. After dealing with the rest of the loaders with Roland, it was time to meet up with Marto and Tina and blow up a train. I used the nuke turret's fire dot to light the Varkids on fire and felt way smarter than I should have for it. And then I had to help Tina get some bombs, even though there's literally an ammo vendor in her workshop. And also I'm literally holding a nukem. I feel like I could have just shot the train, but oh well. So we start our fight with Wilhelm and we ran into a very small issue. So I get his health down to here by the time my rocket ammo got down to here, and the ammo vendor was at the beginning of the map, which also required a grenade jump to get to. This long run to the vendor also gave Wilhelm plenty of time to recharge his shields. Luckily, the shields are pretty weak, and the shield surveyors also just kinda explode from the nukem's blast radius. Join the club, I guess. Anyway, it took 2 trips to the vendor and a total of 38 nukes to take Wilhelm down. Side note, since this vendor strat is going to be used very often during this run, I've decided to save myself the time and just call this strat Spud Running, because the nukem is kinda just a souped up potato gun if you think about it. Back at Sanctuary, I kinda accidentally the whole shield system and we had to evacuate the city. Like literally, the whole city had to leave. And I seen my opportunity to pull an assassination attempt on Lilith, which backfired. Not my proudest moment. Anyway, it was time to run through Ohio, or wait, I mean the fridge, sorry. This would have probably went terribly if it wasn't for Grit, but then again, you could probably say that for the entire challenge. Our next obstacle was the big old beacon eating spaghetti squid. This guy gave me quite a bit of issues. Here's a list. 1. He has random shield regen, which means more rockets eaten up. 2. The loader's moonshot in to deal with the Thresher, just try and murder me instead. 3. Every time the Thresher tunnels underground, it removes the slag effect from him. 4. The ammo vendor was like a mile away, not to mention the way back. And number 5, the Thresher would wait for me right at this door and snipe me with its instant health gate needle attack. Woohoo. Anyway, it took like an hour to finally get this guy to die since I needed to go farm more money. When I went to grab the beacon, this happened.
Thanks.
Oh, game, don't fucking crap.
Yeah, so another farming trip and another hour and a half later, we got him again, and we could finally go defend Overlook by dropping multiple nuclear bombs there. I didn't have high expectations for this fight, but to my own surprise, I was surviving and killing off all the loaders pretty well. I mean, the beacon got bodied like every 10 seconds, and it eventually went invincible, but I was on track to surviving all the way up until a fast travel showed up, which I did technically do. Anyway, compared to the rough rest of this run, that was a major dub in my book. The Preserve and the Big Bird were up next, and after a little preparation, we jumped in and started making our way through the bad guys. Wounding the loaders went fine, since wounding one loader at a time is super hard. Nukes aren't really the assassin's weapon of choice. Remember, I learned that the hard way. Anyway, after taking half an hour to kill Pomone and Toomba for literally no reason, and needing to refarm ammo again because of it, we pushed through and very slowly used spud running strats to handle all the mandatory mobbing before our 1v4 with the loot. I forgot doctor's orders. Jeez man, I'm really dropping the ball, aren't I? Long story short, I decided to keep trucking towards Bloodwing, and then right before the fight, our homie Tom, you might recognize him from the co-op challenges we do, used his Twitch channel points to redeem Turn On PhysX, which is a Borderlands graphics setting that makes cool puddles of elements and stuff, but also makes your game crash from slag particles, especially during the Bloodwing cutscene. But we didn't realize in order for PhysX to be enabled, we would have to completely restart the game. Tom agreed that I could just turn it on after the fight, but he was also all like, I suppose, and I already felt bad for missing doctor's orders, and I had to do it. So we restart the Preserve, this time with doctor's orders and with PhysX on, with the agreement that it would stay on until the game crashed at least once. After refarming and remobbing, we killed the loot dudes and got one of the grenade mods of all time. After that, we made our way to our first attempt on Bloodwing. The strat for this fight was a bit different since there are no vendors we can run to, so we had to make sure to wait for her to land so we could get slag and utilize our 2 free nukes from the turret. The fight was going good, right up until the very end.
Maybe. The slags kick it. Oh my god!
I was so close to taking this dub, but the game-winning rocket was a complete whiff of a shot. What could have been a spectacular ending set off a chain of events that really messed me up.
Turrets, don't take my kill, that'd be cringe. Turrets, don't take my kill, that'd be cringe.
I'm loading the train dart.
Was she really that close? That's cringe.
Preserve round 3. Here we go. Okay, real talk. Attempt 3 is when this run started to get really cursed. For example, this clip.
Right off the bat, let's go. Oh! Oh, what the fuck? No way!
This attempt ended better, but it was a nuke from the turret that got her, and that was so freaking unsatisfying. But oh well, we had to continue. To round 4, the preserve!
No, don't fucking steal my kill. Don't steal my kill turret.
Round 5 of the preserve really started to break me. Fun fact, if you save quit during the Bloodwing fight and retry it later, Mordecai just stops helping you, so I had to slag the skags if I wanted to survive, but also resource manage my grenades so I had enough for Big Bird over here. I was in the preserve for 5.5 hours in total, before I finally got over my skill issues and nuked this friggin' bird. The rivalry score between us prior to this run was 5-3, and I'm not really sure who to give this point to. On one hand, I technically killed her first try, and on the other hand, I was here for almost 6 hours, so, let's just give the point to the turret this time. The next homie we had to recruit was Brick. In order to recruit Brick, we had to get recruited by Brick. I knew that dropping into this fight that I was going to run out of ammo eventually, so I decided to recruit some of his recruits. Jeez, man, what kind of pyramid scheme is this? Yeah, I took this opportunity to take a break. I got back and I don't think the Goliaths killed like anything, so I just started nuking everyone. I was also making sure to get as many bandits in the blast radius as possible to conserve ammo. Fun fact, 1v1ing a scavenger is pretty tough when you have no ammo. I searched the whole place looking for more rockets and found some in a trash can, but I still had like 3 waves to go after that scavenger. I was able to use nuke turrets for the little guys, but the buff boys proved to be a little bit tougher, so I ended up dying and just buying ammo on my way back in. After a solid 10 minutes of ammo conservation and whatever the heck this is, we managed to barely kill the last Goliath with a couple of nuke turrets. I wanted to launch the sarcastic slab off a cliff, but homie just straight up ignored the nuke turret's knockback, so I went to get ammo so I could just trick shot him or something, but straight up forgot he existed apparently, and just started going after loaders with Brick. It was kinda nice to just play the support role for once, especially since Brick is a master at the craft.
Get him, Brick! Yeah!
We also had to fight 3 ultimate loaders, which was a big bite out of my wallet, so it was back to Wham Bam to prep for the next few fights. Up next was the Jack Double assassination job. Like most of my assassinations so far, I thought everything was going to work before something bad happened. This little rat straight up booked it as soon as I went down. If you guys are like, silly gas mask, that's not a rat, that's a human, well I got news for you.
God. Hold up. Wait, what? Who just heard a rat?
This game is so cursed, bro. If I wasn't killing this double, I would be pointing him towards the nearest exorcist because he's got some demons inside him. As per usual, I died to the double, and when I came back, he just stood still for me. No idea why this happens, but it's not my fault the game is like this, so I took it and ran. Now that we had all the pieces required for the bunker raid, we started our climb up the mountain. Obstacle 1 was this constructor right here. We've dealt with these toasters before, but this one kind of mixed things up for us, which is a very Blender-like thing for a toaster to do if you ask me. But the issue was spud running wasn't going to be an option, since he despawns if you get too far away. Step 1 to winning this fight was reloading the map until I got lucky enough to fight one that's level 89. This would save ourselves some time and ammo. And step 2 was to hide while slowly whittling down its health with nuke turrets. I could only land one at a time because if I got too close, I was toast. So after hiding under these stairs for 20 minutes, we finally took the first obstacle down. Obstacle 2 were these demonic heathens. If you didn't know this already, these guys are bugged and just completely immune to splash damages, so no grenades, no rockets, and most notably, no nukes. So at this point in the run, you could argue 2 things. 1, the nukem can't do it, the run is busted, or 2, this is a glitch, so therefore it should not count. If you ask my opinion, I'm on the ladder. Not literally on a ladder, I'm actually just cowering behind a few boxes here in this clip, but you know what I mean. I think glitches like these shouldn't invalidate the run, but if you think otherwise, that's just your opinion and I respect how wrong it is. Anyway, we had to progress, so let's just kill them with our own turrets.
They actually take nuke turret damage? Why do they take nuke turret damage?
Okay, so for once, this cursed confusing game is on our side. Let's go. Okay, I know these turrets aren't nukem shots. I realize saying that out loud, it sounds like common sense, but I already know if I didn't, someone in the comment section would tell me as if I'm some bozo who didn't realize. Like I said before, if you want to call this challenge BL2 with only nukes instead of with only the nukem, that works for me. Especially because our next obstacle introduces another type of nuke that will help us get to the bunker. So the super toaster has nukes of its own, and I didn't learn until recently that the toaster can hurt itself with these nukes, meaning I could T-pose here all day and just wait for the thing to die on its own if I really wanted to. Quick shout out to SpuddyCube for showing me this strat. He does challenge runs over on his channel too, so I'll have him linked in the description. I would definitely go check him out. Thanks to him, this also means one of my old challenges is no longer a failure. I won't spoil which one if you're new here. Speaking of new here, if you made it this far into the video, you're probably enjoying the content, and in that case, you might as well subscribe and check out my other runs while you're at it. I would appreciate it greatly and would love to have you in the gas mask gang. Anyway, we used the same strat as the last toaster, but this time it only took 15 minutes, probably because I was able to use both turrets to damage it and also the whole nuking itself thing. The final obstacle before the bunker fight. Base McShooty. Oh, I forgot it arcs. In that case, maybe we gotta do one of these. 45-degree angle up. Maybe we need a little bit more arc. Yeah, so our nukems didn't have enough rocket speed, so I tried with a full Mollywan parted nukem to see if hitting him from this distance was even possible. And well, it kinda exceeded expectations. Sadly, we cannot shoot Face McShooty in the face, but we can make all of his skin fall off if we have the right parts on our launcher. It was finally time for the big bunker fight. I could describe fighting the big turrets as straightforward, uncomplicated, self-explanatory, etc. But when it comes to the bunker fight, the only words that come to mind are nothing but net. Yeah, the bunker's hurt boxes are friggin' weird, man. To help you guys better understand his hurt boxes, I ripped this diagram out of the game files to show you exactly what's going on. Here you can see that in order to hit the bunker, we kinda have to aim for its butt. I mean, I think that's its butt, I don't know. Ever since I heard Oboe Shoes call this guy a Crunchwrap Supreme, I just get hungry every time I see him, so I might not be the best person to ask about robotic anatomy. Anyway, so began the 2-hour fight with the bunker. After our first heartbreaking death, I developed a strategy. Step 1 was to chill until he did his flexing pose, I like to call it. He doesn't move at all in this position, which helps when trying to hit his invisible hurt boxes. Step 2 was getting the proper setup in the form of slag and kill skills. The slagging part was simple, I just threw a grenade at him, and the kill skills were gotten using a cool Axton tech. If you throw your second turret and recall the first one before it lands, the game gets confused and triggers your kill skills, which in our case gave us some more fire rate and gun damage. And step 3 was to repeat and just make sure I was being smart about my ammo purchases. At first the only thing I had to worry about was some loaders sneaking down and putting the stinky on me or something, but after half the bunker's health is gone, he starts using his giant slag laser, which made it harder to actually get to him. Instead of having 2 safe spots where I could deal damage during his flex pose, I only had 1 now because I needed this weird set of party glasses to protect me. While we waited, chat started bringing up cursed Borderlands enemy crossbreed ideas like angelic jet loaders, so I at least had something to talk about while we waited 2 hours in order to progress. We eventually got through the whole fight and destroyed the bunker for good. All it took was 2 hours and 109 nukes. While sorting all the loot to sell for more rocket ammo, I noticed something a bit odd. Oh, okay. Dude, I seen the little Mollywan tip. I was like, if I get a motherfucking 94 sham in the run where I'm not allowed to use it, but it would be the best fucking thing ever, I was gonna fucking... The game was really tempting me. And I mean like, really tempting me, because it knew what we were going to have to do next. That being Angel Core. Let's do some math real quick. Multiple waves of loaders, including angelic guards, plus there's no vendor to buy ammo, plus if you leave or save quit, you reset the whole Angel Core fight, equals quite the predicament. I tried the fight and ran out of ammo pretty quick. and I waited around for like an hour hoping Angel Core would drop some rocket ammo. And at first I wasn't sure if it was possible to get more ammo. So with most of our hope lost, we started looking for answers. On a separate save, we tried testing absorbing super loader rockets for ammo. Yes, this would require the absorb shield crutch item, but I wasn't sure what to do otherwise. It didn't work anyway, but the crutch items would get us through Angel Core faster. Also while testing, we found that one enemy crossbreed chat was talking about. Actually, let's test your volley. Oh, somebody clip that. I know that Angelic Guard didn't just fucking fly. I know that Angelic Guard didn't just fucking fly. Can somebody clip that? Was that not just a jet loader? Who was fucking joking about the flying Angelic Guard earlier? Who was it? Which one of you motherfuckers was it? It's not funny because now it exists. Anyway, it was confirmed by Dark Smoke 11 that you can, in fact, get rocket ammo in Angel Core. So I had two options. I could suffer through it without the crutch items, or I could use them and get through the core faster. And oh boy, did I have a decision to make. After the testing, I ended the stream and took a few days off. I went to my hometown, visited friends. I even drank a Monster, normally for once. It was nice living life so calmly. I learned that not everything has to be balls to the wall all the time. It's okay to take the easy route and enjoy the ride sometimes. But this was not one of those times. Do you know what this is? It's an original Monster Assault. They don't make these anymore, and it's my favorite flavor of anything ever to exist. I've only got 21 left before I'm out for good. For life. To make sure I spread these out and don't burn through them, I said I get one for every challenge run I beat. Now, do you think I want to sit there after the run, sipping my assault, thinking to myself, did I really earn this? Hell no. Do you think that monster would taste its absolute best with that question swimming around in my head? Hell no. Do you think I'm going to take the easy way out? Say it with me this time. Hell no. I returned from my trip and I rode the elevator down to Angel Core. Not with dread, not with anguish, but with pure determination to get through this Angel Core without any unneeded aid. During the fight, I made sure to group up all the enemies to get the most out of each shot. Ion loaders were especially useful for once because they call all the loaders into one spot. But even with maximizing our damage per rocket, we ran out a few rounds in. And the waiting game began. I was able to slowly kill some enemies with slag and nuke turrets, but with the long cooldown, 95% of the damage I dealt was healed by the time I could throw more. On average, I was getting rocket ammo every 15 minutes, and each drop gives you 4 shots, which would allow me to kill about 1 Angelic Guards, assuming I didn't waste the ammo on failed kills. At some points in this, I was super helpless because I had 3 loaders and 3 laser turrets focused on me while I was trying to rush the ammo drops. So the death counter got a huge increase here. There was some hope along the way in the form of Roland and his turret. He was actually killing some of the loaders, but this help was short-lived when Lilith showed up. Don't get me wrong, with how dumb this situation is, I would take all the help I could get. But Lilith was literally doing no damage, woohoo. I got so excited every time I found a rocket ammo. It meant I was one step closer to getting away from Lilith and her aggressive cowboyism.
Howdy boys, howdy boys, howdy boys, howdy boys, howdy boys, howdy boys.
I was down in this place for 3 straight hours. Not to mention the hour of testing I did days prior. And would you guys believe me if I told you this wasn't even the worst part of the run yet? Up next was Sawtooth Cauldron. The ambush commanders here ate up a lot of ammo per kill, so I decided to launch them into the lava. Every time I have tried this strat in the past, they end up just slowly floating up and out of bounds because this game is cursed. But flying didn't save them this time. Flying away definitely helped the next set of bad guys we had to deal with though. The lack of range with the rockets really came into play here. On top of them being hard to hit, it would take at least 2 shots with slag, and that's if I can hit them consecutively. Otherwise, they just fly away and get all their health back. With one exception of the level 89 buzzard, who would only require 1 nuke while slagged. So now it was time to farm weak enemy RNG again. This was actually pretty simple since all you had to do to reset their level was jump back down the elevator shaft and just ride it back up. Even with this strat, it took upwards of an hour and a half to kill them all. I partially blame this uncontrollable Goliath who put the stinky on everything it saw, including me. I mean, it's respectable as hell, but not something I want to be on the receiving end of. Anyway, you might want to remember this math for later. Why will we need it for later? Well, I decided that I'm going to tackle both the Torg DLCs for the bonus content in this run, so stick around for that. Fun. Anyway, we stole all the explosives, which again, I have literal nukes, not sure why we needed these, and then hitched a ride on one of the buzzards all the way to the boneyard. Which, hold on, why didn't they just fly us over the bridge? Dude, these friggin' plot holes, man. After another money farming run, we hit all the pumping stations. Some went smoothly, others didn't. But in the end, we were able to hit the pipe with our car and managed to even fit the entire Bandit Technical inside. Now, I'm not really sure why, but I decided to kill Saturn on this run. Long story short, Saturn is a cheater. During multiple attempts, he would just disappear when he was almost dead. I found out that if the junk loaders respawned, that is what triggers him disappearing. It's like Hyperion was just like, this thing's almost broken, let's just scrap it, turn it to a bunch of junk loaders. Yeah, so I had to modify our spud running strats in order to kill Saturn fast enough. I threw the whole smart ammo purchases thing out the window and just full bot. We were spending too much time running back and forth and not enough time shooting potatoes, so this strat actually helped. Altogether, the win and kill took 164 nukes. Makes me wonder what would happen if we sent that many to the actual planet. To the scientists watching, feel free to teach me in the comment section. Anyway, we got the info we needed and set off to our last few fights. The claptrap door wasn't prepared for our spud running strats. Well, actually, it kinda was, because running too far away makes the turrets respawn and now they're hostile again, so yeah, that sucked. But overall, the door wasn't too bad. Hero's Pass has no mandatory combat, so a couple of skips got us through here, and now we could finally fight Jack and the Warrior. I was honestly worried about both of these fights, but let's talk about Jack first. Destroying his shield was the first challenge. His health bar has like crazy regen, but his shield doesn't regen unless you just stop damaging him for like 10 minutes. Knowing this, I decided to use the nuke turrets on his shield to save the rockets for his health bar. My first attempt at fighting him without blocking him at the terminal turned out to be very bad, slag being very hard to apply to Jack, and the shield surveyor he spawns making him immune to my nukes makes this fight super tough. Even with the blocking him at the terminal strat, nuking someone that you're practically hugging isn't the smartest thing to do, so this strat wasn't very foolproof. During a failed attempt at blocking him, I found out that he is very easy to slag while he has this bubble up for some reason, and I just kinda took the chance. Okay, everyone's slagged. Oh, let's fucking go! Yeah, so after an hour 40 of trying to kill him, I got the right setup of slag, kill skills, and the damage boost from last ditch effort to kick in to finally take him down. The final fight of the main game was here, and the Warrior was going to be rough. I made a legit attempt at fighting him and realized that 17 shots barely dented his health, so I accepted that I was going to have to cheese this guy. I had two options to do so. First off, the super safe but probably very long process of waiting for ammo drops here where he can't hit me, or the quicker and riskier strat of jumping up to this spot and spud running the Warrior to death. The latter being the one that gets this video out faster. Again, not actually on a ladder, I'm more role-playing a volleyball for the Warrior in this clip, but you know what I mean. So after practicing this jump and refarming for the fight, we start the slow process of killing the Warrior. Attempt number 1 ended in tragedy when I got distracted and jumped into the arena. I tried to grenade jump back out, which is possible, but I didn't figure it out in time, so there went an hour of progress. Altogether, I was fighting him for 3.5 hours. 2 hours of that was just the final attempt, and altogether it took 195 nukes to take him down. With the last rocket in our possession, we finished this challenge. Which means, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the Nukem. As promised before, the run is not yet complete. We're going to do a couple of DLCs, starting with the Waddle Gobbler DLC. We got here and Torg immediately turned some dude into a puddle. After that, he then proceeded to tell us we need to poison the Waddle Gobbler in order to kill it. And so we started blowing up the kitchen. We even styled on this Gordon Ramsay guy by putting the stinky on him with a meat grinder. After that, we went to the meat locker and blew up some pirates. Before you ask, yes, we're still in the same DLC. The last thing we needed was some poison, but in order to get to the jabbers, we had to fight this clown-shoed floaty dude that just reminds me of Sora from Smash Bros, and that just made me angry. The jabbers up ahead were a bit challenging, mainly because they needed to be slagged in order for them to drop a gland, and the hallucinogenic poison didn't help my grenade aim either. After a bit, I realized I have blast radius. I don't need to hit these guys directly, so I just martyr-styled the last one and started cooking. These kitchen crusaders did not want to let me cook, but my Nukem had something to say about that. Anyway, after stuffing myself full of money, I started my first attempt, and my ammo got me about this far, and since we don't have any access to vendors here, we were going to have to use some turret nukes to take the Waddle Gobbler down. I was kind of worried that all these tribute dudes would target me, but the baby gobblers took their full attention while the big one targeted nothing but me. Attempt number 2 ended in turret gun kill cringe, but attempt number 3 ended with a bang. So yes, you can beat the horrible hunger of the ravenous Waddle Gobbler with only the Nukem. After relaxing with Grandma Torg a bit, we headed towards the campaign of Carnage. Well, actually, I wanted to see if the Nukem could farm a Nukem really quick, and lucky me, she spawned first try, and she also dropped it on run number 1, so that was cool. Anyway, the campaign of Carnage. Right after this this DLC jumps right into the action as we have a small mobbing section before the game introduces the Coward. Yeah, screw this guy. At this point, he was our sponsor, I guess, and set us up with our first fight in the arena. At first, I thought this fight was going to have a timer on it, but we lucked out and there wasn't, so as long as we didn't die, which we did, we would be fine. Our second try, I decided to get as many nuke turret kills as I could so I could save ammo for the arena Goliath. Spud running wasn't an option here, so I was hoping to maybe find some launcher drops on the ground, but that's not exactly what happened. Oh no, there's another wave! Yeah, that was my first ever Cobra drop. It feels kinda wild that I found one during a goofy challenge run like this. I wanted to do a Cobra run eventually and call it an excuse to farm a Cobra at the end of it, but now it's not really an excuse anymore, so now I gotta get another Cobra eventually. Anyway, I literally failed my only job when I forgot to wear my gas mask like an idiot when the Coward filled the arena with Armstrong gas, so big oops on my part. With our sponsor now being our enemy, we had to get a new one, and Torg knew exactly where to find one. During this challenge fight, we only had to kill off the buff dudes, which we had enough ammo to do so this part was actually pretty simple. Then we jump into the Pyro Pete fight, which shouldn't be anything too hard. Sure, we will probably run out of ammo, but we can just use our nuke turret. Oh, what is that? Okay, real talk guys. This fight is super dumb because of this health regen. If we break his shield before using any of our rockets, full ammo will maybe take 40% of his health away. And if we want more ammo, we have to use these 2 respawnable crates and get lucky. But even with extreme luck and getting 1 drop each, that only gives us 16 rockets, which would get him down to 40% health maybe. And since these crates have a timer on them, we still wouldn't have enough ammo. Even if we got a double drop and then immediately reopened them and got another double drop of ammo, it still wouldn't be enough. And to make matters worse, the game started tempting me again by giving me another Logan's gun and sham during a money farm for this fight. A homie by the name of Stormin said they would give me $200 if I managed to kill Pete that day, but I didn't want the allure of money to stop me from testing every possible strategy before I used a crutch item. So I had to get creative. If we grenade jump out of this arena, we could trigger the Moxie cutscene before we even kill Pete. This, however, doesn't help us since the Pyro Pete objective remains. Moxie wasn't the reason we came up here though. We came up here for these 2 red chests. If we get a rocket launcher in one of these, and or this porta potty I found out here, we might have enough ammo to kill Pete. But for the life of me, I could not find a launcher chest with launcher ammo in it. I did the math, and even with 4 ammo drops from the respawnable crates and 3 launchers, assuming we got one out of each red chest and the porta potty, we would have enough ammo to kill him. But we need to grenade jump up there, run to the back room, etc., which gives him plenty enough time to out-heal our DPS. I was straight up out of ideas, so I had to use the stockpile relic. With 64 rockets, we were sitting at practically double our old ammo capacity. A couple attempts with this strat, and we managed to kill Pyro Pete with our last rocket. The worst part about this is that Stormin was a frickin' liar. They didn't give me $200. They gave me $300. Okay, jokes aside, the real worst part about this is when I found this after the fight. So, with this knowledge, I think this fight is possible without the stockpile relic. You just need to make an attempt and then open these chests when you're empty on ammo. Then pray for rocket launchers, I guess. If you're lucky enough and fast enough, I think this is possible. I made a few attempts like this, but with my hard drive running out of room for footage and some other fights coming up, I made the call to just put a bounty on this fight. The first person to show me that they can do this will get $20 on Steam. I'll have specific rules and the save file in the description for you, but I just want to see if someone with this build, this gear, and no stockpile relic can do this fight. If anyone beats it, I'll have a pinned comment letting everybody know, so make sure to check that first. Anyway, let's move on. We met Tina and blew up some heathenistic cookies as a training segment, and after that we did Death Race to get the attention of Motor Mama. Motor Mama didn't have health regen because, well, I'm not really sure actually. It's kind of weird who they do and don't throw the health regen at, honestly. Anyway, we blew up her ride and started phase 2 of the fight where we had to simultaneously dodge rockets and make sure her shield didn't recharge. Ammo wasn't too much of an issue since we were practically hugging a vendor the entire time, and after a while she eventually kicked the bucket. We now had the number 3 ranking and needed to go after Flyboy for the second place spot. So we headed towards the Forge. We all think dunking on Sawtooth Cauldron is fun and funny, whatever. But after this run, I don't think I'm going to be able to come back to this map and not relive trauma. Let's talk about these buzzards I gotta kill first. Now, I usually wouldn't have to kill the cargo ones, but the Nukem can't break these wooden boxes for some reason, so the only way to get them is to just destroy the whole buzzard. And these guys are also way tankier than the normal buzzards, so that's neat. I've blown up buzzards before, so this should be doable, right? No. Yeah, remember that math I was talking about earlier? Yeah, you guys can see why this isn't gonna work. So after many tries, we had to mix things up. So I figured it was time to switch up the Nukem. I wasn't going to use the full Molly 1 Nukem from Face McShooty because all I needed was to switch from damage prefix to rocket speed prefix, and I was able to do this fight. And after only 3 hours, we were able to progress. And there goes Stormin again. Okay, well in that case, just like Pete, I'll have a bounty on this fight if you can do it without the rocket speed Nukums. $20 on Steam to the first person that can show me they did it. Save file and rules in the description. Anyway, let's get this part over with. The coward and his stupid blimp are truly something I do not wish upon anybody. Okay, well, maybe Lilith, but that's besides the point. Literally everything that could go wrong in this fight did, and with great intensity. I can just barely hit him with the limp shot Nukem if he flies over the arena, and I'm on the highest part of it. And on top of that, the damage I deal is quite negligible. Like it would take multiple nukes to see his shield or health bar even move. At first I thought I could just play smart and, hide until he flies over and just slowly kill him. And by slowly, I mean very slowly, since the ammo vendor was a mile and a tower climb away. If I played well and didn't nuke myself by whiffing a completely vertical shot, I could destroy his shield in 2 hours. But that's where the real kicker comes in. He summons 4 buzzards to help him, which fighting 4 buzzards with the limp shot Nukem and not dying proved to be extremely hard. Now I could have used these turrets up here, but that didn't feel very right. And I could also land a few nuke turrets if he flew past certain spots on the map, but the damage was so minimal it might as well have been nothing. I had multiple 3-hour attempts just fail because of death. I had to wait so long just for him to even be close enough to hit. I fucking loathed this fight. After some testing, I thought the buzzards didn't respawn after they died, making this possible, and that gave me some hope. I'm gonna be honest guys, I kinda have newfound hope now. I am once again hopeful, knowing this.
2 seconds later.
The new plan was to take out the buzzards and not care about dying, since the buzzards wouldn't come back. And well, I was kinda rolling these guys and felt good doing it. That excitement was quickly destroyed when I came to find out they did in fact respawn after 20 minutes, so I went back to not knowing what to do. Oh yeah, Did I mention the fact that his health bar has a 80% damage reduction to explosives? Because his health bar has an 80% damage reduction to explosives. Honestly, I'm too mad about this fight to make a Led Zeppelin joke, so you're gonna have to fill that one in yourself. Guys, guys, I fought this thing for 20 hours. Nearly a full day. 3 days of testing and attempts with no progress whatsoever. I really wanted to find a way to kill this thing with the derp nukem, but it just wasn't happening. From here, I had two options. Camp here and wait 5 minutes in between laps just to kill him with nuke turrets after another 20 hours. Or use the rocket speed nukem and kill it from the safety of this cave spot right here, completely avoiding the buzzards. The latter, or this time I'm actually on one, was the way to go. Day 4 of Zeppelin was upon us, and I came ready. I brought a monster to get me through this fight. And then a Twitch viewer named Stinky on him redeemed mask up, making me wear the mask until my current objective is done, so no monster for me. I grabbed all the high-priced legendary items we found throughout our 31 farms so far, and started what I hoped was my final attempt. 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours of stress upon my shoulders, of shooting the coward blimp and dodging its rockets before I decided that this was now personal. I sold almost all the legendaries I had left, so failure would mean further attempts likely would require more legendaries to be sold. Legendaries that I would have to farm. But I didn't let that stop me from finishing the blimp off the right way, with the derp nukem. I filled my pockets with rockets and started climbing up the tower. Or, I guess, the stairway to heaven. There's that joke. I went down twice on the way up, likely making my next bleed out very short. I made it to the top and rushed to the highest building and took cover, waiting for Piston to fly by. I could still hear the buzzards flying around me, circling, waiting for their chance to destroy what sanity I have left. They haunt me to this very day. I wasn't even gonna bother with slag or turret kill skills, just in the off chance that they stole my satisfaction of a nukem kill from me. My heart was racing, and you guys can't blame the monster, because remember, I didn't even get to drink one. The pressure was at its max, and I had to finish this fight.
Vault Hunter, you are now the #2 ranked badass in all of Pandora.
That's my Get nay.
I put the stinky on him.
I'm still alive, coward. You couldn't stop me.
Well, let's fucking go, Starman.
You did great.
Let's fucking go.
Now get back here and we'll see about finishing Piston.
Can someone please tell me, in what world does it take 378 nuclear bombs to pop a fucking balloon? I can easily say this fight was the worst fight in GasMask Challenge Run history. Honestly, this was the true final boss of the run, and I'm going to be a bit bold here with one last bounty. $100 on Steam to whoever can do this with the derp nukem. Rules, save file, etc. all in the description like I said before. Before you get overzealous and try this, realize that this fight took 4.5 hours, so the buzzards would respawn probably 15 times, which equates to 60 buzzards, and that's assuming you can hit the blimp as consistently as with the rocket speed nukem, so it's probably a lot more. Good fucking luck. The coward was the final thing I needed to take care of this run. His dumb dinosaur should have been fine with spud running strats, but I would randomly just blow myself up because my nukes hit some invisible wall, I guess. To combat this, I just made sure to poke out of my hole a little bit more, and it took about an hour to kill him. And it was time for the final fight in this hard drive filling godforsaken run. On the last run of our last money farm, we got our first pearl from the chest, which was pretty neat, and it would even come in handy. A few things stood out in this fight. First off, I don't recall his shock attacks looking this goofy. Probably a PhysX thing. Oh my god. How is the game not crashed yet? Imagine if it crashed during the You know what? It's too soon. I can't think about that. I will die. Anyway, the other thing I noticed was Piston's shield starts rapidly recharging if you don't hurt him for like 6 seconds, which is not good considering it takes full ammo to break his shield. In order to combat this rapid recharge, I devised a strategy. When I would need to retreat to buy ammo, I would try to have him close to the barrier so that the nuke turret I threw put the fire dot on him, and then I would throw the other on the way back. This, however, was a tight window, and he often got most, if not all, of his shield back. A few heartbreaking attempts later, I was on the edge of victory, and the edge of bankruptcy. I had to make a sacrifice. The storm we got earlier would save the run and secure our win against Piston. Fuck you, Piston. Fuck you, Piston. Afterwards, we sold all the loot to buy the storm back, but sold too many items, and it wasn't in the buyback anymore. But after taking a victory lap, we got a different souvenir from this run. And I'm glad to say, you can beat Mr. Torg's Campaign of Carnage with only the Nukem. Before you go, I just want to say thank you so much for watching up to this point. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Helps with YouTube's algorithm a lot, which helps the channel grow. If you want to support me more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets emotes and videos a day early, and the support helps me get videos out earlier for everybody. I'll link my Discord and my Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And last but not least, quick shout out to our homie Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. He does commissions and he will also be linked down below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Today's video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you can save money on the games you love later in the video. Borderlands and The Binding of Isaac are my two favorite games of all time. So when I found out there was an assault rifle that was a reference to The Binding of Isaac in the pre-sequel, I was pretty excited. Well, that wasn't until I found out that it kinda sucks. But to heck with that. Isaac Online is coming out soon, so what better way to celebrate than with a good old co-op challenge. So today we ask, can you beat Borderlands the pre-sequel as a bunch of crybabies? As for the rules, this is going to be a level 70 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode playthrough. Bar will not be allowed, and we will only be allowed to use the Crybaby Assault Rifle. If you don't know what this gun does, well, it kinda depends. Most unique weapons come with a special barrel that gives its unique properties, but the Crybaby can spawn with 2 different unique barrels, 2 unique elemental damage types, and 2 unique accessories, for a total of 8 unique combinations, and that's not even including all the variants when you get a normal element or accessory. Each variant shoots a different type of projectile, mimicking different types of tier effects you can get in The Binding of Isaac. To keep it simple, we will only be using the variants with the cool unique parts, minus the default shot barrel because wobbly bullets are more fun. Which leaves us 4 part combos, and each of us will use a different version. Speaking of each of us, let's meet our band of crybabies. Wait, who the heck are those guys? Our journey begins on Helios Space Station, which is currently under attack by some insane doll military forces. Things were a bit rough at the beginning. We had to get used to the low to the ground POV, our unpredictable action skill getting us killed, and some very unclear mission objectives.
Follow the claptrap unit. Which one?
Oh no. Upon starting our first few fights, the chaotic nature of this run became apparent. Tears flying everywhere on top of the randomness of Claptrap's action skill make it so you can't really plan for anything. Since I'm pretty sure 80% of all Claptrap players are the people you see playing with me right now, I'll tell you guys about Claptrap's action skill, VaultHunter.exe. This ability causes your character to analyze the battlefield and chooses one of 15 unique action packages based on your surroundings, which is just a fancy way of saying it's fucking random. A good chunk of his action skills also affect all the other players. Some combos can be extremely strong, while others can be quite unfortunate, and I'll be tier listing them as we go. Also, there's your first Isaac joke. First among B tier is Blightbot, which causes Claptrap to throw out a siren-style minion that flies around and burns and corrodes enemies, which sounds and looks pretty cool, but the damage isn't that great. This still could be a blessing compared to some of the other ones we'll get to later. Anyway, after saving Jack, Tom almost cut the challenge short by killing Zarpedon during her intro cutscene using the pirate ship action skill. More on that one later. After that, we pushed through the moon base until we met our first boss, Flame Knuckle. We all activated our action skills and the true chaos began. I rolled Gun Wizard, which doubles the fire rate, reload speed, and mag size of everybody's guns. It also completely refills our ammo reserves, so we never really ran out of ammo because of it. Alone, this skill is an A tier, but when combined with others, it's probably the strongest skill out of the bunch, so it rightfully lands itself an S tier. Anyway, as you can see, this is a joke because you can't actually see anything. Our guns aren't necessarily melting the bad guys, so we had to work together and make sure we were reviving our homies through the fight. 10 minutes later, we busted his power suit and bullied Flame Knuckle into a corner, where we used our tears to put his flame out. Moments away from escaping Helios Station and our quotation mark escape pod quotation mark, Lucas ruined the One Life challenge by getting crushed by its door, so that's cool. After all that, we made it to the moon and met Janie, who was gonna help us get to Concordia. She told us the key to getting there was in Deadlift's hands, and the path to his hideout was filled with giant tanky Kragans. But that's nothing pirate ship mode couldn't handle. This action skill would be joining Gun Wizard up in S tier based on its awesomeness alone. The cannons deal great damage, and the way the shots sync up to the beat of the 1812 Overture playing is truly awesome. Well, usually. I had to turn the music off for copyright reasons or whatever, because people hate fun, I guess, but oh well. After fighting through some goons, we made it to Deadlift and started our second boss fight. This boss fight was definitely harder than the last. Deadlift was a lot more tanky than Flame Knuckle. On top of that, he would bounce around on his beloved jump pads and electrocute the floors. We had to make sure we were reviving each other here, because second wins were tough even with our extended 5-year lifetimer from Best Buds for Life. But reviving each other also wasn't much of a hindrance, as you would think. The kick him while he's down skill made it so that the bad guys would just focus on shooting the down player instead of the one that's trying to revive them. Best Buds for Life gave us health regen and damage reduction for reviving our homies, and reviving was the perfect time to activate High Fives, guys, which lets you high-five your friends to gain some increased gun damage, fire rate, and health regen for a short time. Not to mention oxygen revives are a thing in this game. At the cost of oxygen, you can revive your teammates twice as fast, and Claptrap doesn't breathe, so it was just free. Not sure why oxygen helps get another Claptrap up, but we can literally turn into pirate ships, so I don't know if logic matters that much. Anyway, we eventually murked Deadlift and all started dancing on his corpse. Bye, Nene. Oh. Get Nene. During our escape from Deadlift space, I rolled Rubber Ducky, which causes all players to bounce around and reflect bullets. This skill makes it hard to aim or revive your homies, so it should realistically go in D tier. But the fact that it allows you to abuse slam knockbacks better and makes putting the stinky on bad guys easier bumps it up to C tier for me. We managed to get the Moonzoomy station working with Deadlift's key and had a little too much fun with our new cars.
The car, not the tow.
Hey, hey!
Why are you parked there?
That jump's hard, Tom, by the way. Don't f it up.
Oh, no!
Okay,
Rigged to give me my money.
What? How are you? Wait.
Oh no! Oh no!
Anyway, we made it to Concordia, got arrested by a cop baby, gave him the crystal ball to bail ourselves out, met Nurse Nina, met Moxie, found another Isaac reference, had a few drinks with the boys, watched Lucas ruin the One Life again, flew around the town, and found out that Crisis Scar was our next destination. Red Belly was controlling the jamming signal blocking us from Helios, so we had to take him out. Scavtrap met us at the gate and told us we had to join Red Belly's gang if we wanted to get past, and our initiation consisted of just wiping out the entirety of their rival gang, the Darksiders. So we high-fived for the big fight, and I immediately rolled Clap in the box, our first F-tier skill. There are so many things wrong with this skill. You can't shoot while it's active, you can't revive your homies while it's active, the explosion can hurt your homies, the damage isn't worth it, and that's comparing it to the Crybaby of all things. You can sometimes melee during it, but it doesn't always work, and finally, if you don't hit an enemy, you get downed. This skill is more hassle than help. Anyway, after that first fumble, we actually got some good combos for some maximum chaos, and Scavtrap was pleased with our work, so we got the password to get into Red Belly's base. Okay, wait guys, let's prank these guys.
Prank him.
Wait. Let's all throw a stock grenade at him. You ready? Hit at these people right here, okay? Funny prank. All right. Ready?
Okay.
Set. Go. Oh.
Dang, why that
Oh my god! This is where the difficulty of the challenge kicked up a notch by introducing these big guys. These guys are extremely tanky and required all 4 of us to focus on them in order to take them down. Tom and I both had triple shot crybabies, meaning we would have to get pretty close for all our shots to hit, and I was struggling pretty hard. But we had each other's backs, and that's what got us through this. After bringing a pirate ship to a playground fight and fighting another 3 of those ultimate mugger guys, we made it to the Red Belly boss fight. This fight pretty much went as expected. And by that, I mean I couldn't see a thing. If this game didn't have health bars overlaid when you're looking at bad guys, they could have just snuck out of the brawl like some kind of old-timey cartoon gag and we wouldn't have known a thing. The amount of action skills we were able to pop out was insane. Our class mods gave us each 49% action skill cooldown rate, and Claptrap's through thick and thin skill gave us another 25 that could be transferred to your teammates when your action skill is active. This pretty much allowed us to have some kind of crazy going on at all times. Red Belly eventually split up and we focused on Belly first. After he died, the smaller flying guy got all angry and started glowing red. I feel like they stole that from somewhere. And we eventually threw enough tears down range to finish this fight. And the dude dropped the perfect fucking Shredifier. Which reminds me, if you want this save file with all the cool loot we found, or to try this challenge for yourself with some buddies, I'll have it on my Discord server, link in the description. After we took out the jamming signal, Jack was able to escape Helios, and now we just needed a plan to take it back. Jack decided to meet with the Mayor of Concordia to make a plan to do exactly that, so while the grown-ups are talking, I'll tell you about today's sponsor, Instant Gaming. Anytime I want to look for a new game to play with friends, I always check Instant Gaming first, because odds are, they have a deal on what I'm looking for, and the deals that they offer are just hard to beat. One of my favorite things about Instant Gaming is how fast you can get your games. Once your account is verified, getting your activation code takes less than a minute. Even the console homies can save time and money on Instant Gaming, because they've got deals for PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch games. I'm pretty sure the only time you're ever going to have to wait on Instant Gaming is if you pre-order a game. But even then, if the price ends up dropping even lower than when you made your order, they will refund the difference to you, making getting the best deal even more effortless. So stop waiting for deals. How about this? Think of a game you've been wanting to play for a while now, and just check to see what kind of deal they're offering on it. And if you like what you see and end up making a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself money, you are also supporting the channel. Anyway, let's see if the grown-ups are all done talking. Whoa, what just happened? Anyway, Jack wanted to take back Helios Station and needed a robot army to do so, because just like in real life, we weren't enough. The first step was getting a combat AI, and Janie knew a guy that could help us out. She also gave us a password to get some new vehicles to help us get to them. The jump to get over this lava lake is like really dumb. It killed me once and killed Lucas twice. Man, it'd be cool to have individual death counters. Anyway, we met Pickle and made our way to the bosun's ship. There were a lot of big bad guys along the way, and we were reviving each other left and right to keep the fight going. But then, Funzerker threw a rock into that plan. Joining A tier, Funzerker causes the player who activated it to dual wield the gun they're holding and makes you fire your guns whether you want to or not. It also glues down the trigger of all your friends' guns too. I mean, I will say it's nice to rest our trigger fingers here and there, but when the action skill is up, we can't sprint or revive each other, making it extremely dangerous. We had some very close calls, but the big guys weren't the most deadly thing we had to deal with. After the clap, you run, okay?
Okay.
Oh, use your boost, use your boost!
No, I can't make that. What the heck?
Why not?
Wait,
no.
It's like maybe my freshman year.
What?
You gotta make your moon first.
You know that hole in the middle?
Lucas, did you fall into the hole? I was gonna tell you to run over it, but you jumped in it on your own? No, Lucas died again?
I couldn't see.
Oh no. Anyway, we finally made it to the bosun's ship, and a few steps, or rotations I guess, through the front door, Physics strikes again. Just turn that off, and there we go. I wonder if that will help with the visual pollution. Back in the bosun's, we started taking out the bad guys and dealing with a lot more of these big guys. Lucky for us, we were getting some good action skill combos, and it was right about here we found the God combo, which is Gun Wizard and Mecro Magician. Joining S tier, Mecro Magician does a few things. First off, you throw out Mini Trap and he seeks out enemies and damages them. All of the familiars you could throw out as Claptrap are kinda eh, much like another game I like to play. But the real magic, no pun intended, comes from the stat boosts you get. While active, you lose a third of your mag size and accuracy, but you do gain a 263% damage increase to your guns. So you can see why this would pair well with Gun Wizard. The cons aren't really that bad either. Our mag size was already big to begin with, and the accuracy never really existed in the first place. Anyway, yeah, when you get that combo going, it's actually possible to see the big guy's health bar move with the naked eye. Why Alyssa contemplating her sin right now? He's like, what does it mean to take a life? And stop, guys! The bosun was throwing a lot of goons at us, but lucky for us, the skipper, aka the bosun's AI girlfriend, had enough of that nerd and started helping us out instead. Pushing through to the engine room, I found out that you can revive your homies during Funzerk if you spam your weapon swap key, and I also got medbot a few times, which kinda helped. We were all pretty tanky with our health bars from Claptrap's All the Things Are Awesome skill giving us a 55% bonus, and another 30 from his Pain Simulator's Painful skill, which added an extra 20% damage reduction cherry on top. So if you're wondering why my shield is so small, it's not. Our health bars are just huge. And now that you mention it, I feel like I've seen this blue health bar over the red health bar mechanic before. Anyway, yeah, the healing doesn't seem like a lot, but I guess it's better than nothing. Also, there's a cool glitch where you could drop the laser and re-pick it up to use it infinitely, so I started hoarding them in my inventory because it's funny. Anyway, I'm dropping this in D tier. Even with all of our healing and teamwork, we couldn't keep up, and here we took our first death that wasn't Lucas falling into some kind of pit. This time, he bled out. I don't have Lucas, I don't have Lucas! No!
I died!
It wasn't just that either. It was so much more sorrow.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I had one bullet to barrel troll fucking Lucas and I fucked it up. No! No! I stinkied myself! No, sure! You know what? No. We're not gonna let this stop us. We're not gonna let this bring us down. We will become numb to the sight of Lucas plummeting to his death. We will beat this game. And if you think we're gonna curl up into a ball and cry about it, you're goddarn right we are. Lucas, Tom, and I may have died, but our rock, Queen Knight, is still rocking her first life. So let's take the bosun down.
I always clicked the wrong one.
Oh, what the heck was going on? Oh, no.
No, this is not how we're supposed to start the fight.
Alyssa died! Alyssa died!
Alyssa died?
Underneath the elevator, yeah.
Oh boy, Torg Fiesta. Yet another liability roll. This one causes everybody to throw one grenade and gives us all free grenades for the duration of its effect. The person who rolled it will also start lobbing out contact grenades at random angles in front of them that can also damage teammates. Mix that with a rickety old cramped elevator and you get what you just watched. Anyway, once we actually made it into the fight, everything got chaotic. Big surprise, I know. Tom and I used our triple shot guns on the bosun himself, while Alyssa and Lucas used their more accurate version on the little shield turrets. Halfway through, I started getting really up close and personal to the bosun, and I ended up using the same strat that Master Chief used on Regret and Halo 2 to deal a bunch of damage. Right at the end of the fight, the stars aligned and we got the God combo while I had the high 5 boost and finished this fight strong. I will say though, I am very disappointed that I burned the whole Ice King Wizard Eyes joke on the last video because good god, look at all this visual clutter. After that, we stole his girlfriend, which was the military AI we came for in the first place, and made our way to the nearest robot factory. Speaking of combat robots, we finally rolled Minion Trap while waiting for the train to show up, which causes Mini Trap to turn into a rocket turret, which sounds pretty cool, but this one's going into B tier because it's kinda eh. The damage isn't that good and you just kinda throw it wherever you're looking, and since you had no idea that you were throwing this thing out, it usually ends up somewhere useless. It's not dangerous like some of the other action skill rolls, but it's just kind of a boring dud, just like the character it's based off of. Anyway, we found a friendly scientist trapped behind all the scavs and torques, and by sheer coincidence, he was working on a military robot that could create near infinite amounts of other combat robots, which was exactly what we needed, which warranted a little bit of celebration. Are you hitting the gritty? What the f? We made it into the factory, and I knew this part was going to be a doozy from past playthroughs, so we decided to spend some of the moonstones we found throughout our journey to get some moxtails for the fight. I got the one that boosted fire rate and reload speed for 30 minutes, which gave me just enough time to kill one of these big mugger guys. Too bad there were 3 of them. Yeah, this trio messed us up bad. One of them had a cryo rocket launcher, and that was making it really hard to revive each other. Cryo? More like made me cry, yo.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
We were all downed and crawling towards a hopeless kill, and one by one, we all fell. First me, then Lucas, then Queen Knight, and then Lucas again. This defeat hurt more than all of them so far, but we couldn't stop here. We had to tough it out and keep going. After we finally managed to take that guy out, we started taking steps toward building our constructor. You know, steal some robot eyes, put them in a toaster, find the main body of the constructor, feed Queen Knight to it.
Michael, don't leave me here.
Watch as we lose half of our Moxtail duration waiting for the turrets to calibrate themselves. Feel embarrassed that they're still doing more damage than us. Have Felicity steal the legs from another robot. Wipe Felicity's memories against her will. Have her get angry about it and try and kill us. And then start crying about it until she dies. Dang, between this and the Marath, I kind of feel like we're working for the bad guys here. No, just me? Okay. Anyway, this fight was a little scarier than the rest because Felicity can spawn this repair drone that turns the whole thing into a tug of war. Usually repair drones aren't that scary, but our damage output was relatively poo-poo. Like, you know it's bad when Lucas says,
"Oh, that's good damage, that's good damage."
But her health bar only moved down 1 tick. She also has a shield drone that gives her bullet deflection, causing us to straight up shoot each other at times. The drones themselves are also pretty tanky, so we had to prioritize these things in order to win. You can kinda see why I wanted to do this as a co-op challenge. Imagine trying to get second wins with this gun. In between dealing with the drone waves, Alyssa and I would try to focus on any bots that Felicity spawned so that we could activate the rage element in our gun and deal a little bit more damage. Not really sure how well the rage element was working, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't high on placebo. But just like real life, all your problems can be solved with a little teamwork, high fives, caffeine, and a whole lot of crying. We eventually took her down and did a little bit more celebrating. Everybody start hitting the gritty around her. Oh, 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 oh. We now had the robot army we needed to take the moon base back, and there wasn't anything that could stop us. So we all topped off our Moxtails and fast traveled up to the moon base to start our assault. Oh, Lucas! Lucas, why'd you die, dude?
You killed me too! I would have been fine if you didn't do that.
So we got up to Helios, but the weird thing is that I didn't see any of the robots we spent 3 missions trying to make, so that was weird. Oh well, maybe we are enough. Just kidding, no, we can't even open a fucking door. We had to find another baby to do it for us. This one was blue, locked in a box, and had a neglectful mother nearby. Come on, guys, this one has to be an Isaac reference. Anyway, the scanner that would let us into Jack's office was a bit busted, and I'm not sure if this blue baby was fixing it or making it worse.
Access denied. Scans reveal subject is a cat wearing a birthday cap.
Oh!
Yo! Lucas is a cat!
Scanned or scammed?
Whoa! Whoa! We made it to Jack's office and secured our base of operation. The next job was to go to the R&D section to rescue all the scientists there. Nothing out of the usual here, you know, turning into pirate ships, questioning if my shots are actually hitting even though I'm at point blank range dual-wielding assault rifles, watching Lucas lose to gravity and getting rejected by Queen Knight. Just your basic Borderlands meta. Anyway, we saved all the scientists and they disabled the force field blocking us from Helios's giant eye laser. And then Jack airlocked all of them because they were acting a little sus. Oh, come on, dude. Is that my boss again? Hello? Come on, dude. Are you really squeezing in another Among Us joke into this part just like last time? Yeah, what's wrong with that? It's funny and it's relevant to... What? No, what? Relevant? Among Us is a dead fucking game, and it definitely doesn't help that you're playing the pre-sequel. What do you think you are, some kind of comedic necromancer? Yikes, dude, that's harsh. You know what? Just chill out, okay? I'll change the joke. No need to get hostile. Good. Now get back to work. Jeez, I hate that guy. But he's the boss, so, I guess those guys didn't meet the profit quota. Anyway, we finally made it to the Veins of Helios, aka the jump pad parkour section. I really like this part of the game, but I know a lot of people hate it. And, I think I know what side Lucas is gonna be on. No, there, high five, Lucas, behind you.
Wait, I'm already high five.
Oh.
Oh!
No way! Again, Lucas? What are you doing? Lucas, you see those pipes over there?
Yeah.
Go stand on them.
Let's jump it over here, Lucas. Oh,
Are you trying to kill Lucas?
What?
No, not again.
We We had to fight some of these fighter jet guys, and while it looks super cool to see 200 bullets all flying at the ship at once, they were pretty hard to kill. Hopefully there isn't like a boss version of one of these things later in the game. That would suck. Anyway, we made it to the lunar launching station and started disabling the final force field in our way. I somehow found a Rheogenator in a locker, so that was pretty weird. But anyway, yeah, a little bit of survive until the timer runs out gameplay later. We made it to the Eye of Helios and started our super intense boss fight with Colonel Zarpedon. Honestly, this fight was cursed in so many ways, good and bad. First off, our first roll of action skills gave me pirate ship mode with a double gun wizard boost, which let us melt her shield super quick, and that would have been awesome if she didn't just get the whole thing back right away. All of our rolls after that just kept synergizing poorly. Like one time somebody rolled nonsensical sacrifice, which downs the user but revives everybody else. But none of us were down, so that was just straight up useless. I'm still gonna put it in A tier because it did come in clutch a few times during the run. Also, just watch this clip for me.
Not needed. Anyone?
Yeah, I got you, Tom. I'm gonna get you. Who the f just threw a pumpkin at Tom? What'd I just watch? So, did you guys see that too? Yeah, when I said pumpkin, I didn't actually think it was legitimately a pumpkin. At first, I thought Queen Eye or Lucas just accidentally shot a jackal cannon they found, but from where they were standing and the angle of the pumpkin, that just wasn't possible. But slowing down the footage, we were able to see the real culprit. You see that orange? That is 100% the barrel of a jackal cannon that is in the hands of that basic enemy. I had no idea that these guys could spawn with the unique blue rarity drops in this game, but there he is, causing more chaos, as if this run needed more. I didn't even notice this until I started editing this video. Numerous pumpkins flew across my face and into the faces of my homies, and we didn't even know. Anyway, we eventually took down her power suit, and that's where the curse shenanigans started being good. Before this whole second phase, we all hid on this ledge to lure Zarpedon over, and I went out to get her attention to bring her closer. I went down, but Lucas's dying actually kind of came in handy.
I'm gonna get a revive by my action skill. Oh, no way!
I died anyway, but when I got back, Zarpedon was in the prime position. Yes, come on, come on.
Here.
Put the stinky So if you're ever having trouble with this fight, just know that all you need is a few stock grenades. We finally had the Eye of Helios under control and found out it was actually powered by the Eye of the Destroyer. Or another Isaac reference, I'm not sure. Anyway, Moxie said we could disable it if we overjuiced the thing to activate the failsafes, but that was a big lie, and she turned it into a giant black hole in an attempt to kill Jack because, plot twist, he's the bad guy. But we still survived somehow, and Jack was so happy that he started throwing it back on us, so that was pretty cool. All that was left to beat the game was to find the vault and secure the alien technology inside. This place was guarded by a bunch of these creepy looking alien dudes, but those guys weren't anything compared to the Eternal Doll Soldier guys. If you don't kill these guys fast enough, they just evolve and get all of their health back, and through conventional methods, there is just no way we would be able to kill these guys fast enough. But lucky for us, this is Borderlands we're talking about. There's always something we can exploit, and in this case, it's the slam attack from our level 1 Oz kit. Using our slam would stagger the Eternal guys and prevent their evolution, and as long as we could stun lock them like this, we could take these guys out relatively easily. One of the doll guys we found ended up surrendering, and we gave Lucas the choice in killing him or letting him go.
Now kill him.
Alright guys, let's see what's in this vault. Whoa, wait, did you guys see that? What the heck is that? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Oh no. It's a giant boss version of the jet fighters. No. Alright, real talk guys, this fight was the hardest one yet. I'll give you a breakdown. First off, 90% of the time this jet was pretty far away from us, making it so we would have to lead our shots far in front of where we thought it would be, which is 10 times harder when your shots have a mind of their own, and they're literally children's tears. It would sometimes get low to the ground with some missile strikes, but that was so rare it might as well have just not happened. Our action skills were also just not that great. Anything except for Gun Wizard, Mecro Magician, or Funzerker were just straight up useless because we couldn't utilize them even if we tried. This wouldn't have been too much of an issue if we actually got those good ones, but all we would get is triple clap in the box rolls or Queen Knight's personal favorite.
No!
Dude, how many Torque Fiestas was that?
3.
Oh my god. Oh my god, not the torch fiesta.
Rubber ducky fiesta. Fiesta.
Oh my god.
Fiesta.
Yes.
Fiesta. What the? Okay, fiesta. Fiesta. Fiesta.
I got fiesta.
I just keep getting to like bomb myself, punch myself in the face. Fiesta. Fiesta. Fucking fiesta.
I can finish up the tier list here. First off, shh, trap is in C tier. This was the first time I got it during the whole run, and all it does is make you invisible to enemies. Not super useful when the giant airship decides to just nuke the whole arena, but I guess it's pretty nice if you ever want to revive some of your homies. And finally, for the absolute worst action package yet, Meat Unicycle, which causes you to switch out your gun for a buzz axe and start dealing fire nova damage. You can imagine trying to punch a jet fighter if you want. I'd be a liar if I said I didn't try, but even if I could, the damage from these melee attacks is just so abysmal. You know it's bad when the most optimal strat for Meat Unicycle is to not even try and just go high-five your homies so they can deal some more damage. Easy F tier. A couple of honorable mentions. We could not get One Shot Wonder or Disco Inferno because we weren't using the right skills for them, just in case any of the Claptrap mains say we forgot them. I don't want to make all 4 of you guys mad. Halfway through this fight, our Moxtail power-ups wore off, and Lucas had to go AFK for a bit to get his dinner, so we had to worry about protecting him now too. RK5 added 4 deaths to the counter by the time he reached his Fate Acceptance phase, where we could just lay into him. And together, we finally took it down. Macro Magician, that's it! Let's go! Yikes! Other bosses so far have taken upwards of 10-15 minutes to finish, but this one took over an hour. Anyway, we jumped into the giant scary alien hole and fought through some more of those tanky guys. We definitely took a wrong turn somewhere because we got super lost, and we were stuck here for a while too. There were a ton of bad guys we had to kill here just to get out, and they were all just absolute tanks. After a good hour of totally optional fighting we didn't have to do, we finally made it to the vault and we were ready for anything. It can't get much worse than these creepy guys. Oh no.
What happened?
Everybody close your eyes unless you want to witness childbirth.
Ew.
Ew. Oh my god, it got way worse. Jeez, these things just keep getting tankier and tankier. What if we just like... Yeah, there we go, much better. Anyway, we eventually entered the vault and started our last boss fight of the run. Let's do this. Oh god, no, not the bullet deflection on Gunzerker. Okay, resting. Well, that was a rough start. I really rolled Funzerker right as it entered bullet reflection mode, so that was cool. And everything after that went downhill. For the Sentinel, we started getting so many good action skill combos. We even rolled 3 pirate ships at the same time, which was just absolutely awesome. We started waiting for each other's action skills to be ready and just kept popping them all at the same time. Doing so let us take down the first 4 phases and spawned the true final boss. Imagine that, a multi-staged boss fight to finish the game. Who would even? This is where us triple shot homies really started to shine. For the first time in the run, we could have all 3 projectiles of our shot hit a bad guy's critical spot at the same time. We got the God combo and managed to finish off the first mask. After that, Tom popped a nonsensical sacrifice so we could secure phase 2, and thus began the final and hardest phase. Claptrap being made of metal means that he takes increased corrosive damage, so when he started vomiting acid and causing big eruptions of it from the floor, we had to play a bit differently. You ever play the floor's acid? It's a lot like the floor's lava, but it's for robots. Reviving teammates in the acid was pretty much impossible, so we either tried to set up a second wind enemy for them, or just catch them mid-air and fly them to safety. I got you, Tom. I think. We had a really close call when we all went down at the same time. If we all had to respawn and left the arena empty, we would have to restart the whole fight. At the very last second, one of those Sarah Guardian things spawned, letting Tom get up and prevent the full reset. And as soon as we went back in, we went guns blazing with a Funzerker Wizard combo, and another Macro Wizard combo after that. Lucas came in clutch with another sacrifice, securing a triple revive from it right at the very end. And we finished the fight with pirate ship mode, leaving just enough rounds for some victory shots, signifying that yes, you can beat Borderlands the pre-sequel as a bunch of crybabies. Bonus content time, woo! So this run was a great balance of fun and challenge, but I felt it could have felt a little more roguelike to keep on the Isaac theme. You know, where death is a lot more than just a number going up, so I decided that we're going to tackle everyone's favorite DLC. 6 rounds of wave-by-wave combat where death means you have to sit on the sidelines, capturing that roguelike vibe I'm looking for. That's right, put on your blue light glasses because we're going to the Hollow Dome. Right off the bat, we met a ghost baby. Kinda feel like this one is required at this point. Anyway. Not much to say about round 1. This is pretty much just a warm-up. Flame Knuckle made a return, but we threw him into the big hole, so that was cool. Round 2 was pretty much the same. We had some more of these creepy Ofa things show up, but again, the giant hole made them pretty easy. Lucas got Queen Knight killed. You can clearly see that I'm looking at her, trying to revive her, but Lucas somehow snuck in between us, causing her to fall into a million pieces. On the bright side, we were able to test the individual death counter Tom coded. Thanks, Tom. Other than that, though, the Eternal guys started showing up again, and you guessed it, we used the hole. This round introduced the giant spinning blades of scary death and stuff, but if you know anything about patterns, you would know that we use this to our advantage. This is where things really started to devolve. Most enemies were extremely tanky, and it would just be more optimal to put the Stinky on literally any enemy that wasn't a basic mob. Also, Lucas could not follow the bonus objective and fucking died on wave 1 of 6.
Ooh!
Lucas! What'd you do, Lucas?
It sucked me in.
Oh. Good God. We put the Stinky on everything. And on our first try, we got way too comfortable, and we all went down against an enemy way too tanky for even all of us to kill, and all died on wave 4. On our next attempt, things got really dicey. Queen Knight and Lucas both took a dive about halfway in, so Tom and I had to lock in and stick to each other like glue. It kind of worked out because Queen Knight and Lucas had the more accurate long-range crybaby rifles, so they could just kind of distract the enemies from afar and use their action skills to juice us up. We fought hard, and it came down to one last enemy. This alien that glitched out. So if anyone's wondering, yes, you can beat the Hollow Dome Onslaught as a bunch of crybabies. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I love reading all your guys' nice words and ideas for new runs. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, saving some money with instant gaming using my link, or going to gasmaskgang.com to get some merch. I'll leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs in the description below. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda, who made this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Borderlands 2 offers millions of guns, but for the most part, we all use the same 10 or so because the rest just aren't viable. But where's the fun in that? Well, in my never-ending journey to prove the viability of low-tier weapons and gear, I have come across a challenge that almost broke me. Today we will be answering, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the elephant gun? A quick rundown of the rules. We're playing on OP10, all Vault Hunters and all skills are allowed, and of course, elephant gun only. As for the rest of the gear, I'll show it on screen. It's all pretty basic except for the class mod, and if you think the class mod is too OP, think again. According to my computer's really weird calculator, the class mod will be taking about 2/3 of my already small shield. Mix that with Squishy Boy Zero and his lack of health regen, and you get pretty much one-shotted to health gate every time. Alright, first thing I did when I started this run was put every point I could into the sniper tree. Usually there are a lot of low tier skills that don't help a lot much damage wise, but with the A- accuracy and awkward handling of this gun, I was gonna need all the help I could get. Also, now's probably a good time to mention I made sure to put Jacob stocks on all my elephant guns. For the viewers that don't know, the Jacob stock will increase my recoil by a lot, making this challenge even harder. Right off the bat, I determined the strategy for using this gun would be to reload after each shot. This way, I get the 1 shot 1 kill damage bonus every shot, and it's actually faster to shoot and reload than to just shoot again normally. Within the first minute, I already thought this challenge was impossible, but then I realized I just wasn't slagging anyone or throwing kunai. A running theme in this challenge is me trying to throw my kunai out and not getting a single slag kunai to proc. The elephant gun can definitely be used for mobbing, you just need to be good at the game. Which I wasn't, but I was determined. I hoped by the end of this run I would be a Counter-Strike pro. One-shotting enemies is easy as long as you can slag them in deception. Doing this also doesn't cause you to alert other enemies, which if you think about it, kinda makes Borderlands 2 a stealth game. So some enemies would be super easy, but sometimes the same type of enemy would be a real pain. Like this Ironclad Psycho took 6 bullets to the head, and this one took 1? It really just depends on if they get slagged. We made it to our first boss, and we started to have a bad time. Boom's cannon ignores health gate as usual, and our sniper isn't accurate enough to actually snipe consistently, so we had to resort to other means. Between Boom and Boom, it was obvious we should take out Boom first, which I tried to do without cheesing, but he just wouldn't die. I managed to one-shot him right as he downed me though, so that was kind of annoying. Boom, on the other hand, was just super obnoxious. I tried climbing the tower behind him, but the psychos were just throwing tomahawks like it was a Black Ops 2 Sticks and Stones game. Boom also tried to launch me out of the arena, but I'm a Borderlands 2 genius, so his cheap strats weren't gonna work on me. I managed to snipe this rack and live to die another day. Or another 10 times until I realized I should change up my strategy. The new strat was to just keep running circles around him and landing crits when I could. This strat was used a lot during this run, so for future reference, I'll refer to it as tetherballing, so it sounds like I invented it. I finally knocked Boom out of his booster seat, and he died the same way Boom did. The path to Flint wasn't bad because a lot of the fights weren't mandatory, so I ran past a lot of enemies. My last Borderlands 2 challenge run didn't have this liberty, so I decided to milk the shit out of it. I was sure Flint was gonna end the run, because its mask blocks crits, and no crits equals no dead fire guy. What you're about to witness is the cheesiest boss fight you have ever seen. We're not talking about that good gate-crushing G cheddar. We're talking about that tricking Flint into thinking you're in melee range but you're actually not, then shooting him in the back of the head 46 times until he is diagnosed with death stinky cheese. The homie killed me 10 times, but what's funnier than that is the fact that I was able to get over 10 stacks of critical ascension on him with this piece of rifle. It was finally time to go to Sanctuary, but we got bullied by some Mongs along the way. Ah! No! Oh, what the f***? Ah! No, bro! Ah! Driving a car was actually pretty refreshing considering my last challenge run, but almost dying to Door Guy was kind of embarrassing. 34 deaths in, we made it to Sanctuary. I decided to customize our character to make Zero look like an asshole that would hunt elephants. Or like he sells fried chicken. Yeah, definitely the second one. Frostburn Canyon is kinda like Sawtooth Cauldron in a way, because both of them trigger my flight response. I rarely want anything to do with these places and the people they house, so I went any percent mode and ran right through. 95% of this map was just fighting the psychos at the end. Lilith kept messing up my shots, so this took way longer than it should have. Anyway, long story short, everything was going fine until the big psycho showed up and took my life 10 times. Probably would have been fine, but Lilith decided to play hacky sack with them every time I had a shot lined up. After that, we had an easy task for once. You would think killing cars would be tough because you can't crit them, but Zero has Boar, so these things actually got decimated. I think my car destroying abilities got to my head though, because I decided to take on the local raid boss, the Caravan, but I quickly realized that I was still no match for him. Instead, we took on a more realistic challenge. Badmaw. Nomads with shields in general are a pain, but they are extremely obnoxious if crits are your only means of damage. He killed me 5 times before I found a working strat to take him down, that strat being a mixture of tetherballing and playing Duck Duck Goose around this building. Dubert also helped us seal the deal by distracting Bad Moss so he could land a final crit. I was so appreciative of Dubert that I decided to let him live. The beginning of the Bloodshot Dam was going good. I was hitting all my shots and bandits were dying quick. I was starting to think that this gun wasn't so bad after all. It can hit really hard if you use it to break deception, and I was having a lot of fun with this gun. But this would be the last time I felt joy in this run. Actually, the last time I felt joy at all. For the life of me, I just couldn't kill Mad Mike. His launcher definitely had some rocket speed parts, cause when he shot, I just didn't have any time to react. He killed me like 7 times, but like most mini bosses that give me a hard time, I ended up one-shotting him. This is the part of the game where we get introduced to Roland, which is cool, but we also get introduced to loaders, which is bad. Also, did I mention you can't crit surveyors? Cause you can't. It's like really f***ing dumb. I died way too many times here, but I managed to get to the Warden. The fight went decently smooth because he has a big ol' stationary crit spot and Critical Ascension put in some work. But I was still very fed up with this part of the map, so I finished Warden off with a spiteful 360 no scope. Get it? Because there's no scope. I really didn't want to fight the rest of these loaders, and I guess Roland didn't either, because he just let me turn the mission in before we killed them all. This is why people like Roland more than you, Lilith. Come on, you gotta step up your game. Speaking of cool characters, Tina made us some bombs so we could go hijack a train. The loaders on the train weren't too happy with us though. I wouldn't say we fought the loaders blocking our way. It was more like we slowly dismantled the loaders blocking our way. There are some surveyors too, but if you just jump in place, they get a little confused and stay still, which was a lifesaver for this challenge. So the Wilhelm fight was weird, because it felt doable and impossible at the same time. He has shield regen surveyors, missiles that can track you even in deception, and can spawn loaders which are just an added annoyance. But on the other hand, he has a decent sized crit spot, the drones could be boar killed very easily, and the drones were good for second wins. My advice for anyone taking on this challenge is to keep your distance, and keep one drone on low health so you have a second wind ready if you do go down. Also, if you want to try this challenge for yourself, I'll put a link to this save in the description. I'll throw in some of my past videos save files too. Anyway, the fight went a lot better than I anticipated, with only 3 casualties. Okay, maybe 4. The next part of the game can be summed up pretty quickly. Lilith made me go through the fridge. To be fair, I literally just ran right through it, but the game gets exponentially worse from here. Everything was going kinda fine until this angelic guard from hell popped up. And I'm no English teacher, but I'm pretty sure that's an oxymoron. Anyway, the loader alone was already obnoxious, but I also had to deal with the fucking Terramorphous wannabe heads with the undodgeable whip arm attack. My last bit of luck got me through this fight. It was distracted by some loaders and I was able to slag it long enough to kill him from a safe distance. Overlook went as expected. I got there, placed the beacon, befriended the wounded loaders, started putting them back together, met their mother, had an argument with their mother, committed mechanical genocide, and went home. Back at Sanctuary, our boy Michael gave us one last chance at playing the game like a normal human being. And boy, I wish I took his offer, because the preserve was hell. All the hardest enemies for the elephant gun to kill were here. Stalkers, loaders, skags, the f***ing bird! The loaders were the first obstacle. Apparently getting both of your arms shot off isn't considered a wound. I'm pretty sure all 5 of these loaders right here were missing at least one limb, but it just didn't register. So we just had to do it the old-fashioned way and just murder them all. Stalkers were really annoying because A, they're stalkers, and B, they're stalkers. I just feel like trying to land crits on them is so awkward because they move really quick and just turn fucking invisible. The ultimate loader was close to being a run ender. If I can't crit something, I pretty much have no damage. And once you shoot the arms off this guy, it no longer has crit spots. The only reason I was able to take it down is because it didn't have health regen like most normal mobs do. It took a while, but it was killable. Skags are probably the easiest of all the enemies here, but I got pretty unlucky with the rabid spawns. Okay. Critting skags isn't always easy, so I resorted to grouping them up and trying to bore them. I managed to kill enough to get the door open, and it was time for the Bloodwing fight. Right now, it probably seems like getting through the preserve doesn't seem as bad as I made it sound. But imagine doing all that 5 f***ing times. Oh my fucking gosh, man. Why the fuck did the game crash so many fucking times? On top of all those crashes, Mordecai decided not to help and slag the stupid fucking skags, so second wins weren't even an option. I was in the preserve for 7.5 fucking hours. My guy, look at my deaths. You know how many I walked in with? This fucking many. Oh my fucking gosh, man. Okay. Alright, I was holding that in for about 2 months, so that felt pretty good to let out. Anyway, like I said, Mordecai wouldn't slag the skags for some reason, so I had to devise a new strategy because Bloodwing's attacks are just plain out undodgeable 99% of the time. Step 1 of the plan was to use our secret weapon, which was this 12-year-old Monster Energy sniper shot. I was saving it for a while, but I couldn't think of a better time to use it than this challenge. Step 2 of the plan was to get the skags out of my way. They respawn if they're all killed off, so instead I lured them up the elevator because they aren't able to jump back down for some reason, leaving the arena to just me and the bird. Step 3 was to carefully play peekaboo with Bloodwing. The spot you're seeing right here is safe unless Bloodwing lands on the ground or does her breath attack if she flies in at the right angle. After a few tries using this strat, we finally took her down. No. Bloodwing, no. Oh my. Oh.
Okay.
Oh my fucking god. Oh, how did that fucking work? Dude, I'm trying to keep still. My fingertips are numb, bro. You guys. No amount of emotional turmoil was going to make me give up on this run. I've suffered too much to quit now, so we were off to recruit Brick, which went very smoothly actually. For the most part, I was able to relax and watch some World Star hip hop type stuff go down. Opportunity was up after that, and it went pretty bad. The Jack Doppelganger should have been an easy assassination mission, but everything went terrible. He is pretty tanky and tries to run away from you. On top of that, the engineers had a thin piece of metal that somehow blocked crits. Sometimes I'd be able to shoot them off, but it felt kinda random and luck based. Also, there's this one ion loader who was a master at strategic positioning because his actions caused like 10 of my deaths. But like most mini bosses that give me a hard time, I ended up one-shotting him. On the way to bunker, I realized I forgot to take the Face McShooty mission like a heathen, and I found this really dumb death spot. The path to bunker was an uphill battle. I don't know where to start, but these guys were just plain out cheating. The combination of jet loaders, super surveyors, and constructors all made this task feel impossible. After slowly taking out all the bots, I had to quickly dispatch the constructor before it made more. The best way to do this was to use his defense turret as boar fodder. It was important that I did not slag the turret as to keep it alive so I could keep the extra boar damage while I stacked up critical ascension. Alright, before we talk about them, let's talk about this. And of course, let's not forget about this. Yeah, I fought those stupid f***ing bots again. I was a big idiot, didn't even see that the f***ing door was open, so I could have just ran past the whole time. But yeah, that took up another fraction of my life. Anyway, back to them. Long story short, baby turret's OP. If anything was going to end the run, it was going to be these heathens right here. Here's what makes these things so f***ing annoying. Number 1, no crisp spot. Number 2, their health regen is busted and my DPS wasn't even keeping up. And number 3, they're immune to most types of slag. These things can't be slagged with kunai or even take damage from my slag grenade. I tried to use a loader as boar fodder, but that just wasn't working. I also tried grenade jumping past them, but they were required kills to progress, so we were gonna have to do some cringe type stuff. I really don't like using shields, grenades, or relics that have gimmicks, but I had to pull out a grenade that could slag with these miniature raid bosses. A simple transfusion grenade did the trick, and after 3 hours of trying, they finally died. Oh. Alright, this place wasn't as bad as the preserve, but I did rack up like 80 deaths just trying to get to the friggin' bunker. Anyway, the super toaster on top of the mountain wasn't bad. It was mostly just this ultimate loader that was making the fight hard. But the critical ascension makes quick work of constructors, so nothing too painful. Speaking of pain, it was time to see if the elephant gun could snipe Face McShooty. The main issue wasn't the lack of scope, but more a lack of natural accuracy. Even with the accuracy boost from my skills, it still took about 15 shots before I landed the crit. Nonetheless, the elephant gun can snipe Face McShooty, so it will go on the top rank of the tier list. I knew the bunker fight was going to be tough. Yeah, the big turrets had crit spots, so that was in my favor. But was I going to have enough firepower to take on the... Oh yeah. Find it really funny that all those big turrets and the big defense spot were like super easy to take out, and then you have ion loaders who won't even let you in their bubble if you're down? Like for real though, whose idea was it to make it so you just start climbing the bubble? Who? Please, someone please tell me. On top of those fuckers, we also had more invincible baby turrets, but now they had undodgeable laser beams, which sadly means I had to bust out the cringe grenade again, which made me feel like a cheater even though I wasn't cheating. We managed to make it out alive with a little over 400 deaths on the board, and I practically dodged a bullet because my game crashed as soon as I made it back to Sanctuary. TBH, I wasn't hating the idea of going to Sawtooth Cauldron. After all, I've been fighting robots who resist normal bullets for the longest time, and squishy bandits seem to be a lot easier to handle. The ambush commanders weren't bad either because their heads are pretty big and deception can distract them pretty easily. I did get pooped on by mortar though. The buzzards probably would have went perfectly if it wasn't for this goon, but I think he tried to fight a buzzard and just flew away anyway, so he wasn't an issue for long. You could get through this next part of the game pretty quick usually. I don't think there is a single mandatory kill in all of the Arid Nexus, which is a good thing because our boy Saturn can't be slagged and doesn't have a crit spot. But even with running right past everyone, I managed to die right before picking up the info we needed. The final mission was upon us, and I was ready to end this. But the game would not make it so easy though. Taking out loaders with Claptrap was fine, but the combo of super surveyors took forever to kill. Eventually I managed to confuse them really close to each other, and Boar took it from there. Hero's Pass was going fine, until I met up with my sworn enemy, Baby Turret. On top of having stupid health regen, no crit spot, and being hard to slag, they are also completely immune to molten lava, I guess. One last time I had to pull out the cringe grenade, cause not even Brick and his infinite hammer supply could take it out. With the turret dead, the path was clear. It was time for the big fight. Jack was our first opponent, and he was definitely a tough one. The fight was more intense than a 1v1 on Rust against the guy that said rude things about your mom on Xbox Live.
Hey kiddo, Jack here, president of Hyperion.
He had health regen, which made this fight last a while. He was also using a lot of crazy movement tech that I've never seen before. I managed to hone in on his one weakness, that being his big shootable face, and went on to the final fight with the warrior, which went a little something like this.
With the stakes raised, I finally managed to take out the warrior. Which means you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the elephant gun. With the game finally beat, we did what anyone would do after a run like this. Celebrate with a monster shotgun, and then start a DLC. That's right, homies, you're getting some bonus content. Alright, I'll keep this short. So when I do these challenges, I usually like to see if the weapon I'm using can farm itself, and if it comes from a DLC, I try to beat that DLC as well. The DLC started out as normal. Our boy Hammerlock was even repping an elephant gun too. His shot explosive rounds though, so that was pretty weird. So on top of being everybody's least liked DLC, it was also nearly impossible. Landing any type of crit, which may I remind you is their only source of damage, was just impossible on these guys. Roll the footage.
World revealed. Weakness is now known to me. Time to go to work. Deceive you. An illusion fools you all. I move for the kill.
Ironically, the most efficient way of killing these guys was actually just to get them to level up to demon form. That gets rid of their impenetrable wooden mask. 2 hours and 30 deaths into this DLC, the last of the hunters got confused, and taking them out got 100 times easier.
Boat working out? Egg. Okay. Let's go.
With all the eggs procured, it was finally time to take out Arizona. And she was a pretty tough boss to figure out. So basically, her crit spots can disappear if they're shot too much, and if not fought properly, she can still have half her health left with no way to crit her. And with the amount of health she has, the fight from there is practically impossible. But if you play your cards right and slag her in deception, she can be killed with 3 precise shots. 5 kills and 3 hours of getting stick-bugged later, we managed to farm an elephant gun. After beating Thermotage in a game of tetherball, saving Claptrap was up next. This took a while because I couldn't land any crits, so I relied on boar to get kills. I was doing this for a long time, long enough for the friendly worshippers to respawn. After this, the only mandatory fights for the rest of the game were Poop Spike and these elite savages. Both weren't bad because they could actually be critted, but Jackenstein was a straight up shit show. Every one of this guy's attacks is undodgeable. Mix that with the amount of ion loaders he spawns, you get a whole lot of pain. I had 2 options. Pull out the cringe transfusion grenade again for some type of healing, or use this cheese spot I knew about. After 80 attempts in this fight and 600 deaths total over the run, I chose the latter. So if anyone was wondering, you can beat Sir Hammerlock's big game hunt with only the elephant gun. Barely. Thanks so much for watching, guys. I really appreciate all the kind words I've been getting in the comments. Leaving comments like that and liking the video really helps motivate me to keep doing these runs. And if you guys want to see me suffer some more, consider hitting that subscribe button. And if you really want to see me suffer some more and you're watching this shortly after release, I'm live on Twitch right now starting my next challenge run. So come stop by if you want. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Hey guys, just wanted to let you know that I'm partnered with Instant Gaming. More on how you could save money on games later in the video. So a few videos ago, I posted the Sheriff Posse Challenge run, and I got a lot of comments asking why I didn't use the Law and Order combo to make the run even more on theme. Which honestly was a fair question. I literally opened the video like, Pandora's always been a lawless place. But what if we wanted to bring some order to this wasteland of a planet? While that little tease wasn't on purpose, excluding the Law and Order was, because I wanted to make a challenge out of the combo on its own. So here we are. Today we ask, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the Law and Order? Before we start, let's go over the rules. Or should I say laws. We'll be playing on Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode. If you're new to the game and not sure what that means yet, it just means that everyone has 4 times health, health regen, and they're all 10 levels higher than us. No big deal. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and of course, the Law and Order are the only gun and shield I can use. Shooting the Law is allowed, but we're going to mainly focus on the melee aspect of the combo, because, how do I put this?
This thing sucks. Even though it does more damage than the purple rarity non-unique version of itself, the bullets are practically useless. So I'll only be shooting to activate Be Like Water for more melee damage, to kill any enemies I cannot melee, or to get second wins if needed. Spoiler alert, I think that last one only happened twice. For the other gear slots, I'll be using the Vault Hunter Relic as a placeholder and the Legendary Ninja class mod for obvious reasons. This being a Melee Zero run, you might assume I'll be using the Lightning Bolt to strip my shield to get access to that juicy Roy damage. But come on now, when do I ever use meta strats? So instead, I'll be using a Slag Grenade. Yeah, you heard that right. I'll be throwing a Slag Grenade at myself and also be calling it Strategy. Why a Slag Grenade, you ask? Well, 2 reasons. 1, masochism is a hell of a drug, and 2, Zero's kunai are great for applying Deathmark, but the slag chance is very inconsistent. So when I'm using a grape Kool-Aid jammer as a smoke bomb, I'll have another chance at making the bad guys purple before I go in for the kill. Here's a quick peek at my build. I am very confident that this was the best setup I could give myself skill-wise, but I'm probably still going to have people in the comment section tell me I should have spec'd into Money Shot, but whatever. Anyway, let's hop into the run. We start our journey in Liarsburg because UVHM has you skip the whole Claptrap Optometrist appointment section of the game, and we started clearing out Tutorial Town. It's been years since I've played Melee Zero, so it took some time to get the setup down. That setup looking a little something like this. First we activate Deception and throw our kunai at the baddie we want to attack. This will apply Deathmark to him and hopefully slag. Then we set up ourselves behind the target so we get the backstab damage boost. And then we wait for the last 2 seconds of Deception before throwing a grenade at ourselves and going for the kill. If we got the kill, Many Must Fall would let us possibly get an extra kill or at least get a decent chunk of damage before we ran off and hid. The timing for this might be a little bit more precise than you think. So when I set up for these runs, I usually make all my gear have matching parts to the manufacturer because, well, aesthetic reasons. But for some reason, the Order Shield cannot spawn with bandit parts, so I opted for Hyperion parts instead. Reason number 1 for this is because Hyperion parts have the second best stats for special damage, and this being OP10 and all, we kinda need that damage in order to, exist. Reason 2 is that they have the best recharge delay stat out of them all. But Gasmask shield recharge delay is bad for Roid shields. Yeah, and? The extra challenge of timing my melee strike in a 1.79 second window was a fun added challenge for this run. And the third reason for this decision was because the Order actually uses the Hyperion accessory model instead of the Bandit one, so we still got those aesthetic points. Anyway, we cleared out Tutorial Town with 1 casualty and headed towards Boom Boom. Mobbing along the way was simple enough. After I got rid of all the gun guys, 1v1ing the Ironclad Psychos was a piece of cake. Them being 10 levels higher than me and all meant that 1 slap would healthgate me instantly, but the Law & Order combo heals us for all melee damage we deal. Quick math says 0 melee build plus OP10 Roid boost trying to heal a level 80 Zero is just full health on every swing. Yeah, you would not want to be in a slapping contest against Zero in this build. Anyway, after we made it to Boom Boom, we decided to target Boom first and well, homie just got outplayed. After that, we jumped up on Boom's turret and started his operation. Things weren't looking too good at first, but luckily my trusty operating assistants were there to help. Psycho, scalpel please. After a successful operation, Boom was dislodged from his turret. After our first use of Deception, he was 1 hit away from being finished off thanks to Killing Blow. But this game being made out of spaghetti, he just wasn't taking any damage from melee hits. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with his armor pieces or backpack because scavengers also have this issue, but we managed to shoot him down not too long after this mishap. Boom and Boom both dropped a bonus package, and I thought that was pretty cool because that's never happened to me before. Anyway, we mobbed our way up and made it to the Flint fight. The main issue of this fight was closing the distance and getting close to Flint. And even if we did manage to get close, the amount of enemies shooting at us would leave us very low on shields. And in order to strip our shield without blowing ourselves up entirely, we need at least 85% of our shield left. It also didn't help that Flint would run up to our hologram and spam his AoE slam move, making it practically impossible to get close. So if we wanted to deal significant damage, we had about 5 seconds after throwing out our decoy to close the gap, throw kunai, strip our shield, and land the melee within the small window where we still had Roid damage. Which I did. Oh! This is a historic day. in Gas Mask Challenge history. Today, we defeated Captain Flint without any cheese whatsoever. Our next goal was to make it to Sanctuary. To get there, we needed a car, so we stealthily stole one and dripped it out. Our character skin, gun skin, and car skin were all matching, and this boosted our confidence stat by a solid 100%. After that, we found Corporal Reese as he was skillfully fending off hordes of psychos without even breaking a sweat, but we decided to help him anyway. Alright, Reese sent us to go grab this power core. This should be a piece of cake. Oh, look at this clown. He actually fell for it. You stinky. Oh, wait, no, we needed that power core, didn't we? Guess we could just kill the 20 bandits for Reese while we're here. Well, in that case, now is the perfect time to talk about our partner, Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is a website that gets you set up with deals on the games you love. I'm willing to bet a good portion of you guys have a huge wish list of games. And from my experience, that wish list can end up being a graveyard. You either have to wait an unknown amount of time to get a deal that might not even be good, cave and end up purchasing a game for full price, or just completely forgetting that game ever existed. That's where Instant Gaming comes in. No waiting for deals, no full price games, and no missing out. It's not just for PC gamers either. They got deals if you're on Xbox, PlayStation, and even Nintendo Switch, so they've got everybody covered. You could see the deals for yourself right now. Just think of a game you've been wanting to play and use the link in the description. And if you like the deal you see and end up making a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself money, you're also helping the channel a lot. Heck, if you want to take your savings and support even further, make sure to bookmark the link so that your gaming is always instant. Anyway, let's see how the run's going. Oh, it looks like the power core just checked off. Weird. What were we doing again? I don't know, I forget. Let's get out of here. We got back to Sanctuary and did all the not dangerous at all tasks. It's pretty much impossible to die here, so I'll just skip to Frostburn Canyon. As per usual, we just ran through this place, bobbing and weaving through bullets, jumping over spikes, doing some things we aren't very proud of, and doing some things I am very proud of. Oh yeah, I should have specified this earlier, but Zero's execute skill has the stinky property, aka knockback, which if you've watched this video, you would know is my favorite way to deal with bad guys, especially these tanky psychos. The rest of the mobbing was going great. As long as Lilith didn't say her cringe one-liner, everything was gonna be... Okay, Lilith, I'm going to be extra nice one last time. I'm going to let this slide since we're kinda doing a cowboy run, but this is the last time ever, okay? You got that? Thank you. Anyway, after all that, we had to go rescue one of the cool vault hunters. In order to get into the Bloodshot stronghold where Roland was being held, we needed to go to Ellie's and get a new bandit car to sneak in. While fighting the cars with cars is allowed for the run, I usually like fighting them without them, because these guys aren't balanced properly for Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, and I just like the power trip. I mean, just throwing my kunai at them would likely handle the situation on its own. We decked out our new whip and headed towards the Bloodshot Dam, where Bad Ma was already waiting for us. And well, we made pretty quick work of him, honestly. While I was kinda sad that we didn't get to put the stinky on Bad Ma this time around, it was nice seeing the little homies rejoice in their freedom. The stronghold was up next, and the main problem we ran into here was the non-stop onslaught of bullets coming from every angle. Usually the Law and Order's healing can keep us alive in one-on-one fights, but against a horde of crazed marauders, you know, the bandits that run really far away after they down you for some reason, we run into some issues. Here we got our first second wind from an actual bullet. To be fair though, I'm pretty sure they forgot to balance these turrets past normal mode, so literally anything can one-shot it, so it wasn't really that impressive. After struggling through the first part of the map, we made it to the toilet room. And this place is usually the hardest part since the bad guys all have the high ground. But Zero's deception kinda turns the tables in our favor, since we could get some great strategic positioning. Oh! Angry Michael showed up, and well, he just straight up started flying.
What the hell?
It didn't take more than 2 seconds before my brain's prime directive kicked in and I seen my opportunity. Dub. I was so baffled that this man just alley-ooped himself, it somehow triggered my flight reaction. After that, Roland managed to escape his jail cell, but in probably the worst way possible. The blue toaster known as the Warden took Roland, and that was a big problem for us. If we don't kill Warden fast enough, he can actually take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag, where the fight can be even harder. so we needed to make sure we were focused and got this fight done here and now. We fought our way through the chaos and started our fight against Warden with a good amount of confidence, but then things started to take a turn for the worst.
Miss!
The Warden spawned in a super loader that would kill me before I even got to see him. The Warden also has an AoE slam that would launch me far enough to the point where I couldn't make it back and heal in time before my health gate ran out. And all these things just piled up. I died a bunch of times, and the drop barge showed up to take Roland away. But I wasn't gonna let this toaster run so easily. Moments away from losing this fight, I had a Jimmy Neutron brain blast type moment. If I couldn't heal because I couldn't stay close to the Warden, I would just have to make it so I couldn't get knocked back. And thus, a new strat was born. I'm talking about wedging. Using the ramp that is so conveniently placed behind Warden, we can absorb his slam attack and take little to no knockback. This way we could stay close enough to keep our healing up. We even went down close to the end, but Killing Blow came in clutch. Fuck you guys. Doubters in shambles. This had chat rioting because there was a prediction going on the outcome of this fight. People seen that the fight was going bad and dropped all their points into the Gulag side and had a major upset because of it. And honestly, it serves them right for doubting me. Let's go, baby. Up next was the train robbery mission, bringing back some more cowboy vibes. We met up with Mordo and Tina, who helped us secure some bombs to blow up said train, and everything went according to plan. And then it was time to fight Wilhelm, which, didn't go according to plan. This fight was actually pretty tough. Getting close to Wilhelm was a big issue because of his knockback spin attack. Gone were the days of sneaking up on a bad guy and pulling a silly little prank on them. On top of that, hitting Wilhelm with melee attacks feels incredibly buggy, almost like it's a 50-50 chance whether or not your melee just whiffs or not. My game plan was pretty much to wait until he started making more shield surveyors and then land a hit then. This was a slower process than I could have hoped for, especially since between hits he would just build up a chunk of his shield to buffer my next hit. A few deaths in, I noticed some conveniently placed health vendors following me around in the arena. Utilizing those gave me a bit more wiggle room when it came to setting up for attacks, and I eventually got him down to Killing Blow range. And yeah, that skill is really good. After that, we got back to Sanctuary, and we found out that the siren that's been talking to us was actually working for Jack the whole time. Bro, I knew we shouldn't have trusted Lilith, man. Now she kidnapped the whole city. Anyway, after running through the fridge and probably contracting some sort of disease because I had to do a little lifesteal to get through, we made it to the other side and found ourselves a spaghetti monster. I died once here, but after the loaders showed up, they distracted the Thresher so I could line up my shots. Or stabs, I guess. We made it to Overlook, and I was not expecting good things to come out of this place. Mobbing is fine with this build, but it definitely takes some patience, which the beacon definitely doesn't have. I tried my best to hold off the loaders, but the beacon got busted 8 times and became invincible, which is fine and is helpful, but it's also just kind of embarrassing, especially because all of this happened in under 2 minutes. Anyway, yeah, I just kind of had to brute force through all the loaders and constructors until the fast travel landed and I could run away. Our next stop was the Preserve. After wounding the loaders, we infiltrated the Preserve and joined on the Stalkers vs. Loaders chaos. Here I stuck to the shadows, waiting for my time to strike. But I obviously didn't know when that was because I was getting rolled. And oh boy, was I not ready for the boss at the end of this mobbing section. Like bro, I was genuinely surprised when I took him out first try. Yeah, I'm not sure why this was so easy. The bull loaders were way more of a threat, honestly. Anyway, we started fighting the loot homies and also started getting bodied again. The warloader loot dudes have an AoE slam. Jeez, man, this is like a recurring issue, isn't it? Anyway, we died a few times, but we started using wedging strats and eventually got them all. And they didn't drop anything cool. After petting some puppies and experiencing the most unsatisfying thing ever, we made it to the Bloodwing fight. Early testing showed that this fight could be doable. I just had to wait for the skags to be released because Bloodwing usually lands when they come out, and then just go to town swinging. A few mishaps in, Bloodwing adapted and decided to, well, stop landing. I'm pretty sure I waited for a good half hour for it to land, and I just didn't think it was gonna happen. And instead of resetting the map, I just dealt with it and brought the fight to her. Yeah, so the new plan was to wait for her to do her stationary fire breath attack, flank around, and go in for a hit. Eventually, we got through fire phase and she started landing again. Shortly after she reached corrosive phase, the stars aligned and we got a satisfying finisher. I don't really have revives, so this is kind of scary. Scary? What was I even saying? This brought our rivalry score to 6-4. Let's go, we got a few buffer points, let's try and keep them. After bodying the bird, we had to go recruit our next homie Brick. On the way there, we found Face McShooty, and sadly, we can't slice his face off and have it count for the mission, so we were gonna have to snipe him later. Anyway, we started Brick's initiation and died immediately, but that didn't stop this ninja cowboy from summoning a Godliath for some extra challenge. And that's all of them. Wait, why isn't the cutscene triggering? Oh, wait, silly me, I really forgot about this guy. I really can't believe I almost forgot about Back McStabby, bro. What the heck is wrong with me? Anyway, we started clearing out loaders with our homie Brick, and after the first wave, we came back to deal with the sarcastic slab. Using the knockback property of Execute, we slowly but surely pushed him over to this cliff for hopefully obvious reasons. Since we're playing as Zero, I wrote a little haiku in honor of this moment. He was near a cliff. I put the stinky on him. R.I.P. bozo. Anyway, yeah, Brick and I were styling on these loaders. We even got the good luck Brick Stinky. We secured our final homie in the roster by finishing off the super loader, and there was one more task before the big bunker raid. That would be the Jack Doppelganger assassination job. A quick hit job here would be pretty cool, and since we're kinda built for this exact type of job, I thought it would be fun to see how fast we could get in and out of here. So I threw up the speedrun clock and started some attempts. After a few tries of dying before I even got to Jack, I managed to line up a clean stealthy kill and started rushing to the info kiosks. We made ourselves a pocket watch and made it out of there in just under 3 minutes. You know, I really needed some stealth combat gameplay in my life, and this run is hitting the spot. Never mind, I just realized the bunker was up next. The climb up to the bunker proved to have a few challenges. Problem number 1 was this death wall that I couldn't get past. Mainly because I'm a bozo and forgot to tell Claptrap to pull up to the function. After I got that situated, the real first challenge was this toaster. In order to get past this guy, I first ran up and threw my decoy to the left of it so it would face the door. And after that, I could use my runaway prankster strats to whittle down the health bar. After a few attempts, we got lucky and had a low level one, so we were able to finish it off even though we went down. Up next were the baby turrets. Now, I want to say Execute helped us destroy these guys by letting us dash up towards them, but in reality, I think Infinite Vertical Melee was the real culprit. On the way up to the Super Toaster, we found another bonus package, making that our third one for the run. Is this a sign that we should do a bonus package only run? No, of course not. It's just pure coincidence. Don't be silly. Anyway, the big toaster got me a few times before I realized I have Boar, which allowed me to destroy a good chunk of the constructor's health by shooting the side turrets off. This also got us our second win with a bullet, while also putting the constructor within killing blow range. The last thing before the bunker was Face McShooty. Ahem. Face McShooty? I said Face McShoot. Oh, here we go. Anyway, Zero, being the skilled assassin he is, also imbued with the true spirit of the West, took aim and easily got the headshot first try after 40 warm-up shots. At the bunker, we start taking out the turrets. Most of these guys were pretty simple to fight, but 5 of them were a bit tricky. First off, 2 of them required the infinite vertical melee that this game has in order to take them out, and another 2 just couldn't be meleeed. There's an invisible wall right here that prevents me from getting close enough to destroy these things. I even tried to grenade jump over it, and that didn't work either. So for the first time in this run, we actually had to shoot something for the kill, which is, yeah, kinda lame. But if we're being fair, it's a whole lot harder since this thing sucks for bullet damage. I'm pretty sure they would out-heal my DPS if I didn't have them slagged, so yeah, this was definitely harder than just smacking them a few times. The final turret could be meleeed though, but at a cost. Since this thing is straight up hanging over the void, I just had to make sure I could kill it before I hit the death barrier, which happened a few times. Execute was great, but sometimes you just slip right past your target and fly in some random unfortunate direction. Anyway, I think I was messing up because I kept missing the roid damage window, but ended up one-shotting it in the end. It was now time for the bunker fight. The bunker, being airborne and constantly hovering over a death pit, meant that melee combat was a pretty bad idea. So the best thing we could do was just use bore. But that's boring. You're watching this video, and that means you've seen the thumbnail, so you could probably guess where this is going. If you can't tell, this strat was incredibly risky. If I didn't miss the bunker and managed to actually land on top of him, I would be in a constant state of bouncing and would have to focus on micro movements in order to not fall off. We also rarely had roid damage up here, so the process was also very slow. After the bunker had enough, he would just kind of shake us off, and that was honestly the scariest part. I'm pretty sure this would stress anyone out, knowing that at any moment, this could happen. Parasite, you jinxed it, dude! Why is everybody jinxing it, dude? That was truly a heartbreaking death, but I wasn't going to let it deter me. I was determined to not take the boring way out. When a cowboy falls off the bull, do you think they just give up and forget about it? No way. They get back on the saddle and keep going, and when they inevitably fall off again, they learn how to land. Oh god, no, not this again. Someone find a loader. Okay, right there, right there. Yeah, that's right. The cowboy keeps going until the job is done. After over an hour of this cycle, the bunker reached killing blow range, and victory was in our sight. We set ourselves up under the bunker, and we castrated this raging mechanical bull. After partaking in some cowboy caviar, we started the fight down in Angel Core. Things were going relatively well down here. Loaders aren't exactly the best at running away from you. As long as I went down close enough to them, I could get a second win. To help ensure this, I started jumping at them. This way, if I did go down before I got to them, I would keep getting closer instead of just stopping in my tracks. After that adaptation, the rest of Angel Core went smooth. Lilith, you fucking piece of shit. I swear to God, I hope... Hey guys, sorry about that. My lawyer said I should not include that in the video, so I just had to take that out real quick. Anyway, Roland ended up dying. I tried to give him a new shield, but homie just didn't listen. After that, Jack kidnapped the giraffe, and Mordecai suspected he was taking her to the vault. I would have guessed the wildlife exploitation preserve, but we'll just go with Mordecai's plan, I guess. I'm just following orders. So we headed to Sawtooth Cauldron. The ambush commanders here reminded me a lot of Badma, which also reminded me of my regret, so it took it out on them appropriately. After that, we hit the conveyor skip using one of the Gravedigger's grenades, and that felt pretty cool. We blew up Boombringer and also murdered its pilot, and then made our way up to a tough part of the run. You see, we had to destroy some buzzards up here. If at this point you're still not sure why this is an issue, let me ask you this. Have you ever tried to box a helicopter? If the answer is yes, are you okay? And if the answer is no, yeah, me neither, because it just wouldn't work. Zero is also way cooler than your average person, and he still had trouble fighting these things. So how did we deal with these things, you might ask? Well, each kill went a little something like this. Yeah, if I wanted a chance at taking these things out, I needed to get them right as they were taking off. And descending the tower to get them to despawn and respawn was the best way of doing so. It took about an hour, but we managed to get all 5 buzzards and steal the bombs we needed to get to the boneyard. Everything here went as usual. We got away from the bad guys at the first pumping station, died to the sergeant loaders in the second one, almost had our car blown up at the third, and then rammed that same car into a pipe and end up in the Arid Nexus Badlands. Now, I could just run through this area, but I seen Saturn, and I thought, yeah, I could take him. Okay, maybe not in a fist fight alone, but I had some ideas. I started shooting at his turrets and letting Boar deal some damage. I wasn't completely killing the turrets off with this, so I was able to keep boring them by letting them heal a bit in between shots. This also staggered Saturn every time, and it felt very weird being able to bully him around like this. After I got him low enough, I figured I'd go for his Achilles heel and deliver the finishing blow. The only other thing I had to worry about here was the big toaster, but I ended up killing that thing on accident by barring both turrets at once. Anyway, we got our info and made our way to the claptrap door. The culmination of all the mobbing practice I've had throughout the run was going to be shown in this fight. Oh, never mind. I died to my own grenade on the first loader. Neat. Real talk though, the mobbing here is pretty simple. A little too simple if you ask me, because almost every surveyor decided to just start bugging out, making them super easy to kill. On the other hand, I kept blowing myself up by meleeing hot loaders. These things will always explode after they die, and when everything is blue thanks to deception, all the loaders start looking the same. And then it turns into a fun game of, am I attacking a robot or a propane tank covered in landmines? Guess we'll have to find out. I tried to use this to my advantage by targeting the hot loaders first, using their explosion to reset the 1.79 second delay on my shield, and go for a more consistent second kill, which felt pretty cool. After all those loaders were dealt with, we were able to sprint through Hero's Pass, avoiding all the unnecessary combat, and finally start our fight with Jack. I had some trouble with this fight at first. The entire run, I never realized that you only get healing from melee damage if you deal damage directly to the enemy's health bar, so Jack's shield was holding us back a bit. That issue is easily fixed compared to our next problem. You see, Jack has a number of advantages in this fight. First off, he has some very strong health regen, meaning our kill was going to need to be quick. This comboed with his ability to literally teleport away and spawn an invincibility shield drone makes it very hard to pull off a quick kill. And to top it all off, Jack is extremely hard to slag, meaning if we executed our setup perfectly, no pun intended, it was still up to chance. During our first attempt, we got lucky with slag and found out how much damage we could do in one hit to his health bar. This wasn't going to be a one-hit kill, but we could for sure get him down to killing blow range and finish him off. So what happened here, you might ask? Well, he cheated. I was literally 1/3 of a second away from finishing this guy off first freaking try, and he just leaves. And after that, things just started falling apart. Jack managed to keep getting more and more shield surveyors, which were kinda hard to kill because they moved around so awkwardly. At first I thought I was just whiffing a lot of hits, but I found out that landing a hit on this specific surveyor doesn't end your deception for some reason, and you could just get big damage at no cost. Learning this, I got used to landing consecutive hits on it and destroying it quickly. At this point, I had been playing for a while, and after several deaths, I decided to continue the next day.
What's the likelihood you're gonna do this the first time?
The first try?
Yeah.
1 in 20, please. I'm gonna be surprised if this works, honestly. Alyssa, I did it first try! Well, I guess that just leaves the warrior now. This final boss was definitely a worthy one. The fight was nothing but back-to-back constant risk-taking. Getting close enough to the warrior to melee him also meant I was in the worst possible spot if the warrior decided to do a slam attack. On top of this, if a Crystalisk, Rack, or the warrior somehow landed a hit on me right before I tried to strip my shield, the whole attempt would just be lost. I had some strategies to combat these issues. First off, I made sure to always know where the nearest Crystalisk was in case I needed some quick health and or a second win. I would utilize the wedging strat we learned earlier to maximize damage when the warrior was in this spot, and use this bridge to stop us from flying when he was in the other two spots. Our first attempt made it pretty far before we lost to our own mistake. Usually breaking all the crystals on a Crystalisk would be enough to kill it, but since I let this one live for so long, it managed to regen enough health to survive having all its crystals broken. If this happens, the only way to kill is if you have enough explosive damage, which we didn't. Attempt number 2 also ended pretty far into the fight, but just like before, we kept hopping on that bull, learning every time. After 20 minutes of fighting in our third attempt, we managed to get him down to killing blow range, and victory was in our sight. We landed one last power move and finished him off with one final blow to the heart. Which means, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the Law and Order. Bonus content time, woo! So Jack might be dead, but there's still a lot of crime on this planet, so our work isn't done yet. We're going to investigate the 2 sanctuary crimes and also go take down the outlaw Nisha. First off, let's talk about the gutter quadruplets. If you're impatient like me, you probably figured out who did the crime by accusing someone, and if you were wrong, just saying, oh well, guess I'll try again in the next playthrough. But today I actually wanted to crack this case. Talking to Marshall Friedman, Moxie, and Zed, we found out the murder was from a single bullet He has a shield and took some damage, but then Zed patched him up good as new. So the one who has a sniper, shield, and full health is the only person who could have done this crime. Case closed. Let's move over to the other case in Sanctuary, where we gotta find out who stole the cash from their homies. Marshall Friedman told us that only one of these guys will tell the truth and the other three are liars, and using that info, we can easily find out who took the money. Jim pretty much said it wasn't me, Lindy says Sam took the cash, Sam said it was O'Cantler, and O'Cantler just says Sam's full of crap. That last one was actually verbatim too. So if we factor in our 3 liars and 1, truther rule, we can quickly find our answer. Sam and O'Cantler's responses both contradict each other, so we can deduce that one of them have to be telling the truth. And in either case, that would make Jim a liar, meaning his response of "I didn't do it" is proof of his thievery. So yeah, you could solve the case in this convoluted way, or you could just look at Jim's back and see that the money is literally right there. Anyway, let's move on to Lynchwood and Nisha. The first mission here was pretty easy. We pressed a few buttons and then a train blew up, so that was pretty cool. And after that, we put the stinky on Mad Dog while also managing to keep the dynamite from falling off this time. And then we robbed Nisha's bank and set off to hide all the money. Oh boy, I sure hope Nisha doesn't sick her posse on me. Oh my god! After all that, Nisha was mad, and now she wanted to challenge us to a pistol showdown to see who came out on top. But honestly, screw all that noise. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the YouTube algorithm and helps the channel grow. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you emotes and videos a day early, and also helps me get videos out earlier for everybody. You could also check out my link in the description to Instant Gaming. I am partnered with them, and they have some great video game deals over there, so definitely go check them out and save some money. I'll leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description as well. And last but not least, I wanted to give a shout out to our thumbnail artist, Mango Soda. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. The Alien Blaster is arguably one of the best weapons in Fallout New Vegas, but when you factor in its limited ammo, you realize it won't last forever, which makes you wonder, can you beat Fallout New Vegas with only the Alien Blaster? The rules for this run are simple. The Alien Blaster is the only weapon we are allowed to use. Any type of environmental damage from other NPCs or traps is fair game, with the exception of companions. It would be too easy to let them do all the work, so we're just banning them outright. And to add some challenge, we are going to be playing on hardcore, very hard difficulty. For the Fallout newbies that are usually here for my Borderlands challenges, hardcore mode adds hunger, thirst, and sleep meters and makes healing broken limbs a bit harder, and the very hard setting makes it so I take double damage and only deal out half damage. Since a big part of this challenge is trying to conserve the finite ammo we get with the Alien Blaster, I figured letting the game aim my shots for me using bats would be kinda weird, so I disallowed that too. Alright, with the rules out of the way, let's get into the run. Our journey starts as a handsome man leaves us for dead in a desolate wasteland, which felt oddly familiar, but to our luck, Doc Mitchell managed to save us. As we wake up, we can't help but feel anger and hatred towards the human race. I came in peace, and they brought violence, so they needed to be punished. The Doc will have my mercy, since he went out of his way to save my life, and made me the most handsome alien in the universe on top of it. A new me means a new name, so I chose the most appropriate one for the alien who will destroy the human race. I set up my stats like this. I don't need strength for anything. I made up a rule that I couldn't use speech to cheese my way through this challenge, and the Alien Blaster has a 100% critical hit chance, so luck wasn't that useful. For my tag skills, I chose medicine for the damage I'll be taking on very hard, energy weapons for obvious reasons, and science because I'm an alien. And for my starter traits, I chose trigger discipline to help with landing shots and conserving ammo, and wild wasteland because the Alien Blaster does not spawn without it. On our way out, we grabbed everything of use from the dock and sold everything not of use to Chet. We also stopped by the schoolhouse to grab some extra food and a stealth boy before plugging in the coordinates to the nearest alien ship, which was pretty much on the opposite side of the map. So while we try to sneak past these death claws, I'll tell you guys about our partner, Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming has been my go-to place for video game deals. Thanks to to them, I got Fallout New Vegas for under $3. That's $7 I saved to buy myself a monster and get me through this challenge. And Instant Gaming has deals on all sorts of games, and their deals are hard to beat. No more full price games, no more waiting for deals, and no more games dying in your wish list. Are you a console player? Not a problem, because they've got you covered no matter if you're on PC, Xbox, PlayStation, or even Nintendo Switch. My favorite part about Instant Gaming is the whole instant part. Once your account is verified, getting a new game can literally take less than a minute. You get your code, plug it in, and I bet downloading it will be the longest part of the whole process. So stop waiting, make your gaming instant. How about this? Think of a game you've been wanting to play and use my link to just see what kind of deal they're offering on it. And if you end up liking that deal and making a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself money, you're also supporting the channel. Anyway, let's get back to the run. Uh-oh, looks like we cut too soon. Skip ahead? Skip ahead! After a few scary creatures and a few close calls, we finally made it to the alien ship. It turns out that the ship belonged to a rival alien faction and they were immediately hostile towards me. I needed the captain dead in order to steal his blaster, and I was determined to not use any of the humans' disgusting combat contraptions, so I had to lure the captain into a trap. Some of the locals nearby were of the extremely violent variety, so they shot at anything they saw, including me.
You can't hide.
Oh! That's a fucking grenade launcher. I just had to make sure they fought each other as I dodged their lasers and grenade launcher rounds. Usually NPC versus NPC combat is pretty quick on other difficulties, but on very hard, the alien captain was an absolute tank that could easily annihilate all the Vipers in its vicinity. I even tried to lure the captain into a landmine that was laying on the ground, and he pretty much ignored it. If I wanted a proper blaster, I was going to have to separate the captain from his henchmen and have him focus his fire on me while the bandits focused their fire on him. I was getting annihilated by lasers, so I attempted to eat some of the human food I found at Doc Mitchell's. These so-called stim packs tasted horrible and were extremely painful to eat, but my survival was more important than my comfort, so I choked it down. But don't even get me started on the super stim packs. Ugh. I eventually got the captain surrounded and was able to watch as the humans turned his gray matter into red matter. We stood nearby hoping he had a lot of ammo to get us through this run. He could drop anywhere from 140 to 250 shots for the blaster, and as long as we get around average, we should be Okay, 165, that's actually terrible. Oh, curse this planet. Well, as long as we don't miss, we should be Anyway, now that we had our blaster, we could finally start hunting down the checkered man who tried to kill us. Before we were shot and left for dead, we were masquerading as a postman, and the human that attacked us was after something we were delivering, so we set off to the Mojave Express in Prim for clues. Discovering the location leveled us up, and I dropped all 15 points into energy weapons and chose the intense training perk to increase my luck, which increases all my other skills slightly. Some heathens took the place over, and their deputy was also taken captive. Usually I wouldn't get into human affairs, but this deputy beagle had some answers. Leave it to the humans to leave a dog in charge. I entered the building where the deputy was being held and started looking for his kennel. I also killed some guards and stole their hats to blend in with the other humans a bit better. I look almost undistinguishable. After lurking in the shadows and dealing with all the savages, I found the deputy, who was in fact not a floppy-eared dog. Humans are murderers and now they're liars too? Despicable. Either way, he would not give me answers unless I let him free, so I did so begrudgingly. He told us that the checkered man was heading to Novak through Nipton, so we made our way in the same direction.
It's like looking in the mirror. Wah, wah, wah. It's like looking in the mirror. Wah, wah, wah.
We made it to Nipton, and we only found one person by the name of Oliver. What sort of lottery did you win?
What lottery? The lottery. That's what lottery. Are you stupid?
There we go. Lottery ticket. It's mine now. I won the lottery. After that useless encounter, I started to head towards Novak. Along the way, I learned what a Deathclaw felt like, put my 9 agility to the test, and experienced what I believe the humans call fear. Oh god. Oh. Oh! The trader at Novak offered to sell me a bunch of rocket ships for a really low price. I would have been excited to get off this planet, but the ships he was selling were much too small to fit my size. This human was absolutely delusional, much like the one called Manny Vargas. He tried getting me to go to some far-off place and kill a bunch of irradiated humans in exchange for his info on my target. I told him I would not be doing that and decided to just steal the information from him. Don't get me wrong, I would usually just destroy anyone that got in my way, but under these circumstances, I needed to conserve ammo. If my pickpocket attempt failed and I was caught, I would have made him eat my blaster like a stim pack, but lucky for him, his senses are not up to par. We made our way to the next clue and found a couple factions at a standoff. A military group called the NCR had the cons pinned down, but the cons also had some NCR prisoners. As much as I would have loved to see both groups just take each other out, I needed info. So I talked to the cons and paid the NCR to leave them alone. The cons helped with my assassination attempt, so I badly wanted to end them all here. But I had to think about the long-term goal. So I put their death off for now and got enough experience from this little mission to level up twice. I dropped all 30 points into energy weapons and chose the perk Educated to get more skill points for future level ups. We now knew exactly where this Benny human was, and there was nothing else in our way.
Submit to a credit check or present your passport before proceeding to the gate. Trespassers will be shot.
Apparently a robot army guards New Vegas, and I was quite jealous. Imagine the work I could do with my own robot army. I'm getting sidetracked. Anyway, we were going to need to find a passport. My instincts told me that I was going to need to find a leader around here, so I went to see the king. He offered me work and I took it in hopes of getting into Vegas. I was ordered to hire a bodyguard and pretend to need his help. It was such a degrading task to act so weak. Even more degrading when I found out that the bodyguard in question was an actor himself, who hired other actors to pretend to be dead to raise his own business up. We were all pretending at that point, and it just made it all the more embarrassing. But the king appreciated my work. After that, I had to investigate some conflict between the locals at Freeside and the NCR. Long story short, the humans didn't communicate well, so they resorted to just murdering each other. Typical. Either way, the king rewarded me for my efforts with a level up and a passport. I used my skill points to max out energy weapons and then threw the rest into science. I also took another rank of the intense training perk to up my luck to 4. We stocked up on supplies before we entered the strip. So far, hunger and thirst haven't been an issue for hardcore, but I'm assuming stim packs are just very nutritious. Speaking of human food, I quite enjoyed this Nuka-Cola stuff. I mean, the shell tastes kinda bad, but this caffeine stuff on the inside made me feel great. Anyway, we finally made it to Benny, and upon entering his base, his henchmen demanded my weapons. You know, I went through a lot to get this gun, and they think I'm just gonna hand it over when I see my target right in front of me? That makes me angry. I could murder everyone in this building right now. I could level this place. Ah, fuck, I think the caffeine is kicking in. Cola for the fun, I guess. Oh god. Good. Cool. Oh. Okay. Stop. Good. Oh. Good. Dude, what the f***? Did I knock them down? Holy shit. My god. They actually do. Holy shit. Why are they fighting me? Womp. Who's next? Womp. Anyone else? Okay. Note to self. Human food causes anger, mania, and blackouts. Anyway, after all that, I was pretty dehydrated, so I drank a bunch of water from one of the humans' dispensers. I also leveled up 2 more times and threw all the points into science. It will come in handy later, I promise. I also threw another intense training point into luck, bringing me up to 5. After that, I found a robot that wasn't a cringy cowboy or threatening to kill me. And honestly, I like this guy. He pretty much gave me the plans, blueprints, and ideas to take over the strip and build my own robot army. We had to find Mr. House, the head honcho of the New Vegas strip, and overthrow him. I was expecting another lie, much like the Deputy Beagle situation, but to my surprise, this Mr. House guy was kinda the entire building. But for being such a powerful leader, this guy was extremely dumb. He pretty much invites me over to his house, or I guess himself, shows me how to upgrade the robot army, lets me sell him a couple of useless snow globes for 4,000 caps, and left the password to the terminal that leads directly to his safe room so out in the open, I didn't even realize I picked it up. Sure, he's got a bunch of Securitrons guarding the door, but the stealth boy I got from the schoolhouse let me walk right in. The great Mr. House, bested by literal school supplies. Well, I'd say it's about time for a boss fight, eh? Man, what the fuck is this? I got catfished. Man, well, in that case, let's just end this guy with a headshot. Ooh-wah. Okay, what about this kind of headshot? Balls. Anyway, after House was dealt with, I maxed out my science skill and plugged Yes Man into House's old system. Yes Man wanted us to go meet all the other factions and decide what we wanted to do with them all. I told him I wanted them all dead, but he really wanted me to go meet them all, so I humored him. Maybe not all humans are so bad. First on the list was the Brotherhood of Steel. I get there and they not only demanded my weapons, but my clothes too?
I want you stripped down to your underwear.
I didn't like that, so I started blasting. And so did they. Yeah, taking these guys on all at once was near impossible, so I decided to hide over behind some crates for cover and let the guy walk over to me to start the conversation. I killed him there and then killed off the 2 other door guards before getting out of there. So yeah, screw those guys. I got out of there and headed to finish off the other 2 aliens I totally forgot about until now. But I guess they realized their captain was weak and I was superior, so they joined my forces instead, meaning I had a ship to get off this planet when all was done. After that, I got lost at a Deathclaw construction site while trying to find Red Rock Canyon. I eventually found my way there and found their leader surprisingly easily. I asked them about their ways and they seemed like a clan just trying to defend themselves. But then I remembered these are the guys that left me in that ditch, so I murdered them all. Their leader was a coward anyway. The next faction to meet was the Boomers, and with my experience with human language, that could either mean they really like bombs or they're a bunch of old people. And when some guy bet me a bunch of caps that I couldn't make it to their base while dodging mortar strikes, I think I figured out which one it was. I took his bet, but I never got those caps back. Not because I didn't make it, but because I totally forgot to come back for my winnings afterwards. Anyway, I made it to the Boomers' front gate and gave them the good old "take me to your leader" line. They love that one. I guess they're old and like explosives. Okay then. Either way, they made the number in the top left corner of the screen go up multiple times, so I killed them too. After dealing with them, we leveled up again, dropping all of our points into medicine and grabbing the quick draw perk because it sounded cool. After that, we had a few factions in New Vegas to deal with, starting with the Omertas.
No one but Omertas are allowed to carry guns into Gamora. Check your weapons with me.
Stop moving. Good. Okay. Man, I am so sick of these humans demanding my weapons. Let's hope that the white gloves are a little more understanding.
Beg your pardon, but could I trouble you to turn over your weapon?
Jeez, man, I don't know why people just keep demanding things from me. Is that just how humans work? In that case, subscribe to the channel or I'm gonna confiscate your weapons. Anyway, at this point, I realized that I killed all the factions leaders that I've met so far except for the Brotherhood, so I went back down to their bunker and burned through a lot of ammo dealing with these armored troops. I managed to hack into their turret systems and turn them against them so I could sneak by. I had quite a few deaths and resets at this part trying to assassinate Elder McNamara, but with a little bit of stubbornness, we eventually figured it out. Man, I told Yes Man this was gonna be a waste of time. We were down to 33 shots, which sounds like just enough for the final fight at the Hoover Dam. But just to make sure, I decided to take Yes Man's optional mission to upgrade more Securitrons over at House's hidden bunker, which at first sounds like a quick button pushing mission, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. I didn't realize Caesar's Legion was built right on top of this bunker. I played this game a few times before, but I got so into the side missions that I never really did this part. Is anyone else like that with side missions? Comment below if you do the same. Anyway, I snuck into their camp and rode the boat to the bunker, and I was immediately given the default human greeting. For anyone not looking at the screen right now, that means they shot me. With me not knowing how far I would have to go, I decided to conserve ammo and just power through it. That was a bad idea because the next hour of my life was now devoted to dying, respawning, and eating super stim packs. By the time I suffered into the actual bunker, the entire Legion was behind me with power fists and combat shotguns. A 94 sham would have been great for this part of the run, but I'm at the wrong kind of bunker for that. The defense system down here also hated me, but lucky for us, our 100 in science allowed us to hack a few terminals and shut the systems down. After that, it was just a matter of threading the needle and closing all the doors behind us. What you're watching now is every single death I had in the fort. This isn't even including the manual reloads when I knew survival wasn't an option. Starting now, the death counter is no longer accurate, so think of this number as a conservative estimate from here on out. We eventually found the right buttons to push and upgraded the remaining Securitrons. Now for the hard part, making it out alive. At this point, I had already eaten most of my food. Stim packs and super stim packs don't taste so bad when you use them to wash down gunfire. The medics in my system was working overdrive, and I used my last doctor's bag to make sure that if all else failed, my legs could still carry us out of here. I was tempted to take out their leader while I was here, water bottle at a concert style, but decided to let his brain tumor handle it for me. I was going to need all the ammo I could get for the final fight. Through sheer willpower, stubbornness, luck, and multiple chems, I made it back to the boat and swam to safety. At this point, I was starving, dehydrated, addicted to multiple chems, crippled everywhere from the waist up, and had absolutely no medical supplies to my name. So I went to the only human I could trust and had him patch me up. And after that, I went to all the vendors I could find and bought all the supplies I could for the final fight. The battle between the NCR and the Legion at the Hoover Dam will determine who takes control over New Vegas. And my plan was to swoop in with my upgraded robot army to take it all for myself. We let the humans do all the fighting amongst each other and made our way to the real target, Legate Lanius. With 33 shots in the alien blaster left, fighting some human with a sword should be a piece of cake. Yeah, emphasis on should? Yeah, I did not expect this guy to be so tanky. He's only the final boss of the game after all. We probably could have killed him here, but we wouldn't have enough ammo to deal with his henchmen. So we had to load back and make some more preparations. This whole next chapter of the run sucked. Basically, I wanted to get a perk called Better Criticals that would make all my critical hits do 50% more damage. And since all my shots are critical hits, that would be a flat 50% damage boost for me. Even a human could do that math. I thought all I needed to do to get this perk was to level up one more time now that I had finally gotten my luck up to 6 with the intense training perks and met the requirement. But there were two issues with this I didn't think about. First off, you only get a perk every other level, so I'd need to level up twice. And the second issue that I just now noticed while editing, I would need to level up 4 times to hit the minimum level requirement. So my whole goal of leveling up 1 time was a complete waste of time, but I'll go over my struggles anyway. First off, we went back to Prim and made Prim slim the sheriff to secure some mission XP. We then picked all the safe locks in the storage room for a little bit more. After that, we decided to do the tutorial mission, but didn't want to waste ammo shooting a bottle and felt like punching them would have been against the rules, so skipped all that. So I just picked their locks and hacked their computers instead. I went to Novak and finally decided to sleep for the first time. While I was there, I also did this mission for Boone to get some extra XP. He was not a companion at any point during this mission, so this was still fair. My next set of jobs would be the most degrading yet. I tried to do the bodyguard job with the Van Graffs. They demanded my weapons at the door, and I begrudgingly let them handle it. But only because I needed this job, and at least these humans know how to use energy weapons. Simon was a little grumpy that I brought my own weapon to work, but oh well, he did all the violence for me. I just got to sit here for 7 minutes as humans awkwardly walked up to me in the slowest manner possible. I thought this was a pretty easy job, but it wasn't over yet. For part 2 of this mission, Gloria sent me on a delivery. This was a bit of a hassle because that horde of legionnaires from the bunker finally caught up to me and kept scaring the client away, and even after that I didn't get my experience. The mission still wasn't over. They wanted me to bring some human named Cass to them so they could murder her. They didn't even give me any coordinates or anything, but luckily I've played this game before so I knew exactly where she was. But still, there are 2 issues with this. First off, I wasn't persuasive enough to get her to follow me, and second, even if I was, she's a companion, and that just didn't feel right, even though she wouldn't be doing any combat. So this whole thing with the Van Graffs was just a total waste of time. If I had the ammo, I'd go back and slaughter them all. While I was here, I decided to talk to Ranger Ghost and do her mission where I check on Nipton. I thought I was going to have to go talk to some people there, but alas, Caesar's Legion still hates me. I thought this lottery ticket I stole from the annoying guy here earlier meant they would let me live. I guess that's what I get for trusting humans. Anyway, yet another waste of time. I was running out of ideas and decided to see if the king had any work. His dog was looking halfway upgraded and I offered to finish the job. Long story short, this was another issue where I would have a companion follow me. Yet again, another waste of time. These 3 failures led me to change up my plan. I couldn't trust completing missions, so I decided to hack my way to leveling up. And no, I don't mean cheating, I mean hacking all the computers I could find. Repcon HQ had 8 computers we could hack, and Camp Searchlight had a few too. The radiation levels here were quite high, and the lizards, ghouls, and scorpions all coming for my life didn't help either. The very last terminal here pushed me past the threshold, and we finally leveled up. Make this next part easier. No, I need another level up for a perk! Fuck! Yeah, like I said before, I totally forgot that you only get a perk every other level. So I decided screw it, we don't need better criticals. We'll just eat some Psycho and hope it works. So we had Doc Mercy Gosh, dude, the amount of times I've said Doc Mercy instead of Doc Mitchell is not surprising, but still a lot. Anyway, we had Doc Mitchell patch us up one last time and we set off to the final battle. Dodging bullets was a lot harder this time around since my armor was broken. Luckily, I took that checkered suit from Benny's corpse. Still not sure how that works because he was cremated in it. I don't think it actually helped me that much, but I took what I could get. We made it to the Legates camp and started taking the bad guys out. I was really abusing the quick saves here because every shot counted. Dude, you can't make this shit up, dog. Somebody clip that, man. When we got to the Legate, I pooped all my chems. I'm pretty sure I meant to write popped all my chems, but that's what the script says, so we're going with it. Hit a sneak attack headshot and quick saved after every successful headshot because, well, just watch. Oh, dude, everything in this game moves so goofy, and I hate how goofy everybody moves. After a bunch of that, I found a rock that bugged him and his henchmen out and used that to my advantage. Halfway through the fight, he goes full coward and leaves to get more backup. When he returned, he decided to throw a bunch of grenades at me. He doesn't really care how close you are to him or his men, so I tried to have him blow himself up a little bit. That plan worked out as well as one would expect. That means it didn't. After I finally managed to survive his bombardment, we went back to our spot to finish the Legate off. At this point, I was worried that I wasn't going to finish this fight. I had 12 shots left, and it takes 2 to kill one of these guys. And I counted more than 6 bad guys, so things were looking grim. But lucky for us, it turns out we only needed to take care of a few of these guys before we could move on and deal with the NCR leader, General Oliver. The final faction leader on my hit list was right in front of me. And with my final few rounds, I secured the dam for me and my robot army. So yeah, it looks like you can beat Fallout New Vegas with only the Alien Blaster. Well, that's gonna wrap up this video. I know this is the first non-Borderlands video on the channel, so your support is very much appreciated. And honestly, this was a lot of fun. So if you want more Fallout videos sprinkled in, make sure to let me know by liking the video and dropping a comment. Also, don't forget to subscribe. It helps the channel out a lot. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member to get videos a day early, checking out Instant Gaming's deals with my link, or check out gasmaskgang.com to get some merch. I'll have my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live linked down below. And last but not least, shout out to Mango Soda for making this video's thumbnail art. They do commissions and will also be linked down below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies.
It's like looking in the mirror. Wah, wah, wah. It's like looking in the mirror. Wah, wah, wah.
Captain Blade was the most feared pirate on Pandora long, long ago. Through treasure hunting missions, we can find the gear he used to become so infamous. Today we ask ourselves, can you beat Borderlands 2 as Captain Blade? Now obviously, Captain Blade isn't a playable character in Borderlands 2, but his gear scattered throughout the pirate DLC can make us pretty close to the real thing. And all of these items are cursed and provide some type of negative effect on us. To list them off real quick, the rapier makes getting punched hurt more, the orphan maker just plain out hurts to shoot, the manly man shield makes elemental damage hurt more, the auto idol makes fight for your life shorter, and the midnight star ejects child grenades towards the player. Now they do have benefits, but some are just not that helpful. The rapier is the best melee weapon in the game, but since we're on OP10, melee isn't really viable, especially on a gunzerker. The Manly Man Shield adds 40% explosive damage to our melee attacks, but it's also quite useless. The Auto Idol returns health upon kill, but it's only like 8%, and if the Orphan Maker is our main source of damage, it pretty much cancels it out for that one shot. And the Orphan Maker's damage output is pretty good, so we have that going for us. And the Midnight Star has... Wait, what does the Midnight Star have? Increase damage and reduce child grenade count. Huh. Anyway, we're also going to be using a legendary Hoarder class mod to keep on theme with pirate stuff, and it helps us gunzerk more so all curses can be active at once. Alright, really quick on the rules. Geared OP10 challenges are my style, so that's how we're going to go about it. All skills are allowed with discretion as to not avoid the challenge. No bar. And lastly, no left-handing the Orphan Maker. The reason for that last rule is because the self-damage doesn't trigger when left-handing, which would defeat the purpose of the run, and Mama ain't raised no game exploiting bitch. Okay, on to the run. First thing I did was choose my skills. I chose Asbestos to counteract the Manly Man shield, and because of the cool gas mask icon. I also picked up Fistful of Hurt and Double Your Fun. I don't play the Gunzerker too often, so the rest of my build was trash. I really want to go back in time and slap myself for not grabbing no kill like overkill. Most of the beginning of the run was spent learning how not to die, and how to properly go about fights. It was immediately apparent that my fight for your lifetime was short, and 9% slag chance is absolutely infuriating. Also, I literally never played the Gunzerker on PC before, so I had to get used to a lot of dumb shit, like the inconceivable glitch where your guns don't auto-reload after they're empty. I really hate that one. And most importantly, I had to learn the shot pattern of the Orphan Maker. Usually this gun is pretty good, but the Jacob stock makes the accuracy recovery extremely low. 7 quick and brutal deaths in, I realized I forgot to turn my bar off, so we had to restart. Luckily I caught it early. I'd probably need a straitjacket if it happened any later. This time around, I decided to try and use some grenades, and well, that didn't go too great. I also tested how much self-damage the Orphan Maker does. Usually Borderlands gameplay goes, I shoot them and they die. But this time around, it went, I shoot them and we die. So if I don't have any shield, I'm practically not allowed to shoot my gun. I didn't fully learn this lesson until deep into this run though. Making my way to Boom Boom, I tried the Midnight Star again, and just like before, it was actually worthless. So to add to the challenge, I decided that the grenade mod wasn't allowed to come off. So grenade jumps were out of the question. Boom Boom was ready to blow, and I was ready to go. Psych, I got pooped on. Boom, as always, gave me a little bit of trouble before I got lucky and took him out. Boom, on the other hand, killed me many times. I was constantly seeing the blue respawn screen, so I decided to put my new blue light glasses on. Alyssa got them for me recently and said they were for when I was bad at Borderlands. Honestly, best gift ever. Anyway, Boom had too much health regen for my DPS to handle, mainly because I had to take long pauses so my guns didn't kill me. 38 deaths in, I got desperate and found something that will change my challenge runs forever. What? I didn't know I could do this. Dude, I wish I would've known this for my last run. The new strat of getting within neck snapping range worked great. I just lined the psychos up so they couldn't hurt me and started going to town. Also, here's a slagged armored enemy taking nothing but critical hits by this corrosive rapier, and it's doing nothing. This is just for reference on how little damage this thing does. Good thing we had the Orphan Maker though, because this wouldn't have been possible without it. After getting misted by my first monster shotgun of the run, we were off to fight Flint. You can't see it, but the word fight has quotations around it in my script. It also says something about foreshadowing, but that word has too many syllables for me to understand. A common problem I would face in this run is getting shot down to low health right before I tried to shoot the Orphan Maker, making me die. Another common problem was thinking the Midnight Star would actually work this time around. All these issues were building up, and day 1 of this challenge was really breaking me. I've never been closer to giving up than I was during the Flint fight. The health regen mixed with me always taking damage from other people made this fight impossible. I had one last idea before I was going to throw in the towel. Earlier in the run, I said something I was totally wrong about. Melee style on OP10 don't exist. Okay. Yeah, you seen that right. In one last desperate attempt to best Flint, I managed to find the cheesiest cheese ever. I call it Flint locking. Knocking him out of his arena makes him really confused, and he won't try to attack you anymore. And if you try to knock him into the water, this happens.
just to suffer. Every night, I can feel my leg.
We might have done Flint bolder than Lenny from Of Mice and Men, but he would have the last laugh after tricking me into thinking I got a legendary and jumping into the cold water below. This point of the run was both the victory and the mental health boost. The amount of laughing that occurred from everything that just happened really helped. After that whole fiasco, we had to get the power core for Sanctuary and kill 20 bandits for Reese like the good vault hunter we are, and Sanctuary, as always, was no challenge for obvious reasons, so let's get to Frostburn Canyon. Running past every enemy in this place is always satisfying. I always wished that the game had some type of bee-hopping mechanic that would let you keep momentum if you time your jumps good. Like imagine if you grenade boosted for speed, and then you could just keep the momentum. That would be dope. Okay, I'm getting a little off track. Anyway, I tried doing the spike jump skip for the first time ever, and I nailed it, making my success rate 100%. Get flexed on. And fighting through the psychos here wasn't bad. Melee Sal even worked for a little bit. This might be common knowledge, but if you don't want Lilith getting in your way, I found that fighting on the bridge makes things a lot easier. Up next, we were supposed to get bandit car pieces, which I did, I just forgot to hit record. And when I tried to get the short clips of it from my Twitch VOD, the VOD was just gone, I guess? Which sucks because I got this pearl from a tubby, I just don't have the clip of it. Anyway, here's a fun fact. The saw blades from bandit technicals count as melee damage. So if you have a melee boosting skill or any type of gear that boosts melee damage, they take effect here. You can see that my saw blades are doing bonus explosive damage, and that's from the Manly Man shield. You could try this with a Love Thumper shield and it gets pretty crazy. Anyway, back to the run. Bad Ma was our next mini boss to take out. The fight wasn't bad as soon as his meat shields broke loose. Hubert was my helper this time around, and he was so excited to be free that my man started breakdancing. The Bloodshot Stronghold was one of those mobbing areas that felt really hard for some reason. It may have just been the number of ironclad psychos and shield nomads, but I'm also just bad at the game. I also felt kind of bad for killing these two during a private moment.
Oh, yeah.
But everyone else had it coming, especially Mad Mike. The guy just wouldn't die, and the fact that his corrosive launcher did extra damage because of my shield wasn't helping. After a few tries, I realized that he wasn't even a mandatory fight and the door to the next area was open. So I decided that flushing him like the turd he was totally fair. After saving Roland from getting kidnapped, we had to save Roland from getting kidnapped, which means the Warden was our next target. If you decide to try this challenge, which, save file in the description if you want, it is imperative that you kill Warden before he goes to the gulag. Be patient, be smart, and don't worry, he doesn't have health regen. You need to kill him first try or it's pretty much over. My mistake here was going for the kill instead of taking out that surveyor. If I were to have killed Warden here, it would have saved me hours. But I didn't, and now it was time for pain. Gulag Warden may seem like the same fight, but it's actually harder. Usually shooting Warden in the eye will stop any construction it is doing, but in the Gulag, you actually get ultimate loaders moonshot at you as well. Meaning getting close enough to do damage without dying is pretty much impossible. It wasn't until I realized that the loaders put me on their casting couch that the dread set in. Like holy shit, I really looked like I was gonna cry here. I tried a multitude of different strats, resetting the map to get a jump on the Warden, running around the map and doing run-by shootings, looking for cheese spots, but nothing was working. I had a few options. I could be a baby and reset the mission with the save editor to retry the Bloodshot Dam fight, but the same thing could just happen again. I could be a man and reset the whole playthrough because that would be more legit, or I could be a true man and live with my mistakes. With that being said, the final strat was devised. Step 1, break loaders' kneecaps to slow them down. Step 2, eliminate most loaders to have only 4 on the field. Warden will only spawn up to a certain amount. Step 3, be smart and patient, and do damage when it is a safe option. Even with this strat, the fight was tough. There was an Angelic Guardian dual-wielding Vladoff snipers that really messed me up, and I just wasn't able to kill it, so I just tried avoiding it. Eventually, the loaders got confused and stopped pursuing me for some reason, and I was able to slowly take out Warden from afar. I don't know why they stopped pursuing me right here. It's almost like Borderlands was meant to be played faster or something, and they just ran out of AI.
Either way, I got really f***ing lucky right here. I really hope I never have to go to the gulag again. Tundra Express was our next destination. The usual order of operations ensued there. Sing Campfire Song with Varkids, meet Mordecai, meet Tina, and try to grenade jump with the Midnight Star. Pretty basic stuff. I was a little overzealous and forgot to grab the damsels, so that was kinda cringe, but oh well. It was time to fight Wilhelm, and I was prepared for an intense battle. I planned to take him out in my first attempt.
It's a trap! The vault key's not on the train. Abort the mission, soldier!
Well, shit. I really didn't know that the train could just delete you like that. Well, guess I'm adding that to the random Borderlands facts part of my brain. Anyway, the actual Wilhelm fight was a good fight. Wilhelm in particular is a pretty fair boss, which is ironic because everyone is so surprised when he dies. The best approach to dropping this guy when your gear is bad is to just keep your distance and kill off the loaders. After that, keep your eyes in the sky to see where the scatter missiles go, and always leave one surveyor for second wins. Any more than that, the shield regen gets to be counterproductive, and it also tricks him into making more, which sets up for easy crits. But most importantly, practice your train dodging before you go in and fight him. Do all that and he should go down relatively easy. After dooming Sanctuary and a not so quick run through the fridge, we were finally to the Highlands. My brain at this point was hyper focused for no damn reason, so I was zooming past loaders and constructors alike. This actually helped me learn a new strat though. Dealing with the tickle monster is way easier if it's distracted by loaders, so taking him out was relatively easy as well. Protecting the kidney stone it dropped was a completely different story. For those of you who are too good at the game to know, the beacon can only be destroyed 8 times before it just becomes invincible. I still attempt to protect the beacon in my challenge runs, but it is usually just a waiting game. After a few unfortunate deaths, the fast travel landed, and I made a break for it. Our reunion with the Sanctuary squad was short-lived, as Roland gave us the bad news. We had to go to the preserve. If you've seen my other runs, you know that nothing but pain resides here. Also, if you watch my other videos, there's a 97% chance you aren't subscribed. So if you like the vids, please consider hitting that sub button. It helps the channel a lot and really motivates me to make these videos. Anyway, back to the run. I needed to mentally prep for the preserve, and by mental prep, I mean shotgunning 3 monsters in the span of 2 minutes. This was the run where I finally figured out how wounding loaders worked. It's not severing body parts like I originally believed, but it's actually just dealing enough damage to them. Which sucks when they have health regen. It's all really weird. Dying while they're wounded though makes it so that the counter doesn't go down, so theoretically you can wound the same loader 3 times if you die. I don't know, all I know is that my blood was practically battery acid at this point, so I needed a physical health boost to counteract my mental health boost. The solution was simple: 3 monsters plus 2 grilled cheese equals 1 monster. Disclaimer time, I'm not a mathematician, nor am I a dietitian, but I do know that a lot of caffeine is not good for you, so please don't try this at home. Make sure you're at a hospital first. After slamming those sandwiches in under a minute and burning my mouth in the process, we plowed right through the rest of the preserve. It seemed as the preparation was working because I was punching pup skags into mist. The only real setback that made me mad was this jump. Like, I made the jump right here, but after having to come back through, I just couldn't hit it again. Dumb problems aside, it was time for the fight with my arch rival. Spoiler alert, it sucked. Psych! That bird, she got messed the f up. The main difference with this challenge opposed to my other ones was the ability to actually kill things. Yeah, I might be in fight for your life in order to spam my orphan maker, but at least I'm taking the heathens with me. Also, Cell's insight skill makes dodging Bloodwing actually possible sometimes. I managed to take out Bloodwing in only 3 tries. LilGasmask 1, Bloodwing 2. I still got bodied the last few challenges. After that victory, it was time to go find Mordecai's last remaining friend and then kill all of his friends. A combo of tough guys gave me some trouble, but I managed to glitch one out and it made things a lot easier. These guys often have Nova shields, so the key to giving them the sauce is to make sure you dodge the blast. After a few more little dudes, it was time to take on the final boss, Goliath Jackson. My mans was really moonwalking on me every time he had the chance. After a while, the smooth criminal met his fate. As for the secret ending boss, I decided we're gonna kill him Melee Sal style.
Dual wielding rapiers gives us enough DPS to actually melee kill him, but that wasn't cool enough. We wanted to send him packing. Fighting loaders with Brick was actually pretty fun, mostly because he was a distraction and I got to punch an ion loader off a cliff. Fuck ion loaders. But our next task is where the run started to hurt again. Jack's body double was next on our hit list. If you watched me play live before, you probably have heard me call the heathens that run and hide cowards. The Jack double is the ultimate coward. His cowardice was so extreme that he ended up disappearing entirely, leaving me to reset the map. The strategy for taking him out was brute force and lack of patience, which worked. After an hour of attempts, with that show out of the way, we're on to the next one. The way to bunker is always hard, this time was no exception. I think jet loaders are moving up a tier on the most hated loaders tier list because they're the biggest cowards of them all. Fly away now! Yes. I also got bodied by this loot homie that didn't even drop anything. But the constructor was the real challenge. I was trying to kill this thing for a while. It was to the point where the beginning loaders started respawning and making it even harder. So I did what I do best. Find an obscure cheese strat for enemies that you should never have to cheese. The strat at hand? Constructor displacement. When this chunky dumpster is spawning, it likes to keep awkward eye contact with you, meaning you have a small amount of time to angle it to your liking. It's best to run up to the left of him so he's facing the door you need to open. This way, when he fires his missiles, they end up hitting the door before they can start tracking you, making for a much easier fight. The usually invincible baby turrets were only a minor annoyance this time around. After that, a wise man said wise words, I shotgunned another battery, watched the most awkward teabag of my life, cheesed the Omega dump truck, and started testing Face McShooty. At first, I wasn't sure what gun to use, but I decided to use the Orphan Maker. Reason being is I might redo a melee version of this challenge in the future, so the rapier can be tested at a later time. So basically, this took well over an hour. Early on, I found a strat that made it easier though. I would get my health really low so Inconceivable would proc more often, and spam shots until my shield was at its lowest before breaking. This was a bit risky though, and I ended up dying 3 times. Like, imagine dying to Face McShooty even once. Anyway, I finally landed a shot, and it was time to face Bunker's turrets. Irony came to play when the usually weak big turrets were the challenge, opposed to their baby man counterparts. The first 10 were fine, but this last one killed me several times. This turret wasn't slaggable for some reason. My guess is that glitch where slagging an enemy before they fully spawn makes them unslaggable. The most common example is slagging loot homies before they land on the ground. Or maybe I just had absolutely no luck, and 9% slag chance never came through. Honestly, both are believable. After a lot of patience, it finally died, and it was time to take on Bunker. The fight wasn't that intense if I'm gonna be real. Had a couple close calls, but the underside of the arena is super safe. Found a cool thing with ion loader domes where you can walk on the bottom side, but that's just random and not helpful. 35 minutes in, Bunker perished, and it was time for another shotgun. This time around, I tried to race with gravity. The goal was to finish the monster before Sal hit the bottom of the elevator. The result? Bad. The tap twisted on me. I couldn't open the top quickly enough. I feel like I could have had it, but now I gotta wait till the next challenge run. Angel Core was actually going great. I surprised myself when I was able to take out angelic guards for the first time, which made me believe this part was possible. After a good chunk of mobbing, the last injector was finally exposed and it was invincible. No biggie, I'll just reset the map and... oh. Okay, I guess the mobbing wasn't that bad. I'll just do it again and then destroy the... what the fuck? Okay, I'll leave out the door so it doesn't reset the fight and... oh, brother, come on! Wow, a third time. Who would have guessed? Alright, LilGasmask is back. So this was actually a hard lock. I literally couldn't proceed. On the third attempt, I noticed that the injectors respawn for some reason. I don't know why, but I thought that this might mess up the game, so I tried a fourth time, and I did it under 25 minutes, which is the time it takes for mobs to respawn, and it still was busted. 3 whole hours of Angel Core. and 1 hour of troubleshooting given to make the mission complete, we figured it out. Alright, with that covered, it is time to cover Sawtooth. I hated this too. The ambush commanders actually spawn camped me for a while, and I was having trouble getting shots on them. My most viable strat was to get up close and fight for your life and spam the Orphan Maker. This wasn't a guaranteed kill though. After getting tenderized like a steak for a while, I managed to kill 3 of 4 of them, and the last guy was glitched out of bounds. Oh great, more glitches. My favorite. I thought I had a simple fix. I really thought I could just reset the map on this one, which I did, and I only still had to kill 1, but 4 of them spawned, all at once. On the bright side, I only needed to kill 1. After that, a cowardice buzzard killed me, and I found a weird glitch where if you die in the elevator, you'll respawn on the elevator. It was kind of weird. After finally taking the buzzards out in one of my most grueling Sawtooth runs, it was time for the final sprint. Every time I go to the boneyard, I rewire my brain for its prime directive. Locate valve, crank. Locate valve, crank. Locate valve, crank. After they were cranked, we telefragged the pipe and went to the Badlands. With the amount of mental deterioration these runs put me through, being able to turn my brain off for a bit helps, especially right before the big fight. It was also my birthday, so Alyssa made me baby plum cupcakes. Hashtag wholesome moment. Anyway, I usually run right past Saturn, but since I did that last time, and I really didn't want to deal with him firing at me, I decided we would kill him this time. Now I could have patiently killed Saturn with the Orphan Maker, but I really wasn't about that action. So I propped my Powerade bottle up on my mouse and killed Saturn while I bodied people in Smash Bros. Passive income, man. It will change your life. I bodied Saturn and Mr. Game & Watch practically at the same time. Killing Saturn made retrieving the data a lot easier. It was now time for the final stretch before Jack and the Warrior. Fighting the loaders with Claptrap went like most loader fights. I would kill a few, die, then repeat. This time around though, I was smart, and I baited out the super surveyors by severing their homies' limbs. I also found a couple of warlorders dabbing, and I wasn't about to let that amount of cringe exist in the same realm as me any longer. Like, bro, I'm already here. Quit trying to steal my spotlight. I somehow managed to get through this fight with relative ease, but a couple of bullloaders actually started rolling me. Yeah, I was really nailing this part of the Captain Blade cosplay. I would say bullet deflection, bad slag luck, and the weird double shot explosive thing these guys always have amounted to just the right amount of obnoxiousness. And my choice of gear played absolutely no factor in these fights whatsoever. After they were dealt with, the rest got a little easier. I might be a buffoon for thinking that the Midnight Star could get 1 kill before the run ends, but Mordo and Brick are true homies and backed me up. While Mordo was slagging the enemies, Brick and I were beating them to scrap metal.
Happy feet, wombo combo. That ain't Falco. That ain't Falco.
And after Mordo took out the turrets, the rest of the enemies became optional. The final fight with Jack was upon us, and like most of the runs so far, some weird cursed went down. What you're watching is a 40-minute fight sped up a whole lot. As you can see, his shield isn't really dropping. So when I eventually died, I needed a large refresher to keep me motivated. It was my birthday. I was gonna kill this. Shortly after the break, I thought of something. I didn't expect him to be so tanky. Can he spawn with different shields? What happens if the lava touch your no-no square? Hot balls. Oh, what the f, dude? What the f? Yeah, so I guess my man's had a turtle shield on or something stupid. I don't even know anymore. Even with his shield down, there was still a challenge at hand. His health regen far surpassed my ability to keep up with him and stay alive. It seems like I would run off to recover health and he would have the same idea, except he was better at it. Out of pure desperation not to lose the run this far in, I decided to make the playing field more suitable for the fight. I started punching loaders into the lava, not to kill them, just to get them out of the way, and shortly after Jack just
stopped. Yeah, I'll play most of the kill right here. I'm not really sure why he did this. My guess was he probably realized it was my birthday and decided to give me the win, but it's likely that this fight was just being glitchy like it always is. Either way, I got the kill, and it was time for the true final boss. This time around, I decided to take him on from a different spot than usual, but the same shoot monster till he dies strategy was used. After a few fails by the hands of Crystalisks, the warrior assumed fate acceptance position. Or so I thought. He tried to pull one last trick on me, but luckily, I'm a very paranoid individual, so my guard was already up. Once his health bar was finally down to practically nothing, I seen my chance to get a kill with the Midnight Star, the final boss, taken out with the worst grenade ever created, all to finish off this treacherous set. Nah, psych, it failed on me again. On top of that, I killed the warrior while left-handing the orphan maker. I decided that since I was in Fight for Your Life, the self-damage wouldn't have really did anything, so I let this one slide. The warrior dropped a terrible leech, and I finished Jack off with the obvious choice of weaponry. The proof is here. You can't beat Borderlands 2 as Captain Blade, even on your birthday. Alright, don't go yet. I got some bonus content for you guys. Really quick though, it'd be awesome if you guys subbed, liked, and commented on this video. It really helps with YouTube's algorithm, and I also love hearing what you guys have to say. My Twitch and Discord links are also in the description if you want to check those out. Alright, now let's shiver some timbers. The Pirate DLC plays a lot like normal Borderlands 2. You just get pirate shanties stuck in your head more often. Things started out a little rough, but after outplaying the last few Pirates action movie style, our first real test arrived. So No Beard always spawns with this corrosive stinkpot rifle, so we had to dance our way around this one. On the bright side, the guy's got no beard and 2 left feet, so taking him out was pretty easy. After talking to the most talented ventriloquist on Pandora and fending off a very angry Alfredo noodle, we finally had our first aircraft, sand skiff, which we properly flew into a bigger boat so that we could in return shoot the smaller boats. Whole lot of boatception. Upon meeting Scarlet, she said that we needed to put Sandman to sleep, so we were off to his lair. On the way there, we also dug up another rapier because I wanted to find all the treasures as a bonus challenge. I don't know why I added more challenges because Big Sleep and Sandman were actually pretty annoying to fight. Well, Sandman actually died like a baby man, but Big Sleep is just a dumb boss. Like most enemies I despise, Big Sleep has this undodgeable chain attack that can even hit through walls. On top of that, the guy can just hit the whoa out of nowhere and deflect my bullets that, may I remind you, already hurt to shoot. A little over a dozen deaths later, I had to bring out the special weapon, the gas mask. And before anyone asks, yes, this gear is also cursed. Whoever wears this thing becomes unbelievably sexy at the cost of undying masochistic urges. With my breath steadied, brain cleared, and on the 666 death mark, I noticed something. For some reason, Big Sleep completely whiffed his melee attack right here while I was standing on this crate. Being the large craniumed lad I am, I instantly knew what to do. A simple confusion strat was all it took to take on this heathen. Also, he dropped the 12-pounder, so that was pretty cool. After we dug up our Orphan Maker and Manly Man shield, we raided this Hyperion caravan. Nothing too eventful, just your average Sea of Thieves gameplay experience. Grabbing the auto idol was more significant than talking to Herbert, so I'll include that instead of him. But our next destination was Washburn Refinery, where even robots can be cowards. There was a group of 2 super loaders that took about 20 minutes to kill, and then there was Hurley, who took 2 minutes to kill. Gearbox did my boy Hurley pretty bold when it comes to balancing. The main attack that makes him unique does 4 damage. On top of that, you can blow his arms off, making him the easiest boss in the game. With all 4 parts of the compass found and or jerry-rigged, it was time to set off to the lighthouse. Here we found the last treasure we needed, the Midnight Star. Way to save the best for last, am I right? Surprise, surprise, Scarlet betrayed me and sent her biggest cowards after me. They really said I'm about to head out as soon as I needed a revive. Nothing too hard, but the lieutenants did mess me up quite a bit before I managed to take them out. We somehow photobombed our own POV of getting eaten and fought Roscoe the Rack Hive. Thinking about it now, the Leviathan has some type of turducken situation going on. Like for real, you have the rack inside of the Rack Hive, and then the Rack Hive inside the Leviathan? I don't know, I'm probably thinking too deep into this. Anyway, Roscoe was a bigger baby than Sandman, both figuratively and literally, so he died in like 40 seconds.
The Leviathan, though, was a whole different story. At first I was bombarded by sandworms and their deadly corrosive spit, but then after I respawned, they just disappeared. I don't know why, but it was just 10 minutes of dodging rocks and shooting his eyes and heart. After that was done, a whole wave of worms popped up, and I just took them out from a safe spot. It was a very slow process, mostly because when they go underground, they remove any slag applied to them, and, you know, the whole 9% slag. Yeah, you get it. After all that, I had to fight not one, but 2 sandworm queens before the Leviathan showed its neck. It would have been so simple. I just had to kill the last weak spot, but I left-handed. I had no excuse this time. It was tempting to let it slide, but I had to do what was right. Resetting the fight was the only option. So I did this 20-minute fight about 3 times before the Leviathan finally perished. Which means you can beat Captain Scarlet and her pirate's booty as Captain Blade. Alright guys, that's going to wrap up the video and the bonus content. I just want to thank you guys so much for watching, and until next time, breathe easy, homies. With Tiny Tina's Wonderlands coming out soon, I thought it would be fun to do a theme challenge to build up a little hype for the game. I ran the idea by you guys, and a majority of you wanted to see it. So here we are with today's challenge. Can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the power of friendship? In this challenge, we will be utilizing the Mysterious Amulet from the Tina DLC and the Unicorn Explosion Shotgun from the Lilith DLC. Before I show you the rest of the build, I'm going to throw the rules at you real quick. First off, we will be playing on OP10 as always. Second, we will be playing as Krieg and require a few specific skills to add to the challenge. More on that in a second. No bar, and most importantly, you gotta bring the homies. Now that everyone's been introduced, let's go over the rest of the skills and gear. We were all repping the Legendary Reaper class mod for that sweet, sweet Bloodbath boost, and to make kill skills last almost 5 times as long. We also have a basic shield and slag grenade just to balance things out. As for those required skills I was talking about, Fuel the Rampage is required so that team damage is something we have to consider, and Redeem the Soul because real homies would risk it all for each other. The rest of the build is centered around mostly bloodbath and explosive damage with very little melee boosts. I tried to balance it out so melee was somewhat viable, but not our main source of damage. And we also have 1 unspent skill point for a little trick you guys will see later in the run. Right off the bat, I taught everybody about the build we were working with. Basic stuff like how to heal, don't shoot your homies, try to proc bloodbath when you can, etc. You guys might also notice that we're all leaving glitter trails everywhere we go. And that's thanks to the Mysterious Amulet. The more people wearing one, the more intense the sparkles get. Often throughout the playthrough, we end up crop dusting each other with these sparkles. Our guns even make fart noises to really add to the immersion. We charged into our first battle not knowing how it would go. We were all still learning how to handle this challenge, and some of us even learned the hard way. I tried to go in for some melee attacks during Buzzak's Rampage and got totally decimated by friendly fire damage. We quickly learned to call out melee targets so that we could coordinate better. Like I said before, melee isn't the main damage source for this run, and it's barely viable. But on the other hand, I'd be lying if I said it's absolutely useless. For example, the benefit of getting a kill in Buzzak's Rampage is that you get a ton of Bloodlust stacks per kill, which is useful because getting stacks is hard with our current build. These stacks are what make Bloodbath so potent, and also help with mag size, reload speed, etc. And be real with you guys, the beginning fight really fried my brain. Like right here, I just shoot my homies for no reason. I didn't even notice this until editing, so sorry, Queen Knight. Well, the fight only resulted in 2 deaths, so that wasn't too bad. We were off to fight Boom Boom, or at least that's where we thought we were going. It's really hard to see anything in combat. The general rule of thumb is to shoot when you see your health bar or your reticle is red, and just hope you hit something. We weren't that coordinated at first, so this small bandit camp took a while. Eventually, we strategized amongst ourselves and all of us focused fire on the same baddies. Also, just as an FYI, from here on out, the death counter is going to be inaccurate. I just couldn't keep track of everything going on, so this one's my bad. And by inaccurate, I mean sometimes I just held the button down when I was dying, so it went up by like hundreds. Just ignore it. The plan for Boom Boom was simple. I would run in and lure Boom to the elevator first, and we would deal with him there. However, our grenade supplies were low, and we had already looted all the chests around. Buying more grenades wasn't quite an option yet because we were still broke since we had just started, so we had to devise a new plan. If one of us would run out of ammo, we would hop in and try to deal what damage we could while also trying to block him from running away. After we fought our best and did what we could, we would die for the homies, leaving a slag grenade behind from pull to pin. After brute forcing it with this strat for a while, we got the kill. As for Boom, we had a plan for him as well. Step 1 was for me to run up and jump on his turret and make him focus on me, while Lucas would be close by on psycho duty and helping with revives when possible. And Tom and Queenite were far off, sending stampede after stampede of shots at the turret. I used some of the grenades Boom dropped to slag him, and after 3-ish minutes, the bloodbath kicked in and the last third of his health got decimated. A couple of close calls and insta-bleed outs later, we managed to get more bloodbath from psycho kills and good slag luck to take him out. After that, I noticed that the door was taking damage, so we thought it'd be funny to kill it without the turret. But...
Oh no.
Wait. Oh no.
Yeah, we soft-locked the game. But on the bright side, Boom Boom didn't spawn again, so it was a simple fix. The path to Flint was open, and it was time to make it to the top. A pre-game huddle decided that we would run past the first bit of enemies, which wasn't the easiest, so we made Tom our designated checkpoint grabber, while the rest of us made sure that no one was left behind. Homies never leave each other behind. Even if they fall into deadly hypothermia-inducing frigid cold ice water, we have to go for them. It's not an option. So when Queenite fell in, I had to think quick. The plan was to just chain revives back and forth and gain as much distance as we could before hypothermia kicked in. This wasn't Borderlands 2 anymore. It was Saving Private Queenite. We all died to save her, and she was almost back to safety. The best we could do from here was cheer her on from the sidelines as she ran back to the mainland. A couple of lads even seen us use the power of friendship and decided to join the cause.
Oh, there's psychos behind us?
No, they're homies. They're homies.
Oh.
After a bit more mobbing, well, I think I was mobbing. It was kind of hard to see, like, anything at all. Anyway, we made it to the Flint fight. Before we jumped in, we devised a plan. One of us would lure Flint over towards our safe area, and 3 of us will attempt to deal as much damage as possible, while Queenite will be our designated medic that we can crawl to. Everything was going according to plan, and Flint looked like he was about beat. But we rushed in too soon and ruined everything. We all started dying, Flint kept healing and healing and healing. After about 20 minutes, we got our bearings together, and in an epic final stand, we managed to end his reign of terror. Finally, at 3 Horns, our next objective was to situate a car. There wasn't really any mandatory combat for this part, but these bullymongs were straight up relentless. We may have died, but on the bright side, our cars were straight up ballin'. That's right, everything is rainbow around here, even our exhaust fumes were glitter. You know what they say, if you're gonna pollute the planet, at least make it aesthetic. Corporal Reese was in some trouble, and since this challenge is all about friendship, the least we could do is go and save it. Oh, he's dead. Well, in that case, let's just make sure to kill the 20 bandits for him. Finally, Sanctuary, where all the homies are at. Speaking of homies, PK Lucas has a message for the YouTube squad. He also wanted me to show you guys this graph. We are up 8% from the last video, which is super awesome. If you have watched any amount of my videos and are enjoying the content, you might as well sub. And if you're already subbed, good job, I'm proud of you. Anyway, back to gaming. Speedrun Canyon had its usual start. I was thinking I was gonna smoke everybody in this race, but Tom straight up teleported to the end, precisely why he was designated checkpoint grabber. We had a little bit of trouble on the way when Queenite decided that she didn't want to walk anymore and tried to have a psycho carrier. Don't worry though guys, she's fine. Watching her attempt at taming a wild animal gave me an idea. And right then, we devised a new strategy. I call it res running. This strat utilizes fight for your life riding mechanics and redeem the soul's insta revive to make for an easy medic evac. To perform this when your friend is down, first call out that you're going to res them and tell them to get ready to run. Then jump above them and press the revive button, thus landing on their head and letting them run you guys to safety. If their redeem the soul isn't active, they can also revive you as you're running. The power of friendship and teamwork is a great thing. Our first non-homie NPC arrived to ruin our day. Honestly, Lilith wouldn't have been that bad if her phase blast didn't hurt us. Whatever. We can camp out on the bridge where she can't get us and deal with the 3 super psychos. Or wait, I mean 12 super psychos. It turns out 4-player difficulty also adds more enemies as opposed to just stronger enemies, so I guess that's good to know. All of us were running out of ammo quickly and frequently, and since we were all still broke, I ran back, acquired loot, hit the skip again, and shot my gun 8 times before running out of ammo. Some of us had other ideas, like Queen Knight. Bless her soul. We were shooting, but mostly slicing as psychos for upwards of an hour. After saving the useless character, it was time to save the necessary character that the challenge may or may not have depended on. First thing we need to do is acquire a new whip. The cars we needed to destroy are weak, but I ended up getting ran over anyway. A few times. The second time I was just chilling when a car decided to ram the caravan into the back of my head. The deaths were worth it though, because now we have a truck that can hold all the homies. This is usually the part of the run where I say, bad ma hard, but honestly, there was another big psycho that took longer than him. We cornered him a few times, but good god, these guys are super tanky. Let's all take time to appreciate the fact that these guys don't have health regen, otherwise this would be a quick video. Bad ma, like I said, wasn't as bad, but still took a while. It would have been nice to get Bloodbath from his shield homies, but we killed him off too early. The Bloodshot Stronghold was one of the most obnoxious parts of the run. The mobbing area before Mad Mike is literally a shithole. And the enemies here have the high ground, and getting close enough for efficient kills was just tough. Also, let's not forget about all the Ironclad psychos. But the absolute worst part was when Steam servers went down and kicked everyone from the game. It could have been a simple fix. Just had to wait for the homies to rejoin. But this wouldn't be a gas mask challenge run without dumb glitches. We had a game crash, meaning I had to run through all the obnoxiousness again. Since we got through all the mandatory combat here before the crash, I decided running through the next save was fair since we were practically right there anyway. Finally at the dam, we faced one of our scariest fights we were all dreading, the Warden. Constructors usually have upwards of 90% damage reduction to explosive damage, meaning we were going to have to put all of our offense into this fight. While going through the Friendship Gulag would have been pretty thematic for this run, it was not an option. With our plan ready, we charged in, and the fight went fan-tastic. I believe 2 or 3 of us were actually able to get Bloodbath to proc off loader kills, and with the 5 times duration, we absolutely annihilated Warden. And just like that, Roland was saved. Next up was our scheduled tea time with Tina. We decided to split up into 2 teams to get through this area faster. Me and Lucas snuck into the bandit camps for the badonkadonks, while Tom and Queen Knight talked to Tina and made the bombs. With the power of teamwork, it only took us 4 minutes to blow up the train and head towards the Wilhelm fight. This fight started off a bit rough just because he likes to spawn 16 loaders right as the fight starts, but after they were dealt with, Wilhelm created his own demise. The surveyors he spawns are like super easy for getting Bloodbath, so he didn't survive much longer. With the Logan's gun he dropped installed in the Sanctuary shield system, and having my life saved by the homies after Lilith's attempted assassination, it was time for the fridge run. It went pretty bad for all of us honestly, but Tom did a great job as checkpoint grabber as he usually does, so the pain was short-lived. After making it through the fridge with 8 more hard nipples than we walked in with, it was time to visit everybody's favorite Thresher, Mr. Noodle. He was a real pain to deal with this time around. Damage was slow, and his shields just kept coming back. But with a lot of teamwork and close calls, we managed to get the beacon back. Now, I really want to tell you guys we defended the beacon with everything we had, it didn't get destroyed, and we killed all the loaders. But no, this was just chaos and pain. The beacon eventually hit the invincible stage, and the fast travel dropped, but even with just trying to rush the fast travel, we kept dying. It took 10 minutes of trying to rush it and make sure no one was down before we managed to escape that mechanical nightmare. But the pain didn't stop there, because up next was the Preserve. We started out getting our butt cheeks chomped by rabid stalkers. But if we're looking on the bright side, wounding loaders is way easier with 4 players, so that was pretty cool. The mobbing wasn't crazy difficult except for the stalkers, based on how they're built and the whole invisibility thing. Basically, it was just really tough to deal damage to them. I managed to get a crazy bloodbath chain for most of the first mobbing area, which paired with the revives I was getting, saved a lot of time. The ultimate loader was surprisingly weak compared to other big enemies we have faced. The real challenge we faced was totally optional, but we needed to know who would win in a 4v4.
3, 2, 1.
Oh no, this is impossible.
Oh no, not the jet loader.
Well, we died pretty fast. We managed to take out 3 of them, but with no drops sadly, but the 4th was a jet loader and flew away. A bit more mobbing and we made it to the end. Bloodwing was upon us, and she knew I was bringing friends this time around, so she came prepared with her own secret weapon. Not only did we have to deal with Bloodwing, but the jet loader is dropping missile strikes on us as well. Bloodwing being fast and airborne made hitting shots extremely hard with the guns we were using. Her mistake though was landing on the ground frequently, allowing us to focus our fire. We brought ponies to a bird fight, and by God, it was actually working. Our teamwork was on point during this fight. Most of our deaths were fast bleedouts after too many soul redemption revives, but other than that, we were executing SWAT-style maneuvers. Bloodwing landed while 2 of us had Bloodbath, and we practically sealed the deal there, bringing Bloodwing and I's rivalry score to 2-2. Tie game, baby, let's go! We had 1 homie left to recruit, and he was a buff pony lover just like the rest of us. Obstacle 1 was another big psycho. Obstacle 2 was Brick's Goons. The age-old strat of getting a Goliath to go God mode was our best option. But in the end, we would have to slay the god we created. This is the part where y'all think too hard trying to find a deeper meaning in something I just made up. Anyway, after jumping the sarcastic slab, we started punching robots with Brick. Also, here's a classic
it
Tom
could work,
joke.
but since you have like loading times and shit, you'd have like very little chance.
He breaks their motherboard.
To, like,
Now it's going on the
if
video.
you're even
With the
slightly
boys
behind.
and Lilith finally reunited, it was time to get
But
the
I
last
guess
thing needed for the bunker
theoretically,
raid. The Jack Double was our next target, and let me tell you, this was a long fight. I feel like every time I fight this wannabe in a challenge run, I get some cursed, desperate POV of me trying to kill him. I can't get through this line without laughing. It's staying like that. This fight was extra tough because not only was his shield tanky, but he also has the power to instantly refill his shields, I guess? Lucky for us, however, he constantly summons reinforcements, aka bloodbath fodder. With both advantages and disadvantages in this fight, it was a real roller coaster. We got close a few times, but this insta-shield trick gave him a lot of time to regen his health. After a good 30 minutes, the game gave up and the Jack Double got stuck. Lucas and I would take turns going in for damage while Queen Knight and Tom distracted the reinforcements. Shortly after that, Fake Jack's fake face was sliced off. Finally, with all the tools acquired, it was time for the bunker raid. Obstacle 1 wasn't anything new for us, a simple constructor fight and the first door is open. Obstacle 2 was the one I was most worried about, the infamous baby turrets. For those of you who don't know, these turrets are completely immune to splash damage for some reason, meaning the only damage they would take were from direct pony contact. These guys also have some anime protagonist health regen, which makes progress incredibly fragile. Luckily, we were all Krieg and fought a glitch with another glitch. Infinite vertical melee is a thing in BL2 where you can melee anything directly above you, no matter how high it is. I know we didn't use just the Unicorn Explosion to take them out, but it's because of a glitch, so I think it's fair. If their blast immunity was intended, the word resist would show up instead of damage numbers, so I don't feel bad about this at all. The third obstacle before bunker was our tankiest enemy yet, the Super Constructor. We all hid and started laying into him as best as we could.
or just like
Now,
this
if you
goofy
viewers learned
opposition
anything from this fight, let it be that horses beat nukes.
No.
Oh, can I shoot the nuke, please? Nuke, come after me. Please. Yes. I shot the nuke with a horse. I shot the nuke with a horse. Oh god. Somebody shoot the nuke. No, it's coming after me. Please, no. No.
This fight wasn't necessarily hard, it just took 20 minutes to finally take him out. And finally, the last test before bunker, base McShooty. We opened fire and aimed high to lob our shots in hopes to land a hit. We suspected that the shots were disappearing, and we were right. They were actually only making it about halfway. Sniping from this distance wasn't an option, so me and Lucas tried a closer spot. Even at this range, it took a solid 20 minutes to actually hit it though. Mostly because another one of these heathens kept throwing pipes at us. It was now time for us to start the epic bunker battle. The autocannons were a breeze to take out, but a few hot loaders in our area were giving us some trouble at first. Other than them, it was easy peasy. The bunker fight was going to be a long one, but by this time in the challenge, our coordination was more refined. We were hitting res runs with perfect execution. We were setting up bloodbath kills to unload on bunker, and our minds were more in tune than they ever were. Even with all these great things going on, this fight still took over an hour. Turrets not included, and no, we didn't even get a 94 sham for all of our effort. The Angel Corps was up next, and we were ready for anything after that last fight. Some tougher mobs were showing up, but with focused fire, we trampled over the angelic guards.
Your anniversary of birth, September 6th.
Trampled? Because we're shooting horse. Come on, please. This time around, we discovered a new strat of saving the shock field generators because they're easy to kill and give second wins, which helped a bit. Also, we had Roland and his turret, which gave us tons of ammo. You know what didn't help though? Lilith constantly phase blasting us out of nowhere. Honestly, fuck Lilith, bro. She actually pissed me off with her bullshit. Why the f does she come in, murk us, and then just say,
Howdy, boys.
since when were you a f***ing cowboy, Lilith? We told you not to come here. Can you please leave and make sure not to cripple us on your way out? Thanks. F***ing A. Howdy, boys. What the fuck even is that? Okay, got that out of my system. Cool. Anyway, Control Core Angel took about an hour to kill everything, but on the bright side, it was time for the final stride towards the vault and Jack. Psych! Welcome to Sawtooth Cauldron, boys! This place was terrible. The good old spawn camping from the ambush commander prank really got on our nerves. This was probably the most visual pollution I have seen in this run. It was to the point where I couldn't even see myself dying.
Can't even see my body, dude!
There wasn't anything to do, except just unload into the horde until the objective checked off. Would you believe me if I said that wasn't even the worst part? The buzzards were pretty much impossible to hit consistently, and we had to kill 5 of them, bro!
Yeah,
I'll go over some of the strats we tried to use to handle these guys. First off, our best chance of killing buzzards was for them to just get stuck on some part of the tower so we could focus fire and take them out. That requires a lot of waiting and hoping though, so we also tried something else. We would ride the elevator down so that the buzzards would despawn and ride back up and try to catch the buzzards right as they spawned. I even attempted to ride the spawning buzzards by downing myself and landing on top of it, but it wasn't working too good. We also tried to go to other parts of the map to kill buzzards with low movement options, but couldn't find any. The actual method of how we killed them will surprise you. The first one got stuck and made for an easy kill. The second one got stuck and we managed to shoot it down. The third one somehow managed to get stuck, so it was a sitting duck. The fourth one, however, got stuck, so that one was easy. And the fifth one, get this, actually got stuck in a spot where it couldn't move. It's pretty freaking weird, right? It also only took 75 minutes, so we actually did all that pretty fast. Right, guys? Right? We weren't in the boneyard for too long because we split up to the different pumping stations and the pipeline, so teamwork saved us some time there. The Badlands, however, are usually tough because of a certain boss, but what if I told you we weren't going to need to deal with any of that? I think it's about time we use that extra skill point. Speccing into Light the Fuse gives us a new technique I like to call totem poling. As shown before, when you are in a down state or fight for your life, you can ride on top of your friends, but will bounce off as soon as you are revived. The reason for bouncing off isn't because we are no longer in fight for your life, but because of a transition from being crouched to a standing position. With Light the Fuse, you never crouch when going down, and can run and jump, so when revived, you will stay on top of your friend's head. Repeat this process stacking from the bottom until your tower is made. Using this strat, you can effectively reach heights of around 7 times higher than your normal jump, which gave us a way to sneak past everything.
Like I'm just jumping off the rock.
Yeah. We both made it. Perfect. Perfect. The true power of friendship prevailed again, and we made our escape. In a way, you could say we beat Saturn with only Light the Fuse, and that is truly awesome. After respecking out of Light the Fuse because it's terrible in OP levels 1 or higher, we made our way to the final stretch. The claptrap door wasn't too bad. We just needed to make sure we took out the Super Surveyor while it was distracted, otherwise we could have a sequel to the Buzzard's Nest. The run through Hero's Pass should have been easy, since we have Mordecai and Brick there to help us out. But a loot goon spawn, Brick glitched out, and I had to fuse to skip a barrier because they wouldn't open the door. And we absolutely couldn't get past the Super Constructor with enough time to travel to the vault. To keep a long story short, we tried to fight Jack, but I was expecting to light the fuse still, and it was doing more harm than good. The ending explosion radius is huge, and I would just down anyone around me, so going for a revive was a huge risk. We decided to run back to Sanctuary to respec and just run through Hero's Pass again. This time wasn't bad because we got to the door before the Constructor even spawned. And now it was time for the real fight. This fight honestly was really tough, and the mask wasn't coming off until it was done. This is supposed to be the part where I talk about the glitch where he went invincible and we had to reset the map. But this is supposed to be a wholesome video, and I already let all my rage out on the cowboy giraffe. Okay, as for the real fight, phase 1 was super easy. His shield is pretty tanky, but his clones are super weak, so revives and bloodbath are practically spoon-fed to us. Phase 2, however, was the real challenge. Jack's health regen is pretty tough, almost as tough as the baby turrets, and he also has a shield surveyor that has to be destroyed in order to deal more damage to him. This fight was a constant tug of war, and to show it off, here's the fight at 1 minute per second speed. Just look at the health bar. Bloodbath at the time was scarce, but things were looking up. Jack stopped spawning his shield drones, but started spawning his field turret instead, which was going to be our savior. These things are relatively weak, so Bloodbath was back on the table. I'm probably gonna lose. Oh, when the bloodbath, when the bloodbath kicking in, when the bloodbath kicking in, let's go! Ooh. Yeah. The warrior was here, and it was time for a fight. Crystalisks started spawning, which were susceptible to both melee and explosive damage, which were our specialties. The warrior fought hard, but he was no match for us. We had everything we needed to win this fight, and that is each other. The warrior eventually seen what we were capable of, and willingly let us fill his heart with the power of friendship. With the warrior down, we all celebrated. Queen Knight high-fived Jack a little too hard, but in the end, at least we know. You can beat Borderlands 2 with only the power of friendship. The run, however, isn't done. We still have some bonus content to tackle if you guys want to stick around and see us take on these DLCs. First off, we did Turkey DLC because it was the day before Turkey Day, and what better way to celebrate massacres than to blow stuff up, am I right? This DLC got pretty chaotic. The key points were the opportunity tributes that took a long time to kill. We're talking about 30 minutes to kill Rose and this clown shoot idiot. We had the jabbers after that, which would have went fine, but we had to kill them while they were slagged for the mission to progress. Hitting these guys with bullets or grenades is already tough enough. Luckily, Tom snagged a homing slag grenade at some point and made this doable. This only took 15-ish minutes to do, but that's relatively still a lot for what it was. On the bright side, we were finally able to cook Lucas like the snack he is, and fought the Waddle Gobbler, which was just your pretty standard easy to dodge moves but really tanky health bar fight, nothing crazy. So we also did the Grandma Torg missions, but in Japanese, so she didn't really talk and the voice lines were just skipped, which is already cursed enough, but getting the candy for her got even more cursed. One of the heathens we needed to kill ran out into the ocean where we couldn't kill him. Guess we have to wait until Wonderlands to blow up the ocean. Round 2 went a little bit better. He was a lot closer this time, so we were able to kill him. The whole thing was just really cursed. We all kind of regretted doing the side mission TBH, but I guess you can beat the horrible hunger of the ravenous Waddle Gobbler with the power of friendship. Did you guys know that was the full title? Because I didn't. Let's move on to the first big DLC, which was the Tina DLC. Our mission: save the queen. Our first obstacle: total pushovers. Literally, the skeletons are so frail that a single shot actually staggers them like a grenade or something. Mr. Bony Pants guy was also a joke, so the docks went by quick. Flamerock Refuge shouldn't have been hard, but the fire barrels used to light the blimps didn't work for some reason. I tried using Krieg's fire breath skill to do it, but that also didn't work, so we just did a quick reset and the problem was fixed. Finally, at the forest, the difficulty started to ramp up a bit. We were no longer fighting skeletons, we were fighting trees. Strong trees. Tina forgot to balance the combat, so this stump was level 138. Like, imagine the peak runs you would need to do to get to OP 58. Anyway, the rest of the forest was alright. We stole the blood fruit pacifistically and made it to the spooky version of the forest. Here we found the most important thing we needed to beat this run. Our homie Roland. After killing a dragon and realizing one of us was a dragonborn, we headed for the Tree of Life, where everything started to go downhill. Actually, downhill doesn't describe it. It was more like things were going off of a cliff. We planned for the Ghost Kings to be tough, don't get me wrong. What really grinds my gears is that someone over at Gearbox HQ decided to make these guys resistant to all elements and gave them health regen. I don't know the rules for who does and doesn't get regen in UBHM, but an exception should have been made for these goons. Taking the first phase out was easy, but when they turned into fast flying heads of suffering is when we almost gave up. This was one of those times where I was about to ring the bell and deem this challenge impossible. We tried many strats to take these guys out, like luring them out of the arena and hoping they just get stuck somewhere, getting Bloodbath, but that wasn't easy because most of the enemies had the Immortality sword in their back and it wouldn't give it to us anyway, and we even tried old-fashioned slicey-dicey strats, but to no avail. The 4v4 between the Ghost Kings and the Gasmask gang was looking grim, but we were looking at it the wrong way. It wasn't a 4v4, it was a 5v4. Roland, the absolute legend, was going to be our key to victory. We noticed that his turret was actually dealing relevant damage to the Ghost Kings. It was just a matter of the head being close enough for the shots to hit, and the body being far away enough because it would confuse the turret. First head was the easiest because we still had normal enemies to get Bloodbath off. The second was probably the toughest. At first we got close, but we ran out of Bloodbath and eventually healed back to full. We tried to reset the map for more enemies, but that was a bad idea because the first Ghost King came back. This time around we didn't get much Bloodbath for the first fight, but somehow still managed to kill him and get our progress back. This is when we tried the aforementioned lure strat that just didn't work, and right as I was about to give up, the second Ghost King just died. Alright, let's see. Let's look at bug page on Ghost Kings. Ghost Kings.
Wait a sec. You killed it.
Wait,
what? I don't know. I just went back in the arena and it's dead.
Huh?
Cheese strat, we just abandoned Roland.
We did it, yeah!
My theory is that he went into a non-combat stillness and Roland's turret just laid into him. Which really surprised us because we didn't see Roland throw out his turret up until now. With our newfound hope, we went back in and fought through the other kings, making sure to fight the head as far away from the body as possible, so the turret would put in the work. Even with this strat, it was highly reliant on things mostly out of our control. After nearly 2 hours, we finally took out the last king and ended the worst fight in Gasmask Challenge history. It was time for the mines. The dwarves here were a lot tankier than we anticipated, but nothing compared to what we just beat, so we were fine. After getting up on Ragnar the Emancipator, we completed the jumping and cube puzzles, both correctly, and then went to fight Greedtooth. We tried befriending him, but he was still mad about us punching his boss. Luckily for us, he spawns a bunch of dwarves, so Bloodbath is easy pickings, and Lucas also rolled a 20 on his perception check and noticed there was a damage shrine in the arena. We combined that with our Bloodbath for some major damage. Later in the fight, some aerial golems spawned in, but we kind of just ignored them because they were just kind of jokes. Anyway, 20-minute gold golem fight, not too bad. Hatred Shadow was our next challenge. First thing first, we had to kill a darkness with ponies, because symbolism. And next we had a couple of mobbing areas filled with tough knights and wizards, and at the very end, we had the handsome dragon. First, we have established this already, but flying enemies are super annoying. We're shooting unicorns, not Pegasi, so it's kind of cheating on their end. Secondly, Bloodbath was kinda off the table because the baby dragons were surprisingly tanky, and even if we could proc Bloodbath, our stacks were usually low because sustained damage was hard to keep up with, so even if we had it, it wouldn't do much. And so the patience game began. Lucas and I, being the chaotic individuals we are, were right out in the open trying to do what we could. Tom and Queen Knight, though, were chilling on the sidelines acting as cheerleaders for us. Those two were roasting us more than the dragon during this fight, so yeah, I went there.
Do you guys know why that's the cringe end of the bridge and this is the cool end? Because you guys are there. Oof.
Got him.
After a long fight, we were so close to winning when disaster struck. Steam servers went down again. We could have waited and this would have been fine, but for some reason my game straight up kicked me from the map and Borderlands was soft locked into this restoring session cycle. So not only did we have to do that whole fight all over again, we had to do the whole map's worth of mobbing as well. Why can't things ever just go smoothly, bro? What's with all these glitches and bugs? Like, come on! It's never just Claptrap said his voice line twice, that's a weird glitch. It's always some never-before-seen Jack turned invincible, Tom fell through the map, brick won't move, game soft-locking bullshit. Okay. Not including all the mobbing required, but in the end, we made it barely holding on to our sanities. The Lair of Infinite Agony was actually quick. There was no mandatory mobbing here, so the only thing we had to worry about was finding Mr. Miz to get our extra mysterious amulet. And finding him wasn't too bad, so all we had to do was buy the... Well, it's fine. Everything is fine. All four of us pitch in, we should have enough. I sold all my gear and asked Queen Knight for some money, but she thought it was a scam and wanted me to explain why we needed it and threatened to punch Mr. Wiz, which would have restarted the challenge. And Lucas was also killing him with jump damage, and I was just panicking across the board. Queen Knight decided to duel me for the money, and with hours of pain on the line, I decided to play it cheap for the greater good. With all of our life savings combined, we were able to buy the amulet with the worst possible friendship rating. The Sorcerer's Daughter was our next fight, and with all the fragile spiders around, bloodbath chains were easy to come by, but this fight still lasted a while for one reason.
This was not big arm. No!
We probably did enough damage during this fight to kill her 3 times, but the health regen powers were so powerful. We discovered that she could only leech us if we got too close, so the new strat was to stay as far away as possible. She still cut us lacking a few times after the new plan, but we eventually got our shit together and finished her off. I made a mistake right after the fight. I rolled 2 dice on this chest, and rolled 2 13s. You guys might not know, but this number always foretells bad luck for me. Rolling 2 of them meant something most unfortunate was going to happen. With paranoia high, we went to the top of the tower to face our final boss. Phase 1 seemed simple. His clones were easy bloodbath, just like in real life, but taking him out was going to take a while.
The shield doesn't regenerate? I hope not.
No, why'd you say it?
We quickly devised a new strat to save our slag grenades for when his shields were depleted to put as much damage into his health bar as we could. Even with this strat, he managed to recharge his shield 9 times during this fight. Phase 2 was honestly the easiest. No shield regen, and he summoned more pushover skeletons, so nothing much to note. Which brings us to Phase 3. This phase had the largest health bar so far, and the mobs he summoned were dragons again, so bloodbath was no longer an option. We were so close to beating him. But that double 13 I rolled earlier finally came into play.
What?
What?
Why does its health go up?
No.
What the happened?
No.
We lost a good 40 minutes of progress, and it only got weirder after that. We almost had to call an exorcist because there were 2 instances of us just flying off of each other.
We're flying! What's going on? We're flying!
Help me! Help me!
Stuck on you.
What is that?
What is going on?
I don't know.
Our spirits were on the brink of breaking. Only thing keeping us going was each other. And after 2 long hours of fighting the sorcerer, we finally ended his reign of terror. And all we were rewarded with was more ammo. And also the knowledge that you can beat Tiny Tina's...
Good morning, everybody. Oh, Zooey Mama. Zooey mama. Zooey mama. Zooey mama. Zooey mama. Zooey mama. Mm. Mm. Oh. Ow. But Jada, really? Uh, 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 uh. Chat, what do we want to do today? Chat, what do we want to do today? I can't believe stream has been going for 4 days straight. Chat, 4 days straight. Chat. I'm thinking, chat. I'm thinking I'm maxing this thing out at a week, right? Is it Wonderland's Day if TX is available, but I have to like bait him in with something else because, you know. Chat. I think what's gonna happen, right? I think I'm gonna max it out at a week, right? But if we can hit enough subs that the time I put in for sleeping is canceled out, we'll go for longer than a week, okay? Okay, well, is that fair? Is that fair? I think maxing it out at a week would be fine. All right, let's get warmed up. Let me wake up with some TDR chuckin'. Maybe we do a video editing stream today, chat. Maybe we do some video editing. If TX is around, we'll do some of that. All right, chat. Chat. All right, chat. Chat. It is mother freaking time. It is mother freaking time for mother freaking gamer subs. Mother freaking time for mother freaking gamer subs. So what flavor are we doing today, chat? What flavor are we doing today? Passed out with the throat off. Good job. Good job, singer. Don't have six pack, sadly. Don't have dragon fruit punch, sadly. Our options are lemon limeade, chug juice, queso's nuclear bombsicle, kitty milk, cell tears, brand risk, Pestil's antidote, kissy passion fruit, or Sakura splash. Those are my caffeinated options. Bombsicle. Okay. Queso's nuclear bombsicle. Check it, chat. Check it. Bam. Bam. You know what's fucked up about this flavor, guys? It's probably one of the newer flavors I got, but it's almost empty. That's how you know it's good. Queso's Bombsicle to wash out the Queso's Wendy challenge. Crazy. That was scary. Ta-da! It's Gamer Subs time. Still recovering from the meal. Yeah, my guts hurt a little bit, not gonna lie. Bro, I don't think I'm ever gonna eat Wendy's ever again, bro. I don't know how Queso does that every day. Boys, when they see a yellow liquid and think it's piss. And boys will be boys. Chat, you know what's crazy about streaming for 4 days? You can kind of see the facial hair coming in. I usually shave before streams. But I got the 4 days later shadow. Low key. Will we do piss balls today? Ain't no way called marbles piss balls, bro. But probably we've been doing marbles every day. We might do video editing today. What do you do to keep your skin clean after shaving? I always break out after shaving, no matter. Clean my thing. So I've started shaving in the shower just because it's easier. But after I shave, I put some like high alcohol like aftershave on my face. And if it burns, you know it's good. If it burns, you know it's good. But that's what I usually do. Gauss sounds eepy. I've been awake for 96 hours. No, just kidding. I just woke up. Alright, gamers. So, what is 24 times 3? 72. We probably, realistically at most, only have 72 hours of stream left. But okay, I think this is what's gonna happen, right? We're gonna max the stream out at 1 week long, okay? Because I got a life to live, and I gotta fucking do stuff. But at the week moment, when we hit 1 week, right? When we hit 1 week, once we hit that time, I'm going to this won't happen, by the way. This won't happen, but let's see here. I've added 28 hours to the stream total for sleeping because I didn't want to be lame. If we hit the weak point, I'm going to put up a sub goal. And this sub goal is going to be what's we might hit it. We might hit it. So if it's this sub's going to be 280 actually subs because yeah, 280 subs. If we hit that sub goal, I'll make it so subs start adding time again. Okay? That way you guys fucking earned it, okay? But I think this is going to go on for a week. And I think that's fair. Man, these fucking gauge mains. These fucking gauge mains, chat. Men Perfect Wanderlust with Pistol Relic. It's easy win. No, it's not. He edited this, by the way. He edited. Men Perfect Wanderlust with Pistol Relic. It's easy win. He edited this and he still got 2 typos. And he's wrong. And he's wrong. Okay, the Wanderlust isn't even good B delivery. It's not even good B delivery. I guess he'll get a heart. But he is a gauge main, so... Ain't no way I'm getting so many gauge main comments. Alright, here we go. I think Gauge is really fun to play on normal mode and without anarchy. You know, I think mayo tastes really good if you don't eat it. Country music hits different when the volume's at 0. Oh, I hit read more and there's like a whole paragraph. God damn it. Gauge is who I played BL2 as on my first playthrough. 1 in 6 Borderlands players are cooked from the start. I liked getting the constant Nova Shield and adding it to DT as well as the time adding skill when DT gets a kill. Oh, okay. Upshot Robot, I think. Figured I'd try Anarchy later, and yikes, that skill is super unfun. Alright, W Gauge main right here. I legit thought I was using it wrong until I realized that's just how it is, but I love playing Gauge on normal and True Vault Hunter mode as super cool casual BL player. Hell yeah. That's what TX was saying, you know, Gauge is fine once you start having to use Anarchy, you know? Which, you know, fair enough, fair enough. Yo, Josh, thank you for the $5. Good morning, King. We love having you back and wondering what games you're down to play for us. So I'm gonna warm up with some more TD or Axton until I'm awake, but after that, I might do some video editing stream. You might be getting a little sneak peek. I never enjoyed Anarchy, hated the downside, yeah. Day 208 of commenting under LilGasmask video, asking can you beat Borderlands 2 with only aiming down sights using Rex pistol or greed. Crazy. 3928. This was fire, not gonna lie. I'm assuming that's the brain rot edit at the end of the car run. Day 64, stinky only run. Wait, time out. 3 weeks ago, he was at 50. It's been 2 weeks. He's at 64. Okay, homie's been missing days. I like Taco. Thank you, Blurk. Very cool. Thank you for commenting I like Taco on the Wonderlust video. That's an algorithm boost. That's all I ask for. I don't care what you comment as long as it's nice. You could be like, hey yo, Beluga Whale Gang, and I'd be like, hell yeah, dude. Oh yeah, legendary fella. The middle shock tree is a fucking joke. I don't know why they made that how it is. All those skills are like soft baby goo goo gaga bullshit, dude. We might as well give her like make her capstone reload speed plus 1%, like. And then you'd still have to use it because you want to stack faster. Alright. Gamers. Alright, gamers. We back in the mines. Oh yeah, I killed the kings.
Enter the dwarven mines. You hear the anguished wails of the sorcerer's political prisoners and enslaved dwarves. These mines house Ragnar, king of the dwarves and leader of the anti-sorcerer resistance. Mayhaps, if you talk to the dwarves, you could join forces and become unstoppable, mayhaps.
Don't worry, boys. My charisma is off the charts. I'll convince him to...
Lily. Whoever rolls highest will talk. Throw them dice.
Winning!
Ooh, sorry there. Looks like Rick's gonna talk to the Dwarf King.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Are you French, huh? What's the best skill tree to start with on Sal? The one that sounds the most fun. It's normal mode, so you don't really have to worry about it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, what did I do? Oh, what did I do? How do they expect you to... Oh, you gotta fucking push the minecart, don't you? Oh my god. Oh no. Jail. I get one shot at this chat. Hello, Fishman. How's it going? Soft locked for a vase is crazy, dude. Why'd they even let me in there, bro? That's a crazy spot. I will pay. Dude, I probably could have just blew myself up, eh? Oh well. Ooh. Just spent 5 hours farming a skin that probably doesn't even drop, so I'm doing good. Oh shit. Oh no. Are you farming Borderlands 2 skins now, Fishman? Oh no. There's some pretty obscure ones. Ow. Am I dead? Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Joshua. Ain't no way. Any ideas for the next Can You Beat? There's plenty of ideas. There's always plenty of ideas. We might be doing the video editing stream today if I'm feeling it. The fuck, just reload speed, yeah. You're farming fanboat skins? Ain't no way. Not only is bro farming skin... What happened to little bro over there, dude? Fanboat skins. The worst part about farming fanboat skins is that you have to be in that fucking DLC. Fanboat skins. Respect it, fish man. Respect that shit. Holy moly. You by chance have the emerald fanboat skin unlocked? Yeah, but that's because I cheated. How are you streaming this, fish man? If so, how many people have said just use a save editor? I can only imagine. Hello, Sue. How's it going?
Over here, laddie. My boys are itching to fight by your side.
Well, in a way, there's a place to... You just... Piles in that DLC. There's probably a spot that you could do it optimally where you just, like, save, quit, shoot 2 piles, see if you get a skin. I can't even find a gibbed code for it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, there is a, But yeah, every stream.
I don't know if there's a gibbed code for it, but people do use just like the profile editor. Emerald fan. Emerald fan boat has to exist, right?
Damn it, Brick. Now we gotta fight through him to get out of here.
Emerald's fan boat is common. Tell that to Fishman.
You're killing me here, Brick. I'm getting taunted by a 13-year-old girl doing the voice of a grown man.
I told you guys we should have waited for Roland to play. His character has the highest leadership skill.
This one doesn't. It's weird. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Emerald fan. I'm tempted to go check to see if that's even a real thing. But I don't want to. I'm already this far into the mines. I'm assuming Fishman is a YouTube chat. Yeah.
In the distance, you see a lonely wizard blocking your
Does the gold golem drop anything? He has some designated drops, but I don't know what they are. I think the infinity sledges have like super low chances. But you, if you want, you could do prediction. Wait, chat. Does he drop the bunny? I'm consulting my experts as we speak.
The exit is locked by dwarven door locking magic.
Well, damn! Now how do we get out of here?
You know, that wizard may know something about dwarven door locking magic.
He drops grog if you're using UCP. Lemon says deliverance. Wait, he could drop the deliverance? Wait, hold on. Everybody manifest a deliverance here. Mr. TX's real name is LilGasmask. AI overview is crazy. But yeah, and then his nickname is Bruce. Yeah. I remember that. Oh my god, talk to the nerd. What guns only run would be fun for Zero? Anything that's a sniper.
Nice! That looks like the symbol for the letter T. One letter down.
Ain't no way he just jumped over that rocket. Bro's a G. Olem. Tough titty. I love using a spiker for Slack chat, having to wait like 8 years before I figure out if it actually worked. Oh, hi. I'm really out of ammo right now. Of course. Ain't no way that's a T-Dura relic, right? Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. It's comment. Oh, no, we've seen that. The wiki says it's real. Chat, the wiki. Hmm.
You came to the wrong mine, big stuff.
The real Emerald fanboat skin was the friends we made along the way. Ain't no way they just threw a bunch of shit in that corner, right?
Oh, what's that over there? It's a rune at the end of a bunch of super sick jumps and stuff.
Tina, I'm pretty sure this jump is impossible.
Fine. My bad. I'll make it doable.
Damn it. Well, it wore off. That was a waste of 2 iridium. Don't need iridium anyway.
Celebrate while you can, douche. You still need 2 more letters to complete the pass phase, and I have the last one.
Ain't no way you just did that. Junie says, okay, understood. That makes sense. That sounds like something Junie would say. Gas, take a break, dude? What do you mean? I just woke up, bro. Why do I need a break already? I just woke up.
Tina, all these dwarves look exactly like.
Also, hello, Walls. How's it going, homie?
Yeah, I know.
How long have you been going for? 97 hours, 18 minutes, and 56 seconds.
That is awesome.
Am I gonna see Spider Pants for once in my life? I don't think I've seen Spider Pants in like 8 years.
Get on my level. Valhalla, here I go.
What are those?
They're grapes.
Why are they so fucking big? Do I have sleep deprivation? What are these?
They're grapes. I got the big grape.
How am I supposed to eat this?
I got a 4.
This shit about to blow my cheeks out, bro.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Like, are you grape, strawberry, raspberry?
Thank you for the fruit bowl.
I thought maybe that would help with your guts.
Yeah, it do. Ain't no way. Blacker with the raid. How's it going, homie? I'm out of balls. Thank God. I thought this was tedious. You get to survive today. We do have the best soil fish, man. We do. Mmm. Those are juicy grapes. Juicy, juicy. $35 hours left. There's some murky numbers. Yeah. Yo, chat, sub 35. It's crazy. What you got going today? Might do video editing stream if I'm feeling like it. I've been gaming for the last 4 days. Practically non-stop. But we'll see. People in mine hate Michigan, bro. Bro, Michigan. Come on, bro. Ain't no way. Why do they hate Michigan? I mean, Detroit's understandable. I fucking hate going way over to that side of the state, but like... Michigan haters when they're from Ohio. It's always Flint. Okay, just don't drink the water then. Just die of dehydration. The water crisis ruined our reputation. It's fine. It's just a little Agent Orange in the water, chat. It's all gonna be okay. What is bro doing up there? Nuclear bombs. Bro threw his money. Well, Agent Orange never killed anybody. Exactly. It just... I don't know if I should be joking about that. That's like actually... Baller. Baller. Yeet. Hey. Baller. Hey, chat. Ball. 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 This fastball is 20 levels under, by the way. Baller. Baller. Ball. Can you guys are you guys ready for the fastball only Digistruck peak? Wait, what if I try and do all of the peak with only fastballs, chat? Ain't no way, but I'll try it. That'd be peak. Ain't no way you just said that to me. Nah, they bring up crime sets and everything. Dude. Ain't no way, bro.
That thing looks like it does something to the other thing, and yeah, I got it.
It's one of these. Fuck, I forgot if it was left or right first. I think it was left. Think they're just jealous? Yeah. Could I mean, I'm from the mitten, bro, and I didn't turn out so bad. I bet they can't do the puzzle without looking at it. El Ohio, or wherever they live.
That's the letter F. Only one letter left.
I've got the last letter, Muppet, and with the sorcerer's power coursing through my veins, you'll never get it.
$18. That's what I said, chat. I said 16. I just stuttered a little bit. What is my chat doing? How did the queso meal sit in your stomach? Terribly, dude. I hate Wendy's. These spikers? No, they do. They just have a delay. That's how one lives die right there. Some type of shit like that. Good point, legendary fella. Good point. Tell that to Gauge mains. Got him.
Welcome to Cleric Zed's Hell. Can I interest you in some magic bullets? That'll wreak some havoc. Yield goodbye.
You enter the lair of Great Tooth the Dwarf. The sorcerer brainwashed him into running this place. You also notice a weird-ass magic globe. Might be why Great Tooth's so mean.
I really one of those days where I want to rip open my head and throw everything that's there into chat. It'd be like that sometimes, Flag. At least you're Flack. At least you're not built like Gold Golem, bro. Scoliosis. Flack, if you actually have scoliosis, I'm so sorry for making fun of you by accident. Ain't no way that just happened, right? Why did my brain say the boss fight doesn't start for another 8 years? I have shrimp posture. Well, it could always be worse, Flack. You could you could be overwhelmed by the juiciest ass fucking grapes in the world right now, like I am. Oh my. So much. Too much. I was actually doing some damage. Hold up. Ain't nobody, bro just sent an aerial rolling at me. Can bro die? Bro, drop a deliverance. I don't think I see one. Yeah, get out of here. No, you're supposed to perish now. I cast meth. Craziest thing to say. Hey, hold up. Hey, hold on. Wait a minute. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hyperion grip. I'm gonna poop my pants. I'm not seeing a drop. I don't think it dropped a thing.
All the way back? Oh, man.
Alright, girl, alright. Here. I made some glowy portals for your laser butts.
Oh, they drop a legendary? No.
RATF? We have to unscramble that?
Is it raft? I bet it's raft.
Raft.
Was that not the password?
Oh, God. I just figured it out.
So say it.
Fine, it's... art.
Guys! Did somebody say fart? What a stinky thing to say!
Whoa. What the fuck is this, bro? Alright. Well, Joel but Windows is crashing. You guys are really gonna type that shit out. It's crazy.
Welcome to Ye Old Bullet Emporium. You have chosen wisely, wise chosen one. Looking for a healer? You're in the right place. Don't die.
With the Sorcerer's Tower in sight, you think of what you're going to spend your reward money on once you rescue the Queen.
Guns and ladies. And sometimes dudes.
As soon as they get a quarter. Give me... What scam are we going to do tomorrow, Cap? We gotta scheme up a scam to get these quarters. So we get these job breakers. Where's bro at? What is bro doing, bro? Get out of there. Stop it. Oh. We're the easy right now, bro. Where he sells monkey pictures, bro. Imagine if you're still on the one life. That would have been tragic right there. Peanut butter. I'm scared to eat these grapes, bro. Low-key. It's gonna be too juicy. One grape was too juicy already. Wow.
What's that in the sky? It looks like the handsome sorcerer is catapulting in some orcs to fight you. Be careful, dog.
Okay, you've been stung by bees. They're just giant ass fucking grapes is all. Burr. Where'd my sentry gun get primed at? They lied to me. That's so much grape. It's so much grape, chat. Rip bozo. Hey Archer, cinder block. Oh, look at this double kill. Never mind. Oh, I did get a double kill. He on X Games mode. Oh, I just got bullet reflected, didn't I? Hey Archer, cinder block. I grit those. Okay, good. Have you showered? Not yet. I mean, during Subathon, yes, just not today. Bam. Hey Archer, cinder block. Oh, we're dead. We're so 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 dead. So much grape. Oh my god, if I get same framed one more time, bro. Ain't no way. Bro's angry. Guess you failed me. I didn't do shit, bro. You're gambling on RNG. Alright, we'll see you later, Flack. Have a good one. Bam. Don't same frame me again, bro. I hate that.
Jacob site. This is a Torg site, but sure. If you're talking about the pistol. Worst guns, worst parts. Huh? What is bro saying right now? Oh, the spiker? Oh, yeah, you're right. Flat off barrel on the spiker? What? What are you saying? You mean grip? Flat off grip ain't even bad. Flat off part's goated. Also, wait, Jacob's sight good too. What are you on about? What are you smoking? Chat, he's smoking. That's great. Why did I start hearing Salvador scream? What was that?
Can I interest you in some magic bullets? You have chosen wisely, wise chosen one, until we meet again.
Molly one site running valid. Ain't no way you just said that to me. I'll try.
The dragon from the beginning of the campaign approacheth! Roll for initiative! Sounds like you could use some help. I'm a summon Roland again.
Kinda wish you wouldn't.
Roland time! Boom!
Can I not be on fire? This shit always happens, bro. Stop. Spawn your babies, dude. Oh my god, this shit always fucking happens. I hate dragons so much. Whatever.
watch out for those orcs.
Say hello, beautiful.
Turret, please. This motherfucker gets slagged, bro.